How the hell do I even start this? Monster Hunter World was, is, and I'm pretty sure will always probably be the most important Monster Hunter game. Yeah, sure, the original is the original, and there's a non-zero chance that Wilds could potentially even outsell World, but come on now, World it's kind of synonymous with Monster Hunter in a way. It massively reworked how the games function, while also staying true to the core gameplay loop of the series. It brought Monster Hunter off of handhelds and then back onto modern consoles. It brought it out of the niche status and cemented it as a large, established franchise. It broke Capcom's all-time sales record. It got massive acclaim, went up for Game of the Year, scored Monster Hunter a ton of crossovers, accumulated millions of new fans, kicked off and strengthened the careers of several online content creators, created two of the most infamous and well-regarded boss fights in video game history, both of which are still discussed today, and promoted Rathalos as a notable video game mascot. Do you think that Monster Hunter Wilds would have dominated borderline the entirety of the video game marketing cycle in 2024, a year that it didn't come out in, by the way, without Monster Hunter World being what it was? Do you think that they would have played Proof of a Hero at the Tokyo Olympics in 2020 without Monster Hunter World? I don't know. It's probably at least a little less likely, that's all I'm saying. And you know, maybe you hate that all that's the case. Maybe you wish that it was a different, better put together Monster Hunter that got all of the accolades. Maybe this is the game that got you into this series. Maybe you think World is the greatest game ever made. Maybe you really want to try and dig at the flaws of World, because even, really popular and beloved things deserve some dissection. Maybe you're going to be the 417,000th person to spark up the World versus Rise argument. Maybe you're going to stick to your guns and proudly state that, yeah, World really was that good. Everybody's got an opinion on this thing. So what on earth is mine? Damn, that's a good question. I've beaten the game all the way through twice now. Once when it launched, and a second time with my buddies very recently. The VODs of which you can watch on this channel, and probably eventually on like a separate VOD channel. Depends on when you're watching this and how lazy I am. Point is, World is very fresh in my mind. That, and the fact that as of writing this, we are just 2 months away from the release of World's numbered successor, Monster Hunter Wilds, means that this is the perfect time to really try and just dive into this absolute mammoth of a project and game in an attempt to see just how good Monster Hunter World really was. It should be fun. Maybe also a little daunting, but fun, I think with every Monster Hunter celebration and critique video that I make like this, I want to try and start it off with a thesis statement to kind of sum up my overall thoughts on the game as a whole before I get started with the rest of the review. I did this for the Rise one and I'm glad that I did. So these are just handy sections right up at the forefront that let you know where I'm coming from so you don't have to guess at what grander point I'm trying to make throughout the rest of this big, chunky, meaty-ass video. So here it goes. And give me a second here, because this is not going to sound particularly nice for a couple of seconds. Monster Hunter World is one of the most flawed games in all of Monster Hunter. If this were a lesser game series with a lesser core gameplay loop, World may very well have buckled under the weight of some of its issues. And I believe that World gets a lot of its love and recognition partially due to the fact that it was the game that introduced Monster Hunter's core formula to the wider gaming audience. But at its heights, Monster Hunter World is an exemplary title due to many of its own merits as well as the merits of Monster Hunter as a whole. And it is also very possible that it is exactly the change of pace that Monster Hunter needed at exactly the moment it needed it. Now allow me to elaborate on all of that. I'll talk about the specifics of what issues Monster Hunter World has as this video goes on. That's what this video is for. But I do think World being the first big mainstream Monster Hunter title kind of protected it a little bit from a few valid criticisms. I could, and probably will eventually, do an entire video breaking down why I believe that Monster Hunter has one of the greatest gameplay formulas in all of video games. Because I don't want to break off into a 30-minute diatribe that could potentially derail this video's pacing, here's the short version. Monster Hunter is generally very good at respecting your time. The endgame can get a little bloated every once in a while, but typically, what you do, you face down a monster, you slay that monster, you get rewards based on that monster, then you craft gear out of that monster. If you want to increase your chance of getting specific rewards, you target specific body parts. As you slay more monsters and get more parts and more gear, you gain more knowledge on how to fight that particular monster with a particular weapon properly. You gradually get faster clear time. You learn the patterns and the sound cues and the weapon matchups and the terrain advantages. While you're gaining that knowledge, you're also making better and better sets of armor and weapons with bigger numbers and more complex skill sets. And that blend of your own personal skill acquisition and increasing number gear acquisition just kind of loops and loops and loops and loops. It's enormously rewarding, incredibly fun. That quintessential Monster Hunter formula is so solid, so damn good, so enjoyable that even major issues in any individual Monster Hunter game, not even just World, can sometimes be kind of trivialized by the fact that the core of the experience is always so damn good. And that super solid core was introduced to most people that are now Monster Hunter fans via Monster Hunter Worlds. So that kind of introduction captivated a lot of people, brought a lot of people in, and some of the other stuff that's problematic with World kind of falls off to the wayside a little bit. Now, I'm not trying to say that people who love and loved World were blind or stupid or forced to like something that was popular. Nothing like that. You can like things that are flawed. That's perfectly fine. You can love things that are flawed. I'm saying that I understand why Monster Hunter World got its huge initial applause right when it first came out, despite the fact that it does have problems. And I think it also explains why a few select people really kind of don't like World, because they've been around Monster Hunter for a while. They know that World has its problems, and they're not so much a fan of the fact that World is the big, famous, popular one, since there are some objectively better put together Monster Hunter games. Now, as for my point that World might have been exactly the soft reboot that Monster Hunter needed at the time it was needed, I have to emphasize the word might. The classic formula of Monster Hunter didn't overstay its welcome. It was never allowed to go bad. We don't know if Monster Hunter 5 being a classic style game would have been a good or bad thing, because it's just not what happened. It is certainly possible that Monster Hunter 5 would have struggled to come up with a compelling new set of ideas if it was limited to the isolated battle arena formula that the series was used to. They pushed the map design pretty far with how filled in the zones were with the three-dimensional assets in 4, and the craziness of the combat was also tested pretty hard with the styles and the hunter arts introduced in Monster Hunter Generations. Some more good ideas very likely existed in this format, but no all-around bad or just straight-out stagnant ideas were ever really allowed to manifest either. Old school Monster Hunter went out on top, and then 14 years into the series run, Monster Hunter decided to totally reinvent itself and put itself out there big and loud on modern home consoles and PC. And yeah, that would and did come with some growing pains, but I'm very glad that Monster Hunter World appeared when it did and how it did, and never allowed the series to reach a point where it had to be rebooted. We'll never truly know if World was exactly what the franchise needed at that second, and I'm glad that we never will, because those old games are all great. Now, if only Capcom would just re-release a couple of those old titles just to kind of keep them around and keep them in the market, but that's a whole other video. What I actually made. Monster Hunter World is a game of pretty notable peaks and valleys. I think the second playthrough really highlighted both to me, even more than the visceral original experience I had with the game when it first came out and it was being actively updated. During the second playthrough, I was showing the game to a friend of mine who had never touched Monster Hunter before, and the amount of times I had to say something along the lines of, yeah, this was a stupid choice or idea and concept, and we don't really know why they did it this way. Thankfully, Rise fixed it. We just kind of have to put up with it for now. Probably hit the double digits, but dude, the fights and the vistas and the music and the natural environments and the monsters and the set building and the big multiplayer hubs and all the close calls that we had and the big triumphs and the tired, exasperated runbacks and the absolute just blast of playing this game with my friends and my fans from top to bottom all the way through was so much fun. Yeah, this video is gonna get into the nitty-gritty of how the game works a bit. Yes, we're gonna try and be objective about how the mechanics and the quality of life updates and the endgame affected world overall. Yeah, I'm not gonna be super nice to this game in a couple of places, but I almost don't care. I have almost 2,000 hours in this game. I have gotten to and beaten Fatalis on 2 different profiles. I adore this game, and I want you to remember that when I'm being mean to it, because I adore it enough to be honest about it. So let's just get into it. Now, there's a lot of quality of life changes and major formula overhauls that are worth talking about when discussing Monster Hunter World specifically. Granted, a lot of this stuff is applicable when talking about modern Monster Hunter in general, that being World, Rise, and probably Wilds, and likely whatever games are going to come after that. But, as the bringer of the modern era, I do think a review of Monster Hunter World is a really good place to discuss the major changes that the 5th generation brought to the series. I want to do a few isolated chunks dedicated to major changes, and then get around to a more generalized quality of life section. I think the most important place to start is World's major selling point, the biggest, most significant change. No more loading screens between the zones. Locales are now one big, continuous, and fully rendered area that you run around in freely. Okay, neat novelty. What does that do? You're still pursuing big bosses across large maps, fighting them in carved out battle arenas for 5 to 8 minutes, and then you chase them to another zone. It's fundamentally still Monster Hunter. Why do I care that the PS4's SSD was impressive enough that it could render a whole map in real time in World now? It kind of does a lot, honestly. One of the most prominent results of this change is pretty much exactly what I just said. The whole map is now operating in real time. Now, classic Monster Hunter did a pretty good job of creating the illusion of a living, breathing ecosystem. Monsters would roam their own carved out territories within the larger hunting grounds. Small monsters would pop up and appear in different areas depending on the terrain, and most maps did a pretty good job communicating how a map's ecosystem would change using background details and alterations in map colors, lighting, elevation, and atmosphere between the zones. Classic locales only really show off the important bullet points of the entire hunting ground in the form of the battle zones. As a result, whatever's going on in a battle zone that doesn't have a hunter in it really isn't that important. Monsters will kind of just stand around idly, and if you don't show up, they'll just mull about for a little while, won't do anything, a set amount of time elapses, and they'll just go to another zone. The most you might get is small monsters cowering or fleeing when a larger predator enters their zone, and hungry carnivores occasionally hunting and killing an herbivore if they're exhausted. Everything that's out of sight isn't doing anything, which is fine. In a game like World, though, nothing is out of sight, so it really kind of can't be out of mind. Everything is potentially visible to a hunter all the time. There's a couple of great views in World, actually, where you can see multiple battle zones in real time all at once. The zones where the hunters aren't are much more important than in classic Monster Hunter, because those zones are still visible and much more easily accessible. So in order to really sell that this is indeed an ecosystem, the animals and the ecosystem need a little bit more stuff to do. Now, they certainly still do have some idle walking around animations here and there, but there's just a ton more small interactions and animations and behaviors that can be observed if you stop and just watch the animals from afar now. The most important and constant is monsters leaving traces of their presence around the map. Not only does this give monsters small animations that add to their personality and traits as animals, but it factors into the tracking system built into this game, which we'll talk about later. Monsters like Anjanath will mark their territory with their snot. Kuliyaku will often stop to prune its feathers, causing some to fall to the ground. Glavenus will leave little scrapes in the earth whenever he tries to sharpen its tail's bladed edge. Nergigante will leave clusters of its thorns stuck in the dirt when he scrapes his wings off the ground to trim off some of those extra spikes. Stuff like these animations have mechanical use, but the developers just kind of kept going and added more stuff like this just because they kind of could. The most famous one, and the world really sells itself with, is a great Jagras emerging from out of the woods, sneaking up on some grazing Aptonoth, swallowing one hole in its gut, and then immediately turning back into the woods, entering the lair of the lesser Jagras, vomiting up the Aptonoth's remains, and then calling its smaller relatives to come eat. This entire interaction requires great Jagras to travel between a number of zones without any stopping or interruptions. Monsters in the classic games just don't do that. They don't have any interactions like that. Why would they? You wouldn't be able to see half of that animation from one singular zone. Now, that's probably the single most dynamic example of an interaction like this. Not every monster in world has something that crazy to do. But there's some other cool stuff, like Odogaron will drag a Legiana carcass from one point of the Rotten Vale back to its nest for him to eat. There's stuff like Velkhana freezing and killing small monsters that annoy her. Some monsters have their own little routines, like Baroth, who will soak around in the mud most of the day, then he'll venture out into the drier regions of the Wildspire Waste and go shaking his mud off of himself. That helps fertilize some of those dried out areas of the waste. Diablos will occasionally burrow out of its caves to maintain and feed from its cactus patches that it has in a whole other zone. Monsters like the Wraths and the Legianas have a mechanic where they can call for their mates to assist them in battle. And you can watch some monsters like Viper Toby Kadachi go and properly hunt for its own food. Invaders like Deviljo and Basilgeuse are able to drop in on fights much more suddenly because their models aren't recompiling and loading screens. They just naturally appear and interrupt your fights, going really aggressive right from the jump. In fact, because this game can now take the personalities of its monsters way more seriously, there's a couple of monsters here who have zero issue with you and will allow you to just hang around them unless you initiate combat. That never happens in the classics. Everything is a fight on sight in those games. Then you have, of course, more aggressive monsters on the other hand, and they will either give you a warning or they'll attack you outright. So this helps to diversify the aggression levels and the personalities of the different animals. And then sometimes you'll have monsters that, when they enter the same territories together, they won't necessarily fight each other, but they'll still have these kind of squaring off animations with each other, where they'll put on intimidation displays until another one opts out and backs down. I think the simplest way to put it is that because of world being seamless, because you can see everything, because it has to all flow together, and it all has to interact with one another, there's way more to these monsters as animals, because there's now way more to these maps as environments. In classic Monster Hunter, the encounter designs are basically all killer, no filler. You only touch the most important battle arenas within the hunting ground or some traversal arenas, and you only engage with the monsters as combatants. Yes, the classic maps and monsters had a lot of thought and detail put into them, but most of that was background details that you would only really know about if you read into part descriptions and art book translations. Monster Hunter World, due to the fact that it can't hide much of the small details in between the zones and the fights, decides to create an experience that instead embraces and shows you those details excitedly. Just watching the monsters live in Monster Hunter World kind of creates a full game version of those old high-definition monster ecology cutscenes that you can unlock in some of the older games that wanted to show you the lifestyles of these animals outside of them being combatants. Now they just get to do that in the video game. Now, before I continue talking about the effects of seamless maps on the game overall, there is a sub-question to the previous point. is all that extra detail actually necessary as a component of video game design? Is it nothing but smoke and mirrors? Is it just padding and detail fluff that sounds pretty on paper? One thing to consider is that Monster Hunter World didn't invent the series' care and love for the biological craftsmanship of its creatures. These bits and pieces of speculative biology have existed in Monster Hunter for the entire run of the games. Most of the time, you really only got to see these detailings in cutscenes or read about them in other sources. Monster Hunter has always wanted to feel like a semi-feasible reality. It always wanted to create functioning, explainable animals that just required some suspension of disbelief as opposed to just simply cool-looking video game enemies. There's a reason that a Zinogre is called a Zinogre and not Bolthound or something like that. A Zinogre is an animal. That's the name that the in-universe scholars gave his species. He has a complex system to explain how his abilities work. He's got to sleep and eat and mate and excrete waste just like any other animal. He was always like that ever since he debuted in Portable Third in 2011, but World grants him and all the other monsters the ability to really show those elements off. Monster Hunter World, with its seamless filled-out environments, granted the developers a means to bring these chunks of their vision to life. The overall point being, this isn't some newfound sense of detailing that World forcibly injected into the series in order to aggrandize itself. So yeah, World is the first game that really allowed Monster Hunter to show off the care and details that were always there. That's awesome. Good for the developers who clearly really care for this game series. Does that matter for gameplay though? Honestly, objectively, not a ton. Not in any way that's super impactful. The most that happens in terms of gameplay is the obvious lack of loading zones. Now, forcing manual travel through the passages that interconnect the battle zones, and then you, of course, have some of the monsters' little animations that'll leave the tracks behind and whatnot, which are useful for chasing the monster down. That's really the only gameplay implications behind all this stuff. Dare I say that the seamless zones and all the extra scenery to look at and admire probably slows the game down a little and bloats it a bit. If I want to be really pragmatic, some of the development time and resources that went into all the little bells and whistles could have perhaps gone into something else more substantive. Maybe. I ain't gonna act like I have a perfect understanding of major video game production pipelines or anything like that. My point is, World is more showy than classic Monster Hunter. It's more of an experience. It wants to be immersive and grand and awe-inspiring and captivating to the senses. And then you do the awesome fights. The classics are snappier. Yes, you also have cool stuff to admire and take in those games. They're not artistically bankrupt, but they're a tad less impressed by themselves. So whether or not this is a good or bad thing is subjective. If you predominantly play these games for the gameplay, the extra running and chasing and scaling and little non-combat animations really aren't going to impress you. You likely consider them fluff, and you probably wish that the quicker, more concise loading screens were still around so that the game that you bought to play would just kind of get to the point faster. If you really love the extra details and artistry that goes into a game and appreciate those elements being allowed to manifest more fully in the game itself, you probably really love roaming around and being sucked into the world and watching the monsters go about their daily routines. I'm sure those elements capture the hearts and minds of an absolute crap load of people who were new to Monster Hunter because of World. And the sacrifices that you have to make in terms of running around monster chasing time might be completely worth it to you. Personally, I really like the seamless 5th generation style of doing things. I'm a sucker for the little stuff. The developers didn't need to care about the speculative biology and ecology of their made-up dinosaur world, but they did. And if that means that it takes me an extra 15 to 25 seconds to run around chasing a monster, fine. I will concede though. The seamless nature of the maps, and occasional lacking means of alternate travel or proximity to a base camp, results in a couple of segments of some maps that can be pretty damn tedious to run through and climb up. There are definitely some instances where the seamlessness was not executed great. This I find to be a great transition to talk about how the new map style impacts traversal in World. World is still a pretty boots on the ground Monster Hunter game. It doesn't yet have things like a wire bug propulsion system or an easily accessible and controllable mount. You're gonna be doing a lot of your own running and climbing when you're chasing after a fleeing monster. So how do the developers deal with this to make it not a slog? The biggest thing they did was add additional base camps all over the map. You unlock these as you discover them throughout the locale, and there's anywhere from like 2 to 5 of them scattered around, depending on the map. And you can travel to any one of these of your choice without a Farcaster while you are out of combat. While you're in combat, you either have to use a Farcaster or break aggro to return to a camp. For this reason, they made it so that monsters will maintain their in-combat status with you for a little while, even if you flee the combat zone that they're in, and they're not actively attacking you. You can't just spam return to camp as a panic option in the middle of an active combat. I believe that the camps are pretty well spaced. There aren't many individual zones in the game where I ever felt like they were too far away from a base camp. And there aren't any maps where I feel like they really needed an extra camp built in somewhere. For the purposes of seamless map traversal, having these extra camps are especially useful for the beginning and end of the quests. There's other stuff that's worth talking about later that doesn't have anything to do with traversal that these camps factor into though. Monsters will spawn in consistent battle zones on each map. If you memorize these starting locations, you can then pick the most advantageous camp to spawn at and begin the fight much earlier. This knowledge actually serves to remedy some of the issues I just brought up about the seamless maps potentially bloating the quest run times. And if you have a monster limping towards its nest, and that nest is a long way away, it might just be easier for you to warp to one of the camps than it would be to just pursue that monster on foot across all of creation to then get to its lair. These extra base camps I find to be a particularly wise addition that can honestly make this game feel a little bit quicker than the original Monster Hunter games in a few places. All classic Monster Hunter maps have one singular base camp, which is often located towards one of the locale's directional extremities. Very rarely is it in the center of everything. And if you find a map that has really linear design and or a lot of climbing and or monster spawn zones that are particularly far away from base camp, runbacks to a fight on that kind of map after a feint in the classic games can be really frustrating. Now, generally, you're not going to be doing a lot of camp warping in the midst of a hunt for travel purposes, and my aforementioned issues with long running and climbing sections can still exist, but these camps help out a ton when it comes to initiating a hunt properly and sometimes when it comes to closing one out. So, speaking of climbing around, another one of Monster Hunter solutions to its lengthier pursuits are these lovely little guys called wedge beetles. You can aim at them and fire your slinger towards them to grapple them, and then you can use that momentum to swing yourself across portions of the map or up to higher elevations. There's a number of these scattered all over the place on every map, and they can eliminate the need to climb on some sets of vines. Now, the wedge beetles don't completely overrule every singular patch of vines in the whole game. That'd make the vines pointless, but the wedge beetles can shred a lot of time and annoyance off of a few prolonged climbing sections. It's a way for the developers to still make maps that have very large increases of elevation that are, by the nature of this game, unbroken, while not making those climbing sections the most tedious, repetitive, and dreaded segments of any hunt. The inclusion of wedge beetles takes the final ascent in the Coral Highlands and turns what should have been a god-awful slog, and instead makes it this kind of cool Spider-Man zipping around segment that's really satisfying to get the timing down for. There's still a couple of obnoxious and very present climbs here and there, though, that I wish had a wedge beetle. Like I said earlier, there's a couple of segments where you're going to be stuck climbing around a lot. And the other option World gives you to expedite travel is Tail Raiders. I'm gonna be honest, this is just a beta test for Palamutes and Sacrets. This was a mount system that got added in Iceborne, and it's a little bit half-baked. When you're out of combat, you can find the Tail Raiders in your item bar, you activate it, a local animal will then run up and let you ride it, it will then sniff around, pick up the monster's trail, and then go running after that monster on an automatic rail that you can't control. Yeah, the part where it sniffs around and picks up the monster's scent for like 5 seconds is slow and annoying and cuts into the point of this being a faster option than just normally running. It's one of those immersion details that just kind of takes up time. These things are, yeah, they're technically faster, and they make it so you don't have to hold the sprint button down the entire time. They make climbing a little less boring too, but the on-rails thing is just kind of lame. It just puts the video game on autopilot for a couple of seconds so you can, like, look at your phone. You can tell that this was something they probably just didn't have the time to properly program controls for, and the mounts that we're getting in the games afterwards are the proper vision of what the Tail Raiders probably were trying to be. Another thing that I think is particularly interesting and worth mentioning is how the seamlessness of the maps affects the art direction of the locales. I said it earlier, classic style with its loading zones gets to show you just the highlights. Yes, the backgrounds usually do a decent job of showing you what to expect going forwards on these locations, but occasionally the color, altitude, and atmosphere between two zones separated by one singular load screen can be really drastic. This can be cool because it grants the classic maps a sense of scale and enormity, though it can also be a little jarring at times. World can't simply show you the highlight reel. It has to show off everything that the map has. And what I find is that it creates a particularly interesting problem for World and games like it to solve. It has to create interesting environments with unique battle zones, communicate a sense of progression, and diversify its art direction while taking absolutely no shortcuts. Believe it or not, World's maps are a little bit more limited in what they can do compared to the older games. Every change has to make sense and flow in real time. The art of these maps can't change instantaneously. I have a lot of respect for the massive increase in planning that each map must have had in order for them to be sensible yet compelling. What's even more interesting is that the developers tackle these issues in different ways on different maps. So, for examples, the Hoarfrost Reach doesn't try to do anything fancy with its art changes, and instead it tries to maximize the combat and terrain variety in a very artistically uniform environment. Then you have the Elder's Recess. That one goes for the more bigger, crazy environmental shifts, and it does a pretty good job doing little build-ups to these large changes. You have the Wildspire Waste. It has less dramatic but still notable environmental shifts, and carefully tells its story using a river to showcase how this particular region was formed and diversified. The Rotten Vale keeps a pretty uniform art direction like the Hoarfrost Reach, but uses huge changes in lighting and some extra visual effects from the murky effluvium gas to instead create radical atmosphere differences between its two major sections. And the Ancient Forest and the Coral Highlands decide to go up instead of out, using huge changes in elevations to structure the hierarchy of its monsters and create different battle zones with different artistry. I admire that the developers tackled these newfound limitations in different ways. These creative solutions to the problem of needing to showcase every inch of every hunting ground allows each map to stand out on its own from one another in more ways than just their biome type. It's something I really appreciate about World's approach to map making. Two more smaller points. World's maps are far and away the most fun to explore and get lost in. Again, the classic maps were really snappy and to the point. Just about every zone was there for travel or combat, and the map shows you where everything is. World maps want you to go off the beaten path and go exploring in the less obvious places. There's tons of little caves and waterfalls and pathways and shortcuts and secret gathering points all over the place that the older maps couldn't hide because their concise map structures show you everything. It's pretty cool how many little nooks and crannies are built into these places that the developers didn't need to bother with, but did anyway. And you don't have to go to all these places at all. You can just go exploring for fun. It's cool to be rewarded for digging around and trying to find these little secret spots. And the last lovely little benefit from World introducing seamless maps is that they resulted in the long overdue death of monsters getting stuck in the loading zones. Good lord, so many times a monster you're fighting in a classic Monster Hunter game will charge at you, and then they'll run past you into the hallway section where the battle zones change from one to another. But the monster can bypass that invisible barrier that forces you to swap zones. So if you run over and try to attack it, you're just gonna warp and you can't fight it. But if you sheath your weapon, the AI of the monster notices that you're creating distance and prompts the monster to use its projectiles to punish potential item usage. No, you idiot, get out of the stupid ass loading zone. And then they don't even go out of the loading zone all that far, so then you gotta be careful of them doing it again. So yeah, no, I'm glad that's gone. So those are what I found to be the most notable changes brought about to the Monster Hunter formula and details, instigated by the swap from fight-oriented battle zones connected by loading screens to unbroken open environments. Travel can be a little bit more sluggish in places, but there are several creative solutions to that issue. The art direction is more limited and must illustrate all of its changes in real time. The game takes a little bit of focus away from the core gameplay and revels more in the detailing and the intricacies. The gameplay is a bit less snappy, some old jank has been removed, and there are more opportunities than ever for the Monster Hunter team to showcase the biology, behaviors, relationships, and lesser-known elements of these fictional animals that they lovingly created. There's positives and negatives to these changes, as well as new freedoms and new limits, and some stuff that's gonna be worthwhile or superfluous based on your personal preferences. I hope that you found this segment interesting. I know this went a bit long, but the seamless, living, breathing ecosystems of World were the major selling points of the title. They were the change, the overhaul. So I figured it warranted talking about this stuff in depth and what it actually meant for Monster Hunter. Classic Monster Hunter, in terms of gameplay, is absolutely more about business. Playing through Monster Hunter Frontier live on stream has reignited an appreciation for the lack of lollygagging that the old format had, and I think it's a bit of a shame that we'd either need a classic game remaster or a Monster Hunter inspired game to see this format again. I don't think the core Monster Hunter team is ever going to go back this way. I just think that the classic style level design makes for a more compact gaming experience. World's way of handling things, though, I believe to be well executed. The details, exploration, and loving artistic craftsmanship have a gravitational pull that causes World to stick in the mind. And there are enough tools, workaround shortcuts, and optional content within World that if you prefer to be all about business and gameplay first, the compromises made here are not all that egregious. You're still going to be doing a lot of fighting. Don't get me wrong. So next up, what we're going to be talking about is how World changed the skill system and armor set building. So right at the very, very top of this section about skills and set building, I feel like I have to preface what kind of player I am, how hardcore into set building I am, and what I personally find fun when playing Monster Hunter. I will still try my best to be objective when I think a system does or does not work, but be aware that I will also be subjectively impacted more or less by a mechanic than other people. Personally, I am not a speedrunner, nor do I go out of my way to mathematically devise a meta level set, or go looking to copy meta sets that other people have made, nor do I make a tremendous effort to optimize the use of a weapons kit. That being said, I do, more so nowadays with Rise and Sunbreak than I did with my previous playthroughs of World and games before that, pay attention to the insights of other players who do know better than me. I try to at least be knowledgeable about what sets and skills and mechanics are really important and worth using. And when I want builds that give me better clear times on endgame monsters, I'll typically build around that knowledge, but in the way that I want. Big number go up is usually not my primary prerogative, but I will make a handful of sets that do make big number. I also have a decent enough grasp on the basics of Monster Hunter's math. I have the most fun doing my own thing and just kind of throwing stuff at the wall. I love making sets that deliberately counter the abilities of a certain monster. I've even made a few that are built specifically for certain phases of a monster's fight. For example, I have a set that was built deliberately for breaking off Shara Ishvalda's headpiece, and then when that's done, I'd go and then switch over to something else. I also like making probably, admittedly, really bad niche sets built around skills and playstyles that aren't even that good. And sometimes I just make goofy meme sets built around super specific playstyles. One that I loved and just never got back around to updating was a set I called Grapple Bash. Basically, the entire point of the set was to spam the Lance's Clutch Claw counter against monsters that predominantly attacks with their heads, their teeth, or their horns. Then I had Crit Draw and Punishing Draw slotted in to try and spam KO damage and knock out monsters just from the grapple attack. Super fun against stuff like Tigrex, and I always meant to improve that one with stuff like Arch-Tempered Velkhana and Frostfang Barioth armor, just never got around to it. So, bear in mind, I completely understand that some of the RNG elements and huge skill amounts are particularly annoying for some people who very much care about the pinpoint specificities of their builds, and I'll get into the specifics of why some of World systems do and don't help out with set building. But like I said, I might just be a little bit more forgiving in certain places than others might be. So, I think this may very well be the second most impactful change that World brought to Monster Hunter. Less advertised than the map stuff, but still pretty huge. The entire passive skill system got completely revamped in World, and it has and will very likely continue to be the default. For a quick comparison, in the classic Monster Hunter games, passive skills were granted to you if you could acquire a set amount of points towards that skill, and many skills could have higher levels to them if you passed a second and sometimes third threshold of points. For example, getting 10 points towards attack up grants you attack up small. That's just a flat boost to your raw damage. You bump that up to 15 points, then you can get yourself attack up medium. That's an even bigger boost to your base raw damage. And then if you get 20 points, you get attack up large, bumps up your raw damage even further than that. Any straggler skill points that bypass or don't add up to a skill activation threshold are useless and contribute towards nothing. In Monster Hunter World, every individual point you have towards a skill grants you that passive skill. To compensate, skills that previously had 2 or 3 tiers to them may now have anywhere up to 5 or 7 tiers to them. The only way for skill points to be worthless for you is if you have more points towards a skill than it has tiers, or if the skill is just utterly useless for the weapon you're running. Additionally, in classic Monster Hunter, some decorations and armor pieces can subtract skill points from your total, and there are even inverted forms of certain skills that can do things like reduce your raw attack stat. World has no such mechanic. Even with some of these skills having their amount of tiers drastically increased, the fact that you only need 1 skill point to access a skill, all armor pieces have built-in skills, armor and weapons have decoration slots, and there are still charms in this game, means that the sheer amount of passive skills that you can have in World and Iceborne compared to any previous Monster Hunter game that isn't Frontier is enormous. So let's tackle that issue first. Is it a good thing or a bad thing that you have so many skills in World compared to previous games? Is this good for sets, or is this bloat? In World and Iceborne specifically, I personally think that having the ability to have a lot of skills in your build is pretty nice. We'll talk about them in depth later, but the biggest reason I really don't mind the skill bloat is because the temperate monsters only seem to inflate monster health values by about 15 to 20% depending on the monster and the quest type. And World does not have a quest system like Sunbreak's Anomaly Investigations that gradually increases the monster's stats. You don't need to participate in a damage number arms race with the monster's health bar to get the top level upgrade materials in a sane amount of time in Iceborne. You're still going to want good numbers to get good clear times, but I find that barring a couple of exceptions, World and Iceborne are not really asking you to maximize your damage unless you want to. Because of this, World is a game that's pretty forgiving in its allowance of comfort and defensive skills. Skills that aren't going to contribute to your higher damage numbers, but may counteract the abilities of certain monsters, increase your survivability, or help you conserve resources. This is awesome for me because, as I said earlier, I really enjoy and find a lot of satisfaction in preparing sets built to resist or counter the abilities of strong monsters. And in World and Iceborne, I can do that without compromising too hard on the damage front. I can still have things like weakness exploit, critical boost, and agitator for damage all slotted in, while still having some room to choose around between things like health boost, or poison resistance, heartbreaker, speed sharpening, or whatever a specific fight calls for, or whatever I just kind of want to slot in. Sometimes I just like having some comfy skills on hand. Having that one extra little bit of free mail can save you a lot of mega potions. So I am very much pro lots of skills, in World and Iceborne specifically, because I believe that it has an endgame, which we will cover later, that makes it so that I can properly dig into and explore the extra avenues that a larger skill list gives to me, whether it be offense, defense, or convenience, without too much punishing in terms of longer clear times for hunts. The next aspect of this skill system overhaul is mostly UI and menu layouts. Holy sh**. So much better in World than it was in the other games. In classic Monster Hunter, armor pieces were organized by body parts. Helmets, chest pieces, gauntlets, waist pieces, and greaves all had their own separate shopping menus and were looked at individually. So, if you're trying to put a set together, looking to make several pieces at once and want to see how certain pieces are going to interact with one another, there's going to be a little bit of menu hopping, bouncing back and forth, and some need to either write things down or memorize what armor piece gives you how much of what skill. Thankfully, armor pieces on the same sets typically give you all points towards the same skills, so you know what a complete set is probably going to give you. Making mixed sets though in old Monster Hunter could be a little bit of a hassle. Satisfying when everything clicked, for sure, don't get me wrong, but a hassle nonetheless. Lots of backing in and out of menus, tabbing over to the skills page, tracking how much of each skill that armor piece is going to give to you or subtract from you, then going to another menu, seeing if a different armor piece on a different set works well in that set, backing out of that menu, going over to the decorations tab, seeing if those decorations add or subtract from the skills that you need, seeing how many slots those decorations actually take up, then you got to back out of that menu because you forgot how many decoration slots were available on the armor pieces that you were looking at in the first place, then you wind up leaving the blacksmith entirely, going into your house, opening up the box, and checking to see if you have any charms that will fill in the missing skill gaps that you still need or not. And then, once you have a set that you like, you can't even check your overall statistics in any one of those shopping menus, so then you gotta leave the blacksmith again, open up your character stats menu, check over to that separately, and then you actually see what your set gives you. The structure of the whole thing was not particularly intuitive. World decided to just put all the armor on one tab, and it can display your entire skill list and how certain armor changes will alter that overall skill list with a button press. In this game, armor pieces are horizontally sorted by set and vertically sorted by body part. You can pre-select armor pieces before you forge them to see what its stats are and how it adds to your list of skills. You can match every single piece of armor in the game against one another all the time, all at the same time. This allows you to piece together whatever set you want without any need to back in and out of menus or manually keep track of everything. Also convenient in this and several other menus are filters that allow you to look for specific skills on an armor piece. The name of the game here is simply efficiency. The classic games cut the process of making armor sets up into way too many separate pieces and forces you to go back in and out of several different menus and shopping lists to track the stats of individual gear pieces as well as your own overall statistics. The decorations menu operates very similarly. It will show you all your gear at once, how many slots they have, what kind of slots they have, whether or not those slots are filled, what the layout of your overall build looks like currently, and there are filter options to seek out specific decorations. And since I won't be going in depth into this anywhere else, the weapon upgrade system has a very convenient new upgrade tree as well, very similar to the other two paths for decorations and armor. It shows you a nice big visual tree of all the upgrade routes for the weapon's entirety, and it's not just another big shopping list for the weapons again. It's really, really nice that World has all these tools that you need to see what you're doing with your set creation all at once in only like one or two very easily accessible menus. Now, you might be sitting there with your arms folded and a pout upon your face, saying, Connor, I liked the obtuse skill system of the old Monster Hunter games. There's a greater sense of planning and knowledge and satisfaction derived from the need to keep track of all my individual pieces, making sure that I'm doing the proper math to guarantee that I'm getting the skills that I need, and then actually deciding which skills I want to prioritize in the very limited pool that I have access to at any one time. The World way of doing things offers very little challenge when it comes to the actual construction of a proper build. And to that, I say I absolutely see the appeal of what you're talking about. When I went back to play Generations Ultimate for a little bit, I opened up a note tab in my phone just to kind of keep track of the armor that I was making and what I'd be getting out of those sets and what skills I needed and how much of each count I was getting. I do think that using manual info tracking to tackle a game's complex RPG systems is kind of fun and endearing, and making a cohesive build out of those less intuitive systems can be pretty rewarding just by itself. I think you gotta admit though, the old classic menu layout is just garbage. I'm also going to rebuke my own straw man a little and say that World does introduce an armor skill mechanic that does challenge you to put a little bit more thought into your set and forces you to make a couple of compromises. World came up with the idea of set bonuses. If you have a certain amount of pieces of a matching set, you can get a unique bonus tied exclusively to that set. For most regular monsters, you could unlock set exclusive bonus tiers for specific skills. For example, having 3 pieces of Brachydios armor allows you to increase the maximum level of the agitator skill from 5 to 7, granting you even higher damage increases against an enraged monster. For Elder Dragons, having their set bonuses could grant you exclusive skills that are impossible to get on any other armor piece or decoration. For example, having 3 pieces of Teostra's armor is the only way to give yourself Master's Touch, a skill that negates sharpness loss on a critical hit. Fitting that they give a god tier skill to the best monster in the franchise. The fun challenge that can be found here is picking and choosing which armor pieces you want from a set in order to get that bonus, as well as getting the most meaningful skills out of those armor pieces, while then you're looking at armor from other sets to try and fill in the skill gaps and play off the bonus that you're getting. What can also be fun is that certain set bonuses only need 2 pieces to be unlocked. So if you have 2 set bonuses that you want to play with, you might be trying to finagle 2 different armor sets together to get the best possible result. There are some endgame options that make tackling these set bonus combos a lot easier, namely Safi'jiiva's Awakening on weapons and Fatalis' armor, but the bonuses themselves are a very fun addition that adds some extra spice and compromise to the build making in this game. And now, we gotta talk about RNG decorations. One of the least loved aspects of this game. For a good long while, Monster Hunter would give you randomly generated charms as a quest reward. These charms offered no stats other than skill points and decoration slots. Meanwhile, decorations, which are extra chunks of skill points that could be forged at a blacksmith, had no RNG element and were attached to your gear. You can only ever equip one charm, and decorations could be continuously attached so long as you had the open slots to put them on your gear. World inverted this. Now, charms are the forgeable items and have no RNG element to them, and instead it is randomly generated decorations that are offered up as quest rewards. Most people do not like this change, mainly because you can use somewhere around a dozen decorations in your set, and you only ever have one charm. It really isn't that much more complicated than that. A very sizable portion of your set making will be tied to RNG, and that's not great, especially if you don't have the time to play this game a ton. If you're a more casual player that can only spare a couple of hours for Monster Hunter a week, decoration seeking is going to take you a little while. And if you have done all your math and know the exact list of decorations you need to perfect your meticulously put together set, you're gonna have to wait a bit before you can actually put some of that stuff together. Straight up, it's just not a good system. It is built around the idea of you playing Monster Hunter World for a lot of hours to accumulate a mountain of decorations. And some people just don't have that kind of time. I do, however, believe that there are a couple of silver linings. The first being RNG on individual decorations matters way less than RNG on an individual charm. A god tier charm in a classic game, and in Rise and Sunbreak as well, because they brought that back, has a really good skill. A lot of points in that really good skill, usually enough to just give you that skill. Then some extra points towards another good skill, and as well as some open decoration slots. Rolling for a really good charm, especially banking on a specific one for a set, that's kind of tough. A god tier RNG decoration in base game world is a decoration with attack boost or crit boost on it. And in Iceborne, it's a decoration with attack boost or crit boost on it with another good skill attached. All you're really fighting against is drop rates. Some decorations have annoyingly low drop rates, and other decorations will be handed to you by the non-hyperbolic hundreds if you're playing long enough. The second good thing about this is that World and Iceborne vomit decorations. It's like bad seafood diarrhea torrential decorations. They give you a couple of them after pretty much any normal quest. Then you can get a ton of them out of the Guiding Lands if you play there long enough. All tempered investigations are guaranteed to drop several of them in the quest rewards, and stronger tempered monsters guarantee better decoration drops. And there is more than one event quest designed to drop several decorations. You will be pelted by these things. You might get so many of these that every once in a while you didn't even realize you got a really good decoration at one point. This moves into another positive about Monster Hunter RNG in general. There's a melding system where you can just fling in a ton of useless decorations, as well as some N-tier Guiding Lands materials as well. Can't sugarcoat that too much. And then you toss all that stuff in, and then you can get out some really good decoration drops. So those 275 Venom decorations that you got just kind of burning a hole in your box, they do have a use to them. Additionally, the melder can allow you to forge a couple of the more niche decorations that can be a little bit tough to find just in general RNG. Now, all this stuff does not rectify the big, huge, randomly generated hole in your set, but they do soften the blow. I talked earlier about not being as picky or perfectionist with my builds, so I actually find some enjoyment in wondering what I'm gonna get and seeing if I can find a neat use for that evade window and free meal 4-slot decoration that I just got. It's kind of fun for me. I enjoy seeing what I can make with what I got, but it's undeniable that far too large a portion of World's set making is left up to chance. Granted, the tidal wave of drops will result in you getting what you're looking for eventually. World's set building is definitely a mixed bag. The menu system absolutely trounces the originals. Set bonuses are pretty awesome, and World's endgame allows for some build flexibility as it does not demand maximized damage numbers until like the last 2 or 3 monsters maybe. However, RNG decorations create one particularly prominent flaw for those who have done their math and need specific decorations to drop. It's not completely and utterly god-awful, and it does have its cushions, but there's a very legitimate reason why that element is disliked so heavily. It's looking like these will be back in Wilds, so I'm hoping that there's some new mechanics implemented to make specific skill seeking a little bit easier, that or they just kind of even out the drop rates a bit. So that covers the 2 massively impactful giant overhauls that World brought to the Monster Hunter formula. Now we're going to go over a more rapid-fire slew of quality of life adjustments that World also brought in that don't warrant their own individual timestamps. Alright, first and foremost, I do not care if it makes me lazy. I do not care if it builds up a bad habit that spills over when playing the older Monster Hunter games. World taking your monster materials and other non-consumable items that you got during a quest, automatically putting them away in your box for you is so nice. Especially since in just about every classic title, if you're playing village quests, your item box is in your house. So then you gotta go run over into your house to go store the stuff that you just got out of the quest, and it adds like an extra, I don't know, 30 seconds to everything. It's just so much more nice and simple now, and I can play through World without having to be pissed at myself for accidentally leaving 17 Jagras scales in my pockets, clogging up my inventory. There's a ton of little stuff here and there added in Monster Hunter World that can be considered a quality of life change or a modernization or simply a mechanical overhaul. Whatever word and connotation you want to use, I suppose. There will probably, until the heat death of the universe, be an argument about whether or not these changes trivialize Monster Hunter to the point of not being challenging at all, or if they just ironed out some old clunky mechanics that warranted cleaning. If you've been paying attention to this video so far, you can probably guess that my answer is going to be a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. But let's break things down point by point. See where I think the games went a little far to make things easier and where I think they made some good changes. So let's go over the big one first and loop back around to the multitude of base camps on each map. These camps have some additional functions besides cutting down runtime across the massive maps. You can eat at them, change your gear around at them, and restock your items at any time. I really like one of these options, and I don't like the other two within certain circumstances. First of all, I think that being able to swap your gear is a pretty good change. You can swap individual pieces and select save sets to swap between, but you can't manually reassign your decorations. I don't think being able to do this harms much of anything. Yeah, you can swap to a stronger build mid-fight if you want to, but you have that set on hand to run at the beginning of the quest anyway. If a set isn't working out quite like you hoped on a hunt, or you're not a huge fan of the weapon on monster matchup you got going on, or you kind of just want to fight this monster with something else in the moment, you're more than free to just go do that. What I really love about this option is something I mentioned earlier. Having access to multiple sets during a hunt means I can work out a grander and more elaborate strategy against some of the more mechanically versatile monsters. I mentioned earlier that I had a heavy bowgun set that I made for breaking off Shara Ishvalda's headpiece. Often, when I fight him, I'm using a longsword for his armored form. Then if I want to farm his tender plate, I'd swap over to that set to help my friends get that really difficult break. Afterwards, I'd swap back over to the lance to finish him off, because I like fighting him with lance. A classic strategy against Fatalis is to run sets with heavy artillery and a ghillie mantle so that you can sneakily get a free knockdown with the cannons against him in the opening act of the fight. Then you dip back off to camp for your more min-max damage sets. Against Cove to Roth, you can use thunder damage with Part Breaker to tear away at her gold plating to stop her from leaving the fight, and then swap over to a more damage-focused ice set against her final phase to finish her off. I think being able to swap your gear around like this is satisfying for myself as someone who enjoys tackling set building in this way and treating the monsters like puzzles, and it also gives the developers some room to make their monsters more complicated. Powerful boss monsters with shifting elemental weaknesses and attack patterns are a lot more fun if you can better respond to their shifting capabilities. I think being able to eat at base camp is a little bit too forgiving. Eating is usually an important part of pre-quest preparation. In the older titles, if you didn't eat before a quest, well then too bad, you're gonna start without any of those buffs. Or you gotta drop out of the quest and restart. Sure, it's kinda nice that if you forgot that step, you don't have to restart the quest entirely, but it does inspire a little laziness. I do like some elements of in-map quest prep, like Rise's endemic life, but eating always seemed so connected to the pre-quest aspect of preparation. And before you ask, I feel differently about this in Wilds' context because that game encourages very long stints of being out in the environments over the course of several quests. Gonna touch back on this concept with World in a bit. Also, if you're hunting in a group, it is a tad rude to have them waiting for you if you forgot to eat and then you gotta stick around at camp for an extra couple of seconds to get that rectified. You can also eat a second time at camp to get some extra buffs, which I'm also not sure I love. What's fine about this is that if you consume an ingredient for a hunt, it'll no longer be available for the rest of that hunt, so you can't take the benefit of fresh ingredients twice and double up on certain food skills. That's a nice little detail that can't be abused, but I don't know if I like being able to stack food skills over multiple meals if a quest is running long. And then being able to restock your items is something I generally really don't like. I agree with the notion that can potentially rob a ton of tension out of a fight, since at virtually any time, you can break off and fully restock your item. I talked about this earlier when we were going over the non-loading zone part of the game. You can't just disengage completely for free at any time, but the option is very much still on the table consistently and regularly. And yes, You absolutely have the choice to not participate in this mechanic if you don't want to. 100%. I often don't. I certainly don't jet back to camp at every single individual time that a monster leaves the zone, and I don't bring like emergency farcasters for restock purposes either. But at the same time, knowing that the option is always on the table, the sheer fact that the option exists does automatically erode some tension. Playing through Monster Hunter Frontier, I've had several fights where I had something along the lines of 1 life, 2 heals, and no more combining items for extra heals. And that was it. No other chances, no other options. I have to play next to perfect for the rest of this encounter or I'm gonna lose. What I'm saying is that there's a difference in feeling and tension and emotion when the option to restock is completely and utterly unavailable to you, as opposed to something you choose to opt out of. Getting better and playing well in a scenario like this isn't optional, it's mandated, and I enjoy it if a game is brave enough to push me like that. Of course, in the midst of a pitched battle, the tension and danger and threat still exists for sure in World and Iceborne. World is not a game that is devoid of heart-pounding fights. It's the in-between moments when you know for sure that you can recover all the resources you just lost in that skirmish if you want to, that erodes some of the fear. Now, where I don't mind the item restocking and eating at camp are the expeditions and the guiding lands, the 2 quest systems that you don't end until you decide that you want them to end, and you can just go hunt as long as you want to your heart's content. In this situation, yes, I think it makes perfect sense to be able to eat at camp and resupply yourself in between hunts. I would go out on a limb and say that the existence of expedition quests were a major reason why item restocking is a thing in this game. If you could be completely drained of items by monster number 2, then what's the point of an infinite monster quest? If they locked item restocking to expeditions in the guiding lands, I think I would be perfectly fine with this system. You're going into those quests for material grinding or fun hunting more than for the actual challenge anyway. They're designed to be huntathons. You also get introduced to both the guiding lands and expeditions through mandatory story missions, so it's not like they couldn't introduce the fact that item restock is a separate concept in these specific quests if they wanted to. Definitely not a fan in a normal quests context, regardless of if I use the feature or not. Let's talk about item usage next. In classic Monster Hunter, when you choose to use an item, you commit to using that item. No cancellation, no moving. You commit, you stand in place in one spot, drinking a potion, and then flexing from the benefits. If you get hit because you picked a bad time to heal, then you get hit. World takes a more realistic approach to the process. When you consume an item, you can still move around and even sprint at a heavily reduced speed. At any time, you can cancel an item's consumption with a roll. With a potion, your health bar will gradually fill as opposed to instantaneously healing the full amount. If you get hit or cancel the drinking animation, you will only have received a percentage of health back in relation to the percentage of the potion consumed. Other consumable items will not give you their effects if you cancel their animation. This is a mechanic change that I find to be realistically sensible, though a tad more forgiving. If you, yes you, the person, were fighting an actual living alive dragon and had to drink a healing potion, and that dragon shot a fireball at you, you, the human person, would not plant your feet in one place to commit to the bit and take that fireball to the face no matter what. You would be moving around not to get hit, and you would drop the potion if you had to. And I doubt that you would then stop and flex your muscles upon completion of the potion in front of the dragon's face. And if you're about to go into my comments and type, "Yeah, I would flex in front of that dragon, what the f are you talking about?" Let me just stop you and tell you that I promise I already think you're really cool and you're really funny and you can spare your fingers. The old way of doing it on an animation level is fundamentally dumb, but I can appreciate that it locks you into your choice fully. I do think World adequately balances out this change by making the new moving around item consumption animation take a good bit longer to complete than the old one, and if you heal at a bad opportunity like an idiot, the monster speed and tracking is good enough that you're still gonna get hit. That, or you're gonna have to roll cancel on a potion early and waste like half of it, which I think is a pretty good punishment for something like that. Pretty neutral on this change mechanically, I like it far better visually. The next one's nice and simple. Sharpening while your weapon is drawn is a fantastic little change. It just makes sense. In the classics, you have to sheathe your weapon in order to then take it back out, rub it with a rock until it's sharp, then you sheathe it again so that you can then unsheathe it for combat. That's stupid. Infinite whetstones also makes perfect sense. Real life whetstones are not one and done tools. In World, if you gotta sharpen it, you just find the whetstone in your items, select it, sharpen the weapon, and then keep going. Simple as that. There's also a handy little meter just below your health and stamina that shows you just how much sharpness you have remaining for the tier of sharpness on your weapon. It's a fine enough visual indicator that may tell you that you need to sharpen soon. Another thing that I'm glad is gone is combination rates. I never even understood why those were in the old games. It kind of feels like a relic of a previous game that would have had a skill tree system to it. Every combination in the old games had a success percentage, meaning that with some items, there was always a chance that you could fail a combination, wasting the items in the process and putting garbage in your inventory. Yeah, it's just called garbage. I just got done talking about the tension of having a limited item stockpile per quest. Well, that just makes failed combinations even more infuriating. There's no skill or challenge or difficulty to the system. It just randomly doesn't work sometimes. Yeah, sure, you could eliminate this by holding items in your inventory called combo books, but these then clogged up your inventory, and what am I running around flipping through a cookbook in the middle of a volcano trying to figure out how to smash items together to make a max potion while some fire-breathing dinosaurs trying to kill me? In World, that's all gone. All combinations just work. Thank God, that system never fit Monster Hunter as far as I'm concerned. Speaking of item management and combination rates, I adore the new radial wheel. I thought the old item scrolling system was okay. I never loved it. You had to hold down a button and then mash another button a whole bunch of times to scroll through your inventory horizontally until you find the item that you wanted. Can't say it was god awful. It was responsive. The scrolling was pretty fast. It's kind of limited in your inventory consumption, and potentially it can preoccupy your attention for a second or two too long during a really intense fight. The system still exists in World, which is nice if you prefer it. Honestly, I'm glad that it wasn't completely replaced. The radial wheel just gives you a way quicker access to all your tools. You hold down a button and it displays a bunch of your items as well as gestures, shoutouts, and you can even set automatic item combinations to this wheel. You can flick the analog stick in the direction that you want and the game will use that item or input that command. The reason the horizontal one is still there is because the radial wheel isn't large enough to incorporate every item all the time. I especially loved the radial wheel as a tool for combination. Originally, you had to go into menus to do this, and in the older games, that would be a nightmare if you ever had to do that in the middle of combat. Now, you can just set an item combination to the flick of your thumb. I especially found this useful against Fatalis, where he did so much damage that I wanted to have easy access to combines for max potions. It also got me a little bit more into bow gunning than I had been historically. Being able to instantly craft new ammunition made playing the weapons a lot more approachable for me. I love the sheer amount of options that you can assign to the radial wheel. There's so much stuff that they give you 4 fully customizable wheels that you can swap around with the D-pad. Every consumable, shoutout, gesture, combination, mantle, and feline tool can be used at a moment's notice, and the classic system is still right there if you want it. Excellent addition. Hello, Connor from the future here. So while working on this project, I felt that I wanted to update my perspective on the item system and the comparisons between the classic and the modern Monster Hunter formulas. Hearing some opinions from different people has me kind of sort of reevaluate how the overall impact of this system change has affected the games. I generally still stand by my individual opinions on the changes, but I think there's a bigger picture view that warrants its own assessment. To put it simply, these changes have increased the speed of the hunters in a way that's drastic, yet also kind of understated, and I don't think people talk about it quite as much as maybe they should. A friend of mine put it very well when they looked at it in terms of the hunter's action economy. Now, this is a term typically associated with a turn-based game. If you play D&D, you've probably heard the term action economy. It refers to how many things a player or an enemy can do in the turn that they are given to act. But in real time, action economy can still refer to your inputs and choices and the speed at which you can perform those choices and how your enemy can or can't respond to those choices and those inputs. In the older Monster Hunter games, item usage is a much more involved choice. Your weapon has to be sheathed, an item must be selected, you must then root yourself in place for the entire animation, and only then can you input another command to unsheath or to run away or to reposition yourself. The important part of this original sequence of events is the full commitment. You have to disengage from the fight to some extent and bait out a proper moment to get the full healing animation. If at any moment you are hit or interrupted, you have lost that entire action and are likely more hurt than you were when you started healing. And quite often, it's going to put you in a bad position in the follow-up actions too. You have a few precious seconds where you are basically incapacitated, and poor planning could put you in a worse situation. This incentivizes good positioning, opponent moveset knowledge, and a sort of muscle memory for how long all of these animations are gonna take. This can make item selection feel very important. It's even more important and time costly if you're frantically scrambling through your item bar to find the proper tool for a certain situation. This need for planning is reduced drastically in the modern games. Yes, there are some items where if you're trying to consume them and you get hit, their effect is completely canceled like in the old games. Yes, you do move somewhat slowly while using an items and it can make it a little easier for you to get hit, but at almost no point are you incapacitated, and moving does not lessen the healing or make the animation take any longer. The need to pick your proper moment to use an item doesn't really exist as much. There's stupider times than others to use a potion, sure, but for the most part, you can proc a heal or a sharpen kind of whenever you want, and if you have to disengage from that animation, yeah, you can do it. That choice of whether or not you want to disengage doesn't really exist in Classic Monster Hunter. You have to disengage. So what does this do? To compensate for this change, the monsters need better speed, tracking, and maneuverability. I think that the increased ability for monsters to combo their attacks, their removal of the 60-degree repositioning angle turns, their overall more fluid movement, and generally better ability to track movements that we now see in World and the following games were partially necessitated by the hunter's more seamless use of items. The upside here is that I think these changes boosted the ceiling for how fast, fluid, precise, and aggressive the monsters can potentially be. Even in games like Frontier, yeah, some attacks are enormously fast and have gargantuan hitboxes, but there aren't a ton of dedicated combos, and the healing gaps do exist or can be baited out by weaponizing distance. Monster turn speed and attack animation commitment for all but some of the most blindingly fast and aggressive foes in that game can be exploited to your advantage. Modern monsters at their best have a heightened ability to adapt to your movements and make more suitable position changes. Their more prolonged combos grant them extra time to fish for those hits that they need to punish your careless item usage. The downside is that even with these changes, it can be very difficult for monsters to properly compensate for your extra movement if they are properly baited for an attack, even with that enhanced speed that they have. And the ability to cancel out of item usage grants players an extra layer of protection against these monsters' new tools. Some monsters are too low on the totem pole to ever properly compensate for these changes. It's why a lot of lower level monsters in 5th generation feel like jobbers that can't do anything to you, even though their move pools are significantly broader than those of the classic early game bosses. It's so much easier for classic monsters to be properly balanced against the classic item consumption system. Some monsters and attacks are larger and faster than others, but due to the infrequency of true combos, classic monsters typically operate off a system of wind up, attack, track you, reposition, wind up, attack, track you, reposition, wind up attack, and then you respond with the attack, the block, the disengage, or the item use that you deem appropriate at that time. Generally speaking, all classic monsters loosely follow that set of guidelines, and it's up to you to learn the individual monster's interpretation of that pattern. It's so much easier for the developers to maintain a consistent balancing act between your abilities and the monster's abilities with that formula. When you diminish that formula, and you, the player, can run around, reposition faster, continuously keep on your feet, and cancel your animations, the range of ability for individual monsters to compensate for that speed varies greatly. Now, here's the thing. When the developers do master that new player speed and design fights that perfectly match the versatility of the modern hunter, it creates debatably the greatest fights in the entirety of Monster Hunter. Arch-Tempered Nergigante, Arch-Tempered Velkhana, Elatrion, Fatalis, some of the Risen Elder Dragons, the vast majority of Primordial Malzenos fight, a lot of the Hazard quests in early Sunbreak, and just to date how long into production this redrafting takes place and how far into things I was going back and just kind of tweaking the script, I would say the final phase of high rank Zoshia are all on that list of bosses that do have those gaps and those openings in those movesets that you need to be able to heal, but they also just have this consistent, heart-pounding, razor-sharp, hyper-accurate stream of pressure upon pressure upon pressure mixed with really high damage that inspires fear and can absolutely catch and punish that poor item usage. It has to be reiterated though, those are some of the hardest battles in their respective games. The classics can keep a much more consistent balance throughout much of the title. Now, I'm gonna give this more fluid action economy of Monster Hunter some defense here. If the developers were a little less afraid about making sure modern Monster Hunter was accessible to new players, there wouldn't be as much of a problem in the relationship between monster and player speed. They could very well just make the modern monsters faster across the board. Speed up their animations a little, accelerate their windups, give them a little less recovery frames. Part of the issue really isn't the new item system's fault. I know we're not reviewing it today, and yet it's getting a lot of praise in this video, but one of the major reasons I really like Sunbreak is that more or less its entire roster got some universal speed and combo structure improvements in contrast to their versions in the base game of Rise. In Iceborne, there's some kit improvements here and there, but the monsters that start slow really kind of just stay slow. Is the classic system perfect though? No, I have stated and continue to agree with the fact that I think some of the difficulty of the classics came from the fact that the old item system is weirdly and obtusely designed. I'm pretty confident in holding that opinion, as there were multiple times throughout the 8 or so years between me starting Monster Hunter and the time World came out where I thought that the old item management system worked against me. This is not a retroactive opinion. Frantic item scrolling took time and mandates some degree of not actually paying attention to the monster you're fighting. Even for fractions of a second at a time, item combinations were a hassle to access, and there certainly were times that it felt like the animation timer for the item consumption animation did not sync up well with monster attack animations. It may certainly be due to poor timing on my end, but there were places and moments, especially in the second generation Monster Hunter games that I've played, where I would bait out an attack in order to heal, and due to a mixture of arena size, monster attack, and movement speed, the length of the eating animation, and the time it took between that animation ending and then the wind-up frames for rolling or running or blocking could make it so that a monster was going to be very easily able to hit me while I was recovering from healing, even when I timed my item at the start of a previously whiffed attack. A way to remedy this would be to use the speed eating skill, which we established earlier would be a little bit expensive to slot in, or to very heavily engage from the fight, perhaps even leaving the zone, adding an extra layer of time consumption to the hunt. Sometimes in classic Monster Hunter, I would find myself in situations where you need to heal, so you need to go looking for time to sheath your weapon, then bait out the proper time to heal, then bait out the proper time to re-engage, and it can lead to these multi-second clusters where you're kind of just running around not doing anything, waiting for your time to act. And I want to stress that happens sometimes. And also, you know, maybe it's just a skill issue on my end. I can admit to that. This does not happen constantly, and I don't want to just drag the classic item system through the mud and say that it's shoddy and takes forever to get through, and again, hyperbolize in the negative, because I really don't think that's the case. This doesn't happen against every monster in those games, and there are plenty of monsters with enormous attack commitments that you can just very easily heal through, like a lot of wrath fireballs and stuff like that. But what kind of happens is that these prolonged gaps that I just described are absolutely a semi-common occurrence in the old games. I can respect that the game is asking me to choose my openings well and to not just sheath and heal willy-nilly. You need to be wise about the moments that you pick for that kind of stuff. I just happen to think that there can be a string of a lot of those moments at a time. You need to pick your moment to disengage. You need to pick your moment to sheath. You need to pick your moment to use the item. And you need to pick the item to re-engage. And that can kind of just stack and diminish the feel of the dance. I tend to like how the healing works in the Dark Souls games a little bit more for this reason. Yeah, healing can still be a risk that needs to be waited for, but you have a lot less of just a string of actions that you need to commit to heal in that game. So the dance breaks up so much less frequently. Does that kind of make sense to everyone? I know that's a little odd to visualize, but mostly what I'm saying is that in order to kind of bait out that proper time to heal in the older Monster Hunter games, you need to commit to a lot of different actions that can sometimes have a good amount of frames to them. And without really good, proper, and precise knowledge, which sometimes you have and sometimes you don't, and just really good timing and moment picking on your end, it can feel like you're disengaging for a nice, big, meaty, fat chunk. And that kind of interrupts the flow for me personally. It feels very cumbersome to kind of do that disengagement. Whereas I feel like with Dark Souls, considering the fact you don't have to sheath, you can kind of just get out of the way of the attack, heal, and then get back into the fray of it. It also has that need to really kind of commit to an item usage, but with so much less time commitment to that disengagement. I hope that makes sense. So I don't think either system is entirely perfect. I think one is going to have to make the choice whether they prefer the charm of an impractical and tougher to maneuver item system that has less strength and is easier to build the monsters around, or if they prefer a more ironed out and manicured item system that is sensible in its design despite the fact that said sensibility is more difficult to compensate for. I do think I kind of prefer the newer system that World provides in some respects. It asks for less disengagement for the battle, thus keeping the combat flowing with very few true intermissions, where you're scrambling off to fish for that healing opportunity for several seconds. The animations and action economy feel more true to actual human decisions. That can only go so far as an argument, though. You know, games have to have some limitations to realism, I understand that. And there's less time where you're scouring around for the proper tool to use because of the radial menu, and not just hitting the square button over and over and over and over and over again to get to the thing that you want. If the developers were more willing to give the modern monsters a universal speed boost and, you know, a bit more animation canceling here and there, then I think the stronger action economy of the newer items could be countered particularly well. As for the old system, I don't know, I'd probably look back at it a little bit more fondly if it just had maybe some better animation canceling out of some things. Just, I don't know, make it a little bit more fluid. Also, I'm still gonna say this, the item combination success and failure percentages were always stupid, and I'm never defending that. Okay, thanks for bearing with me through that little detour. This whole section that I just interceded with was added a bit late in production and would have been shifted earlier in the video if this had been written with the rest of the chunk of the script. Honestly, the whole item system probably should have had its own timestamp, but then to change things around like that, I'd have to rewrite the script, and it would have ruined several segues that were already kind of set in stone, and just would have upended the structure of the script as it was already written. So it is what it is. So now we're gonna go back to the other quality of life changes that World brought to Monster Hunter. You now also have infinite stamina for sprinting when you're out of combat, which is a nice change for a game that has no loading zones and very long corridors and hallways to trek through. They also added in omnidirectional rolling to the game rather than 4-directional rolling, which adds some appreciated extra movement control. Also, thank goodness they finally let Lance and Gun Lance dash forwards. I don't know why they couldn't do that in the old games. It made dodging with them really awkward and unresponsive. World massively overhauled your hunter's notes regarding boss monsters. Originally, it only gave you a brief description, the amount of them you had defeated, and the largest and smallest of their kind that you had recorded. Now, the hunter's notes gives you some tips to deal with the monster's gimmicks and abilities, as well as information regarding their weak points, elemental weaknesses, which parts of the body take more elemental damage, which parts of the body can be broken, resistances to status effects, and both the requirements and approximate drop rates of each monster material that a monster can give. Now, when it comes to weak points and drop rates, World doesn't give you exact percentages like Rise does. Instead, it uses a very rough star system. It's enough information to point players in the right direction for what they want to use against a monster, but it doesn't show the exact math, and with some skills in the game, knowing that math is kind of important. I think this is a solid overhaul, and it makes a ton of sense in universe. You're part of a research expedition team, which is in turn a part of a much larger guild that is dedicated to monster hunting. It makes a ton of sense that these people would have knowledge on the weaknesses, abilities, and useful body parts of a monster. Before World, you could find most of this information through trial and error in the old games, but it's really nice to not have to go to a third-party website to get this information anymore. I find that having an in-game resource to provide this important stuff is more than sensible. They also altered how multiplayer operates a good bit as well. First of all, they changed things so that people can join mid-hunt. In the old days, once a quest departed, the hunter roster was locked. Now, if someone's running a little late, or if you need help mid-hunt, someone can drop in and help you out. To deal with the fact that the roster of hunters can swap around like that, and also due to the fact that World blended the village storyline quests and multiplayer hub quest lines together, the scaling for multiplayer quests has changed. It used to be that single-player village quests had their own health and damage numbers, and multiplayer quests in the Gathering Hub had heightened health and damage numbers for monsters no matter how many people were in the quest. This could make playing some of the old Monster Hunter games solo much more difficult if you wanted to do the hub quests. In fact, fairly often, G-rank quests were multiplayer exclusive since the village stories only went up to high rank. So if you couldn't or didn't want to do multiplayer in a G-rank game, you had to fight multiplayer scaled monsters by yourself. Nowadays, it just depends on how many people are in your quest. In World, every monster has separate health and damage numbers for 1 player, 2 players, or 3 to 4 players. players. Good change here as well. Makes G rank, now renamed Master Rank, significantly more single player friendly. If players drop in or out, the monster scaling will shift in real time in accordance with the new amount of hunters in the fight. Staying on multiplayer, an SOS flare was added as a usable item during a quest. It's intended to be a help request option if you're struggling with a quest and need people to help you out. It's a nice idea that promotes experienced players joining hunts to assist newer players. The only issue is that already existed. It's called joining a lobby and playing with other people. I find that the SOS flare has a tendency to erode the social aspect of the game, since the party starts separate and then disbands completely afterwards, cutting out all the interaction and communication before and after. Having a big gathering hub doesn't matter so much if you're not gonna be in it with the people you're playing with. Maybe you're just looking to hunt and that's it, but I don't know, I think the SOS flare kind of cuts into the heart and point of a multiplayer game just a little too much. Hopping into a lobby with other people and picking and choosing over quests and hanging out in between missions is a fun component of games like this, and a system that potentially cuts all of that out feels really reductive to me. However, not everyone plays like this, and you can 100% find lobbies if you go looking. I just don't like the flare. It's a shame too, because they bumped the lobby size up to 16 people in World, which is an awesome change. It creates this feeling of people and hunting teams coming and going and shifting around the hunting parties. It makes the hunters gathering hubs feel lively and active, like a functioning location that several hunting teams can operate out of at the same time. When you get a filled lobby with like 12 to 16 people, it's cool to see all the different armor sets and hop between the groups. It's got a kind of a cool social atmosphere to it. They removed the gunner armor class from the game in World entirely. For those of you who don't know, in the old games, just about every armor set had a gunner and blade master version. If you wanted to play bow or either of the bow guns, you had to use the gunner armor pieces. Honestly, removing the system was probably good for gunner weapons, since you didn't have to grind out a whole other set of gear with the same resource costs in order to play them. It's a bit of a shame that the unique designs of these gunner sets are pretty much completely gone now though. And lastly, you now have the ability to save gear that you want to make to a wish list. It's a tool that helps you keep track of what you're trying to make and what you need to make it. If you have enough parts, you'll get a prompt at the end of a quest that'll tell you that you have all the materials that you need to complete the upgrades or forge that equipment. You can store several pieces of gear on your wish list at a time. In fact, they give you several pages to work with if you really want them. The game also will track the total amount of materials that you need for everything on the wish list. For example, if you want to make an entire set of Anjanath armor, you can put all of those pieces on your wish list at a time. You might only need 5 Anjanath scales to make his gauntlets, but if you want to make his entire set, you might need somewhere upwards of 20. The wish list will track the requirements for individual pieces as well as the overall amounts of everything. This is an awesome tool for long-term set building, and it's another mechanic that lets you more easily track what materials you need to go after rather than forcing yourself to go back to the blacksmith to check and manually write things down. That's all the major stuff I wanted to cover regarding quality of life and mechanical overhauls that World brought to Monster Hunter. Mostly, I'm pretty positive about them. I think a lot of odd design choices that the old games made were tweaked just enough, had some optional improvements, or were rightfully taken out. Some of these changes were just cool new ideas that made positive impacts. There's also a ton of excellent and needed menu adjustments and simplifications that drastically improved the process of set making. There's a couple places where I think these changes were a bit too forgiving, for sure, but honestly, I feel that a lot of good calls were made here. Next up, we're going to move away from World's major overhauls to Monster Hunter itself and move into World and Iceborne's unique tools and gimmicks. Let's cover the mantle system first. These equipable cloaks offer a variety of temporary buffs. In some cases, several buffs at the same time. Some of these mantles are defensive oriented, others are offense oriented. Some of them have a limited durability, others will break once you draw your weapon, and others have a consistent amount of time where they'll be active. All mantles have an unlimited number of uses per quest, but once they've expired, you'll need to manually unequip them and put them on a cooldown. You can tell how much integrity your mantle has left based on a meter that it has up in the top corner, as well as the mantle itself visually starting to chip and break away with use. In Iceborne, mantles could be upgraded and have their own decoration slots, granting you some extra passive skills while those mantles were up and running. Also tied to the same equipment slots are these things called boosters. They're items that you stick in the ground, and they'll create these little AoE gas clouds that can offer buffs for a limited time. There's a pretty decent variety of mantles as well. You can have the Challenger mantle, which can nab the attention of large monsters, allowing you to guide them into other areas and into fights with other bosses. You've got the Immunity mantle, which can get rid of and then prevent you from gaining negative negative status ailments. The Apothecary Mantle then allows you to increase your status buildup on your attacks. The Rocksteady Mantle basically lets you super armor through all attacks, roars, tremors, and wind while taking reduced damage. The Temporal Mantle has a set amount of charges that lets you automatically dodge attacks. The Ghillie Mantle keeps you hidden from monsters until you draw your weapon. The Evasion Mantle gives you a temporary attack boost if you dodge through an attack with iframes. All 5 elements have mantles that increase your resistance to that elemental damage, and there's a couple of other mantles in there too. And then as for boosters, there's one that gradually regenerates health, one that grants you 50% affinity bonus, and another that clears negative status ailments. The mantle and booster system only really has 2 issues. The first one is barely an actual issue. It does kind of bug me that mantles require that large portions of a hunt are going to result in my cool looking armor sets being 3/5 draped in a tarp. Helmet, chest, and gauntlets completely gone so long as you have a mantle on. Kinda takes a little away from the cool factor of the armors for a little bit. The other much more important issue is that some of these tools are incredibly generally applicable, as well as very powerful. The Temporal and Rocksteady mantles are about as comfy can possibly get, and they can both have some really decent uptime. Both of them can flat out ignore attacks and other interruptions and grant you decent chunks of time where you really don't have to care about what the monster you're fighting is even doing. I definitely fall into this myself, and I think that they kinda have a way of promoting bad habits and laziness. A ton of players run these two, and when I cover the Clutch Claw, it's gonna be even more apparent why this is the case. They're so good in tandem with the Clutch Claw that it definitely homogenizes a lot of people's mantle selection. However, if you're playing optimally, you're probably running the Glider Mantle for its slots, or the Evasion Mantle for its damage boost and synergy with the Longsword. The Impact Mantle also works really good with sticky light bowgun builds. The Health Booster is also basically an infinite Mega Potion that you don't have to stop fighting to use. My take on these is pretty similar to my take on the increased skill list. I don't always maximize for pure efficiency, and I enjoy working in creative and defensive mantles into certain builds when I can, but a lot of times, the Temporal or Rocksteady just feels so simple and so safe that it's really easy to use them and almost nothing else. I think these are probably 2 of the most convenient and casual items that the game has to offer, and I find that they straight up promote sloppy and reckless play styles. I'm 100% guilty of this. I use the Temporal Mantle a ton. At its best though, I think the Mantle system is a creative batch of extra tools that offers you some alternative playstyles and potent defensive options. The Evasion Mantle can incentivize someone to play with iframe rolling more. The Glider Mantle combined with the Clutch Claw can give you a kind of temporary pseudo-aerial style form of fighting a monster. The Health Preservation of the Vitality Mantle can be really effective against monsters like Vale that have a lot of area of effect chip damage abilities. The Waterproof Mantle can ignore the current shifts that Narmiel can subject you to. There's a lot of room here for creative playstyles and better access to solid defensive capabilities, but the worst that the mantles have to offer, I think, has the capacity to actually negatively impact a player's skill at the game. Next up, I want to briefly touch on the Palico Gadgets in the game. Your cat companions can gain access to several upgradable tools that can be pretty effective in battle. Barring status weaponry and tanking some hits for you, this is the main utility of the Palicos. I'd say that of all the many iterations of Palico support systems and mechanics, the gadgets in World are probably my favorite. There's a really solid grab bag of variety and utility in here, and it's cool to play around with every gadget and check out their mini upgrade tree that makes your Palico more effective as you play the game. Kind of like the Mantles though, there's a super duper comfy option with the Vigor Wasp healing. Your cat has basically 2 different ways to heal you for a really good chunk of your health. With one of them, he just airdrops it to you, and in Master Rank, he can actually give you a free revive on your first death, though the animation's got a ton of end lag and gives you barely any health back. Half the time, this revive just winds up killing you again. Still not great that there's a free revive mechanic though. Honestly, I think World would feel a chunk more challenging and satisfying if they just did away with the bounty of free healing options that it's got. I'm kind of finding that that's probably my least favorite part of this game as I'm writing the script. And part of that is that the super easy healing eclipses a number of way more interesting abilities that you could be using instead. If you pick the Choral Orchestra gadget, it basically provides you with a free hunting horn player that can buff your attack, your defense, and your affinity, and give you some really nice stun resistance. It can even use a concussive sound attack to give you free flinches on that monster for a little bit. The Plunder Blade expedites part grounding a little bit it and can even help you get some really rare rewards. It's a serrated tool that your Palico can use to hack off and steal monster parts with. The Shield Spire lets your Palico pull more attention away from you and makes him a much more tanky companion. The Flashfly Cage makes your Palico a trap master who can set off shock traps and flash pods. And the Meowitov Cocktail gives your cat a number of explosive damage options. I think my personal favorite is the Orchestra. It's nice to get a small collection of decent but not too overpowered buffs with consistent uptimes, and a couple of free flinches can be incredibly helpful in a tight situation. I rated on my cat for the majority of my second playthrough, and having 2 hunting horns for the price of 1 was really useful, but didn't feel particularly one-sided. I played around with pretty much all these gadgets in my original playthrough of World, and yeah, the Vigor Wasp is super convenient. It made my HUDless gameplay not absolute garbage for this video. I do think that as a whole, it's a really fun system that offers a lot of helpful extra tools. I can sometimes overlook the companion abilities in Monster Hunter, but I enjoyed leveling and toying around with the options provided here with the Palico Gadgets. And one extra mechanic to tack onto this section is the Tail Raider Signal. This is a device that you can unlock in Iceborne, and it's basically a free once per quest summon for allies in the environment. You'll get 1 local small monster and 1 local Linian to come to your aid in battle. Some of the Linians can even have their own versions of the Palico Gadget abilities. These allies will have their own progression bars that you can level up with repeated use, which boosts their survivability. You can gain access to these followers by doing quick optional missions for the Delinian tribes scattered throughout the different maps. I enjoy these missions a lot. They're very easy to complete and flush out the continent's world building by delving into some of the cultures of the local inhabitants. And once you befriend all the tribes, you'll gain access to their assistants, their gadgets, and leveling them up as helpers is a neat little bit of busy work that will very naturally and unobtrusively progress as you play. Like the Mantles, there's just one really effective safe option that unfortunately partially obscures a lot of extra super neat abilities, and I would definitely recommend toying around with this mechanic more if you haven't already. Next up, I'm going to talk about the Slinger. Now this bad boy, I don't have much of anything bad to say about. The Slinger is a super nice multi-tool generally used for firing small projectiles, and they managed to adapt it into a ton of different uses. First of all, the Slinger is the new deployment system for stones, sonic bombs, dunk pods, and flash bombs. You can slot these bad boys in, aim them, and fire them at your target. It is a snappier and more precise apparatus than simply hand-tossing these items like you typically do in the older games. You can also fire a capture net from the Slinger, which can be used to snag local endemic life and insects and put those bad boys in your house. On top of this, the environment and the monsters can also drop types of Slinger ammunition. Different ammo types have different ammo counts, effects, and utility. For stuff that occurs naturally on the ground, you have things like torch pods, which can be used to clear out effluvia and heat up Lavasioth's armor. Then there's stuff like puddle pods, which can strip the mud armor off of Baroth or Geratodus and clear out the fire pools left by Lunastra. Meanwhile, monsters can, via damage taken or from clutch claw attacks, drop things like dragon pods, which deal dragon damage and trigger the Elder Dragon dampening effects of Elder Seal. There's also bomb pods, which have a high chance of flinching a monster with their explosion, and there's things like thorn pods, which can be lodged in a monster and inflict stun damage. Your Slinger can hold 1 ammo type at a time and will drop whatever is in your Slinger whenever you pick up another type. Thankfully, this is not the case with Flash, Sonic, and Dung pods. They can be applied on top of naturally gathered Slinger ammo and won't replace it. The Slinger also serves as a limited-use grappling hook tool. It has 2 functions here. You can either tether yourself to wedge beetles for traversal purposes, and during a mount, if you are flung from a monster's back when they slam into a wall, you can tether yourself back onto it. I've talked about the wedge beetles before. They're an excellent way to assist in vertical scaling on maps that no longer have loading zones. I would say that the grappling hook on the mount is too forgiving. I mean, if you lose the mount, then you lose the mount, except I'm pretty sure this isn't actually a mechanic tied to failing a mount. It's more of like a little cinematic thing than an actual gameplay mechanic. If a monster throws you off from the force of slamming it onto a wall, but you still have your stamina, then you just zip back on. It's more just like a cool animation than an actual pass-fail type of thing, at least as far as I'm aware. Thirdly, the Slinger was given some additional combat utility for some weapons in Iceborne. For one thing, pretty much every weapon can fire the Slinger with the weapon drawn, so long as a certain button is held down. This is incredibly useful if you need to fire off a quick flint shot or a flash pod or trigger an environmental trap in a pinch when you can't sheath your weapon. And then, a healthy chunk of the weapon roster received new unique attacks and attributes tied directly to the Slinger. For some weapons, like the Greatsword and the Hammer, Slinger burst attacks can be used to shorten the wind-up of certain combos or charge attacks, while also having a decent chance of flinching a monster. Alternatively, the dual blades and switch axe can use Slinger burst attacks to perform evasive dodge maneuvers. Still, other weapons like the gun lance and bow can incorporate the use of Slinger ammunition into the use of special attacks. I'm sure you'll see in the gameplay that I forget about these moves a lot. I know, I don't play these weapons optimally, I'm sorry, but I do think it was really cool of Iceborne to take what was just a little multi-tool and broaden the usage of it into more the general combat. It makes the Slinger feel less like a novel little accessory and more like a thought-out part of the game, even if I forget about that aspect a lot. I'm a big fan of this little device. Though not every weapon got a new attack utilizing it, it's a convenient, multifaceted, useful, and crafty little device with a lot of application, and it's not terribly intrusive either. I feel like the Slinger grew into its own as World and Iceborne progressed, and I never found myself not appreciating what it brought to the table. It's also cool that when it was brought into more of the forefront, the developers thought up several different uses for it. Big attacks, counter shots, combo reducers, and evasive tactics. There's a ton of really solid creativity packed into the Slinger. But can all of those warm, fuzzy thoughts be said about the Slinger's little brother? The Clutch Claw is contentious. It's loud, it's very important, and it kinda knows that it's very important. Oh, sure, it can be a lot of fun, but it's very needy, very demanding. It insists upon itself. But at the same time, I'm not someone who's overtly in the camp of Clutch Claw bad. The Clutch Claw is Iceborne's big new idea. Basically, the team looked at the very limited grappling hook capabilities of the Slinger and said, what if we make that a whole mechanic on its own? So, with this Clutch Claw, you can latch onto different monster body parts and attack those parts in an attempt to create Slinger ammo or soften those body parts into temporary weak points for the monster. About half the weapons can create these tenderized weak points with one single successful tenderizing attack. These are typically the heavier, slower weapons. Most weapons need to successfully perform this attack twice on the same body part to create said weak point. Or, those weapons need to successfully pull off a Clutch Claw attack in the midst of their combos to pull off the tenderization in one singular attack. For weapons like this, their first tenderizing attack will instead drop Slinger ammo. A number of the weapons who drop Slinger ammo in this way actually use the Slinger in their combat, as described in the previous section. This is why the gun lance is classified as a light weapon and drops Slinger ammo after a tenderizing attack. It needs that fuel to utilize its Wormstake blast ability. You do have to be careful though. If a monster uses an attack with the body part you're attached to, you're gonna get thrown off and take a lot of damage. The attack animations can take a while to perform as well. Additionally, if you're grappled to a monster's head, you can smack it and then turn it 90 degrees. You can then discharge your entire Slinger into the monster's head to send it careening into a wall, out of the sky, or into another monster. You can turn a monster like this up to 3 times, and after that third turn, it will automatically become enraged. An enraged monster cannot be thrown by the Clutch Claw. Also, sometimes flinching a monster will send them reeling into an exhausted posture where they can be Clutch Clawed to automatically, granting you a free tenderizing attack. Additionally, there's a collection of weapons who had the Clutch Claw incorporated into their moveset. However, this is even more scarce than weapons who had Slinger implementation in their kits. The nice thing about the Clutch Claw being added into the attacks of some weapons is that it's mostly added to weapons who need to pull off 2 attacks to properly tenderize a part. The Insect Glaive can fire off the claw in the midst of its air combos, and the Sword and Shield can perform a grappling uppercut to grab onto monsters out of a roll. There are a few weapons like the Switch Axe, which can grapple out of an elemental discharge, and the Lance, which can grapple counter off a certain block, that can get a full tenderize in a single hit either way. It's very nice that a few of the weapons that need to pull off more Clutch Claw attacks to create the weak point have the ability to go for these tenderizing attacks mid-combo, though I find the distribution of this ability very oddly placed. I feel like it would make more sense if all the weapons who need to perform 2 consecutive tenderizing attacks had the ability to weave the Clutch Claw into their combat. And as much as I adore the Lance counter guard grapple, I'm not sure why the ability to Clutch Claw in an attack was given to some weapons who only need to land 1 tenderizing move to create a weak point. Now, all this stuff so far, I kinda like. You need to attach yourself to a monster and choose a place and time time where you can safely pull off a very long animation, and the reward is a temporary weak spot. Alternatively, you can latch yourself onto the head of a monster, which it's going to use to attack pretty often, in an attempt to toss it for a really big knockdown, and there is a built-in system to prevent that ability from being abused. There's some skill to that. If you're trying to tenderize a monster's body part, you have to choose your battles pretty well. Some of the more relentless monsters will give you very few openings to hit their head. Typically, what you want to do is clutch claw onto a monster while they're in the middle of an attack animation that is not using the body part that you want to target. You can abuse those committed frames to more easily pull off the attack. The rage mode lockout of the throw move and the fact that doing a throw accelerates a monster towards rage balances out this incredibly powerful ability to get a guaranteed knockdown, and the ability to flinch a monster into a free clutch claw attack grants you some leniency and consistency with the mechanic that you may not always get depending on the monster that you're fighting. Savage Devil Joe comes to mind as one monster that is incredibly difficult to clutch claw without this staggered stance. There's some planning that needs to go into using the clutch claw. You could potentially take a lot of damage if you use it unwisely. You need good positioning to use its most powerful ability. That free knockdown has a contingency to prevent its abuse. There's some skill and proper timing needed to weaken the parts that you want to weaken. At least in theory. Sometimes you can be thrown off of a monster by attacks that feel like they have nothing to do with the body part you're attacking, and some monsters that are hyper-aggressive can be flinched pretty easy, which allows you to still be able to get consistent tenderizing attacks against them. Also, Capcom wisely buffed the clutch claw later on in the game's lifespan, letting the tenderized weak spots last for 3 minutes as opposed to the original 90 seconds, reducing the need to endlessly spam the claw for consistent damage. On paper, and sometimes in execution, this is a pretty nuanced system with its own gives and takes and strategizing needed to use it efficiently. The problems with the clutch claw lie in what exists around the clutch claw and what the clutch claw caused. To put it simply, the clutch claw is very potent. It has built-in weaknesses for sure, but it is an extremely effective tool. The problem is twofold. One, the developers didn't merely make the clutch claw powerful, they made not using it less effective than it normally would have been. 2, World gives you a lot of tools that bypass or take advantage of the clutch claw's weaknesses and contingencies. Understanding these 2 points is so important that the clutch claw immediately becomes extremely demanding when it comes to the gameplay loop of Iceborne and set building within it. First point, successfully tenderizing a body part makes that area a drastically better hit zone. You are missing out on a lot of damage if you are not attacking a softened part. This is partially due to the tenderizing mechanic's numerical effects, and partially due to the fact that developers made the regular hit zone values of the monsters worse to incentivize you to use the clutch claw. Tenderizing works with a pretty simple equation. You subtract the original hit zone value from 100, divide that by 4, and then add the original hit zone value to the result. So, say a monster's wing has a hit zone of 30, meaning the wing will take 30% of the damage the attack would normally deal. Tenderizing that wing will give it a hit zone of 47.5. That means your weapon went from doing less than a third of its damage to almost half. Also, since the hit zone is better than 45, you can now activate the weakness exploit scale by hitting this spot, something you could not have done otherwise. Not only did the developers make the monster's regular hit zones worse to incentivize using the clutch claw, but they changed how the weakness exploit skill worked. In base game world, max level weakness exploit increases your critical hit chance by 50% when hitting a weak enough spot, that being a hit zone with a value of 45 or higher. Iceborne changed this so that you're only getting 30% affinity unless you're hitting a tenderized part, which then gives you the full 50% that the original version of the skill gave you. And remember that Iceborne generally has worse hit zones for monsters than base game world, so even if you're not tenderizing, there's not a lot of hit zones in that game that start at a base level of 45, so you're probably not even gonna get weakness exploit to even activate in the first place if you're not tenderizing. The way this math pans out means that refusing to tenderize monster parts results in our damage being much lower than it should be, and one of the best skills in the game not functioning properly. This is how the clutch claw insists upon itself. The developers made it incredibly inconvenient to not use it, so you want to use the clutch claw. It is an actively bad idea to not use the Clutch Claw. You need to be consistent with this thing if you want to optimize your damage. But didn't we just talk about how sometimes being consistent with the Clutch Claw requires some precision and timing and effective execution in order to properly utilize it? Not if you're running the Temporal or Rocksteady Mantle, it's not. These two tools were already ridiculously safe on their own, but they basically give you free tenderizes on borderline every monster in the game, barring sometimes a Latreon and Arch-Tempered Velkhana. If the monster's attacking with the body part you want to tenderize, who cares? Slap on the mantle, jump on the thing's face, expend a few charges on the mantle to super armor through the attack, and get the tenderize pretty much completely for free. May as well get the rest of them while you're at it too. All that combat nuance I just praised about the claw, gone. Bye-bye. But wait, there's more. Remember the pretty cool mechanic I mentioned where you can throw monsters into walls with the Clutch Claw, but doing so accelerates you towards the monster enraging, and rage locks you out of the throw? That's kind of neat, right? Except there's a skill in the game that jacks up your attack and critical chance when a monster is enraged, and the Clutch Claw basically just gives you the ability to force monsters into rage in the opening 15 seconds of the hunt. And there's a really easy way to maximize Agitator to its highest potential. It's called wearing 2 pieces of Fatalis armor, which unlocks the maximum capacity of the skills that would typically need a specific set bonus to be unlocked, wearing a maxed out Agitator charm, and then slotting in the last 2 levels of Agitator on decorations particularly easily. So unless you're a speedrunner, guess what you're probably going to be running in the solid majority of your endgame hunts in Iceborne? 2 pieces of Fatalis armor, 1 or both of the Temporal or Rocksteady Mantle, full Agitator, and full Weakness Exploit. You will very likely open up a hunt by slapping on a mantle, freely grappling to a monster, turning it 3 times to force rage, tossing it into a wall or hopping off, and then going from there. Using the mantle, you then get the tenderizes that you need. You will very likely be doing this a lot in Iceborne. Now, yes, once again, I know you don't have to participate in this loop. I know there are other options available to you. I know that you can opt out of whichever mechanics you want. I know that super optimal gameplay doesn't necessarily use this loop exactly. I know that not everybody is a speedrunner. I know that there's different mechanics and formulas for different matchups with different weapons on different monsters. I know, I get it, but you have to admit that's a powerful synergy of abilities, right? You have to admit that there's a lot of very easy bypasses to certain challenges and nuances that the game wants to provide you in order for you to activate very strong skills basically for free. You can recognize how this can create at least some degree of build and combat strangulation, right? You can understand why someone would be burnt out on the Clutch Claw due to the fact that there is an extremely repetitive and easy way to very quickly maximize its output in a robotically simple process. You can understand why some people think this thing is super intrusive, demanding, and attention-grabbing, yeah? You can understand that some people are peeved that the developers nerfed a bunch of numbers to railroad you into using this thing. I think the Clutch Claw is a victim of feature creep in Iceborne. There's a lot of really fun tools spread throughout this game that individually have their own nuances and levels of creativity that warrant exploration and experimentation. But I have a feeling that the developers either underestimated or failed to comprehend the long-term effects of how all these tools stack together and would synergize. I've talked a lot about these systems in World that I really like and how they can kind of get cannibalized by very blatant comfy options. The Clutch Claw, I find, really ties a bow on this issue because it's a heavily pushed mechanic that can dramatically improve your damage output, made easier via backing from some of the aforementioned comfort tools. So a counterpoint that would likely pop up is, in a game like this, there is always going to be a most powerful option, a way to optimize the fun out of the game. These things will always exist in a game like Monster Hunter, and you can always have the choice to participate or not. It's not the game's fault that you robotically abused its systems to the point where you no longer had fun. That is very fair, and I agree with you on a level of of principle. My buddy Austin, who played Monster Hunter with me on stream for the first time recently, certainly didn't play in that robotic manner. He loves the Clutch Claw. If he watched this video and listened to this section, he would probably say that anyone who played as I described all the time for every single hunt is a no fun having bum. What I hope I properly illustrated to you is how blatantly simple and effective this combination of tools, skills, and approaches, how brain dead easy it is to take advantage of these mechanics, how the game punishes you for not using them, and how this amalgamation of issues cannibalizes aspects of these mechanics that I find fun. I made sure to praise the intricacies that do exist with the Clutch Claw and the Mantles and the skill system in order to illustrate to you why I find it unfortunate that they can be smashed together into a concoction that ignores a lot of what makes these mechanics fun individually. Yes, I agree with the principle that optimizing the fun out of the game is down to a player's choice. Yes, I see the logic in the statement that this kind of issue will almost always manifest itself in a game like Monster Hunter. Yes, I think that to a certain degree, if you enslave yourself to the most viable option and or simple option, some of your lack of fun is your fault. But I find that there are specific issues with the Clutch Claw and the things surrounding it that exacerbates the existence of gameplay optimization issues in a game like Monster Hunter. And I think this is my biggest issue with Monster Hunter World on an objective level. The comfort that the safest options within these gimmicks and mechanic systems allow for stacks way too well with one another. I'm not opposed to there being new gimmicks in Monster Hunter. It's great that the series likes to evolve and not repeat itself too much. I don't want this to be like COD, where every single game is the same. I like pretty much every single Monster Hunter gimmick, at least in a vacuum. The World and Iceborne ones too. I had very good things to say about all of the gimmicks in World and Iceborne individually, but this game has like 4 or 5 of them put together. I don't think it needed that many, and I'm sure the developers understood how they worked in tandem to some extent. They made the game and play tested it, but I think some oversights and overtly bad choices, like the hit zone nerfs especially, created some issues that resulted in more railroading towards the gimmick than most Monster Hunter games usually deal with. And that sucks for a game like Monster Hunter, which prides itself on having a ton of available and customizable playstyles, and it sucks for a game like World and Iceborne that has one of the biggest arrays of biggest playstyles and customization abilities. And things like the gadgets, the mantles, the slinger, and the clutch claw were supposed to and 100% can broaden those playstyle options. That is typically how I play. On a subjective level, even though I can occasionally find myself picking the convenient options for expediency's sake, I've had a blast noodling around with all of these tools and contraptions and just kind of seeing what I can make out of them. There's so many times in this game where I'll do something along the lines of, say, baiting out a Rathian's tail backflip so that I can exploit those frames to clutch claw under her head and weaken it, only to then hop off and throw on the evasion mantle because I know her moves really well and I want to practice getting some damage increases with iframes off of her. And then my Palico is using the choral orchestra to buff my stats a little extra bit, all while I'm using some, I don't know, roughshod lance build that I slapped together in like an hour. That's a lot of fun for me. I generally really enjoy playing World and Iceborne because it lets me do really cool shit like that. And there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that that is what the developers intended. How I play World is probably pretty close to how they hoped people were going to play it, but that doesn't mean that there aren't these fundamental issues in how the game is designed, and I have to be honest about that. Now, my biggest issue with World on a subjective level, it's totally the slap-on part weapon designs. I know, I'm being very daring and bold for this take. I'm a real trendsetter here. These designs don't actually affect the game on a gameplay level, but come on, dude, they look awful. They tried going for like a realism thing where you're actually like, attaching monster parts to real bone and iron weapons. There's this theory that you were supposed to build these weapons into the more fantastical designs that Monster Hunter is known for, but they just never finished this, and they didn't rectify that issue in Iceborne either. And a lot of weapons just straight up ignored this idea like completely. It was a dumbass, stupid idea. So stupid that they actually had to affirm that this wasn't gonna be an issue in Wild. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't have anywhere else in the script to bitch about how bad the horrible slap-on weapons look. They weren't getting into their own timestamp, and this was a pretty heavy section, so I kind of wanted to just end this with a joke. All right, we're gonna swap into the endgame stuff. We're gonna talk about tempered monsters next. All right, cool. So, the tempered monsters are what's going to make up the bulk of your endgame in both base game world and in Iceborne. And the thing about tempered monsters is that, well, they're kinda just too mid to have a super strong opinion on. I touched on how they function a little while earlier. The only real difference between a tempered monster and a regular monster is that the tempered version's model is shaded a little bit darker, it gains an attack increase, and its maximum health is buffed by about 15 to 20% depending on the monster and the quest type. That's about it. That's tempered monsters, at least on a mechanical level. They don't have a damage point minigame, there's no scaling quest system, there's no new moves or altered properties, just a noticeable but not really heinous number bump. I mean, at least it's not an over-designed system. I don't hate Sunbreak's Anomaly Quest, but that system has a ton of little baked-in mechanics that resulted in a bit of a pacing issue with the endgame overall in that one. The most interesting thing about the tempered monsters is probably the rewards. Tempered monster investigations are really good for farming decorations, which gives them solid utility as individual quest targets. Tempered monsters also grant you important materials for endgame charm and weapon upgrades, and their Guiding Lance fights will drop materials that can be used for weapon augments. They also drop their materials and decorations in fairly generous quantities, so it's nice that you're not really getting nickeled and dimed by each tempered monster individually. The most important thing to know is that tempered monsters operate on 3 different tiers, sorted by monster difficulty, and there's a couple of monsters at the very bottom of the difficulty tier that don't have tempered forms in the slightest. We'll call them like tier 0 monsters. The tier 3 monsters drop the best upgrade materials and decorations, so you're going to be fighting predominantly Elder Dragons and Elder Dragon level monsters like Deviljho Rajang and Basilgeuse during the end game grind. I suppose the worst thing about this system is that the tier 3 monsters are just so much more valuable individually that you're going to be fighting the lower rungs of the roster very infrequently, which results in a lot of the early to mid game monsters being particularly underutilized in the end of Iceborne. I said earlier, but I'll reiterate, the nicest thing about tempered monsters is that their progression doesn't scale, and the scaling that they do have is not horrible. So in order to get the really nice weapon augment materials, you don't have to min-max if you don't want to. You might get like, say, 13 and 15 minute clear times with only a decent set, but that's not the end of the world. It's a perfectly okay, pretty inoffensive, enormously simple endgame loop. You fight the really cool monsters in World and Iceborne, but they're a little stronger. I'd say their damage stats are a bit more comparable to those of old Monster Hunter games, perhaps. I think that they're fine. It's the most middle of the line, perfectly okay monster endgame system that they've ever done, though it's also definitely the least mechanically interesting of all the amped up monster endgames that I've ever seen. I suppose this is a good enough time to talk about the arch-tempered monsters. They're not as baked into the endgame as the standard tempered ones. These are kind of just endgame challenge super bosses. Some of these guys are kind of neat, most of them are kind of lame. The arch-tempered Elder Dragons were super endgame post-launch challenge fights that could reward you with some fairly powerful Gamma armor sets. The Gamma sets are pretty straightforward. You fight the monster, say like 5 times, you get a good armor set out of them. There's no never-ending loop, though the AT monsters can reliably drop some of the endgame level upgrade materials, so there's some reason to go back and fight them more than just their armor. The majority of these arch-tempered monsters are basically master rank statistics on Elder Dragons that are fought in high rank, or super amped stats on master rank Elder Dragons. Sometimes the monster would get a new attack or have its passive ability amplified, but for the most part, they're really just super tanky, hard-hitting monsters that you've already been fighting a ton of times. Now, when they actually bothered to change up the arch-tempered fights, they made them pretty good. AT Zora Magdros has its health upscaled and its timer decreased to incentivize tighter gameplay and better execution of its siege mechanics needed to repel tell him. AT Xeno'jiiva is a far more engaging and oppressive battle, if a little spammy with the Fire Ground ability. He strings his moves together far better, skips the meandering first phase, and spends far less time idling around not attacking you. AT Nergigante is an incredibly fun, brutally aggressive, and yet still very fair form of what was already an excellent fight. And AT Velkhana is one of the best fights in the game, due to the fact that it damn near perfectly matches the top speed that hunters have access to in Iceborne, and has some ability to counter the laziness of the Temporal Mantle. When they actually tried to make them interesting, the ATs are some of the best experiences that the entire game has to offer, but things like AT Teostra, Lunastra, Kirin, Valhazak, and Namiel are just kind of basically nothing burger inflated fights, and AT Kashala is one of the most atrocious things in the entire game. It's so annoying that players would just spam flash pods so that he would stay on the ground. So the developers decided to just ruin flash pods forever. Thanks, dick! Sticking with the endgame content of Iceborne, let's talk about the Guiding Lands. We'll touch on the weapon augment system a bit as well, since the two are intrinsically linked. I'll talk about the map itself in more depth later, but long story short, the Guiding Lands is a gigantic hunting ground composed of the biomes of every single other map in the game. So naturally, you can fight just about every monster here. It's one big, endless hunting ground where you and your buddies can relentlessly slaughter animals to your heart's content, and there's very little need to go off to another map. The Guiding Lands is a sort of expansion on the expedition quests that you had access to since base game world. These are also endless huntathon quests with no set goal, life count, or time parameters, but they're sequestered to individual maps and that map's respective monsters. The Guiding Lands is a giant melting pot version of the same concept. The main draw here is that monsters will drop and can be carved for unique materials that are used for the weapon augment system, as well as some other stuff like layered armor sets. The Guiding Lands are pretty nice about handing these unique drops over to you as well. Most flinches, part breaks, and wall throws will drop shinies with Guiding Lands materials, and carves will grant you these as well. What's also nice is that the Melder will allow you to convert some Guiding Lands parts into others if you have excess of one and not enough of another. This mechanic comes in handy because you're predominantly going to be grinding tempered monsters out in the Guiding Lands. Tempered and non-tempered monsters each have their own different materials, and since you're going to want to focus the tempered monsters for their better rewards, the Melder provides you with a way to downscale some of your materials into non-tempered versions of themselves, or into the parts of lower tiered tempered monsters. Basically, the developers know that you're going to want to focus fire the tempered elder dragons in the gameplay, so they give you the tools to turn their materials into lower level stuff, since you'll be farming the lower tier monsters a lot less. Do bear in mind that you need to have attained a material at least once to unlock the ability to meld for it. So even if you're going to be focusing on hunting tempered elder dragons, you should make an attempt to hunt the tempered and non-tempered version of every monster at least once. The Guiding Lands has a bit of an odd setup that makes grinding for specific monsters a little bit of a hassle though. Every region has its own level that goes from 1 to 7. The more monsters you slay or resources you gather in a specific zone, the higher that level in that region is going to increase, and other regions are going to start to decrease in level. You can have up to 3 areas at a maximum of level 7, and the rest will all be settling at level 1 if that's the case. Thankfully, the game seems coded to recognize which 3 areas you're prioritizing and won't let the upgraded levels interfere with each other's progress all that much. So the issue here is that you, the individual, can only have access to 3 biomes of top tier monsters at a time. This was absolutely developed to encourage teamwork. Basically, you work with other hunters who have prioritized leveling biomes that you haven't leveled, and you hunt together to get all the materials that everyone needs. Now, I certainly don't mind there being structures in Monster Hunter that encourage multiplayer. I enjoy things like sieges and the rampages for that reason, but I find that the point of an all Monster Huntathon super map is a bit diminished when it puts this hefty restriction on what you can and can't hunt at what time. And those restrictions get way worse if you're playing by yourself. If you don't have at least one consistent hunting buddy who has the opposite biomes leveled, you're going to have to waste time resetting your levels to farm materials from a monster that can only be found in a zone that you don't hunt in. This was especially obnoxious when Iceborne first came out, but thankfully there has been a list of features at release and in post-launch updates that have made searching for more specific monsters a bit easier. First of all, you can, through hunting and melding, earn lures for certain monsters. If you don't want to rely on RNG in the Guiding Lands to give you the monster that you need, you can meld for an item that will force spawn that monster. You can spawn any monster so long as you have a lure for it, even if the biome is at too low a level to typically spawn that monster. However, if the biome is at a high enough level to spawn the tempered version of the monster, it will be the tempered version that spawns instead of the normal one. This is the cleanest and most consistent way to hunt the monsters that you need to hunt for to get the upgrade materials that you want. Lures aren't even particularly expensive either. Just by participating in Guiding Lands hunts, you'll get a ton of these Dragon Vein and Spirit Vein bones. You can toss those into the melder by the bucketful and make a whole bunch of lures. You'll also earn a lot of random lures just by hunting and tracking and playing the game out in the Guiding Lands. The only thing that makes this system not 100% convenient is that you need to have the regions at specific levels if you want tempered monsters to show up and drop their specific parts. You also have some limited ability to manually manipulate the levels of your Guiding Land zones. If you have your Guiding Lands biomes at levels that you want to keep them at and you don't want to have to keep rebalancing them over and over and over again, you can lock your levels in place. And if you ever need to bring down one zone in order to hunt in a lower tier monster or build another biome up easier, you can manually decrease the level of any biome at any time. You can't manually increase levels like this though. That needs to be done by hunting. I find that these level manipulation tools are most useful if you're trying to find tier 1 or 2 level tempered monsters. Locking your regions in place and scaling them down a bit can help prevent your Guiding Lands from being flooded by tempered elder dragons. Also, if you want to hunt mostly non-tempered monsters, you can forcibly keep your biomes from hitting a level where they would spawn. The thing one needs to realize about the Guiding Lands is that it's a system that is designed to feed into itself. The more and more you hunt, over and over and over, the more materials you have access to that you can send back into the system. If you understand how to play the game, you can recycle stacks of materials gathered throughout your hunts and turn them into lures and into augments and other materials that you haven't grinded for. There's a lot of nice convenience tools here, and the melder is incredibly important to maximize your usage of the Guiding Lands, especially in Iceborne's post-launch state. But the Guiding Lands is still messy. Things like the leveling system for the Guiding Lands, how you can only have so many regions at max level, how having a region at a set level alters the spawn rates of certain monsters, and the fact that you can lock yourself out of hunting non-tempered monsters at certain levels results in you having some blockage and obstacles towards focusing the monsters and materials that you really want. I find that the biome leveling system needlessly overcomplicates how the Guiding Lands functions. What I think created this issue in the first place is how the augment system works. Augmenting a weapon means using Guiding Lands materials to improve the weapon statistics beyond what its upgrade tree can usually boost it to. You have control over how these stats change. The augments themselves aren't particularly interesting. You increase the weapon's raw attack, defense, sharpness, decoration slots, affinity, or elemental and status values. The only pretty cool option that augmenting gives you is to make it so that landing your hits with your weapon gives you some health back. It rewards playing smart yet aggressive and keeping your weapon drawn instead of sheathing to heal with an item. Every augment takes up a certain amount of slots, and you can use Guiding Lands materials to increase the amount of slots that you have access to. The way things are set up, weapons of the same rarity have the exact same material costs for their augments. So, if you want to put an attack augment on a Ruiner Nergigante lance, it'll cost the exact same materials as putting an attack augment on a Fatalis hunting horn, since they are both rarity 12 weapons. Weapons that max out at rarity 10 or 11 have their costs shared as well. Since these are weaker weapons, they require materials from easier monsters to fully max out. This kind of takes some fun out of the Guiding Lands. You're mostly going to be wanting to augment your rarity 12 weapons since they usually have the best overall numbers. Each weapon's obviously different and may need some slightly different augments to really max out their respective numbers, but a lot of the time you're going to want those health regeneration augments. Attack and crit are often very necessary as well. Sharpness and element augments are super weapon dependent, and defense and slot augments are very rarely used. So you're going to be putting a lot of the same augments on a number of different weapons, and it's very likely that those augments are going to have the exact same costs, meaning that despite having this huge selection and buffet of monsters to fight at all times, you're going to be luring out the same monsters a lot. If you want those health augments on your rarity 12s, and you do want those health augments on virtually every single rarity 12 weapon that you're going to be augmenting, you are going to be fighting a lot of Tempered Namiel and regular Zinogre. I know that Sunbreak came out after Iceborne, but I think it's worth doing a little bit of a comparison. Yes, in Sunbreak's endgame, augmenting weapons also needed some parts for specific monsters to get the higher tier augments. I think some specific item requirements like this are sensible because the developers don't want you to only grinding the easiest monsters over and over and over to mass produce resources. But the nice thing about Sunbreak is that a good chunk of the cost of the weapon augments, and I think pretty much the entire cost of the charm system, was any afflicted part that you want. Whatever you have in excess stock, you can throw into the vat, with some specific costs to ensure that you've actually earned these top level boosts. The anomaly system doesn't feel like it punishes me nearly as much as the Guiding Lands does for fun hunting whatever afflicted monsters I want and building up a reward stockpile, because a huge chunk of my upgrade payments come from cherry picking whatever I want out of that stockpile. Augments from the Guiding Lands are far more restraining in their costs. Yes, the lures and the melder allow for some ability to transform some parts into others, and to more conveniently hunt for certain things. But if you have these hyper-specific and very repetitive material costs, doesn't it make the most sense to repetitively go hunting for those monsters over and over and over and over? Also, the item melding is really only there to scale down your parts. So if your goal is Tempered Elder Dragon materials, there's nothing higher on the totem pole to scale down into those parts. There's nothing you can turn into Tempered Elder materials. You have to go fight them if you want their stuff, and you'll need to fight a lot of them because Rarity 12 weapons need parts from Tempered Tier 3 monsters for their augments right from the jump. And like I said earlier, you're highly likely to be focusing solely on Rarity 12 weapons. I think the Guiding Lands has a little bit of an identity crisis. It is designed to be this randomly generated, infinite hunting ground where you and your friends can battle forever and amass this gigantic stockpile of rewards that you can then melt down into augments and layered gear and lure to go make other stuff and fight other monsters with. It's this big whirling cycle of free hunting and recycling over and over and over and over without the hassle of endlessly loading into and out of quests. But if you really want to get the best upgrades for the best weapons, that free hunting is an active detriment to your progress. You need to focus on a select group of the same monsters over and over and over and over if you have any hope of getting multiple weapons in a tip-top shape. I chiefly blame the fact that the developers didn't think to price the weapon augments in a way that incentivized hunting lots of different monsters for the issues with the Guiding Lands as a whole. If it wasn't for the fact that you constantly need to hunt the same monsters to get the same augments, then I don't think the Guiding Lands would have needed its convoluted leveling system and all of its caveats and control options. I believe that overspecified augment material costs resulted in a domino effect of mechanical sludge that made the loop a chore to manage, especially if you play solo. I'd suggest a few ways to make the system better, but as I was saying earlier, they kinda already did it. Sunbreak makes endgame fun hunting much more viable and doesn't actively punish you for straying from a hard set group of the same 5 or 6 monsters. The anomaly quest system has problems too, for sure, and it doesn't toss out specific material costs, but it does a far better job at rewarding you for hunting a ton of different monsters than the Guiding Lands does, which is a map that markets itself on letting you hunt every monster. Yeah, the Guiding Lands makes for a flawed endgame loop for sure. Its biggest issue mostly lies in how its augment system works and how repetitive its material costs are. If they just made it more rewarding to diversify your targets, allowing you to get a lot of bang for your buck while passively fun hunting, then the idea of a giant, endless, multi-biome hunting ground would be a really sick idea and not just kind of a novelty. The very inexpensive and spammable lures, as well as melding for lower materials, does a good bit of work preventing the Guiding Lands from being a hyper-repetitive slog, but those features don't completely erase the problem. I think if the developers can get an endgame system together that works in a big, seamless, and endless hunting ground system like the Guiding Lands, as well as upgrade materials that can be used in unspecific bulks to upgrade weapons like in Sunbreak, you might have a pretty solid endgame loop on your hands. And then, semi-related to endgame gear, let's cover the siege mechanics next. So, siege monsters are a bit of an evolution on some of the classic giant monster fights that you'd have expected in the older Monster Hunter games. These big, lumbering, passively destructive giants that have so much health and are so gargantuan that you often need a team of several hunters and lots of heavy weaponry to take them down. Monsters like Lao Shen Lung, Shen Guren, Sideus, and the Morans. These guys are designed as spectacle battles as well as major multiplayer attractions. Now, World did have a monster in Zora Magdaros who matched the pace, heavy weapons use, and sheer scale of those classic giant monster fights. But it was Kulve Taroth and Safi Jiva that took these big lumbering colossus battles, downsized these monsters, upped the spectacle, improved the gameplay, added in multiple extra phases, scaled their health for multiplayer only, gave them a mechanic that had their health carry over from one quest to another, and gave them RNG weapon grind mechanics as a reward for completion. The general loop of the siege was to hit these different reward tiers by completing a variety of tasks before the monster was defeated or slain. This mostly consists of getting all of the monster's part breaks. Kulve Taroth also has a tedious opening section in her siege, where she doesn't engage in combat for a while and you have to collect her tracks and gold armor chippings to complete some of her reward tiers. This first phase of Kulve Taroth is the closest these two sieges get to the big, slow, lumbering, passive siege battles of the past. For the most part, though, these are pretty engaging duels where you have to wound limbs, damage wings, destroy horns, shatter gold plating, bit by bit, piece by piece, dealing the best damage that you can. The more tasks you complete, the better your stack of rewards once the siege is over. The rewards are what we care about the most in this section, but we'll cover a few other aspects of the sieges first. The coolest thing about these two quests is that they make use of the game's 16-player hubs. When a siege is started, it creates a singular instance of the siege for the whole server. When people in the hub post and join quests related to the siege, they are all engaging on the same reward and health pool. Everybody in the same hub contributes and benefits. This can make part break farming much simpler, in the scenario that your whole server is communicating. You can have individual hunting teams use specific damage types to focus fire on specific body parts. For example, the wings of Safi Jiva have horrible hit zones for anything except gunner weapons. So you could send a team of hunters with gunner weapons to specifically try and snap his wings. Perhaps that's a little bit easier said than done on that level of communication, but it is certainly possible. It also certainly is not mandatory. If you have a whole server running a raid, you'll probably be able to drop Safi and Kulve in 2 runs apiece, possibly 1 if you're really good. If you're running a team of 4, you'll probably beat them in 2 or 3 runs. If you're running a group of 4, the coordination is a lot easier. You'll just have to prioritize different parts on different runs. I would not recommend running these sieges in single player. These two are absolutely designed for multiplayer and do not have dynamic health scaling. These are multiplayer fights. I will be consistent with my take on the rampages and say that I still do not mind that Monster Hunter, a series conceptualized to be a multiplayer game, has a mechanic that is very heavily multiplayer focused. That being said, the rampages still allow you to win when playing by yourself, and the traditional 2 sieges in World do not. If you are solo only, you're not beating these sieges as they're traditionally presented. Thankfully, the developers eventually added single-player options for both Kulve Taroth and Safi Jiva. Safi's solo event quest popped up a couple months after the original siege dropped, but Kulve Taroth, who was introduced in base game World, did not get her solo fight to upgrade her gear until towards the end of Iceborne. If a mechanic like this is ever brought back, I think the solo versions should arrive within a few weeks of the siege being available. So let's talk about the gear grind that comes with these fights. This is why you're going to be engaging in battles with these 2 big bosses a lot. Also, they have pretty good armor sets. Safi and Kulve each have a table of weapon rewards that contains 1 of every element and status for every weapon. There's a lot of weapons to sift through with these 2. Kulve Taroth has some of the best elemental weapons in the game, and Safi Jiva has the most customizable weapons in the game, which are potentially comparable in power to some of the best weapons that the game has to offer. The problem with Kulve Taroth's gear is that her weapon rewards table is completely randomized and you have no control over it. If there is a specific weapon that you're looking for, it's entirely up to God whether or not you get it. But whatever you do get offer is quite likely the best option for that element and that weapon. This is more so an issue in base World than it is in Iceborne. World had pretty bad element distribution amongst its monsters, and some weapons just didn't have good options for certain elements. So Kulve Taroth showed up and filled in all those gaps, but the drops were, again, completely random. In Iceborne, the distribution of elements is much better, and most weapons have a solid option that aren't Kulve for every element. It's for this reason that I'm fairly forgiving that some of the best element weapons are tied to RNG. In a lot of cases, if you can't get the Taroth weapon that you really want, there's still a perfectly good option available to you, and you really won't miss out on that much damage. There's still a couple of gaps in that logic though. With Safi'jiiva, they wisely made it so that you are guaranteed at least one weapon drop of the weapon that you used when you slayed him. This makes specific weapon farming off of Safi'jiiva much easier. You will get the weapon that you're looking for eventually. It might take you 3, maybe 4 runs to get what you're going for, but that's about it. Call of Taroth could go for way longer if you were unlucky. And that's about it. His RNG comes down to his weapons customization. You can pump these items called Dracolite into Safi's weapons, and then you'll roll on a table of buffs. Every time you re-roll the buffs, the weapon will store potential and give you the potential of getting better buffs. Every time you re-roll the buffs, the weapon will store its potential and give you some stronger buffs on the next roll. When you choose to store a buff that you're given, the table will then reset back to 1. You can choose to trade out a weaker buff with a higher version of itself, and you can stack the same kind of stat buff on top of each other. The coolest thing about Safi'jiiva weapons by far is that you can equip them with monster armor set bonuses. You can make some otherwise impossible set bonus combinations, transforming these weapons into essentially a 6th armor piece. This is super cool, and the potential for these combos is awesome. And the RNG on Safi's weapons is usually pretty kind. The game can usually tell what stats you're prioritizing, and will then start to feed you enhanced versions of the stat increases that you were already choosing, and pushing you more in the direction that you're indicating that you want to go. Getting the set bonus you want is probably the buff that will take you the longest to find. If you watched my world live streams, you will know that I maxed out the potential of a hunting horn I was trying to get Teostra set bonus on, and I drove myself mad trying to get it and had to reset the potential table to finally get it. So, Safi's weapons are usually pretty nice, but not all the time. Safi's RNG will skew in your favor, which makes it much better constructed than Call of Taroth's RNG, even though Safi's weapons are more complex. Also, Safi weapons, at least with Iceborne completed, do not make for the best weapons in the game. They are competitive with Fatalis and Raging Brachydios for potential raw damage, and they are competitive with Call of Taroth and some other monsters for element, depending on how you want to build your weapons. But with the Safi weapons, you don't have to put in a ton of grinding and suffer through a ton of RNG to get weapons that are clearly far and away better than everything else in the game. That's not an issue with these weapons. So Safi's weapons are at their best when they're experimenting with niche and otherwise impossible set bonus combos. Their biggest issue is that investing into any one Safi'jiiva weapon is fairly expensive on your Dracolite, and if you have a couple of ideas for builds with them, it's gonna take you a couple of runs to get all of those weapons where you want them to be. With Kolv, you get your weapon and then you're done. Nothing beyond that. There's just no control behind what you get. I like the sieges overall. The RNG doesn't particularly bother me all that much, because even if I really wanted to min-max my armor sets, then yeah, the Call of Taroth RNG is a bit annoying, but there's almost always going to be an on-par, if maybe slightly worse replacement for pretty much all of her weapons. In most cases, you don't need Call of Taroth in order to be elementally viable, but she will often give you a slightly better option. And Safi needs a fair bit of investment, but the RNG will usually skew in your favor, and it's better for making unique sets than it is for making the best gear in the game. We're not talking about this aspect yet, but I also really enjoy both of the fights. Save for Phase 1 Call of Taroth. I like mechanics in Monster Hunter that are built around multiplayer, teamwork, and huge spectacle, though I do think the single-player versions of these fights took way too long to show up. I find the battles enjoyable to run several times in a row. If sieges ever do come back, I don't think they need to change the reward system too far from how Safi's was executed. I get having some RNG to promote several runs on the raid, but they should keep it so that the RNG works with you so that you're not wasting time on runs that give you nothing that you want. I think Safi'jiiva's specific raid does a pretty good job of still having a kind of MMO raid boss RNG type of system, while still fitting in with Monster Hunter's ability to reward you with specifics for what you're going for and still respecting your time, better than Call of Taroth's completely random table. I have some great memories of running both of these raids with fans and with friends, and I am super happy that they were implemented. There's some imperfections, but I genuinely enjoy both of these inclusions to Monster Hunter. Before we wrap things up with the game's mechanics, I'm gonna go over a couple more general game features that will not be getting their own timestamps. So, at the end of all of that, What do I think of Monster Hunter World Iceborne objectively as a video game with mechanics and all that goodness? Analytically, what do I think? The game's a little bit rough around the edges, that's for sure. There are definitely a lot of growing pains here. I wanted to be as objective and as honest as I could with a game that I love, and the reality is, this game has issues, like big issues. Issues with cushions, issues I can forgive in a few places, issues that I sometimes don't interact with, issues that may not bother me or you or whoever a ton, but, you know, they're there. I don't think that means that the game's bad. Not at all, honestly, but I think it's probably one of the most flawed Monster Hunter games out there. It has some comfort options that I don't really like. It's got mechanics that I think synergize too well to the point of cannibalization. I think the end game is an overcomplicated mess. I think the RNG decoration system is really annoying. I think there's a bit too much MMO FOMO in here. I believe that all of that's true. I believe that all of that's valid. World and Iceborne, still awesome. And, you know, like I said in my thesis, a big part of that is because this is Monster Hunter. And, you know, that's not a statement that I make in the name of blind brand loyalty. These games are so damn solid in terms of loop, boss design, gameplay, and weaponry that a lot of these big issues that I meticulously broke down can sometimes just not do a ton to inhibit my enjoyment of the game. Yeah, sure, the temporal and rocksteady mantle are really brain dead, but yeah, I try not to use them all the time, and you know, when they're over and done with, I just go back to playing normally. Yeah, I don't really like that I can go replace my mega potions all the time, but I don't go for that restock that often, and yeah, I still get a ton of satisfaction from the game's challenging fights. Yeah, Guiding Land's way too complicated, but the game doesn't really ask you to min-max the augments that much. You know, I just try to be honest with everything, point out the pros and the cons where I saw them. Still, big fan. I just have some issues with the game. Pretty proud of my analysis of the gameplay mechanics of this, actually. And coming up is going to be the part of the video where I just glaze the ever-living out of this game. This is the culmination of the mechanical and the objective and the analytical analysis. Now that there's not going to be analysis with the maps and the monsters and the weapons and all that stuff, there's still going to be levels of that. It's not just going to be like, ooh, look, pretty lights, but if you wanted my review of Monster Hunter World Iceborne, this whole section, this first part, that's it right there. We're gonna move on to the more fun stuff as we go on. But you know, here's a really interesting question. Which do I prefer? Monster Hunter World Iceborne or Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak? I've reviewed them both in totality as games now. So where do I stand? First of all, subjectively, I like Iceborne better. I prefer its monster roster, I prefer its maps and its music. I do really enjoy the over-the-top anime-esque gameplay of the games that Ichinose directs, but my preference is always usually going to be the more boots-on-the-ground combat of the numbered titles. I love World Spectacle, and I think it pulls that off better than Sunbreak in most places. I prefer the customization of gameplay options offered to me by things like the Slingers and the Mantles and the Palico Gadgets, and I like that more than the switch skills, which I really liked conceptually, but I don't think they hit their full potential in that game. I also have more memories with World and Iceborne. Granted, part of that is because of the freshness of the playthrough I just did with my friends and my fans, but even before that, I remember my original playthrough of World more than my original playthrough of Rise, and I don't regret a second of the nearly 2,000 hours I put into that game. Probably could have put in more, honestly. Objectively, though. Objectively. Now, that is a question. A dangerous little question. Let me real first kind of quantify objectively comparing video games against each other, because objectivity in analysis and video game design, especially video game design, is a little bit tough. I am not making a definitive, absolute statement of indisputability that one title is superior over the other. An objective analysis just means that you're making analysis based in the facts of the matter, rather than your feelings towards something. Now, with video game design, it's a little trickier than objective analysis of a movie or a book, something that's kind of just script. With mechanical analysis, everyone's going to kind of have different weighing of things in their mind and can make observations and fact-based claims, but have subjective variation in the weights of the priority of those things. So I guess What I'm saying here more so is that through analysis of objective realities of the two games, I have rationalized personally that one is stronger than the other based on how I believe that certain mechanics and certain design choices weigh against one another. And again, I am not making a statement that is meant to be indisputable. One can make a argument rooted in objective claims that disputes what I'm gonna say here. So what am I gonna say here? I ain't a bitch. I think Sunbreak's a better video game. I think that the endgame of Sunbreak is better constructed. I think the gimmicks are very prominent but cannibalize on each other far less. There's less free healing options, and with the camp restocking, it's way more out of mind just because it's a little less convenient to get there. With Rise and Sunbreak, they have much better characters than World and Iceborne, and in terms of writing and narrative, Sunbreak's is just better. The endgame set building, I think, is much more freeing because there's less skill and tool combinations that exploit certain mechanics and lead to set building strangulation. I also find that Sunbreak is far better at rewarding you for hunting a wider variety of its monster roster than Iceborne is. I believe that the in-game traveling mechanics compensate for map size far better than what Iceborne has to offer. The way that the single-player quest lines, multiplayer quest lines, or fusing between the two in Rise and Sunbreak is far better than how World and Iceborne handled it. Sunbreak also provides a substantially less vague numerical information in-game regarding monster hit zone values and elemental weaknesses to make mathematical calculations far simpler, and there's also just no RNG decoration system in that game. So are you mad at me? Are you still here anyway? Good. It means you're a big boy and you can handle that you don't agree with me. That's fine. I just think that, Sunbreak managed to power through some of Iceborne's growing pains and improve in a couple of areas where I think that Iceborne faltered. Now, are you ready for a few more hours where I mostly just gush about how awesome this game is? Well, that's gonna be the next couple of parts of this video. We still got a long ride ahead of us with this thing. Alright, folks, it's fun part of script time. World's original monsters first. Great Jagras is your opening boss of the game and sets a trend for big lizard-like fanged wyverns making up the majority of the bottom-level boss monsters on each map. You'll be facing down Great Jagras within pretty much the first hour of Monster Hunter World, and you'll see him and his young cohorts stalking the lower regions of the ancient forest pretty constantly. It's often said, including by me, that Great Jagras is this sort of thesis statement of Monster Hunter World. Your first introduction to Jagras are them being this dangerous pack animal that are led by a large alpha. That large alpha is dangerous, but pales in comparison to some of the larger and more dangerous predators within the forest. Great Jagras is a major threat to the large herbivores that graze within and around the forest itself. He'll devour them whole, inflating his stomach and delivering the partially digested contents to the smaller members of his species. Great Jagras establishes a lot of the potential for the monsters of Monster Hunter World that the monsters of the previous games couldn't or just didn't do. Great Jagras has a relationship with the younger and smaller members of his species. He is a lower level monster who can be tossed around in turf wars by the stronger beasts like Anjanath. He actively preys upon some of the smaller monsters and has a complex behavioral pattern that seamlessly has him trek across several regions of the map at once. He makes great use of the more complex animal behaviors and the seamless map design that World allows for, and that grants this giant doofy lizard a fair bit of initial wow factor when you first boot up the game. And even after hundreds of hours put into World, that work that went into him is still worthy of some appreciation. He sets a precedent for what the monsters can do in World, and how much more complex they can be outside of combat than some of the monsters in the past. I will say, not every monster has this many animations and behaviors put into them, and Great Jagras sets a slightly unrealistic expectation for every boss in the game. Honestly, that fact is probably what keeps Great Jagras feeling special after all this time, because otherwise he'd be, I don't know, little more than a yellow speed bump. Great Jagras was born to die. Even in his skinnier form, he's slow, his damage is low, his attacks aren't complicated, he doesn't have combos, he doesn't really have any pack synergy in combat, and he is incredibly easy to get part breaks and staggers and knockdowns and clutch claw throws and mounts on. Great Jaggerist is designed for new players to kill a boss within the first hour. You're not going to die to him. Not when you start the game, not later on in low rank, not when you meet him again in higher rank, and not when you meet him again in master rank. He doesn't even have a tempered form for you to fight. You might die to him in his special Greatest Jaggerist event quest that he got in World's Endgame, which is a pretty fun quest that gives him a huge size increase, a projectile spray, quakes, and stronger roars. That fight is really fun, and it gives Great Jaggerist a little bit of extra memorability, but the core fight, the real animal, it's just kind of not much. He's slower than the preceding Monster Hunter opening bosses when the hunters are now faster and have more utility. There's nothing offensive about him, there's just not like all that much to him, barring his inflated form when he eats an herbivore. No pack tactics, no debuffs, no elements, no quakes, no roars, nothing like that. He's one of the most animal-y animals they've ever made. He's a giant lizard who can bite and scratch and toss his weight around. The only real mechanical depth here is that if you do enough damage to his stomach when he's inflated, you can force him to regurgitate the contents of his stomach, as well as putting him in a prolonged knockdown. Hey, he's a charming beast with some neat personality and some cool environment interactions, which can only really do so much for his nothing combat. Kuliaku is basically an Oviraptor. He's a big raptor with lots of bird-like traits who runs around deserts and forests stealing eggs out of herbivore nests. The most monster huntery aspect about him is his intelligence and his tool usage, which is pretty neat for a bird wyvern. He uses his claws to dig up and grip eggs and rocks and pots, and even in exploding rocks in master rank, he can use these objects as improvised weapons to attack with and defend himself with. This is what the bulk of his fight is built around. He will try to slam the rock into you over and over again while holding it up to his face every once in a while to block attacks, and you're trying to flinch him and force him to drop the rock to make him a little bit easier to fight. He's also got a couple of hops and swipes and pecks on top of all of that. Kuliaku is an animal that I like with a fight that I really don't enjoy. On paper, I didn't like the concept of a tool-wielding monster that can defend himself with a big rock. I think that my biggest issue with Kulu is that he is just a very hoppy monster with a narrow hurt box, and he can occasionally just basically wall off half of his hurt box for about half of the fight. That wall makes it tough to hit just about his only good hit zones, as well as his 2 part breaks. I think if you're looking for a monster that uses a rock to defend itself and to wall off certain parts of itself, look at Tetzukabra. He does it far, far better than Kuliaku does. I think he's particularly well designed as a super grounded monster. The tan scales with the stripe patterns make for some good desert camouflage. I like that he's the most bird-like of the raptor bird wyverns with his beak and his sound design, and I enjoy the restrained use of his very nice looking orange and red plumage. And even with all that, he's still recognizable with a goober personality. I don't think I'll ever particularly enjoy his fight, but I enjoy him as a creature, just kind of bumbling around on the lower rungs of the desert's hierarchy. He's a quaint little mischief maker. Pookie is actually like a pretty fantastic lower tier monster. One of my favorites, honestly. He's not tough, not in this game at least, and not even really so much in Sunbreak either, but he has just kind of a lot to him. A fantastic design, some really good sound effects, a pretty fun fight if he isn't stun locked into oblivion. If you want to have fun with Pookie, you're gonna want to fight his tempered master rank version, or just fight him in Sunbreak. Pookie is unique in that he's a bird wyvern who sticks to the lower regions of the ancient forest. I believe it's the case that the Wraths more or less drove the Pookies out of the treetops and then down to the ground to forage for fruits and seeds. He's got a mixture of goofiness that Kulu and Jagras has, with some size and some status usage to actually add more potential danger to him. In terms of his fights, he's kind of just a better Gypsaros from the older games in, I think, like every way. He's got a better personality, cooler flair, and just better defined traits. Like Gypsaros, he is a poison-wielding bird wyvern. However, instead of spastically barfing poison everywhere, Pookie uses straight glob shots of poison from his mouth and gaseous clouds of poison from his tail, and sometimes also from his mouth. Like Gypsaros, he has a rubbery extending body part to attack with, this being his tongue as opposed to Gypsaros' underused rubber tail. Like Gypsaros, he has an auto stun mechanic, but unlike a spammed flashbang attack, Pookie can occasionally eat scatternuts and add a concussive property to his poison spit attack. Additionally, if Pookie eats spore puffs, it can add a gaseous quality to his poison, allowing him to expel it in area denying poison gas clouds from his tail. This gives him a cool dynamic part break. because if you hack that tail off, you can get rid of his poison gas cloud attack. I always really enjoy it when Monster Hunter puts some interesting mechanics and moveset depth into its really early game monsters, even knowing that those monsters are probably going to get bulldozed. I love that this guy can get extra properties from his attacks depending on what he eats, and he eats often enough that you'll see these gimmicks pretty frequently. The stun doesn't really hit too often though, from my knowledge. I'm a big fan of his color palette too. He's got a great set of blues and greens that blend together incredibly well in his feathers. He's also got purple in his tongue and in his tail stripes. He's vibrant without using your typically very loud, warm colors. I also think it lets his large yellow eyes kind of pop really well. And when he gets flustered and pissed, he's got a neat looking rage mode where his feather mane stands up on all ends and his face flushes red. It's a little bit of a shame that such a great design and set of mechanics is placed on a monster with such a small health pool, but at the same time, early game monsters still do need to exist, and I love when they put as much effort into them as they do with this one. Pookie Pookie is a monster that I've grown to like just the more and more with time, honestly. Giratotus is a Piscean wyvern who stalks the mires and the bogs where the river that runs through the Wildspire Waste spills out. He's a prime example of a monster who dominates one select chunk of territory within a grander biome. He's a slippery opponent to tangle with out in the bogs where he can swim, but he's too slow and clunky to be much of a threat in drier environments. Honestly, he's not that much of a threat to begin with, but we'll get there. Giratotus is a little bit of an experiment. See, at one point, we had these underwater fights in Monster Hunter, but reception of these fights were mixed at best. Still wanting to make aquatic battles and aquatic animals, the developers behind World and Rise created these shallow water lakes and bogs that allow some monsters to act as if they're swimming while still allowing hunters to walk normally, albeit usually at a reduced speed. I have some fondness for Giratotus as he's the spearhead for this creative reinvention of aquatic monsters. The main issue with Giratotus is that he's laughably easy to defeat. Yeah, he's faster when partially submerged. Yeah, he's got stamina draining mud puddles that can litter the ground, and he's got a couple of attacks where he can lunge from beneath your feet, and he's got these like wriggling charges, but man, he is insanely easy to flinch. Brutally easy to stun. His attacks are very easy to dodge and generally just very slow. He's maybe the easiest fight in the game. Even easier than Great Jagras. Giratotus is just a little tankier in the health department. He's got that mud armor gimmick where he'll cover himself in dirt and grime, and this will change his elemental resistances and make his hit zones less vulnerable, but there's a better returning monster who uses this exact same gimmick. You can bully this fish insanely easy. He's just very, I don't know, got a boilerplate moveset, which he's gonna be repeatedly chain flinched out of using. The coolest thing he does is he has that turf war over dominance of the bogs with Baroth. His design is also extremely simple, though I think I like it quite a bit more than other people do. Honestly, I think his mud armor makes him just look kinda doofy. It chunks him up a lot. It covers a lot of his texture work. It makes the area around his eyes look a lot more fatty and adds this big lump on his head. Honestly, you knock that mud armor off, it makes him look a lot more sleek looking. Shows off his subtle color choices and fiercens up his face a little bit. Losing that mud crest makes him just not nearly as cute looking. He's still predominantly like a brown and gray, but he's got this kind of like oily, reflective sheen to him that gives his scales this twinge of green to them that I like, and he's got a nice understated salmon coloration on the ends of his fins. These colors only really pop with a good render, and I think Giratotus would benefit from being a game that has a slight saturation boost. I kind of like him in the same way that I like Kuliaku in terms of design. He's a neat, realistic animal. If we had wyverns that evolved with fish-like qualities, they'd look like Giratotus. He's a pretty nothing boss fight, but I enjoy the idea of his rulership of a small sliver of the Wildspire Waste, and I think his rivalry with Baroth is kind of cool. One of the most forgettable entries in World's Bestiary for sure, though. I just don't hate him like some people do. Tobi-Kadachi, though, I would say is another big success for World's early game. Probably the best monster I've covered so far out of these chunk of 5. We have this static electricity charged flying squirrel viper who clings to the mid-level heights of the ancient forest. Occasionally, he'll venture lower to forage, but he's carved out this nice little niche for himself away from the larger predators at the tops and the bottoms of the tree. He's a real charmer, a perfect amalgamation of real-world animals and special abilities to make a very solid, complete package for an early game monster. Tobi-Kadachi is probably the first monster in the game that has any hope of actually killing you. He attacks fast enough that his Thunderblight has a decent chance of stunning you, and his tail slams can hit considerably harder than pretty much any other attack you've been hit by so far in the game. He uses a combination of static electricity, acrobatics, tree scaling, and limited gliding to do battle, and it's an effective little ensemble of tricks. He wants to stick to areas with large branches or tree trunks so that he can temporarily disengage from the fight, and he wants to use his static electricity conducting abilities to make it so that contact with his fur can electrocute you. So he has lots of leaps and dives and slams where he's simultaneously trying to batter you and electrocute you to make it so that his next shot is so much easier for him to land. He's also got some launchable tail spines that he can fire at from a range. It's a very well-balanced toolkit, not too much, not too little, and they weave together to give Tobikadachi a distinct fighting style. The design is exceptional as well. It blends a viper-like head with a flying squirrel wing flaps and a body structure and texture that feels simultaneously mammalian and reptilian without feeling too cluttered. These elements blend beautifully, and he looks especially cool when he's all poofed up in static electricity, especially in his prominent tail, which is all adorned in fur and spines, which is his primary weapon in combat. It's basically a giant electrically charged muscle-backed paddle, which may be the first thing that sends a new player back to camp. I also love how his blood red eyes look against his mostly blue and gray color palette. He's not difficult in the slightest, but I think this is the first truly great monster that World introduces. He's a perfectly constructed grab bag of traits and abilities that add up to an extremely cohesive and likable whole. Anjanath is basically the second flagship of Monster Hunter World. He was the featured monster in the first trailer, he's hyped up during the tutorial, he's the final obstacle before the first encounter with Zora Magdaros, he's one of the 5th generation's most prominent and defining monsters. To me, I think Anjanath represents what the base game of Monster Hunter World was going for with its creature design. He's predominantly a very grounded, feasible animal, built to feel like it could exist if evolution went in kind of like a certain way, but then with some slightly exaggerated and stylized elements that adds that extra Monster Hunter panache. He's very much a big pink Tyrannosaurus, or perhaps a movie version of a Tyrannosaurus to be more exact, especially when it comes to the head shape and the roaring, but he's got this sort of vulture-esque posture to his neck and a nice coat of dark purple fur running down from his back all the way to his tail. When he's angry, this massive naval structure and body heat controlling sails will then flare up with blood in an intimidation display, and then he starts breathing fire. Anjanath is basically your gear check in low rank. If you haven't stopped to grind some gear out at all, you might get eviscerated. He's got huge body checks and headbutts and trampling fiery charges and flame breath moves. In Master Rank, the guy can even just sneeze fire at you out of his large nasal structure. He's got a few dynamic elements to his fight as well, like his legs are usually super resilient to damage, but once wounded, they can be turned into great weak points to target if you want to sacrifice some early damage to go after them, and when his flame-producing organ is superheated, enough damage to his head will cause that organ to burst, triggering a nice big knockdown. He's a perfect gateway to mid-tier difficulty monsters. He'll slug you if you're not careful in the early game, and he can still put up a little bit of a fight for the majority of the game proper. He's a great midpoint of power in the ancient forest, where he can crush a great Jagras and outmatch a Tobikadachi, but will be trounced by a Rathalos. He's tough, he's bad-tempered, he's an engaging battle, he's a solid wall for those brand new to World, and he's kinda goofy too. Anjanath is a pretty universally loved monster for a good reason, considering how much he featured in World and Rise and in Stories too. I kinda wanna say that Anjanath is the premier monster of the 5th generation of Monster Hunter and its entire era, and you know what? I think he's a pretty excellent beast who deserves that position. Moving on to Tzitzi-Ya-Ku, he is what will greet you first when you trek into the Coral Highlands. He's another raptor bird wyvern and another pushover. He's basically one big gimmick. Those wiry tendrils on his head can unfurl into a massive frill that emits a blinding light. This is as much a weapon as it is a survival tool. You're probably going to be fighting Tzitzi incredibly infrequently. Instead, most of your interactions with him are going to occur when he stumbles into a battle you're having with another much more powerful monster within the Coral Highlands. Tzitzi will then stroll up, deliberately flashbang that monster, and then book it for dear life. He's almost more of a super helpful endemic life than an actual boss monster. Tzitzi's fight is a little bit of a non-factor once that crest is destroyed. It's kinda all he has, barring some physical attacks. I will give Tzitzi-Ya-Ku a couple of props though. At least he has his own physical attacks separate from Coolyaku. A lot of the raptor mini-bosses in classic Monster Hunter were barely anything other than reskins of one another, with maybe a different status element slapped on top of each other. Tzitzi feels a little bit more clever than Kulu. Whereas Kulu will attack you with head slams and peck attacks and all that kind of stuff, Tzitzi strikes at kind of weird angles with tail spins and back kicks. He's also got a change in master rank where he can backstep multiple times and change angles when preparing his blinding flash attack. It doesn't make him challenging or even terribly engaging, but I appreciate the distinction. He feels clever. He's also got a neat gimmick where his nest in the Highlands is coated in light reflecting surfaces that can enhance his flash attack, but he's never gonna make it to that nest alive. I'm also generally a pretty big fan of his design. I think his dark violet colors work really well with the vibrant coral highlands. I appreciate that he's got more of a movie dinosaur look, whereas Kulu is a little bit more of a avian dinosaur look. The bigger boxy head makes him look a little bit fiercer, and I really like how he looks with his frill popped out, as well as the blue and the orange colors of the frill itself. It looks really nice. It's just a shame that his frill spends like 80% of his fight just furled up and invisible to you. He looks way cooler with that thing fully out. He's another one of World's low tier monsters it's just kind of a nothing fight because he doesn't really get to do much and because the hunters are just so much faster than he is. He does get some points of endearment for his usefulness as a hazard against things like Pink Rathian and Legiana, but his primary role in World is a glorified environmental trap. His flash is so easy to dodge and his physical attacks aren't particularly hazardous or strong or quick. He's got a fun role and a solid design, but I don't know, that's kind of the bulk of what there is to say about him. Paolumu is your mid-tier resident of the Coral Highlands. Despite being technically stronger than Ziti, he's way more of a punching bag. Paolumu is pretty non-threatening. They're big cotton ball bat wyverns who inflate themselves with an air sac and then just kind of lazily drift along air currents minding their own business. Most predators in the Highlands can mess up this bat pretty easily, meaning that Paolumu doesn't go too far to the upper regions of the Highlands where the bigger batter flying wyverns compete for territory. Honestly, I think Paolumu is a pretty solid user of wind pressure as a primary source of attack. He kinda has Rathalos' retreating fireball gimmick where he'll hop back and inhale a large quantity of air to stagger foes in front of him, which is a decent little get-off-me technique, and he can fire huge wind blasts when he's floating around. It's nothing dramatic, but it's a decent use of wind pressure as an actual combat weapon and not just as a byproduct of flying around. Him and Kashador are pretty much the only ones who use wind like this. The only fix I could make here is that I think his retreating wind attack needs a good follow-up to punish the hunters who actually get stuck in the stagger. When he inflates himself into his balloon form, he's got a few tail sweeps and wind shots and a couple of tail slams to use, but he's generally very lethargic and easy to hit. And on the ground, he basically just has an oversimplified generic flying wyvern moveset. This is a fight that Master Rank made also a little annoying for me because he gets this very fast triple ground slam that I swear to God is an attack with a ridiculous amount of stun buildup. I might just, again, have a skill issue or something, but man, do I find this attack obnoxious to deal with sometimes, and I feel like it always stuns me just no matter what I do. The design, however, is pretty fun. It's kind of just adorable. He's a big fluffy cotton ball bat that drifts around doing whatever he wants and not really bothering anybody. He's got this cute little mouse face that scrunches up when he gets all mad. He's just this goofy guy doofing around in the Highlands doing his stuff. He's honestly, I don't know, he's a little pathetic compared to how violent, fast, and aggressive some of the higher level carnivores in this map are. I've never found him to be particularly fun or even really that challenging, but I think he's charming and cute. I like seeing him. Great Gyros, then, I think, is personally underrated and overlooked. Now, here's the thing. I ain't saying he's some, like, dark horse 10 out of 10 masterpiece boss fight or nothing. No, he's still like a, I don't know, like a 4 or 5, maybe like a 6 if I really like him. But I really enjoy him. I do a lot. He's supposed to be this example that even though a species may be physically weaker than some larger predators, given the right circumstances and numbers and opportunities, that weaker individual may have some very deadly advantages. A great Gyros and his pack are like hyenas, an environment consisting of solitary lions and rhinos. Kind of like Ziti Yaku, Great Gyros and his underlings can often serve as a bit of an environmental hazard. Unlike Ziti, these guys aren't just these one and done fight disruptors. They can throw a whole battle into chaos kind of quick. You might be squaring off with something like, say, an acidic Glavenus, and when the Gyros smell blood, they will descend on the battlefield. All of a sudden, the fight becomes this writhing mass of black scales and paralytic venom. The Gyros will likely paralyze the larger monster, and maybe you, if you're not careful. I really like the role these guys play in their ecosystem, and I could very well see an intelligent pack of Gyros being legitimately deadly to an Odogaron or even a wounded or unaware Tigrex or Radobon. Most of the other lower end boss monsters in World feel like they are fodder or survivalists, just trying to stay away from the big boys. Great Gyros feels like he's actually kind of in the game of some of the bigger, badder bosses in his region. He just has to play smarter. Now, his fight's not anything too crazy, but I think it is my favorite of the weaker beasts in this game. He's got a couple of good lunging bite attacks. He's got a shoulder tackle, several charging bite moves. He's got a good get off me tailspin. He's got some paralytic projectiles. His paralysis is not particularly fast acting, but they gave him several attacks that can create paralysis buildup. If you let too many minor cuts get on you, then you're gonna drop and you'll be assailed by the pack. In addition to this, Great Gyros is pretty adept at summoning his followers to his aid, and at times you're facing up to like 6 or 7 of these guys at a time. Now, any kind of endgame damage weapons are going to obliterate that pack in pretty much any singular longsword swing, but I still really enjoy the groundwork of this fight. Yeah, it's way too easy for it to be a genuine threat, but Great Gyros is, I think, a really good encounter that interacts with you and the other monsters in a way that nothing else in World really does. I think Great Gyros makes excellent use of the seamless maps in World and more complex monster against monster interactions. And on top of this, I think he's got a really good design. Very lizard-like, similar to Great Jagras, but way smaller, much leaner. I like the camouflage that his jet black scales provide him in the depths of the Rotten Vale. I think the colorful cobra hood, the hissing sound design, and huge venom-coated fangs weave Snake into his reptile design very well. I really like this monster, and I think it's a damn shame that he's so consistently overlooked. Radobaan is yet another excellent early game monster that the Rotten Vale provides. He is a close relative of the 3rd generation's Uragaan, and though he's another big, hefty, roly-poly tank of a hammer-chin brute wyvern, he interacts with his environment completely differently. Radobaan coats his hide in the tar that is created by the Vale, and then uses that tar to fuse the discarded bones of dead monsters to its hide. And this isn't a random assortment of bones either. Radobaan's smart enough to be picky. He will choose quality material for his armor and put the right pieces in the right places. Minus invading monsters and up until Iceborne, Radobaan is essentially the sole resident of the upper Rotten Vale. The long pathways are built for him to roll around on, and every once in a while you'll find yourself being blindsided as he rounds a corner out of nowhere and smashes into you. The only issue with Radobaan's fight is that he's so low on the game's power scaling. He takes basically everything Uragaan does and improves on it. He has alternative sideways rolling attacks that look awesome. He can be flinched out of his roll from taking hits or being shot by Slinger ammo. He can use his bone armor as projectiles sometimes. He retains Uragaan's chin slams and sleep gas, and his armor is very satisfying but not too painstaking to chip away at and reveal more of his vulnerable flesh. He can also replace the bones on his body in his nest. He's just faster, more stylish, more edgy, and less obnoxious than Uragaan, with more ways to deal with the tanky defense issues that make people not like Uragaan. The design is also really sick, taking Uragaan's classic design, slimming it down, stripping off the brass armor, painting the whole body tar black, and covering the whole body back then over in giant spiky bone war armor. The monochrome colors work extremely well together. He's also got just some extra awesome details like that bone armor face guard made out of fangs and the Diablo's horns for leg guards. He's got an edgy base concept that contrasts with his big goofy chin and his expressive eyes and flat Uragaan teeth in a well-executed manner that makes him simultaneously really cool and also pretty endearing. I personally think he's a massive triumph when it comes to improving on Uragaan's core concept. Legiana is the apex predator patrolling the Coral Highlands. He is equal parts graceful, beautiful, sleek, territorial, and ferocious. Honestly, Legiana has some pretty half-decent story presence in World's second act as well. He'll attack your airship immediately after you enter the Highlands and will stalk you as you attempt to explore its upper reaches. In terms of its ecology, Legiana is a particularly unusual flying wyvern in that it doesn't really need strong wings to fly. The Coral Highlands is always surrounded by powerful wind currents, and Legiana has adapted to master said currents. They have developed a series of large sails all over their bodies, which they will unfurl when they wish to take flight. They can angle, redirect, and retract these sails at will, allowing them full control over their bodies in the air. Now, sometimes Legiana still do need to beat their wings in order to stay in place in the air, or to take off and things like this, but this is a very unique concept for a flying wyvern that I wish was better represented in his combat animations. In its opening cutscene, Legiana makes a really good show of its dominance over other animals in its environment, as well as the specific specifics of the environment itself, and I really enjoy him as an apex predator. Legiana's fight is pretty darn good. I don't adore it, and it doesn't irritate me in the slightest either. He's base game world's singular ice-wielding monster and uses it fairly minimally. He can expel frigid winds and razor-sharp ice crystals from his wings and torso, using his sails to toss these miniature hailstorms at opponents. These are used to buffet, batter, and slow down foes before Legiana goes in for a kill shot. He'll try to cut you to pieces with his talents or use his speed and weight to try and dive bomb you in a spinning corkscrew attack. He's not all that effective of a ground combatant though, and he still has a reduced ability to produce those icy hail attacks down there. He has got a lot of moves that Rathalos and Rathian have, as well as just his own bursts of elemental pressure and sudden speedy attacks. He doesn't really push the limits of what flying wyverns can do in combat in any super crazy directions, and I think his wind sails should be incorporated more into his abilities and maneuverability if and when he ever comes back. And his design is quite excellent. It's sleek, elegant, fast, and fierce. He looks big and intimidating with all his sails on full display, without making him look like cumbersome or fatty or anything like that. I love the blue and black patterns that adorn the top of his wings and all of his back, and it works pretty well with the tans of his underwings and belly. His silhouette, where his sails are on full display, grants him a visual uniqueness from pretty much all other flying wyverns that helps him to stand out. And I think it's cool that he can pull all of these flaps in to protect them when he's on the ground. I think Legiana is a pretty solid monster with some untapped potential. Its unique ecology needs a little bit more exploring, and the kit needs some diversification away from the standard flying wyvern attacks. I like Legiana quite a bit, and think that he deserves a return with a solid facelift. Odogaron is one of those monsters that pretty much everybody loves. The fight's sick, the gear rocks, the design is impeccable, and his ecology is compelling. This belligerent, scrappy, multi-clawed, muscle skin looking cutthroat death weasel is such a stellar creature. Despite its size, he dominates the Rotten Vale. For the most part, simply due to his speed and tenacity, he can blindside and shred an opponent long before they have any ability to properly defend themselves. It's nice to have an apex level carnivore and monster hunter who isn't the biggest and the baddest and the strongest and the most cinematic creature in that biome. Odogaron is perfectly suited for the tight caverns and claustrophobic tunnels of the Vale, and so long as he gets the opening strike, he's got a good shot at taking down pretty much any other animal in his domain, barring the absolute most powerful organisms down there. Odogaron is world's resident spastic high agility monster. This guy is lunging in and out of combat, jumping off of walls, diving at you, tackling you, biting you, and trying to hack you to bits with his claws. Odogaron has this multi-tiered set of claws that he can extend or retract at will. When those claws come out, it cuts straight into your armor and causes you to bleed profusely. And when you stop to recuperate from the bleeding, you can bet that Odogaron is going to be all over you trying to capitalize on your weakened state. He's a pretty honest fight, all things considered. It's all about keeping pace with his ferocity and retaliating when he overextends. Odogaron is also well designed as a glass cannon monster. He's got a lot of part breaks all over his body that you can use to trip him up and stagger him and keep him in place and get some more consistent damage on him. He's got such an excellent, gnarly design too. The guy looks like his skin is made out of muscle. The way his second layer of claws is aligned is almost disturbing looking. It looks malformed, like he has an underdeveloped paw that's kind of like sprouting above his regular foot. His claws are the size of small swords. He's got these tiny, malice-filled, beady little eyes. He's grotesque and yet simultaneously sleek and badass looking. Every aspect of Odogaron is super well crafted, and he deserves that stellar reputation that he has. And then Dodogama is the resident silly little guy of Monster Hunter World. He's a pudgy blue lizard man who waddles around in the Elder's Recess eating rocks. Everybody loves Dodogama. Well, most people do. If we're being honest, the fight is kind of a whole bunch of not much, and he got so popular for just being a cute little doofus that he kind of inevitably hit that point where some people started to not like him. But I do. He's just a little dingus lizard, minding his own business while magma explodes all around him 24/7, and some of the most powerful creatures on the continent are perpetually trying to murder one another around him. He's so out of place compared to the blood-soaked carnage of the Elder's Recess that it makes him kind of endearing to me. His fight is pretty much just kind of a mild nuisance that you don't even really have much of any reason to engage with. His weapons and armor neither look nor statistically are particularly fantastic, and he's on the bottom rungs of the game's difficulty, so he's not going to get you any decent rewards. He can slam his weight down on you, he can spit up exploding rocks at you, he can charge at you, and that charge will give you blast blight. That's kind of the bulk of it. The stronger Dodogama can at least fire off several exploding projectiles in a row. Like a lot of the lower tier monsters in the world, his kit just isn't terribly interesting, and he gets by mostly on just being a cool animal. However, there are two semi-notable details about Dodogama in combat. He can make for a pretty good unintentional assistant if you're fighting something stronger than Dodogama, and then Dodo walks into the battle. The cheeky little bastard will oftentimes just start hucking explosive rocks at the larger bosses for you, and eventually then he'll just kind of waddle off. And secondly, when he eats his rocks and superheats his chin, that is the single weakest hit zone in the entire game, and he then became a test dummy for players to see what the highest possible damage number in Iceborne was. The design is what earned Dodogama most of his acclaim, and for what it's worth, it's a good goober monster design. He's a giant, chunky, fat, blue, big-chinned, massive underbite, dead-eyed doofus lizard. He looks so innocent and absent-minded and harmless despite his immense bulk, and the expression on his render is so perfect. It's just the 1,000-yard stare off into eternity with his mouth just yawning open. He looks like someone who would eat rocks. He's maybe a little more popular than he actually deserves, but I do get it. He's charming. Of all the monsters in base game world that aren't all that good as bosses but are just really cool fantasy animals, Dodogama is definitely the most famous, and I totally see why. And now let's swap things over to one of World's resounding successes, popularity-wise and design-wise. Flagships excluded, Basilgeuse is maybe the fan favorite 5th generation monster. He captured the atmosphere, the terror, the impact on the fan base just as well as Deviljho did when he was introduced back in Monster Hunter Tri. Everyone's got a story about Basilgeuse. You just unlocked high rank. You've done a quest or two refighting some of the low level bosses like Pookie or Baroth or Jagras, and then there's this deep, rattling, wailing shriek, a gigantic shadow, these egg-shaped red scales start falling out of the sky, and then this massive flying wyvern comes crashing down to the ground, sets off those scales in a chaining series of explosions that will probably kill you or one of your teammates, and will deal immense damage to the poor monster you were just fighting. And from that point on, Basilgeuse serves as a looming threat on every map and in every quest. This thing is a living, breathing, auto-reloading B-52 bomber plane that hates you and every other living thing in existence. If Monster Hunter was an insanely interactive game, or if there was ever like a really good animation of Basilgeuse hunting, like some Walking with Dinosaurs type of thing, the sheer devastation a monster with abilities like this would wrought would be terrifying. While hunting, entire patches of forest would just be obliterated, and then Basil has free reign to eat the burned remains of whatever he got in his blast. And if something managed to survive, Basil is still a huge, heavy, and durable tanky Goliath of a wyvern who will use his weight to beat the survivors of his onslaughts to death. Oh, and guess what? If the flammable fluids in his body have processed new bomb scales while he's trying to bludgeon you into paste, then those gigantic physical attacks will shake loose more of his bombs that will try to incinerate you again while you're desperately trying to sword fight this gigantic flying wyvern. Basilgeuse is a goofy concept pulled off phenomenally. They even lean into the bomber plane aesthetic by having his battle theme be evocative of old World War II propaganda music. His design is unique while also being simple and effective. He lacks any crazy colors, mostly just being a mix of tans, browns, and grays. Those understated colors make it so that when he gets pissed and his whole body heats up, the red-orange of his internal fire stands out incredibly well. He's also got a comically teeny tiny little face when compared to his gigantic head and neck, the underside of which houses most of his bomb scales. He's intimidating, communicates his gimmick extremely effectively, and still possesses a little bit of goofy charm to him. Even with all the hunts he's invaded and carts he's caused, he's still absolutely beloved, and that says something about how great of a monster that he is. And now we can move into World's original Elder Dragons. How about we start with the totally uncontroversial and very much beloved shambling mass of rocks called Zora Magdaros. I think everyone's got a fairly bitter opinion of Zora Magdaros due to the fact that he alone took an entire year of development to get working, and he's not very fun. So the question of what could have been in world instead of Zora Magdaros will always exist. Zora was trying to bring Monster Hunter into the mainstream with a gigantic cinematic bang. The first title much of the audience at that time would have tried in the entire series would open up with a kaiju-sized living volcano lifting your ship out of the ocean, forcing you to climb around on him, and then the bulk of the story is trying to pursue him across the continent. I kind of feel bad for the guy. Zora really tried to be epic and cinematic and imposing. It just doesn't really work. He's too slow, too unengaging, too plodding. Monster Hunter has struggled and tooled around with giant monsters before to mixed results, and some of their older back catalog of giant monsters could probably be tooled around to be made a little bit better, but Zora might be flat out too big to make work for an action game like Monster Hunter. I do, however, being me, want to give him a couple of props that I don't think most other people will. I think that Zora Magdaros is a pretty decent D&D encounter. There's a countdown timer to stop him before he reaches the base. There's these little harasser wing drakes scattered around to delay you. There's interactive explosive stalactites to drop on him. You have to track down these cores on his body to destroy him to weaken him, though they're really just kind of busy work. They don't really do much. There's a huge super attack that you need to use the ballista binder to intercept, and Nergigante will arrive to fight you on his back partway through the battle. It's a pretty neat little ensemble arrangement of different set pieces and interactions that if I were to take all of that and translate it onto a TTRPG format, I think that would be a lot of fun for the players to solve. Hell, the Arch-Tempered Zora Magdaros, I think, even further proves this claim because your timer is reduced, his health and other statistics are all increased, and as a result, you need to be much tighter in your gameplay to be able to clear his quest. They even let you more properly fight Nergigante on his back by making Nergi stay a lot longer. I ran this quest back to gather footage for this video, and honestly, one other thing I'll give him is that towering visage of Zora Magdaros overlooking a battle with Nergigante and hurling lava blasts down upon the two of us as we were fighting, that's kinda sick. And I wish that they used Zora Magdaros' back as an event quest location more times. All of that, however, does not make for a great boss fight in a one-on-one action RPG. There just isn't a dance to him. Even with some of the other big gargantuan monsters, they can have the potential to engage with you on some level. Some of the newer ones actually do. Zora, he can't really combo you. He kinda can't attack you directly. There's just too much of him. It's almost kind of strictly what you can throw at him with siege weapons and him attacking installations rather than you. I think for a game designed around direct contact with the enemy's moveset and interacting around it and with it, Zora might be too big to engage in any kind of interesting way with the weapons. Maybe with some of the other mechanics, sure, yeah, if you think like the siege stuff is kind of fun, then you think it's fun, but with like the actual weapons, the core DNA of the game, he doesn't really have a size that allows you to properly engage with him. Zora has, however, made a couple of other interesting contributions to Monster Hunter in that his corpse has been a centerpiece to the Guiding Lands and Rise's Frost Islands. The Guiding Lands is the result of a dying Zora Magdaros. I don't remember if it's ever said if it's the story one or a different one, filled to the brim with bioenergy from the New World and then exploding into this kind of microcosm of the entire continent in the form of one single island off of its coast. And in the Frost Islands, the dead Zora was pursued by a dragon hunting ship until both of them froze and were stranded in this wasteland. His design is also pretty cool. Giant god-sized alligator snapping turtle dragon that's carrying a volcano shell on its back. I will say there's some odd texture work on him, and often the molten rock pouring off of him kind of looks a little bit more like molten rubber. He's also got a pretty sick Dark Souls box art looking armor set that I really enjoy. Now, all that credit being given to him, do I like Zora? No, not really. He's not great. But, you know, I do want to give him some credit. There's some craftsmanship to the encounter itself that I appreciate and sometimes enjoy every once in a while, but he's in the wrong game. I just wanted to run a little bit of defense for him at the very least. Now, onto the first flagship of the 5th generation, Nergigante. It's become a little cool in a couple of places to hate on Nergigante recently. He is super popular, and had that popularity reinforced because he came in second place for the most popular Monster Hunter monster of all time in that poll that was done a little while ago. With that comes a lot of people who want to scream their hot takes at the top of their lungs because they find being a contrarian to be gratifying. These people are stupid and wrong. Nergigante rocks. Yeah, his role in the narrative is a bit undercooked, but we'll get there when we get there, and as a monster and as a concept, no, he's sick. He also solidified some fight groundwork that every other 5th generation flagship would go on to use, and then did it better than all of them. Nergigante to me is Monster Hunter's take on a 90s comic book anti-hero. He's decked out in horns and spikes and dark colors and a sinister brutish attitude. Other powerful creatures are riled up by his mere presence. However, due to his biology requiring him to consume vast amounts of food, especially other extremely powerful monsters that are dense with bioenergy, Nergigante by his nature has a role in the ecosystem that we humans attribute with a sort of nobility. The main antagonists of Monster Hunter World and Iceborne, Xeno and Shara, are his targets because they are these colossal sources of rich, powerful bioenergy for Nergigante to consume. He has the same foes as us. He will emerge when beings like Zora and Xeno and Shara appear because they are buffets to him. He's not heroic. He's an animal, but our human brains have a bit of a tendency to kind of anthropomorphize things as it's how we understand each other, and we kind of put that on animals sometimes and to other parts of the living world. It's given Nergigante a bit of an interesting reputation and perception within the fanbase that I find fascinating. Nergigante has no idea that he's in a narrative. He's just trying to eat, and he'll absolutely kill humans in his way, but his target is still the antagonists of the narrative. He does what we consider the right thing to do for his own self-interest. Like I said, 90s comic anti-hero. Another thing people love about him is how he fights. For an Elder Dragon, his powers are very subtle. No big elemental breath weapons or weather manipulation. His abilities are purely defensive. He has some limited regeneration abilities which allow him to heal over some wounds and regrow his spines when they get hacked off. But here's the thing. Nergigante, despite knowing he has defensive abilities, does not fight defensively. Instead, he relies on his ability to heal and rearmor himself as an excuse to fight ballistically. He is a brutal combatant, terrifyingly strong, ruthlessly aggressive, and endlessly tenacious. In fact, he hits so hard that he will often tear out his own spikes from the sheer impact of his strikes because he knows that his body will heal itself. Most other hyper-aggressive physical attackers in Monster Hunter are glass cannons or no-holds-barred brutes that will abandon tactics for violence. It's kind of cool to have a brutal physical monster that fights the way he does, not simply because he's hyper-violent, but because he knows that the passive abilities of his biology will compensate for this fighting style. And therein lies the gimmick. In terms of gameplay, Nergigante's attacks will fling off chunks of spikes. These will then start regrowing over pretty quickly. They'll start off nice and soft, white, and vulnerable, but given time, these spikes will harden and be able to turn away blades easily. You want to focus on those weak spikes to knock down Nergigante before they harden. If too many of his spikes harden, then he'll perform a massive dive bomb that will reset his spikes and do a lot of damage. Basically, you're trying to stave off that dive bomb from happening and have to play aggressively with good target prioritization, all while the surface area you can attack gradually diminishes and diminishes. Now, Nergigante didn't invent this attack a certain body part to keep a monster depowered mechanic. Like, for instance, you gotta beat up Zenogre to knock him out of his charge state. You need to be aggressive against frenzied monsters to overcome its debuff and all that kind of stuff in Monster Hunter 4. Hell, there's even like the leg targeting on Shen Garen to get him back down to the ground in the second generation Monster Hunter games, but I think Nergigante perfected this gimmick. In fact, he perfected it so well that, like I said earlier, every other 5th generation flagship, Velkhana, Magnamalo, and Malzeno, have some form of the attack a specific body part to weaken the monster mechanic and get him out of a powered up state, and none of them could do it better than Nergi did. He's got a great kit of fast headbutts and big wind-up paw slams, a decent unit of wind pressure with his strong wing attacks, tail and claw sweeps, and that dive bomb is a simple, terrifying, card-inducing super attack if you are not prepared for it. I just love love that design too. I think it shows off how good some of the spiky frontier monsters would look with some proper modeling and color work and color blending and proportion tweaking. He's like this gargoyle minotaur dragon with sleek onyx black scales, plenty of bone-like colors from his horns and his spikes, and some well-placed orange and violet around his face and his belly to give him a nice little splash of vibrancy. He's got this kind of blend of like big meathead badass and dark edgelord that kind of balance around one another and complement each other really well. I think he's exceptional, and I'm patiently waiting for him to properly come back in full force. Maybe a title update monster for Wild's expansion or something. That'd be awesome. Vale on paper sounds like a bit of a shark jump. Oh, a zombie elder dragon. Ooh, how 13 years old of you. But this is Monster Hunter, where 95% of the creature design is fantastic, so if anyone was gonna get it right, it was gonna be them, and yeah, they did get it right. He's really cool. Despite not being the best fight ever, Vale, again, pretty beloved. He has a kind of symbiosis with the effluvia bacteria that dominates the Rotten Vale, and he can weaponize it while also assisting in its multiplication and enhancement, which allows the Rotten Vale to function. The scraps of carrion that Valhazak carries all over his body are what houses the effluvium bacteria, and he can then project that effluvium onto other animals and organisms, letting that bacteria gather nutrients. He can then let that effluvia be or siphon it back into himself, draining the life force of the other animals around him and sustaining his own body. Valhazak is basically a walking effluvia recycling and refinery plant, and since the effluvia is what allows the Rotten Vale to break down and recycle all the dead animals that the Vale collects into the bioenergy that sustains the continent, Valhazak is among the most ecologically important and fascinating animals in Monster Hunter. To be perfectly honest, we probably shouldn't kill these guys, but this is a video game, so I fight him, we do. This fight is certainly not bad, but it is Valhazak's weakest aspect. He's pretty slow, almost a one-trick pony, and doesn't communicate his core gimmick particularly well at times. It was only after reading about him in World's Complete Works guidebook that I learned that Valhazak, when not covered in effluvium, is supposed to be a quicker and more agile monster. I never put that together in gameplay. Valhazak is pretty lethargic, whether or not he has effluvium pouring off of him, and I would never consider him to be agile. The more notable part of his fight is when that effluvium gas is pouring off of his body. It creates a damage over time effect, and prolonged exposure can result in you contracting a debuff that cuts your health in half. You can also gain this debuff instantaneously if you get hit by Val's sweeping effluvia beams and downward gas exhalation attacks. It's one of the coolest debuffs in Monster Hunter and potentially one of the most deadly, but Vale is usually just way too slow to capitalize on it. His beam and gas attacks usually don't have much in terms of follow-up moves, and if you use decorations to make yourself immune to this debuff, then his kit just kinda doesn't have much of any menace to it anymore. I think Capcom may have got cold feet over how potent this debuff is, and then overcorrected by making Vale such a slow, lumbering opponent with super limited combo and mix-up potential. Additionally, I think there's a severely missed opportunity in the fight for Vale to siphon the effluvia off of your body to do massive damage to you, like he can do to other small monsters on the map. I have never dreaded Valhazak's fight, not in the slightest, not in terms of actually fearing it, nor not wanting to do it. I just think he's half-baked. It is the ecology and the aesthetics that absolutely prop up Valhazak. As I said, this idea might not have worked if not carefully handled, but carefully handled it was. Valhazak looks amazing and carries a tremendous sense of gravitas to him. The brown and red of his carrion armor matched with his glassy blue and gray scales makes for a completely unique color scheme, and the desaturation of the game makes it so that these contrasting elements don't clash too hard with one another. I love the somewhat fish-like qualities of his head shape and the sheen of his scales, and the large yellow false eyes and separated second lower jaw gives him this kind of harrowing, alien, and striking look to him. Valhazak stands, I think, at the upper echelons of creature design in this series, even by this series' standards. The blend of dragon, aquatic life, the undead, bacterial bioweapon powers, and all of that just pool together into a lordly terror of a beast that essentially rules the underworld of the entire new world. Just writing this section makes me absolutely adore this creature. I just also want to adore that fight. Xeno'jiiva is the high-rank final boss of World, and man, you want to talk about out there monster designs. Xeno'jiiva looks like a straight-up alien. More of a Yu-Gi-Oh monster than a Monster Hunter monster. If the new world could be compared to a living organism, then Xeno'jiiva is a parasitic tumor nestled in said organism's heart. It is a beast that feeds exclusively on bioenergy and siphons it out of the new world's natural processes. As Xeno'jiiva prepared to leave its cocoon, it released a pheromone summoning dying elder dragons to migrate to the new world at an accelerated rate. This phenomena is what sparked the Hunters Guild to establish the Research Commission in the first place. I'll talk a little bit more about the overarching story later on, but it's essentially one giant exploration of the game's world building and cycle of life. Xeno'jiiva is meant to be an anthropomorphized corruption of that natural process. He is the raw power of the continent given flesh and form, and that I think is a fascinating concept. The fact that we can even have a chance of standing up to him is because he is a newborn. His powers are beyond his full control. His body is soft and vulnerable, and he has very little concept of tactics. He lashes out belligerently the second he hatches and is put down accordingly. Much like Vale, most will agree that this fight is just too slow, too laborious, and not terribly engaging. What's worse is that Xeno has a mountain of health and can often overstay his welcome. His attacks mainly consist of big trampling charges, a couple of paw slams, and a series of crystal beam attacks. I would say the neatest thing about the battle is that his beam weapons and the tremendous amount of heat pouring off of his body can then superheat the ground around him to the point where it can light you on fire if you touch those heated patches. This is admittedly a pretty cool way to dynamically shift the battlefield, and the extra fire damage is notable enough that it encourages me to bring fire resistance to this battle when I prepare for it. I don't know, the fight's just not horribly engaging. The light show is very pretty, but there are other monsters at this size that have more interesting abilities, greater speed, and better follow-ups. He does face some decent redemption in his arch-tempered form though. Still not the greatest thing ever. This incredibly powerful form of Xeno'jiiva ditches the nothing burger first phase, improves his combo abilities, and gives him more persistent fire on the ground after his beams. He's also got more quakes on several of his attacks and higher damage. This fight can be fairly challenging and incentivizes the use of defensive skills to get around his quakes and his fire. One thing that I don't love about either version of him is that he stands a little bit too far off the ground. His chest can be a tad tough to hit, and sometimes his head sits a little high too, unless you're really punishing one of his beam weapons. A lot of the time you're going to be knocking out his forelegs, and those don't always want to stand super still. It can be a little frustrating to fight him with melee weapons. And then the design itself is, damn, this thing looks crazy. Gigantic, with what is normally this translucent, just dull gray skin, fully then lit up with a brilliant otherworldly blue of pure energy, and he's got this glowing, burning core that sits at the center of him, which sears even brighter when he's angered. That energy courses throughout his entire body, lessening the more it gets away from his core, and flaring, pulsing, flickering trails of bioenergy constantly just emit from him. He has several sets of false eyes running up his large black horns, which are meant to make him look larger and more intimidating. When those wings fully unfurl and he takes to the air, he is utterly colossal, filling up the entire camera. He perfectly encapsulates the concept of a juvenile, otherworldly energy dragon. I love his concept and what he represents in World's narrative, but among the 5th generation final story bosses, I think he is probably the weakest in terms of combat. Now, in World's 2nd title update, we were treated to the emergence of Kulve Taroth. We talked about the mechanics of World Sieges a while ago. Now let's talk about the monster herself, and she is pretty damn unique. A gargantuan, wingless, subterranean elder dragon with golden scales, giant ram horns, and an enormous full-body encapsulating cloak of molten gold covering her entire form. She dominates these caverns deep beneath the new world that are teeming with gold deposits, and she uses her fire breath to carve out tunnel systems down here. She has absolutely zero competition in these caverns. However, the gold down here is so plentiful that she and the other smaller species that live alongside her have had their hides and carapaces warped to have traces and flecks of gold found within them. It is believed that her giant horns have a magnetic property to them, which allow her to more easily gather the metals onto her coat of gold. Cutting these horns and studying them is the main reason why she is hunted. There's maybe 2 issues with Kulve Taroth's fight in total, and that's about it. First of all, in her proper siege fight, her first phase is pretty boring. She just kind of marches around in these passageways, letting you shoot her with cannons and drop rocks on her. She doesn't really retaliate at at all. It's typical old Siege Monster Hunter stuff. It's not engaging, and you're just really kind of trying to rush through it. The back 3 phases are all excellent though, and the only other potential issue is that she's so large and long that some of her hitboxes on her huge golden cloak feel a little wonky, and that's kind of it. This battle is excellent, especially the Master Rank version, which cuts the first phase and siege mechanics out and just goes all in on the fight. She manages to be big and slow with her cloak on while still being ferocious. She rolls, uses tail sweeps and horn strikes, and a very solid variety of flame breath attacks to fight you. She doesn't combo super often, but the gaps between her attacks aren't painfully long. This gives her a very steady and intimidating rhythm and cadence to her battle, considering the fact that she can very easily two-shot you. A lot of her attacks are just so gigantic and heavy-hitting that the more average speed of her attack output is what kind of balances things out and keeps the fight fair. You need to spend the battle cleaving through her armor, trying to enrage her, or landing mounting attacks to heat up and soften her golden armor. You then knock off chunk after chunk after chunk of her golden armor until she sheds her coat completely, lures you into her lair for the final battle. This last stage tones down the size of her attack and a little bit of the damage in order to ramp up the speed. She gets much more physical with comboing tail sweeps, larger head slams, full body lunges, and rapid horn strike hits. Also, a greater ability to aim her flame attacks. She also has an awesome looking ultimate move where she slithers up the spire in the middle of her lair and ignites the gold on the cavern ceiling, causing molten metal to rain down on the hunters. She is absolutely vicious and intimidating, and absolutely one of the best fights in the game, Iceborne included. Kulftaroth is a pretty awesome super boss for World, since her model uses the same rig as Great Jagras and the other reptilian fanged wyverns that make up the lower levels of most of the game's maps. It's pretty cool to have a maximum power level of the game's starting monsters, and something that doesn't happen all that often in Monster Hunter, if at all, if I remember correctly. And her design is just stellar. She's got a nice simple black and gold palette, which works brilliantly. I love the mismatch of textures and shapes and kind of jagged edges and cracks that are present in her golden coat. The art team did a really good job making her look like she's covered in a mass of melted together clumps and chunks and tidbits of gold. It really nails the feel of a big molten mass of metal. And when the cloak is gone, she's got a pretty stellar simple design. Big four-legged reptilian, nice and bulky, but also pretty sleek and agile looking, communicates strength and speed at the same time. She keeps a decent distance off the ground. Her horn proportions look really good. She's a huge gilded dragon lizard and pulls off that spectacle beautifully while not really trying too hard or being too garish with it. Say whatever you want about siege mechanics, but as a monster, I think Kulftaroth is an enormous triumph, one of the best that Monster Hunter has to offer as a whole. And now we're going to wrap up our coverage of World Monsters with the 2 crossover monsters we got towards the end of Base Game World's lifespan. The Behemoth from Final Fantasy, as well as the Leshen and Ancient Leshen from the Witcher games. Capcom put a lot of effort into these collaborations, going out of their way to add mechanics and music and fonts and little bits and pieces from the respective game mechanic-wise to recreate some of the spirits of those other titles these foes came from. I admire the craftsmanship and the reverence and the respect here a lot. They didn't just port over enemies from other video games. There's a level of effort that they didn't need to go into. With Behemoth, they gave him mechanics that incentivize you to have set roles, kind of a dedicated tank, some DPS players, and a support player. Kind of like roles in an MMO or a class-based RPG. Also, it will list the special attacks on the side of the screen that Behemoth is using, similar to how Final Fantasy will display the attack and spell names of the opponents you're fighting. And for the Leshen quests, you actually get to play as Geralt of Rivia and run around tracking the Leshen, speaking with the NPCs to learn more about them and the environment, and using context clues to deduce what beast is causing the disturbance in the ancient forest. I actually think this part's kind of neat. I'd honestly be down to see more of Geralt learning about the world of Monster Hunter. Now did that make for good fights? Well, Behemoth certainly isn't bad. Far from it, honestly. He's a pretty tough challenge. His attacks are harsh and they're heavy hitting. He's got a broad mix of ranged and physical moves. Yeah. He just barely fits into the Elder's Recess, being one of the largest fights in the game that isn't on a single arena boss map, and that just makes the whole fight feel a little bit more intense and claustrophobic. Most of his moves are pretty fun to deal with, and his core gimmick is to bait out the use of his Comet ability, which will drop these stones down onto the ground. You need to then lure him away from the comets so he doesn't break them, as they are the only things on the map that will protect you from his ultimate move, the Ecliptic Meteor. Even if you retreat to camp and hide in the tent, Ecliptic Meteor will kill you, so you have to either duck behind the comets or use this emote that came with the Behemoth update to dodge the blast. The meteor will also damage Behemoth, and quite often the final blow against him will be self-inflicted. The big problem with Behemoth's fight is Charybdis, this tornado summoning spell. He loves this move and spams it all over the place. The tornadoes are enormous. They're basically just like Kashala's tornadoes in this game, which are annoying, and they can even block off entryways if you get really unlucky with his placement of them. You're supposed to do one of two things. You can either lure the tornadoes onto the walls so that they're kind of like these non-factors in the fights, or you can use flash pods to stun him out of the attack. And like we talked about earlier, flash pod efficacy drops off harshly in this game, and he uses this move so much that even if you manage to get a couple of tornadoes on the wall, you're inevitably going to miss at least one, especially if you're actively trying to fight him normally. Then you get targeted by the spell, then you need to sheathe and run to get to the tornado all the way over to the edge of the map, and then by that point the tornado is just going down in the middle of the map. It's immensely annoying. The extreme version of Behemoth especially will use this move sometimes like 4 times in a row. It sucks. Other than that, I tend to enjoy the battle. The class-based fighting doesn't really suit Monster Hunter, but it isn't overly intrusive, and his fight is typically fairly well balanced with some cool attacks and a nail-biting mechanic with the meteor. I generally enjoy it. And the Leshen fight is, I don't know. I don't think it's like bad. I just don't like it. Behemoth at least feels like a Monster Hunter fight. He's a big beast with ranged and physical moves, and he fights like a big beast. He's got some annoying stuff. Leshen, he works okay. First of all, fighting a tall, lanky humanoid that fights like a tall, lanky humanoid with spellcraft just feels odd, and it's not really designed around the Monster Hunter weapons, and yeah, you can hit him, but it really doesn't feel like his moves were just built for the things that Monster Hunter weapons do. The two different kits just kind of don't mesh well, and on top of that, Leshen just has a mess of mechanics that blend together to make a pretty annoying experience. He's got get off me AoE attacks, he's got range spam moves, he's got a damage over time aura, he's got teleportation, and he's got minion swarms. He lacks the ability to engage in a proper dance with you, so he kind of just throws as many things as possible at you to keep you from getting up in his face. I generally like monsters with defensive mechanics and tools to debilitate the hunter, but that almost feels like it's all Leshen has. Minus a couple of claw swipes, Leshen really just does everything in its power to not fight you, and it doesn't match this game. And what's worse, the counters for his gimmicks are kind of inconsistent. You get this little fire blast thing to ward off the birds that surround him and do damage over time, but the birds will replenish usually before the fire ability does, and you can also interrupt the teleport thing and stun him by hitting him in the head with Slinger ammo, but the timing in the hitbox for that can sometimes feel kind of inconsistent and not work all that great. And then there's the Ancient Leshen. That thing's probably the least fun I've ever had with Monster Hunter in my life, and I've only fought it like twice total ever. Everything wrong with the regular Leshen is amplified, and that's just in the first phase. Apparently the thing just gets worse the more it goes on. If you really want a good breakdown of just how bad this fight is, I'd recommend you check out this World Monsters Ranked video by Brybash and Benedict, because at least he bothered to fight the whole thing. I'll take this as a stain on my journalistic integrity. I don't care. I'm not fighting him. But hey, actually, like, check it. I found a way to make it easier. See, I found a secret button that permanently deactivates this stupid ever-present bird armor that keeps reappearing within 3 fucking seconds of you making it go away. Here, look, check it out. Okay, now it's time for the brand new Iceborne monsters. Man, this is a long script. Holy crap. And yeah, no, it's not really getting any better from here on out. Right. So, on to Beototis. The Piscean Wyverns get some do and undo crap as an overall category. There's not a ton of entities in this line, and a half-decent percentage of them are pretty weak. Lavasioth has a couple cool relatives in Frontier that I think elevate the overall grouping if you want to consider them, and I've got some tamer opinions on the likes of things like Gerototis and Plesioth, and some people do, but I hold, I would say, the uncontroversial opinion that Beototis may very well be the best beast within the Piscean Wyvern category across the whole series. He looks cool, he sounds cool, he's an entertaining early bout, and does a really great job setting the scene for Iceborne. Now, Behemoth is the first fight in Iceborne, so he certainly isn't difficult, but unlike Great Jagras, he doesn't exist to merely be slaughtered. He's a fairly threatening presence in the lower regions of the Hoarfrost Reach, chiefly because he can capitalize on the deep snowdrifts down there. He's kind of a shallow water fight, like his cousin Juratotis, having free reign to swim around in waist-deep snow that makes up the first 3 or so battle arenas on the map. He rules fairly unchecked there, save for the occasional appearance of Bonboro or a Fulgur Anjanath. What's also cool about this guy is his cultural significance in the region. The local Linian tribe, called the Boa Boa, treat Behemoth as their greatest challenge. The Behemoth is an honored foe that only the greatest of their kind can take down, and being able to best one earns you respect from their clan. There's even this little sub-quest that explores this. I love little world-building tidbits where the monsters are meaningful to the people who live alongside them. I think that's really sick. As I said earlier, this fight's not really going to challenge you, but it is going to make you bleed just a little. Behemoth has the speed and maneuverability advantage, making far greater use of his environment than Juratotis does. He's got a fun rhythm where he kind of fights like a shark, relying on your limited ability to move so that he can leap in and out of the fray and pick you apart with little dives and bites and lunges and whatnot from afar. He struggles to be effective if knocked out of the snow and onto his legs, but he still has a couple of bites and charges and tail attacks and can apply Ice Blight fairly liberally. He also moves fast enough that his hit and run tactics don't make the fight monotonous. You more or less need to wait for him to lunge at you, counterattack, pick apart his ice armor, and then put him down. I think he's one of the series' better opening monsters in terms of threat and combats. His position limits what he can do, but I think he still does the best that he can. He also just looks super cool. He's got that massive halberd blade sticking out of his head. His mix of a very dark blue-gray shell with this lean frame communicates his speed and danger incredibly well. I like the yellow and the red colors on his underside and his fins. I wish they just let that pop a tiny bit more. His snow armor doesn't make him look rotund and non-threatening like the mud armor does for Juratotis, and the dude's just got this permanent hate-filled scowl, complete with these malicious little beady eyes and huge gnarled teeth. I also adore his sound design. He sounds like a revving chainsaw for some reason. It just kind of works. Behemoth is a pretty damn cool creation that unfortunately Iceborne kind of leaves behind, and I think the fan base has forgotten a little bit. He's one of those monsters where by the game's relative standards, he kind of gets brushed aside, but if you saw that thing in real life, he'd be horrifying. I love the Chainsaw Halberd Ice Shark thing, and yeah, I hope he gets a comeback at some point. A question that's often asked is, what's one thing you could remove from a franchise's canon if you could? This may not be my real answer. There's probably way better answers than this, but man, do I wish that they just kept Bonboro on the Hoarfrost Reach and didn't let him go gallivanting around the entire world. I really like Bonboro. He's a giant, charming elk brute wyvern who runs around with trees and rocks in his antlers. Why the hell can he go to every map in the game? I know what the meta answer is. Developers wanted to create a monster that could have altered properties for its attacks depending on the map it was on. So they picked Bonboro, since Bonboro's whole shtick is that he rips up the map terrain itself and uses that as a weapon. Naturally, that terrain would change depending on the map. Few problems with that. Number one, you already got two monsters that can already do this in Iceborne. They're called Tigrex and Deviljho, who both have these rock-tossing attacks, which historically, and still in this game, have the property to change elements depending on the map that they're on. And number two, you picked to put on every map, including the barren desert, tropical rainforest, and volcano, an enormous, two-legged, fluff-covered caribou. Yeah, sure. I guess Bonboro can be a more dramatic version of the whole terrain manipulation ability thing, because he picks up larger objects and holds them for longer, but wow, he does not look good on some of the other maps, and I hate having this gigantic caveat just permanently lingering over Bonboro, because otherwise I think he's kind of dope. I think it's awesome when the monster categories break away from their typical design conventions and branch out a little bit. Brute wyverns are typically big, scary, dinosaurian theropod carnivores, because of course they are. That's what their mod puddle is. They're just other T-Rexes. So when you have these peaceful giant herbivores like Bonboro and Duramboros at the Brute Wyvern category, it helps prevent the group from becoming one note. And Bonboro makes it so that Tries Duramboros isn't a one and done for this kind of change. The fight is also, it's perfectly fine for what it is. He's Iceborne's second unique monster, so you're likely never dying to even tempered versions of him, but he can put in some halfway decent damage for how early he is, and his core gimmick isn't, like, super annoying or anything. Maybe just a tad overused, honestly. He's got a few of your classical tail sweep attacks and horn headbutts and whatnot that you'd expect a monster like this to have, but mostly what he wants to do is pick up objects with his horns. Most of the time, this will be large boulders. He'll either scoop them up and lob them at you, or he'll drag them around along the ground and try to bowl you over like that. What he'll want to do is make you guess how long he's going to keep the boulder, sometimes slamming it after one single charge, and other times he'll hit these very sharp U-turns to try and hit you more than once or catch you when you're trying to punish his slam attack. When he's in a wooded area, he can grab tree trunks instead. This move is similar, but the hitbox is much wider. There's not, like, too much to him combat-wise outside of the terrain drag attack, so he definitely doesn't count amongst, like, the greatest fights of all time, and certainly not within the Brute Wyvern category whatsoever, but I've never had a bad time fighting him, you know, during the times where I was actually intending to fight him. His design is probably his greatest strength and greatest weakness for the reasons already stated. He is a perfectly created Arctic creature and has no business being anywhere else. Maybe if they just made some modicum of effort and maybe changed the color of his fur in a different environment or thinned out the fur in a warmer environment, just like anything. Because on his home turf, he looks excellent. To put it bluntly, he's a mixture of a T-Rex and a moose with a gigantic coat of white fur, and it looks awesome. There's a component of him that looks very kind of cuddly and fluffy, but the posture, the bulk, and the expression, that kind of adds this air of intimidation to him as well. The design captures that fear factor you would have seeing something like a moose or a rhino in the wild in real life. Even though he typically has a pretty even temperament, he's another monster where I honestly think his placement in the game undersells just how frightening of a creature he should really be. I don't think it would be unfitting if you took Bonbro in a future game and you scaled up his health, his damage, and his speed up to the levels of around like a Diablos and create another one of these giant, super powerful mega herbivores that you should know better than to trifle with lightly. Bonbro is a monster I want more out of with a really stupid component that I honestly just ignore. I know some people just straight up hate him for being on every single map. My answer every time is, yeah, that's not real. You know, it doesn't happen. That's not canon. It's not real. What do you mean Bonbro can go to a volcano? That's stupid. Of course he can. He's a giant caribou looking thing. If they ever bring him back, I hope that part just was acted like it never happened. And now we're gonna start working into Iceborne subspecies, and let me tell ya, I think even still to this day, Iceborne made really damn good subspecies. Probably the best in the franchise. Viper Tobikadachi, kinda like Bonbro, lives in an environment where his presence is weird. Also like Bonbro, that's kinda the point. Unlike Bonbro, this time it isn't awful. Viper dwells within the caverns beneath the Hoarfrost Reach. Unlike most other denizens of this region, he can't function very well for extended periods of time out in the cold. So he's a bit of a sneak in the dark, lurking at the mouths of the caves, waiting for Popo or other herbivores to wander too close. He'll then use his fangs and quills to quickly pump venomous paralytic toxins into his victims' bodies and drag them down into the depths. The tunnels down here are warmed by the hot springs that bubble up to the surface, and they allow him to survive in this little carved out niche. He's a devious little assassin, striking from the darkness to survive in a land that is hostile to him. I think the Viper nomenclature is perfect for how he operates and hunts. Now, Viper is a little bit less reliant on climbing tree trunks and branches like a normal Toby is. He can scale the cavern walls a little bit, but it's not really what he's built for. Instead, of Viper Kadachi uses powerful leaps to gain airtime and will deploy his wing flaps in short controlled bursts to maintain airtime and fire off projectiles down at foes or lunge at them. The toxins of the Viper are highly potent. His bite can paralyze you instantly, and his tail spines don't just inflict poison, they dish out the more lethal toxin debuff. His regular tail hits, though, will usually just inflict the normal poison status. Getting hit by these back-to-back can absolutely be lethal. However, Viper doesn't tend to spam his bite attack too much, and it's really the only way he can deploy his paralysis. In the times that I fought him, I don't really remember getting tag teamed by these debuffs too often, though it's happened once or twice. I am willing to believe that this combination has resulted in a few exasperating cards here and there, though. Now, that's a pretty dangerous combination of status effects to put on a fairly low-end monster, but I kind of dig it, honestly. As I said, he doesn't really spam his paralysis, which is far and away the more annoying of the two debuffs. When the two do combine, they're very dangerous, which makes counter building important. I'm very much of the opinion that if a debuff isn't annoying, then what's the point? And we don't have many dual status monsters at all, so that kind of uniqueness does give him a couple more points in my mind as well. I think this lineup of abilities also suits his name and his hunting style very well. He needs to be incredibly efficient in order to survive, and these abilities let him do that. That and the fact that he has his own separate fighting style and a pretty original roster of moves when compared to the original makes Viper Tobikadachi a very worthwhile subspecies, and those new attacks are pretty cool too. Very acrobatic with lots of repositioning and flanking and large area covering spins. He's a little bit more of a mid-range fighter than the normal Kadachi could be. It's too bad that there's not a ton of reason to fight the guy because I wish I had done so more. It's a pretty cool little bout. I think he's got a great set of colors on him too. He has no real camouflage, but that's not really what he's going for. His bright amber colors and dark spots are meant to communicate that he is poisonous, not to be trifled with, not worth the effort. It is a deterrent. This is something seen in a lot of real-world snakes. Black and orange is also just a really nice looking set of colors. I'm very fond of how Viper took the snake-like attributes that the regular Kadachi already had and just leaned all the way into them. I think that's really cool. From the colors to the patterns to the abilities to the hunting style, I think Viper is a great nomenclature for the subspecies, and I think he's another fairly overlooked creation. I think he's a really solid status monster. I think Nightshade Palumu is pretty solid and a little overhated, honestly. Yeah, he's a pretty potent wielder of the sleep element status and uses it pretty frequently, but I think he's also a pretty solid physical combatant, and his usage of sleep has some areas where it's positively and negatively implemented. He's not the most ecologically fascinating animal. At some point, a population of Palumu migrated to the Wildspire Waste, and the harsher conditions of this environment made them more aggressive, more competent at fighting, and darkened their fur. This subspecies has a strong presence in the forested corners of the Wildspire, and some populations have been found over in the ancient forest as well. So, the main thing with Nightshade is that his air sacs can produce a potent narcotic gas that he can exhale in large clouds. These clouds will linger around for a while, leaving these sleep-inducing hazards for hunters to have to maneuver through to fight him. He can expel several of these clouds at once or fire them off in individual bursts. Additionally, he can use flaps from his wings, sweeps of his tail, and other strong inhalation abilities to manipulate these sleep clouds, altering the battlefield. So this concept I really love. Yes, he outputs a lot of sleep, but it leaves it more as a trap than as a straightforward attack. You need some good situational awareness to not get dropped. Another thing, unless he's facing multiple opponents, Nightshade is pretty damn good at savagely punishing slept opponents. Those he manages to incapacitate will rapidly be struck with very hard-hitting physical moves, and I appreciate that a lot. If you're gonna use a debuff to put me in a weakened state, at least follow it up with a punish. Make me want to learn to avoid getting hit by these attacks in the future. Don't just waste my time with debilitation followed by nothing. So that's all well and good. My issue with this battle is that he has a move where he'll shoot a lot of sleep directly under him, and another move where he'll inhale and pull a lot of sleep clouds back towards him. These are two pretty big moves with huge moving radiuses that are a little tough to react to if you're up in melee. They both have pretty sizable windups, but if you're committed to attack animations while you're at point blank, while he's setting himself up, you're probably going to get hit by these attacks. These two moves kind of mandate that you either have sleep resistance or energy drinks. Now, I absolutely don't mind monsters with potent status usages that make me heavily consider using defensive skills, but when you have attacks that make it so that if I don't use those defensive precautions, I'm very likely going to get slept repeatedly, I think you might have overtuned that status just a little. Now, the cool thing is that if you do slot in sleep negate, Nightshade doesn't fall apart. He's a much faster, more aggressive Palumu. He spends considerably less time just hovering around getting beat up in his inflated form. He's often strafing around, firing sleep shots, diving at you in the air, swiping and sweeping with his tail, and pretty often deflating the air sac to grant him increased agility in the air. He's got this new kind of corkscrew flying slam attack that I love, deals a lot of damage too. Honestly, I think he's one of the better flying fights in Iceborne, simply because he just wastes so little time and is still low enough to the ground so that you can satisfyingly hit him. He just starts flying around in in a nice low altitude, boxing you out with his tail and everything, throwing hands and batting around sleep clouds. He's pretty tenacious for a little bastard, and you can have a good time sparring with him even if you take away his core ability. I think Somnicanth is probably still the best executed sleep monster in the series, and he has a few attacks I don't love, but I think Nightshade Palumu is a solid little duelist with a mechanic that's really cool with a couple of flaws in execution. And then the design is a neat change that communicates his temperament swap. He no longer blends in with his environment like a normal Paluma does. Now he stands out, using his harsh dark fur to communicate aggression and ferocity. When threatened, he'll then inflate his air sac up, which now has these two bright green and red spots that look like massive eyes. They are meant to make Nightshade look larger, more threatening, and deterring predators, insisting that they back off. This is a unique case where the change in the design doesn't necessarily reflect Nightshade's new environment, but rather how that new environment has altered his behavior and his outlook. It's fairly unique. I like it. Coral Pookie is up there on the list of greatest subspecies ever made. Perhaps not the greatest monster ever made that is a subspecies, though I think he's pretty high on that list too. But in terms of adapting the core of a base species for a new map and set of abilities, Coral does it better than maybe every other subspecies ever made. The Coral Pookie dwells in the lower reaches of the Coral Highlands instead of the forest floor of the ancient forest. The Coral Pookie lacks poison-producing organs and does not consume seeds and spore puffs to empower his abilities. Instead, these organs have been repurposed to intake massive quantities of water, which he siphons from the sponge-like coral formations found within the Highlands. Now, that is already kind of neat. An animal who gains power from what he ingests gains different abilities when it lives in a different environment with different things to eat. But then what happens is that Coral Pookie's entire moveset remains fundamentally similar, but changes in execution as he has gone from wielding poisonous globules and gas to high pressure water. He can use his forked tongue to split water beams from his mouth. He has both a horizontal and zigzagging water beam attack from his tail, and the coolest thing he can do is fire off water directly beneath him, swirl his tail in an expanding circular motion, hitting everything in an arc around him. It's an awesome super move, especially for the monster of his power level, and he balances all those range attacks out with charges and bites and tail sweeps and flying claw attacks. The fight has a pretty reliable rhythm to it. Coral has a lot of these huge sweeping water beam attacks that take up a lot of space, and their damage is pretty decent, but they're also fairly well telegraphed. You're going to want to exploit these big wind-up frames to get in and whack him. Once you're in, he'll try to batter you away with physical moves, and when he does, he'll very quickly follow up with water attacks now that you've been driven backwards. He'll then use more water attacks to try and keep you out until you can exploit his animations to get back in a striking distance. Pretty solid rhythm. Unlike something like Leshen, where he predominantly wants to box you out over and over, Coral is a monster with range and focus and wants to keep you out, but has more fun moves to evade and get in on, and doesn't deteriorate nearly as quickly when you do manage to get in on him. Additionally, hacking off his tail denies him access to a huge portion of his moveset, making it an incredibly important and gratifying tail cut. It's one of the most important part breaks out there that isn't tied to an overarching gameplay gimmick. For that reason, his tail is super adorable and warrants a lot of focus. Feels great every time it's sliced off. He's got a pretty damn fun dance to him, honestly. I think his design is also incredibly good, if maybe a tiny bit weaker than the original. I think just like the mix of green, violet, and blue on the original Pookie mixes so beautifully well. Coral goes for a bright orange mane of feathers and a predominantly scarlet red color on the top of his body, and then there's this sort of gray-blue that makes up his underside, which is fine, but it takes up a lot of space on him, removes a little bit of his vibrancy, and makes for a complete palette that has a lot of promise, but just, I don't think it comes together quite as well as the original. He certainly doesn't look bad at all. I wish there was more red on him. I think Coral Pookie is a damn near perfectly crafted subspecies. It makes sense for a Pookie to be in this region of the Coral Highlands, as it shares a vast range of altitudes like the ancient forest does. Both versions of Pookie roam the lower and middle regions of these maps, both gain abilities from what they eat and drink on the maps, and then each version uses the same bodily mechanisms to interact with the elemental prowess given to them by their environment, and due to the nature of these elements, both Pookies have fundamentally similar movesets that vary greatly in the details. You top all that off with being a really fun fight, and Coral is a phenomenal creation. Shrieking Legiana is not an uncommon pick for the worst fight in all of Iceborne. These are frostbitten variants of Legiana who acclimated extremely well to Hoarfrost Reach to improve upon their ice manipulation abilities. Also, these Shrieking Legiana do not become loners or outcasts from the Legiana flock. In fact, they are often seen fighting in tandem with the non-variant members of the species. Shrieking Legiana is what most Legiana who permanently make the Hoarfrost Reach their home will become, whereas others may migrate back and forth between the Highlands Highlands and the Reach. Those who remain in the Reach seem to have their ice-producing organs mutate and strengthen. Shrieking is, well, there's a lot. He's a pest. He loves to fly around, loves to barely touch the ground, also a very proficient aerial combatant, having not a lot of end lag on his attacks, loves to attack and then reposition and attack and then reposition over and over and over again. He also loves to summon another Legiana to fight at his side constantly, and even if you dung pod the second one, they share the exact same territory and will often just bump back into each other by chance, and he adores using ice AoE attacks, and that just kinda all stacks into an encounter that's a bit of a pain in the ass. Now, I want to be fair here. There's ways to deal with Shrieking and mitigate his abilities. He has a bit of a baby version of Velkhana's ice armor, where smashing a bunch of that ice can weaken him. He can get sick and be forced to land when poisoned. He can be flashed out of the air for as long as that works. Thanks again, Kashala. And as mentioned, the other Legiana can be hit with dung pods to make them flee. I also found that the Lance Clutchcock can kind of just no-sell a lot of his moves and punish him pretty easily. Also, you can just go with the Insect Glaive and meet him up in the air. You can deal with his crap in several ways, and I will always advocate for monsters being challenging and debilitating and can be solved like puzzles with defense skills and proper tools and counterpicks, but man, he's just not fun with most weapons. The abilities that counter him will only keep him down for so long, and then it's back to the erratic, non-stop movements and constant ice spike fields where he refuses to just let you hit him. I think the issue is that he doesn't have much beyond being an erratic flying ice monster. I think a lot of his moves are kind of cool in isolation. The Ice Shard Corkscrew and the move where he rapidly ascends and then comes hurtling back down while tossing ice in front of him. Both really awesome looking and feel dangerous, but the fight just feels like it's attacks like that over and over and over and over and over and over and over. When he's on the ground, he's kind of just pathetic. He can barely do anything but just hop around. I almost think the normal Legiana is the better ground combatant. Shrieking is a lot of decent components mashed together in a poor ensemble with little to no connective tissue that balances out the more erratic and element spamming components of the fight. He leans too heavily into his gimmick, has poor punishability, is too reliant on counter tools, and isn't particularly good if those tools are implemented. There's not much to say about the design either. He's a darker, muted, frostbitten Legiana. His tan chest has grayed, his brilliant blue wings have become a more kind of charcoal color with still a little bit of blue in there, and his ice protection is just a spattering of frigid fuzz when compared to the more proper ice armor that other users of this technique employ. I will say, when he's angry and the frost intensifies on his body, some of the detailing on his wing patterns and horns will shine white, which looks kind of nice on the darker wings, but yeah, Shrieking's just not great on pretty much any level. At least some of the nothing early monsters are pretty inoffensive. This is just a bad fight, and takes a pretty decent monster from the base game, over-designs his fight, and runs him into the ground. Alright, now with that smudge on the record out of the way, let's get back to the good stuff. Fulgur Anjanath rocks. He looks sick. He hits hard, his moveset is cool, his abilities are awesome, and he feels properly different from the original Anjanath. This white-furred, tiger-striped, thunder-powered Anjanath, kinda like the base Anjanath back in low rank, is a little bit of a gear check. If you're still bumming around in high rank armor at this point, or in some shoddily crafted master rank armor set, you're probably gonna get hit pretty damn hard. And thunder means additional stun chance, so the ability for him to cart you is nice and high if you don't take Fulgur Anjanath seriously. You know you're a good monster when, if my friends and I are on Iceborne and just want to kind of casually hunt something and we're poking around for something to fight, we routinely pick you. Fulgur Anjanath is a great fun run monster. He'll fold against a meta level set, sure, but he can roll with the punches pretty far into the end game and remain fun throughout. He is, however, another one of Iceborne's odd monsters where you can just go to like every map in the game. He looks considerably less egregious on other maps than Bonbro, but once again, you have a creature that looks great in winter camouflage, that looks gorgeous with the snow and the ice as a backdrop, and then you plop him in a rainforest. Why? I guess the Highlands like kinda work. Doesn't look too bad in the recess either, but man, he's not working a couple of locales. However, Fulgur Anjanath has a slightly better explanation for why he roams as much as he does. The Hoarfrost Reach has made his subspecies more openly hostile and aggressive, rather than belligerent and territorial like the normal Anjanath. Additionally, the thunder-producing organs in his body generate their power by converting kinetic energy into electricity, which he can deploy in various ways. This means that Fulgur Anjanath kinda needs to be moving and fighting and roaming around to maintain its charge. And that charge is what the fight is all about. Physically, a Fulgur Anjanath fights a lot like his cousin. He strikes with his bulk, his long tail, strong kicks, and powerful lunges and various bite attacks. These bites will demonstrate how Fulgur Anjanath's power works. He has some limited capacity to control where his thunder element appears on his body. For example, he can try and stun you by lacing his fangs and powerful thunder shocks. He can flood the mucus he expels out of his nose with that electrical energy as medium-range projectiles. As he gets angrier and more amped up, he starts using his lightning attacks more liberally. This is where the two species of Anjanath differentiate the most. They wield their elements pretty differently. A regular Anjanath is pretty proficient at short range and long range combat, while also being pretty good at closing distance. He uses long-reaching flamethrower breath attacks and scalding flaming sneezes to try and attack those who are keeping their distance before charging back in. Fulgur Anjanath is a little bit more of a brawler, relying more on his close-range thunder mucus, his thunder bites, thunder-backed kicks, lightning explosion ground bites, and when he wants to expel all his energy in a Hail Mary attack, he'll wreathe himself in lightning foley and dive at his foes with all of his weight and power put behind it. Though the regular Anjanath is a really solid battle, I think this is what makes Fulgur a little bit more satisfying to fight. He loves to be up in your face, biting and kicking and tackling and shocking, giving you very little space or breathing room. He's a very melee-centered battle with some mid-range options if he needs them, and is a great aggressive pace to him. And to top it all off, man, he looks good, especially when he's all lit up with electricity. I wasn't so sure about the color choice at first, but it's really grown on me. The vast majority of his body is sheer white with black tiger stripes running all over him. They make his face orange while still keeping the stripes. I couldn't find a direct answer for why his colors changed like this. Maybe the art team just thought that the full white kind of didn't look good or something. Maybe they just wanted to be more evocative of a tiger while also having some Arctic camouflage, but I think it looks stellar. The color blending between those two segments looks great, and it makes him distinct when compared to a lot of other monsters that will have just a very consistent color palette across their whole body. He's also got a much larger and shaggier coat of fur when compared to the standard Anjanath, which I appreciate because it's awesome when a subspecies or variant actually kind of tweaks the model a little bit beyond just colors when appropriate for a new environment or power sets. And oh man, when he gets pissed off and flares up the wings and the nasal structure and sends lightning pulsing through those organs and arcing out of his mouth, damn, does he look cool. Every single time it happens, it gets that kind of like hell yeah response going in the brain. He's one of those monsters that's got a ton of fan art just because he looks that good, and I'm sure a lot of people just love drawing him. Fulgur Anjanath is pretty stellar in just about every category. Love seeing him, fighting him. His armor looks great. He contrasts himself from the original species in terms of environment and element and fighting style. Why this is the only monster from the main story that doesn't have its own cutscene, I got no idea. Totally deserved it. Love the guy. I am a little surprised people don't talk about acidic Glavenus more, and that it kind of goes for me as well. He's a pretty sick subspecies for Glavenus, which inverts the fight in some clever ways that I think warrants a good deal of praise. And on top of that, I think it's pretty awesome that they just took a monster from a previous game and generation and gave him a brand new subspecies out of nowhere. That doesn't happen too often. Sure, you get those group gimmick variation monsters like the Risens or the Deviants who will fill in their roster with some monsters from previous titles every once in a while, but just an unprompted new species for a veteran monster is kind of a cool surprise. But I don't know. Maybe Glavenus is just a little too iconic, a tad too perfect of a concept. Acidic may be trying to reinvent the wheel, and that's why he doesn't get a ton of regard. He's a cool reinvention, don't get me wrong, but I think if you take a giant battle armor covered Carnotaurus with a burning greatsword tail and Optimus Prime colors and try to change them around too much, any other concept just isn't going to hit as hard. Acidic Glavenus is a pretty dominant presence within the Rotten Vale. His hide has become a murky green, he's lost his flame-producing organs, and his tail will consistently become covered in a highly acidic substance, which will start to harden over time. Conventionally, the tail of an acidic Glavenus is much lighter than that of the average Glavenus, and those acid crystals will weigh it down. That is the core gimmick at work with an acidic Glavenus. At first, you may think that acidic is just a color-swapped Glavenus with defense down instead of the fire element. The acid crystal-covered tail is also a pretty bad hit zone, repelling most blades, so that makes it a much tougher part to break, which is a little bit of an inverse compared to the typical Glavenus. At this point, it'd be kind of cool to just get a new Glavenus that has defense down, which is an often overlooked debuff, so that would put acidic around the quality of one of the better third-generation subspecies. But the neat thing is that the defense down acid is pretty much just a red herring. The fight fight does not revolve around that debuff at all. See, when a normal Glavenus runs its tail through its teeth, that's how it heats up its tail and preps it for ignition. This is him instigating the elemental part of his fight. When an acidic Glavenus runs his tail through his teeth, he's actually getting rid of the elemental component of his fight and unveiling what this battle is actually all about. An acidic Glavenus is a precise, fast-acting, and cunning swordsman, utilizing his lighter tail to pull off more elaborate flurries of sword swings. He's got this raised sword stance where he'll keep his tail near his head and pointed in front of him. From here, he can stab at the ground in front of him and can rapidly slash down at the ground before quickly repositioning, and he can lunge forward, sweeping his tail in large slicing arcs. He can even do a false tail spin, sweeping his tail harshly up in front of him and then following up with a returning sweep in the other direction. He even has some additional follow-ups on classic Glavenus moves. He can combo a lot of Glavenus's old big heavy tail spin attacks into smaller brief second attacks to throw you off guard. He's got a huge ensemble of insanely cool tail moves, and I think the animators did a great job of giving Acidic a lot of speed and technique while also retaining the weight that a creature this big should have. Additionally, his held sword stance doesn't make this fight feel like he's just holding an attack on delay to bait you to react early. The stance communicates which attacks he might be using next, and he has unique windups to telegraph these specific attacks from that stance. I find that this is a pretty satisfying fight to learn. I really enjoy facing him down with a lance to endure the onslaught, but even more cool, I think, is trying to match his longsword design inspiration with a longsword of your own, trying to properly duel him with parries and counter hits. Most weapons should be able to deal with his moveset just fine, but I think he is best dealt with a weapon that is meant to clash with a monster's attacks. Pretty damn cool fight, especially with the proper matchups. The design for Acidic is... it's okay, I guess. Honestly, I think he's one of the bigger victims of World's desaturated colors. He loses the original's great-looking red and blue and sticks with predominantly a dark sea green type of color. Some of his spikes and detailing turn to a very dull dark gray at a few points as well. The color of his scales is insanely close to the more metallic color of his tail, and even when his tail is covered in acid, the color there is very lifeless. The sea green looks fine enough in the Vale, mostly matching the deep caverns of the place. I think what's lacking here is some highlights in differentiating color. His icon, builder model, and some other art of him shows off what Acidic Glavenus could look like if they lean into those yellow accents a little bit more. They add some detailing to his jaw, his belly, they recolor his spikes and strengthen the yellow on his tail, giving him some color patterns akin to the normal Glavenus. But yeah, no, the in-game model just doesn't have this extra detailing to it. He needs more saturation, more detailing, more acid, more boldness, I think. I know that he's meant to match the murk of the Rotten Vale, but his colors all just kind of muddy together and result in him looking much less fierce. I think Acidic Glavenus is a welcome surprise who brought along a pretty damn neat subversion on the classic Glavenus' battle philosophy. He just doesn't quite fill the shoes of his iconic cousin, but he does a damn decent job trying, and in all fairness, those are really big shoes. There's not a whole lot to say about Ebony Odogaron. He's good. Odogaron's an extremely good base, and Ebony adds some neat little touches to that base, but they're really just touches. Ebony Odogaron are members of the species with wider, no clear-cut territory and voracious appetites. Somewhere along the way, their diet included some odd material or another that granted them limited control over the volatile dragon element. Perhaps these are Odogaron who consumed the remains of Devil Joe or Elder Dragons down in the Vale and went somewhat mad with power as a result. Between Bonbro, Fulgur, Anjanath, and this guy, Ebony feels like the only one of these three new Iceborne non-elders who makes sense being a map-traversing invader monster. Odogaron are already fairly crazed individuals, and having the dragon element coursing through their system would absolutely drive them to stalk all kinds of new hunting grounds, hostile environment be damned. Also, his design isn't meant to camouflage him at all, so he doesn't look super out of place on most maps, save for, again, like the Ancient Forest, he just does not look good in. From a game design standpoint, Ebony Odogaron was created because the standard Odogaron was being defeated too quickly. The original's glass cannon design meant it was being taken out before it could show off its full prowess, which it achieved from eating. Ebony Odogaron is meant to live longer and show off its full strength from the very beginning. It starts in its powered up state and needs to be beaten out of it with the use of elemental attacks, whilst using the dragon element to negate the hunter's abilities to inflict elemental damage. That, by itself, is a pretty cool little loop. Probably the neatest thing about about him, honestly. The two of you are constantly trying to box each other out from using your elemental powers, because the element that the both of you wield can be debilitating towards one another. That's a really sick idea. But on top of that, I think he's just Master Rank Odogaron with Dragon Bites and 2 new attacks. Now, those are 2 pretty cool attacks, for sure. He has this kind of double spin where he'll pick up speed before lunging himself forwards like a dragon-infused torpedo, and his other move is a flying leap where he'll spit out a blast of dragon energy while repositioning behind you. He tries to neuter you with the Dragon Blight to disorient you and then slash you apart from behind. Both attacks are pretty fun, they're flashy, and they weave well into Odogaron's established rhythm, but it's just kind of it. The only other thing I can think about is that every bite attack of his inflicts the dragon element. I think those dragon blast projectiles should have been expanded on. Let him lunge to your side and fire one at your flank. Let him leap backwards and spit out a burst and a retreating shot. If the goal is to keep Odogaron alive longer, use these quick, rapid, ranged options to clear distance and keep him alive and moving. He should have a whole set of like 3 or 4 other attacks just off these little dragon spit bursts. And due to his erratic nature, he could be due for some combo extensions too, but doesn't really get him. Ebony Odogaron is a slightly better Odogaron combat-wise, purely by technicality, but as his own individual, yeah, he's just kind of lacking. Whereas Acidic Glavenus was kind of pretending to be a minimally changed element swap subspecies, Ebony Odogaron pretty much just is that, exactly. The colors, though, now that's pretty good. The dragon element has seared his face jet black with these kind of traces of red detailing coursing over his head and down much of his upper body. It kind of looks like a bomb went off in his face. The jet black colors complement those beady, soulless little eyes really well too. When he's pissed, those eyes will turn red and the red detailings will pulse with this kind of scarlet glow and black smoke will start to pour out of his mouth. His torso lightens up the further it gets from his head, turning a little bit more gray with like a teeny little bit of lavender in there and a more pronounced blue-violet in the tail. His spine and paws also keep the black coloration from the head, and his claws are blood red. I almost wish his lower body was more strictly gray, just to let the black and red of his head stand out a little bit more, but I guess that would probably make his purple tail look kind of out of place. Overall, though, very cool. Takes an already savage-looking design and just goths the hell out of it, making for an edgy dragon demon dog. Pretty neat concept, but he doesn't lean into the gimmick nearly enough, and despite all the cool things about him, he kind of feels like he's just a little bit of a roster stuffer because of it. And Wilds didn't do him any favors, so yeah, that kind of stinks. Potential future third time's the charm, maybe? Seething Basilgeuse is a pretty neat variant with a huge issue that just isn't his fault. He's kind of just guilty by association. Iceborne made a stupid decision deciding that any monster that was in base game world that would have a variant in Iceborne would not be in Master Rank, except for Legiana. That variant would effectively become the Master Rank version of the monster, so there's no Basilgeuse, Deviljho, Valhazak, or Nergigante in Master Rank at all. This is what we in the industry like to call lame. Now, that being said, Seething Basilgeuse is not lame, but the circumstances around him are. Now, this variant of Basil is not an invader and can be only found in the Elder's Recess. This is another big reason why people have a problem with this whole arrangement. The iconic flying invader is no longer an invader. He gets replaced by a bizarre motley crew of other monsters. Now, it does make sense for Seething to be a more permanent resident of the volcanic region, as the name would imply he is a superheated version of the original Basil. Even when enraged, his once brown scales have this kind of dull blue hue from the intense heat his body is given off. This gets even more intense as he gets angry. There isn't too much more to delve into ecologically. He's one of those variants who pushes the gimmick of his core species up a couple of notches rather than transforming their abilities or biology drastically. Seething Basilgeuse was designed to be simultaneously more dangerous and yet more learnable than the other Basil. His bombs grow larger, he's a bit more of a brawler, and he's a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time, his bomb patterns were designed to be more predictable. The original Basil's bombs were designed to drop somewhat at random, haphazardly dislodging from his body and firing off in hard-to-predict patterns during his physical moves. The developers went the opposite way for Seething, making sure his physical moves tossed his bomb scales in more consistent patterns to make for a fight that a player would have an easier time mastering. This is information that I'd say I kind of knew subconsciously. Once I read these production notes, it did kind of click that, yeah, Seething seemed to be a little bit easier to read than a normal Basil. I'm not 1000% certain if this applies to all of Seething's bomb dropping moves, and and that there's zero randomness whatsoever, but some of his bombs certainly have predictable trajectories, especially off of his tail sweep. Seething also seems to be a more aggressive physical fighter, spending much less time flying around using his carpet bomb attacks. He instead will use his powerful array of tail sweeps, body slams, flying slams, charges, and headbutts. He especially likes to use those tail sweep moves to get as many bombs on the field as possible. Seething wants to get his hands dirty. He certainly doesn't mind blowing you up, but he wants that to happen after he pummels you into the ground. He very infrequently uses Basil's iconic carpet bomb dive move, but at the same time, that means Seething wastes a bit less time. On top of that, Seething gets a new nuke attack where he corkscrews up into the air, sending out rows of explosives before coming crashing back down in a massive detonation and letting out this deafening screech in the wake of this carnage. They further compensate for Seething's predictability by making his bombs larger when enraged. A fully heated Seething's blast scales are so overflowing with explosive fluid that the scales will then start to expand and deform rapidly into these malformed purple flower-like shapes that then violently explode upon reaching critical mass. The hitboxes on these enhanced explosives are well telegraphed, but are still rather large and can be tough to avoid in a whole proper minefield. Additionally, these bombs have an adhesive quality, being capable of sticking to walls. Iceborne Seething is perfectly fine. He's a fun variant who has some give and take when compared to the behavior and abilities of the original Basil, while also adding some additional explosive pizzazz. I could go on about how I think he needs a little bit more of his own attack, but yeah, that's what Sunbreak did to him, so, you know, problem solved. And then for the design, he starts out as a pretty normal looking Basil Geese with the scales on his head and tail having a darkened and blue tinged blend to them. I appreciate this kind of foreshadowing for where Seething's gonna go. The blue patches communicate that these scales have been superheated to the point of having like a warped coloration to them, but since then they've cooled off. His bombs will also have a brighter pink coloration. The dark burnt blue and incandescent pink contrast pretty well off one another. As he gets pissed though, a deep white hot is going to start to burn and spark up in his core, and his head and tail will light up in these brilliant broiling mixtures of white and yellow and orange and violet and pink all kind of mixed together, while his scales shift to a brilliant glowing purple. It's a crazy looking display and looks brilliant against the crystalline and lava-fueled backdrops of the Elder's Recess. I can forgive Seething for taking away the normal Basil, and I can appreciate his changes, though I think he loses a bit of what made the original so iconic. The spectacle that replaces the original personality isn't bad though, and then Sunbreak took Seething a little later on and fulfilled his potential a good bit further. Not the best variant, far from the worst though. I guess I'm gonna put Scardion Garuga here. I don't know. This is an odd one. Scardion Garuga technically isn't a 5th generation monster. He simply got grandfathered into having his own identity in the 5th generation. Scard became his own separate entity in this game. So I kind of consider him to be a 5th generation monster and will count him as an Iceborne original. I did it in the tier list I did for this game anyway, so whatever. The most notable thing about Scardion Garuga is the information about him outside of Iceborne. When Yeon Garuga was created back from Monster Hunter G and Freedom, the developers wanted to create a battle-hardened veteran of a monster, a tenacious, violent, and ruthless combatant that had been in a lot of fights and had the marks to prove it. To communicate to this, Yeon Garuga has, in some games and in some special quests, spawned with an eye and an ear missing. Sometimes it's fully intact, sometimes it wasn't. It always just kind of depended on the title. To the extent of my knowledge, the scarred term was never used to treat the two as separate entities, nor did either version of Garuga have different combat abilities until Iceborne. Within Iceborne, the developers used the tempered monster system to divide the two. Tempered monsters are supposed to be tested survivors of several battles, which is exactly what a scarred Garuga is. So there is no separate Yeon Garuga in Iceborne. Instead, a tempered Yeon Garuga is considered a scarred Yeon Garuga in the game, has these battle wounds on spawn, is counted separately in the hunter's notes, and has a few new moves to him. He has no new armor or weapons, but you need a couple of his specific materials to max out the weaponry. As for new attacks, scarred Yeon Garuga doesn't have too much. He's a little bit faster, chains certain moves together more aggressively than a normal Garuga can. Additionally, he has a really damn cool move where it can leap up into the air and just kind of machine gun fire off this fanning volley of fireballs into the ground. Yeon Garuga is a pretty solid fight in Iceborne already, so Scar just kind of turns that up to 11 and makes the fight a little bit more hectic. There's just not much else to say about Scarred Garuga aside from his developmental history, but knowing that story makes him a pretty cool little Easter egg to have in the game. Then you have Frostfang Barioth, who's in kind of an odd place. Due to complications with COVID, Frostfang got pushed around to release between Alatreon and Fatalis. You know, the two high-end ultra super boss black dragons? Yeah, we kind of just got a new snowcat sandwiched between them. Frostfang was supposed to show up long before this, but had to get shuffled around, and this kind of gets a little kind of forgotten in the mix due to what he was released between. You could tell he was supposed to arrive before Alatreon, since he has excellent ice weapons, which would have worked perfectly against the special assignment Alatreon quest. Thankfully for Frostfang, still a pretty great addition, giving a dangerous variant to a famous monster who was a potential wall in Iceborne, and he brought along excellent armor and weapons in tow. In terms of ecology, there's not much to Frostfang save for the fact that he's a grizzled, aged, and intelligent Elder Barioth, which his design and combat sell incredibly well. But yeah, he's not exactly the most complicated creature. The regular Barioth is built for fast, unyielding, and non-stop physical attacks, trying to blitz an opponent with a rapid slew of ice moves, flying dives, tail hits, and bites. Frostfang Barioth takes kind of a trap and destroy approach. He's still fast, still aggressive, for sure, but he mainly wants to use his frost attacks to root you to the ground before beating you into the dirt. He is the second monster in the game to utilize a mechanic that Velkhana pioneered, where he creates these movement-slowing ice traps. He can spray these traps in front of him while flying or on the ground, and will often deploy them in sweeping arcs to make them harder to evade. Once a hunter is caught, they have very little time to break free before Frostfang either fires a massive ice projectile from his mouth or lunges up in the air and comes crashing down hard with a bone-shattering pounce attack. Frostfang is also capable of doubling up this bounce to try and fake you out. Frostfang feels tricky, cunning, while having the sheer power to back up that craftiness. I will once again praise a monster who has debilitating setup moves and the ability to properly capitalize on that advantage that he made for himself. It makes the monster feel intelligent and dangerous while also bullying the player into getting better at evading the attacks. Frostfang is also very good at mixing in bites and paw slams, hip checks, tail sweeps, pounces, and flying dives into his moveset so that he doesn't completely resort to constant ice trap spam. He's also a little bit slower than the normal Barioth, so learning his tells can lead to good punishes. I like the core game plan for Frostfang, and I personally believe that he pulls it off very well without relying too heavily into it. The fact that he can utilize his technique from the ground and the air also gives him variety and makes his trap and elimination fighting style feel a little bit more fleshed out. He is a solid battle, and the damage output of the tempered Frostfang kinda terrifies me whenever I fight it, making me extra scared of those ice attacks. I like it when a monster can have that effect on me. The design is very simple and borderline monochromatic, but it kinda works. This Barioth has been molded by the Arctic temperatures, all the orange detailing on his fangs and spikes is gone, and there's pretty much no tan colors on his underbelly or wing membranes anymore. This fur is gleaming sheer white with silvery little tinges throughout. His fangs are now simply the color of bone, and his scales are so layered in frost that they gleam with an icy blue. His fur has grown much longer and shaggier on his face, his chin, and his paws. He looks worn, weathered, and completely one with his environment. Frostfang Barioth is a true ruler of the cold and deserves to not be overlooked. Velkhana is the flagship of Iceborne and its namesake, the Iceborne Wyvern as she is called. Velkhana is probably the more contentious of the two flagships in this game. There's a mix of very high highs and notable design oversights with her combat that earns her a little bit of flack. I personally think she's another winner, with just a couple of flaws. Velkhana is equal parts graceful, dignified, cunning, and cruel. She is a dragon that rules the Hoarfrost Reach indignantly, freezing small animals solid and leaving their stiff corpses in her wake. Her control of ice comes from two mechanisms. First of all, she places special shards of volcanic ore along her scales. These volcanic glass scales help her to control the large quantities of supercooled water that her body retains. She can expel the supercooled water as a beam from her mouth, and she can release it as a mist from her body. Both of these methods of releasing the water will cause them to freeze instantly on contact with the air, creating huge walls of ice and falling ice crystals. And most famously, she can expel the water all over her scales and freeze it into a suit of frigid armor, granting her a sharp knight-like design and additional defense. I think she actually has a stronger role in her narrative than Nergigante does in his, and has a bit more to do, but at the same time, her personality isn't quite as interesting, and she gets fairly harshly sidelined in the story's third act. She's sort of just kind of riled up by Shara Ishvalda and becomes a threat simply kind of just because she's agitated, whereas some flagships like Nergigante, Magnamalo, Zinogre, and Malzeno have a slightly stronger connections to their respective final bosses. Now, for the combat, I really like her, but everyone seems to agree she has one major flaw. One of her big gimmicks is that her ice beams can leave these frozen ice walls in their wake. They start out as these huge walls of ice that block movement, and then they will break down into ledges that you can walk on and leap off of to perform jumping attacks, and then, after a few seconds, they will break apart fully. These ice walls, which seal off parts of the map and obscure vision, can restrain your movements, but not hers. She can run right through them and fire her attacks through them. Clipping through them with her own movements, that's forgivable. That just happens a lot in this game. But the fact that her ice beams can just kind of appear out of nowhere from behind an ice wall and blindside you is kind of annoying. It's a very rules for thee, not for me type of design. The other thing that I don't love about her fights is that her tail stab move has a hitbox that lingers a little too long. You can still get hit a few frames after the tail is fully extended and no longer moving. This is even worse for the tail attack where she spins, stabs the tail, and spins again to pull the attack back. The hitbox for that move is the entire tail and lingers even after the tail is stationary for a couple frames. That's kind of the bulk of her problems, honestly. She has a great grab bag of tools that cover a wide variety of ranges. She's typically pretty fast while having some larger moves that can be punished, and some moves that you can land some hits on if you're brave enough to dodge towards her rather than trying to run away from her. Volcana is pretty damn good at tracking you too. Her straight shot ice beam and tail stabs come out fast and are extremely accurate, predicting where the hunter is going to be very well. It makes her tough to react to without learning her tells. She has a targeted ice drop where she'll freeze mist clouds into ice formations and drop them on hunters' heads, which is another great counter for players who aren't paying attention. She is the mainline pioneer of a gimmick where she can use ice to root your feet to the ground. She'll use this to punish hunters that are attacking her head too much, and if she can trap ya, she'll follow it up with a tail stab. When flying, what she can do is exhale these expanding rings of ice directly under her to catch hunters at melee range. This is a move that you can easily run away from, but if you know what you're doing, you can dodge in after the inner ring shatters, ignore the rest of the attack, and hit her for free as she comes back down. Also, she has a massive Ice Breath wave move that's far-reaching but leaves her exposed for several seconds. And then she balances out her Arctic assaults with charges, bites, and tail attacks to engage in melee. Her main game plan is to batter you away with physical hits or get off me tools, only then follow up with her long-range ice beam. She is incredibly effective at heal punishing and one of the best at it in the modern era, and she has caught me trying to immediately heal after being hit dozens of times. Honestly, I think she's among the most enjoyable monsters to master the moves of. Her speed, accuracy, and ability to snipe you makes her extra dangerous, so it makes you more keen to memorize her tells, learn your positioning against different moves, and not overexert yourself so you don't get boxed out and peppered in ice moves. Defensively, her ice armor can be destroyed piece by piece. It's on her head, torso, forelegs, wings, and hind limbs. Destroying a few pieces of her armor will cause the full set to shatter and trigger a full knockdown. Oddly enough, I kind of find her a little easier with her armor on because she then has access to her larger ice attacks that have a lot of end lag on them. With her armor off, she mostly just uses her tail stabs and quicker ice beam moves, which are her fastest attacks. Not to be the guy who just says skill issue, but I think the reason some people don't like her is that she demands that you learn her moves, and some people just don't. Her openings and tells are important because she is excellent at setting up combos, sniping those who are careless, and granting large openings to herself if you know what you're doing. I think she's just a few noteworthy fixable issues away from being perfect. And then Arch-Tempered Volcana is one of the best fights in the entire game. She's not even that different, she's just super fast. The gaps between her attacks are tiny and her pressure is insane. She has a few new moves like a swift sweeping ice beam that will create several ice walls in its wake, and a few breath moves that will cause these giant massive glaciers to erupt under your feet. I'm not a huge fan of those specific attacks since she's really good at positioning you so that you'll be right in the middle of those ice blasts, and if you have your weapon out, it's kind of tough to react to those. She also has a massive new super move where she'll spin up into the air firing a huge ice beam and combo that with her downward ring ice attack. This variation of the ice rings hits 4 or 5 times, and the ice walls get continuously more massive, wreathing her in this fortress of ice. The Arch-Tempered also drops a lot more mist clouds, allowing her to freeze them into more falling ice projectiles. And one extra little tidbit is that if you're grappling onto her, her attacks will shred the integrity of the temporal mantle, making it so that you really kind of just can't abuse it to get tenderizes and wall throws. You have to earn all of those. Honestly, AT Volcana is brutal, precise, unrelenting, but here's the thing, the animations for her attacks aren't any faster, just the gaps between them. So if you're good at your fight and you know her moves, you can claw for every opening, stagger, mount, knockdown, and tenderize that you can. You will be rewarded for mastering this duel, and you will be decimated for not doing so. I am also of the opinion that she is tuned to be just fast enough for the hunter to be able to react to her and engage with all of her moves. Her assault is brutal, but not so much so that some weapons struggle in the fight. As much as I do love Primordial Malzeno, I think AT Velkhana masters her game speed better than he does. Primordial is a bit overcooked. Velkhana, I think, is done just right. This duel is exhilarating and every blow feels earned. She does carry over the base Velkhana's issues, and those huge Ice Glacier moves can feel a little bit unfair, but honing the rhythm of this match is exhilarating. It was a magnificent grand finale to Iceborne. And the design is just lovely. Sleek and slender and magnificent, blending the dark lavender of her scales and the bright gleaming icy blue of her frost armor. I think these two core colors complement each other extremely well. The lighter ice armor grants a sense of regality and nobility, while the darker scales grant this atmosphere of an underlying darkness, which is fitting because she's fairly violent in the story. And honestly, without the ice armor, the lavender scales struggle to inspire that menace on their own. She doesn't look bad without the armor, but it brings the whole look together perfectly. I really like Velkhana. I think her battle is immensely satisfying to learn. Her moves are diverse, she suits Iceborne perfectly, and looks spectacular while carrying herself with dignity and lethal intelligence. She's a monster that I think gets better the more you fight her and the more you learn her. I kinda get why people don't like Black Veil Valhazak. Once again, we have a variant that completely replaces its base form in Master Rank. The Lord of the Underworld isn't an Iceborne, and instead he is replaced by his wandering, overgrown nomad of a brother. And there's a few other things about the fight that people don't like. A Black Veil Valhazak is what occurs when a Valhazak leaves the Rotten Vale and ventures beyond his kingdom and into the forests. Now this is kind of cool. Valhazak is built to live in the Vale. He is the beating heart at that map's core. He allows that macabre graveyard to thrive and contribute to the life cycle of the world. You put Valhazak anywhere else in the world and he is a walking nightmare. Overgrown with spores, mold, and vegetation, Black Veil has turned the ancient forest into a sickened labyrinth. Its inhabitants have no idea how to cope with the creature's ability to recycle and expel flesh-eating bacteria. And what's worse, the spores covering Black Veil seem to make him even more proficient at hurling this life-sucking miasma around. The air around the forest feels ill when he's around, and he lurks in the undergrowth, infecting the defenseless inhabitants. This is a great setup for a variant, and it sells the power of an Elder Dragon extremely well. This new habitat struggles to cope with him. His passive abilities choke the life force out of the entire environment. He feels like an aberration in the forest. Yes, his environment has changed him, but he has warped it 10 times more. When compared to the regular Vol, I think Black Veil is a better fight pretending to be a worse fight. Let me explain. Black Veil still isn't fast. I think the gaps between his attacks are maybe a little bit shorter, but that doesn't mean he's fast. He has a few more physical moves, but some of them are still kind of lethargic bites and charges and a snappy little tail swipe or chomp every now and again. What Black Veil mostly doubles down on is his damage over time aura and personal defenses. Black Veil seeks to undermine your aggression with a consistent output of damage. Not only does he have his standard effluvia damage over time, but his spore clouds covering his body can expel puffs of effluvium that can knock you back. These clouds will occasionally fire off in the middle of some of his moves, punishing you for being reckless during his lengthy attack animations by dealing damage and shoving you away. He has an alternate retreating effluvia breath attack, which is excellent at dealing chip damage and inflicting the effluvia debuff. He also loves this beam attack where he rears up and fires his effluvia downwards, which will ripple around his body in a ring. And for his ultimate move, the spores on his body will enlarge and pulsate in a pretty cool disfigured animation before popping off his body and raining down all over the battlefield, creating huge blankets of damage over time. The clumps of spores being aggressively ejected from his body can also hit you. The name of the game is to be aggressive and destroy those spores on his body to eliminate his defenses and hold off the spore nuke. He can reconstitute these spores by siphoning effluvia from his surroundings, so you do need to be mindful of that. Another issue with Black Veil is that he's got a lot of area control abilities, and the Ancient Forest is not a particularly great map for that. It has a lot of tight corners and narrow battle zones, and a monster with a lot of AoE damage over time is not super fun to deal with on a map with so many claustrophobic combat zones. It's a super cool environment for a Black Veil to be on, just not the best specific map layout for his combat philosophy. Now, yeah, that kind of sounds like a lot. How can you be aggressive against a monster with that many defenses? The developers talked about building him like a fortress. Well, that's kind of the thing. If you're gonna siege a fortress, you don't just smack against it over and over and over and over and over again to no avail. You find its structural weaknesses, you starve it out, you develop countermeasures and destroy it. Iceborne gives you a lot of tools to deal with Black Vale's tactics. The health booster can counter the damage over time fields he leaves on the ground. The vitality mantle can't take hits very well, but it can absorb a lot of damage from his natural effluvium defenses. Health augments on your weapons can help you muscle through health loss and recover what you lose in your assault. The clutch claw grapple can propel you out of the range of his ground blast attack if you tether to his head or his claws. The windup for that attack is also massive and very easy to respond to. Slotting in effluvia resistance can eliminate his debuff, and you can often see which spores are kind of pulsating and which ones are going to expel their gases at you, so you know where not to attack him when trying to punish his moves. You can respond to his defenses with so many different tools that the game gives you with very little damage compromise, since only one of these solutions cuts into your skills. Black Vale Valhazak is not a great duel. He does not have the most satisfying dance to learn, but that isn't his game. It's not what he's going for. It plays into one of Monster Hunter's other great strengths, that being puzzle bosses that require tool usage and countermeasures to undermine. I don't care if Black Vale is not fun to fight with a min-max set. These mechanics are part of the game too, and I will not be marking a monster down too heavily if they rely on puzzle boss aspects of the game. I think especially with a game like Iceborne that has so many tool slots and so much room for skills, it would be a mistake to not make fights like Black Vale Valhazak. He's not the best opponent in the game. I don't think puzzle bosses like him will ever beat out an extremely well-designed duel, but I think he's very good at what he does, and the game compensates for his powers incredibly well if you actually do a little bit of preparation work. I would prefer that Monster Hunter not be a franchise that's too scared to lean into monsters with potent gimmicks, because meta slaves get mad that they will actually have to accommodate for a monster's abilities. And I still don't even think that Black Vale's fight is like that phenomenal, or that his kit is tremendously fun to deal with. It's alright, I don't mind fighting him at all. He's a good time to toss a greatsword at, but I do think fights like this absolutely belong in Monster Hunter and are a part of its identity. And I think that Black Vale is very well designed around the multitude of tools that the game gives you. The design's also grown on me too. Pun kind of intended. I still think the original looks better. The brown and red of the carcass armor looks so cool with the sleek dark scales, and he looks great in his home territory. Black Vale also looks pretty damn cool out in the forest. The insanely dark green that he has helps him fit the forest better, and the spores covering his eyes combined with the dual lower jaws just make him look insanely unsettling, and the spore clots all over his body make him look bulky and overgrown. They have this kind of nice, repulsive, fuzzy texture to them. They look unhealthy. I love how they pulse and undulate when they expel effluvia as well. They just look nasty. I like Black Vale Valhazak quite a bit for what he is, even if I don't think he stands amongst the best this game has to offer, and his combat philosophy does not stack up well with the layout of his habitat. In terms of creature design and the interactions between his mechanics and the player's toolkit, I think this is a solid creation that I wish got a little bit more recognition for the strengths that it does have. And the winner of Iceborne's beauty pageant is going to be Namielle. Holy crap, what a creature she is. What a phenomenal design wrapped up in an ingenious gimmick, but is she just a pretty face? Oh, absolutely not. She's a very solid monster, even if I think there's a little bit more room for improvement. Namielle is the undisputed ruler of the Coral Highlands, finally giving the map a proper elder dragon after Kieran was the local surrogate landmark elder in the base game. Namielle has a special relationship with the Coral Highlands, similar to how Coral Pookie Pookie does. The Highland stores up a ton of water within itself, and Namielle will absorb large quantities of that water to empower herself. First of all, Namielle's body blends that water with its own mucus to create an adhesive water slime. This water slime will remain moist and can be expelled as projectiles as well as distributed all over her body as armor. Many of her hit zones are more resilient when she has her armor up. Expelling too much water will dry out her skin, and she'll need to find another source of water to refresh herself. This control and expulsion of large quantities of water pairs very nicely with her secondary ability to generate high voltage electricity within herself, which she can use to illuminate her body as well as emit powerful shocks with the tendrils of her wingtips. I think you can kind of see where this is going to go. Those large puddles of water dotting the arena are slowly going to turn into a minefield when she starts shocking them. That and her ability to use her wings to manipulate the water are her core weapons in combat. Namielle is a decently well executed spectacle battle. A lot of her kit revolves around being an elemental showcase. case, and she's a bit lacking in the physicality department. For the most part, I find the speed, variety, openings, and countermeasures to her attacks pretty fun to deal with. Due to her barrage of elements, I personally enjoy swapping between the thunderproof and waterproof mantles, which is appreciated because I enjoy fights that make me want to use mantles besides temporal or rocksteady. Of the two, the waterproof mantle is the more important as it will stop her water currents from disrupting your footing. You can also use the Mire Walker skill to completely cancel out this detriment if you're willing to give up the skill slots for it. To set things up, Namielle will focus on water-based attacks predominantly, wanting to get as much of it out on the field as she can. To do this, she can cough up small, precise water projectiles, walk forwards while firing off a sweeping water beam attack back and forth, fire a single sweeping water beam in a large horizontal arc, rearing up and firing a large torrent of water straight down while sending out waves in front of her, and she's got this one really sick little animation where she'll stand up straight and swiftly fire these small, super precise, pressurized water beam attacks back and forth, and then vertically in front of her. She'll use her wings then to drag the water around her. If you watch her windups, you can tell whether she's going to be pulling water towards her or pushing it back out. I will say her water manipulation animations can sometimes last a little while, and she's not always great at punishing those who get caught up in the tide, which is a little bit annoying. She will also mix in a few bites, claw hits, wing slams, and a repositioning dash to add some melee to this battle. Now this is a pretty damn cool watery display, but that's all just setup. After a few minutes, she'll light up her body with a large electric shock, detonating the water around her and adding electrical physical attacks to her arsenal. This mainly consists of an electrified body slam that will detonate all puddles around her, but she also has a more precise electroshock with her wingtips. She can also take to the air for some extremely breathtaking moves. Her wings unfurl completely and she will strafe the arena, detonating puddles with her wingtips by either flying perpendicular to the ground or by curling her wings around herself like a jellyfish and zapping directly beneath her. These moves are pretty floaty and extremely easy to dodge, but look fantastic. As the fight goes on, she'll start to wear down her water armor gradually, sparking up her body with even more electricity and leaning more into the electrical moves, until eventually she pulls out her desperate gambit. She'll purge all excess water from her body, fire it down at the ground beneath her as she takes off into the air, and will come crashing back down with an enormous electrical discharge that will fry all connected water puddles in the zone. You have some time to run, but that blast radius is huge. She will then immediately retreat and go searching for a source of water to replenish her reserves. Until then, her skin will be dried out and her hit zones will be very vulnerable. When she's like this, she'll have access to water and lightning attacks, but can't use some of her more grandiose moves. It's a very unique rhythm for a fight. She has a phase where she's incredibly water-based, lays a whole bunch of traps, and then introduces thunder to the mix gradually, ramps up that thunder usage more and more and more, until she lets out a Hail Mary attack and needs some downtime to recharge. It's very reminiscent of the modern Teostra, who builds and builds and builds on his burning rage, introducing more firepower, and then eventually explodes and needs to have a bit of a come down. It's not your traditional boss fight phases, where she gets more powerful as her health gets lower necessarily. I like that design choice. It's fairly unconventional. Her kit is extremely stylish, featuring some of Monster Hunter's greatest combat animations attached to one of their most incredible creature designs, with a blend that results in their most ingenious elemental combination. If I had to improve the fight, I think sometimes Namielle is set up to interact with her gimmick a bit more than she is coded to interact with you. She sets her water traps all over the place, then systematically blows them up with her huge body slam or flying strafe attacks. It's not a bad kit to interact with in the slightest, but it can feel a little bit impersonal sometimes, kind of like she's trying to blow up her water puddles and hoping that the blasts hit you more than she is deliberately trying to fight you. Now, I don't want to oversell that point. Her attacks are still obviously aimed towards you, but the majority of her electrical attacks are either too slow to worry about or are just big body slams. She's kind of set up where her battle is a feast for the eyes, and if she kills you, well then great, she kills you. I think she would benefit heavily from having some extra tenacity. She needs more small, fast, precise electrical moves. Claw swipes, bites, tail smacks, moves that won't cause the big explosions, but if you're standing in those puddles, you're still going to get clipped by that initial hit, and then you're going to get blown up. I think you should give her an electrical charge on that slide move she does as well. Give her movement some danger to it. She also needs more wing attacks that hit around her sides and tail, because as is, that is a complete blind spot for her without her body slam attack. She feels like a slightly faster, much showier, more hazardous, and definitely better version of Valhazak. Very reliant on an admittedly cool gimmick, though a bit impersonal, doesn't have the greatest punish options, and would benefit from a few moves that are a little bit smaller in scale but more snappy. I don't think she gets bad or meandering on repeat fights, but there are other battles that are a lot more fun to master than hers. She wouldn't be difficult to improve at all, and she isn't desperately in need of upgrades, but you could iron this out into something a little bit just quicker and more tenacious for sure. And yeah, of course, the design is crazy good. Ridiculously, holy crap good. She's fucking gorgeous, dude. And she's not just pretty. The weaving of all these forms of sea life into a draconic base is stellar. She's got vampire squid tendrils on the tips of her giant manta ray wings. She's got tiny anglerfish teeth and catfish whiskers. She's got electric eels bioelectricity. She's got rainbow lighting and the ability to curl her wings around herself like certain jellyfish. And there's probably a ton of other sea life inspirations in this design too. And the amalgamation is just perfect. Nowhere does it feel incohesive or like they just slapped animal parts together to make a monster. Every aspect of sea life present feels like it's the exact right amount, specifically in the place it needs to be. It's perfect for the Coral Highlands as well, which is basically an underwater map with no water. It makes sense that the ruler of such a place would be this oceanic dragon chimera, and the colors are perfect. With her water armor, she floods her torso and wings with this deep, dark, gorgeous blue, and then her bioluminescence shines through that watery veil with a mixture of oranges and purples and a little bit of yellow in there, and all of that has this kind of aquatic shimmer to it because of the watery nature of her armor. And then you have the rainbow lighting running through the wings and over her face in these mesmerizing, pulsating patterns. As she builds an electrical power, her whole body starts to then just glow blue as a current runs through the entirety of her water veil, and it even lights up her whiskers, and it's all complemented by the jet black of the back of her wings, which wraps all of that brilliance up in a sinister looking cloak that adds an air of dread and power to what would otherwise be a purely beautiful design. And when she's all dried out, yeah, she's all gray and not particularly interesting to look at, but that absolutely works. The contrast only serves to make her watery form look so much more beautiful. This design might be perfect. I have no idea how you would ever do better than this. I think it is a pure artistic masterwork of creature design, and that combined with its ingenious game mechanic concept has elevated Namielle to stratospheric fame in the Monster Hunter community. I certainly don't think that her fame is undeserved, but I do think these more spectacular elements carry what I believe is a decently good fight. Perfect that fight, and there will be few monsters more impressive than Namielle. The culprit behind the natural disturbances and upsetting of the natural balance across the entirety of the New World in Iceborne is Shara-Ishval, an ancient, gargantuan, and enigmatic elder dragon of myth that lies beneath the ground in a strange island off the coast of the main continent. Shara-Ishvalda is a beast so powerful that the seismic disruptions he creates on his island home can shift and rip apart mountains. The sound of the vibrations he creates ring off like a bizarre song that carries on the wind for miles. When the song is heard, the very ground cracks and splits apart. And when you manage to find Shara, you're greeted by probably the single most bizarre first impression that Monster Hunter has ever thrown at us. What looks to be a gigantic stone golem with finger-like tendrils where the wings of a dragon would be. That's kind of crazy for Monster Hunter. I mean, yeah, there's Gravios, which is kind of like a giant rock dragon, but this is multiple steps beyond that. The first phase of Shara looks like an artificial creation, a living pile of rocks, and there's only the tiniest hint of a face present with two tiny little beady eye holes and a small slat opening for the mouth. So you face down this walking boulder, carving away at its armor and chipping away at it, slamming it into walls, dropping huge chunks of rocks on him and forcing him to slam the ground of the arena down so hard that he repeatedly lowers the floor of the battlefield, shifting the island around him and burying you two further and further down. Then his armor starts to lose that integrity, crumbles away into dust bit by bit before he lets out a colossal shockwave that rips the cavern walls asunder, eviscerates his stone armor, and unveils his true form. This lanky, sinewy, and freakish looking dragon with long, gnarled, opposable digits where the bones of his wings once were. He swaps from a juggernaut to a master manipulator of air currents, and this is where the fight really gets going. Needless to say, the two phases are incredibly different. The first phase is extremely slow with very high damage and a lot of tremors. Shara is mostly just trying to bludgeon you to death since the wingtips are blocked by stone and have very limited access to their air attacks. He'll repeatedly punch the ground with his giant stone fists. Sometimes he might leap up and slam down really hard. Other times he'll just put his wings in front of him like a giant plow and charge back and forth. He will show a little bit of his air vibration prowess by softening the dirt beneath him into soft stand that he can slide into. From here he has a couple of other slam attacks as well as some smaller scale vibration moves. For the most part during this phase you want to just keep his head tenderized and attack it repeatedly. No other parts of his body matter. You want to throw him into large rocks to get those big knockdowns as well. You continuously chip away at his face until you hit phase 2. This first round is, I don't know, it's as fine can be. There's nothing offensive about it. His attacks are enormous and hard-hitting, but have a ton of wind-up. The partial burrowing is the most creative part of this battle. Otherwise, it's mostly just big slam attacks. I do really like the unique concept of a golem monster, and the wow factor of facing something so unorthodox for the first time is really sick, but in a subsequent battle, you're really kind of just wailing on him for 5 minutes to get to the actual fight. Phase 2, though, is pretty damn good. I just wish it had more moves. This phase is completely different, swapping heavy melee attacks for powerful and controlled blasts of pressurized air. Shara has a really good grab bag of air moves that fire off at differing ranges and intensities. He can do something as basic as firing off a quick, simple, precise air shot at a target. He can snipe multiple enemies from afar by firing several wind blasts at different angles and pulling those currents towards him. He can unleash several wind blasts directly beneath him and push them outwards to repel hunters at melee range. He can also bring his tendrils together and combine them into either a pressurized air Death Star laser cannon or pool together this huge sphere of pure wind before he then slams that into the center of the arena for a huge blast. There's not a single move here I dislike. I think they're all fair with their own windups and sound cues. They're very hard hitting but a little slow on the windup, and the animation and visual variety is very solid. And Denny's also balances out his kit with physical attacks, including bites, paw moves, and a few different raking wing drags where he swipes the ground with those wing tendrils, and these can strike either directly beneath him or a good ways in front of him. I don't really have any complaints about any of these attacks, though his bite move's hitbox is a little large and travels down the body a lot. That's mildly annoying. I guess the only really issue is that he has a ton of health and only like a dozen moves. His pseudo third phase where he opens his eyes doesn't make him much faster and only gives him his ground liquefaction and sonic spirit bomb attack. I have a good time fighting Shara, but man, do I feel like I just see the same move over and over and over again. Maybe give him some other stuff like rapid fire air shots instead of just continuous beams. Let him combo his paw slams with wing rakes every now and again. Maybe give him some extra digging attacks. Since he can travel underground when he softens the sand, he just doesn't do it very much. I also think there's a major missed opportunity to not blend some phase 1 elements into this second part of the fight. The two phases are completely different, feeling like entirely separate monsters from one another. How cool would it be if Shara stuck his tendrils deep into the earth and used the resin covering his skin to temporarily form new giant stone fists for himself, swapping from a ranged wind mode back to being a heavy bruiser for a little while. But now these attacks are going to be a lot faster because he's not fully covered in stone. Hell, if you want to go nuts with it, have it so that one of the wing is completely covered in stone as a giant fist and the other is free and using the wind attacks. Some blending of the phases I think would be not only just awesome to deal with, but would help to solidify him as an entire cohesive battle. So yeah, really awesome fight and well balanced with two awesome super attacks. There's not a bad move in the bunch, there just needs to be more of them. And damn dude, this is a nutty looking design. The golem dragon is just a giant boulder with 4 legs and 2 big rock fists. Nothing too crazy, though the colors and textures do look very good. The main body is what we're really looking at, though. He's inspired heavily from several aspects of Buddhist mythology. Very rough translations of his name could point to him being called the Sound God, or the Supreme Sound God, which by itself kind of a neat title, but he also has this blue, gold, and white coloration to him, similar to how the Deva deities were depicted. He's got a facial structure with large, wide-open eyes and tusks, like the combat-oriented Ashura deities of that mythology. There's also an optical illusion with Shara Ishvalda's eyes, making it look like he's always watching the camera, watching you, the player, not the actual hunter. This may be in reference to the open eyes of the Buddha, representing the idea of being all-seeing and all-knowing. I doubt this is actually considered canon in the game world, but this kinda implies that Shara Ishvalda has some sort of higher understanding and is aware of the player and the world beyond the game, being able to break the fourth wall. Really cool reference at least, and the design itself is just terrifying. The opposable finger-like digits on the wings are uncanny, his whole body is lithe and scrawny yet extremely muscular, the texture of his skin isn't fleshy but instead kinda looks like it's carved out of stone, his mouth is filled with human-like teeth and tusks, and his massive, unblinking yellow eyes with red pupils are ever watching. Shara Ishvalda is unsettling. There's something very human and yet very alien about how he looks. He doesn't look like a conventional dragon in the slightest. There's something more there, something divine yet horrible. When someone says that fighting a certain powerful monster makes you feel like you're fighting a god, it usually means that the spectacle is incredibly grandiose. That's certainly true here, but Shara Ishvalda feels like a god more so in that it carries the atmosphere of being a thinking, understanding, dark, and ancient force in the world. Again, I don't think that's necessarily true to the lore of the actual game, but it's a look that's masterfully captured. Yeah, Shara Ishvalda is very cool, but all the final bosses are cool in a way. Shara is unnerving. It's bestial, artificial, unknowable, and somehow human all at once. There's nothing quite like him. Amongst all the variant replacements that Iceborne brought to the table, of all the variant versions of flagship monsters, man, this could have just been Nergigante. Ruiner Nergigante was made for a few different reasons. The developers were a little bit disappointed with Nergigante's limited role in World Story, so they wanted to reintroduce him while still allowing Velkhana and Shara Ishvalda to have their starring roles. So after Velkhana is slain, Ruiner is foreshadowed and emerges before Shara's fight. Ruiner is then knocked unconscious by us and re-emerges to land the kill blow on Shara. He then flies off to the Guiding Lance and acts as a bridge between the main story and the post-game. From that point on, Ruiner kind of lurks in the background as a promised tease for you to face down at Master Rank 100. Okay, so none of that's horrible. The regular Nergigante should still be in Iceborne though, and Velkhana does get sidelined in the third act, but teasing us with an ultimate challenge that exists beyond the game's story is a neat idea. Having it be the super-powered form of the famous flagship of World is also kind of cool. But then the problems really start to set in. See, Ruiner Nergigante is an older, more evolved Nergigante. The energy he's absorbed has mutated his spines, resulting in some of them becoming metallic. This is an extremely powerful form of Nergigante as well. Though we don't see a full-blown start-to-finish battle between the two, Ruiner was actively hunting Shara Ishvalda, an elder dragon, mind you, capable of shaking continents. Ruiner was confident that he could kill that, and wound up taking that kill shot for himself in the end. Ruiner has a pretty wide territory and diet, but he especially wants to track down and consume exceptionally powerful elder dragons. I think that makes sense, as an evolved form of the Eater of Elders would be wanting to go after much more powerful dragons than just the relatively rank-and-file Kushala Daora and Teostras of the world. He is also a wiser, more methodical version of Nergi, attacking more slowly and methodically at first before ramping up into a more ballistic fight as his health gets lower. Now, there are other monster variations where the creature is older and wiser, more reserved, and more cunning. I praised Frostfang Barioth for this a little earlier, but Frostfang turns from a fast-paced melee fighter into a measured trap setter. Ruiner Nergigante just kinda starts off slow and a little bumbling. What I loved about the base Nergi was that he knew that he could fight recklessly because of his defense mechanisms. He would willingly just rip himself apart. Ruiner lacks that personality to some extent, especially right out the gate. So that gets removed a little, and then what they fill that hole back in with just kind of makes Ruiner almost actually kind of easier than the regular one, to be honest. If you know this fight well and have a set that does a lot of damage, you can kind of just crush Ruiner Nergigante. Pay no mind to the fact that I do not do this in the footage. So with a basic Nergigante, you want him to break his spikes. That'll make the white spikes. You crack those to get a knockdown before they stiffen, turn black, and deflect your weapons. That remains true. That all endures. But now you also have the metal spikes on his arms and his wings and his head. And if you shatter those, you can also get knockdowns. So if you know what you're doing, you can just kinda ragdoll Ruiner in the very early stages of the fight and beat the tar out of him for free. And like I said, early Ruiner, kinda slow and tedious. Now, Ruiner's spike integrity does increase as he gets weaker, but against a particularly proficient player, it's kinda just too little too late. The damage is done, and Ruiner's not gonna have much health left to work with once he's a little less easily bullied. The other thing is that Ruiner kinda tosses out Nergigante's game plan. With the original, the black spikes are effectively a countdown timer. If you can't manage them, you will continuously lose ground until he pulls out the massive dive bomb, threatens to wipe you out, and resets himself back to 1. Yeah, Ruiner doesn't do that. He's instead got a grab bag of different alternate dive bombs with limited reach and range and spike destruction, and they will only trim off a couple of bits and pieces at a time. In execution, this isn't bad at all. Ruiner will have this ever-shifting goalpost for you to chase, constantly ripping, healing, and hardening different spikes all over himself, giving you new targets and priorities to chase. You have to watch which arms he raises when he rears up and roars, because the higher arm is the one he will slam back down with, and the opposite side of his body is safe. Raising both arms means he's slamming down forwards with his head. It's a cool little trick to watch for. It's satisfying to track his animations and have that battle knowledge so that you know how best to deal with him. It's a good rhythm. It's just, it's held back because they just kind of didn't need to mess with the original one. I mean, yeah, they kind of did because Ruiner is a different variant, but I don't know. It doesn't hit the same. The satisfaction of battle knowledge remains, but the tension of the doomsday clock does not. That clean reset so that you can start again and do better in the middle of the fight does not. It sucks because I like fighting Ruiner, and he's held back by the fact that I think he's just a reinvented wheel. On top of this, when Ruiner does his dive bombs and slams his limbs into the ground, his metal spikes will go flying and can inflict the bleed status. The blast radius for this attack pack is kind of wide too, so you really want to make sure that you get to safe zones from the dive bombs. I do like that the regular Nergigante is elementless, but bleed really doesn't bother me as an addition to him, considering that this is a monster whose game plan revolves around shredding his spikes down into shrapnel. He's got a few other neat tricks too. One thing he's good at is having pretty explosively quick movements. Often he'll be facing one opponent only to whirl around insanely fast and paw slam a completely different foe out of the blue. He likes to use a lot of small paw strikes to flinch opponents before he batters them with something stronger. He can even delay the shrapnel blast of a couple of his paw slams to bait hunters in closer, only to then be shredded. It's the smaller moves where I think he's a little bit more tricky and intelligent. He's difficult, but not impossible to react to. He's not a bad fight, or even a bad reinvention of Nergigante, not at all. It's just that what was taken out of the original was replaced with stuff that's definitely good, but it's just not as memorable, iconic, personality filled, the right word eludes me. I think that the relationship between the original design, personality, moves, and gimmick just wove together into such a much more compelling whole, and Ruin or Nergigante is just solid. There's not too much to say about the design. It's a Nergigante with slightly darker colors, made to be a bit bigger, and he now has metal spikes. Again, the metal spikes aren't horrendous or anything, it's just not as cohesive. It's more than it needs to be. I really enjoy the original's big, imposing, spiky design. It's edgy, but edgy in a proper dose and tempered by a masculine brutishness. It's a bit much for some people, but I personally think that he nails it. Then if you want to add these sleek metallic spikes, that I think is just more than it needs to be. Yeah, I don't know. This whole section is going to sound pretty harsh for a monster I generally enjoy. Perhaps Ruiner would have been better served if he was just maybe a little bit bolder, went in a more extreme direction, and played around with how Nergigante would operate in some more wild way, but as is, he's similar, just different. And not necessarily worse, just kind of less compelling. And finally for this section, we have Safi Jiva, the final chapter in World's overarching narrative, though not the final boss of the game. As the name would imply, Safi Jiva is a fully grown Xenojiva. The soft, vulnerable, translucent skin of the Xeno has been shed over and over and over until strong, hardy red scales solidified in their place. The burning core of bioenergy is no longer visible, but absolutely still remains. Safi has been left to his own devices, slunk off beneath the Research Commission's notice, and has been gathering more and more bioenergy until he has emerged as this enormously powerful creature. It is this cataclysmic power that turned Safi Jiva into a raid boss. The only way hunters would fathomably be able to kill this dragon is if they broke off into separate strike teams and took turns assailing Safi Jiva while the other teams recuperated between battles. Each hunting party slowly picking at Safi Jiva's defenses bit by bit, only to have their damage overwritten by Safi's horrifying ability to rip bioenergy directly out of the ground beneath his feet and use it to heal over his wounds almost instantaneously. The energy of the ground around Safi is a well of power that he can constantly draw upon to sustain himself and continue to push through your assault. To slay Safi, not only must the dragon itself be surmounted, but the energy reservoir must be drained completely as well. So an entire server of hunters will be needed to take him down. I think this is an awesome way to justify a raid boss. Xenojiva was insanely strong from the moment that he was born, and it was really only the fact that he was an infant that allowed us to have any chance to slay it. This adult form should be beyond any singular hunter or hunting team's ability to take it down, hence several strike teams are needed. Now, in reality, you can potentially slay Safi in a singular run with one hunting team, and there is a single player version, but that's in-game stuff. You'll be tasked with driving Safi deeper and deeper underground, forcing it to dig into new sources of energy as you force him to drain his supply. The final battle taking place in this eerily lit cavern filled with luminescent pools and underground gases. As a raid boss, Safi is designed to fend off multiple targets from any angle, especially since all of his part breaks are valuable. He's got attacks to defend every single angle of himself. Some are more targeted physical moves, and there's a couple of other AoE attacks as well. Every limb has its own kicks, stomps, and slams. Some of them have small two-hit combos to try and trip up greedy players. His tail also has a few gigantic chops and swipes to defend itself as well. He also has a few large headbutts and trampling charges at his disposal to help him to turn to face new hunters and reposition himself. His forelimbs can also slam deeper into the ground, causing massive bioenergy detonations. Additionally, he'll often turn his head and fire his beam attacks over his shoulder to catch hunters that are attacking his sides. I like how this is set up. He's a giant monster decided to have several hunters attacking him at several angles, and he responds to this in a variety of ways, using beams, melee attacks, and the occasional explosion instead of just an unending flurry of full body explosion bursts over and over and over again. He's pretty physical and has a lot of these kicks and beam shots that can be pretty quick. This is kind of what I want for Namiel. Lots of elemental spectacle for sure, but with a proper balance of quick and sharp up single target moves to even everything out. And Safi is also programmed to have a pretty good balance between these physical attacks and his larger element moves, so the fight never leans too heavily in either direction. Aside from his paw slam explosions, he has a variety of other breath attacks. All of that bioenergy he has stored up can be released as these high velocity blasts of bright blue fire. He has a slew of very quick beam moves that are meant to catch an unaware hunter in a nice crisp quick shot. He can fire sweeping laser beams. Any of his beam attacks that fire at the ground will trigger these aftershock blasts of bioenergy around him. He has a rather intimidating attack where he'll hold a beam move and track your movements precisely, anticipating your positioning before quickly firing off a shot with lethal accuracy. And then of course there's Sapphire of the Emperor. Yeah, I don't know if they're ever making an attack cooler than this one. He flies up, starts exhaling huge quantities of energy, focuses all that concentrated power into a single solitary star-like projectile, which glows all on its own, causing the rest of the arena to darken. The music will then kind of dull down into a whisper, and slowly the Sapphire will descend and descend and descend before it hits the ground with a screen-wiping explosion that kills any hunter not taking refuge behind a large stone. It's the way this attack is paced that's so good. It's the way that the music just kind of fades, the tension that builds as the bomb falls, the few seconds of just utter silence or darkness before everything just violently rips back to life as the explosion goes off. That's what sets the Sapphire apart from just about every other gigantic super attack out there. In the final phase, he can pull this move off quicker too, giving you just a few precious seconds to get to cover before it detonates. There's a very narrow window as well where you can flash pot him out of this super move, and it's very satisfying to land. I think they did a great job balancing a giant multiplayer dragon designed to be poked at and prodded from all different directions without defaulting to it being a gigantic light show. Safi's not a spectacular duelist, but he doesn't really need to be, and he's good at keeping everyone on their guard and using a lot of really quick spastic moves to throw players off before pulling off the giant, slower, more grandiose laser attacks. He can be deceptively quick, so you want to be paying attention to him at all times. 1 second you're trying to whack at his leg, and then all of a sudden you're being lasered on the side, and he's readying an explosive claw attack to finish you off. Also worth mentioning is that he's a fight that's built around the clutch claw. The integrity of the hide is so strong that his non-tenderized parts take virtually no damage. You need to be consistently landing those tenderizing attacks on him if you want to hurt him in the slightest. So yes, you will be spamming tenderizing attacks quite often. Neat thing about this is that he has so many moves at so many angles that you really don't need the mantles to safely bypass his attacks if you don't want to use them. And you also can't chain enrage him or chain throw him into walls with the clutch claw strikes to the head. The only thing the flint shot will even do to them is turn his aggression towards you. So yeah, you use the clutch claw attack in this battle, but a lot of the exploits that come with it aren't really present in this battle, and I think that makes sense with a dragon like Safi, that he would have scales so thick and resilient that they need to be weakened for your hits to even register with him. Plus, it's also pretty nice that his energy absorption automatically heals all tenderization on his body. If there's any issues here, it's that you pretty much have seen all of his tricks, barring the new pin attack and maybe another move or two by the time you're done with phase 2. Once you're down to the climactic final battle, he's a little bit faster, but doesn't really pull off any crazy new maneuvers. He shows off Sapphire of the Emperor in phase 2 and then just kind of doesn't get another super attack after that. Perhaps what they could have done with him is having him be better at attacking multiple angles simultaneously down here. For instance, maybe they change him around so that while he's slamming his left claw down into the ground, he's also firing his beam attack over his right shoulder. Or while he's shooting off a horizontal sweeping attack, he can also kick with his back legs. He's really good at having all his limbs operate independently, but I think having them move and operate a little bit more in tandem with one another would make him more capable of dealing with several enemies without defaulting to, again, nothing but big explosion moves. The design is great, but nothing too insane, and that's kind of by design again. Safi Jiva was meant to kind of be an equal to Fatalis, the red dragon to match the black dragon. And for that reason, Safi Jiva is an incredibly rudimentary Western dragon. Now, remember that in the world of Monster Hunter, a very dragony dragon like Fatalis and Safi Jiva are terrifying, as their insane power is so uncanny and difficult to identify. They don't have wacky organs or odd design conventions to explain how they do what they do. They simply are raw, unadulterated, tremendous power. Safi Jiva absolutely communicates that with his tremendous bulk, enormous wings, deep scarlet scales, onyx horns, and observant gaze. The one very neat thing about Safi, though, is that when he drains energy from the map around him, the energy will course over his body and light up his wings with these little constellation-like patterns. As good as he looks, one complaint that often comes up is that he's not a very good adult form of Xeno'jiiva. All bizarre, alien, and unique aspects of Xeno kind of get discarded for a much more standard red dragon. I do kind of agree with that statement. I think it would be cool if the false eyes or some level of translucence remained, and the color is completely different. I will say, though, if you invert it, I do think that Xeno makes for a really sick, younger Safi. As an all-new, all-powerful, meant to emulate Fatalis' design philosophy while still being a unique creation with his own frame, shape, and distinctive features, Safi, I think, looks exceptional. As a mature version of one of the most outlandish-looking elders ever, he is, yes, perhaps a tad too stripped down. Okay. That's all of World and Iceborne's new monsters covered in excruciating detail. That took a while. This was all about 80 pages just for those 2 sections, by the way. Now we're going to breeze through the monsters in World and Iceborne that are returning from previous games. Should be much shorter, but a couple of entries will warrant a little bit more elaboration. So, when arriving in the 5th generation, any returning monsters receive some universal changes. Compared to their original versions in the previous games, these monsters got new idle animations, they have more high-poly models, with updated proportions and better color blending, they no longer turn in 60-degree angles when trying to face you, and they move a lot more fluidly. Also, a lot of them got new turf wars. It's cool to see any monster from the first 4 generations brought up into the modern era, just to see them move, act, react, and hunt more realistically. They're just allowed to do more than they've ever historically been allowed to do, and even if that's a bit of a novelty, I think it's awesome for Monster Hunter, which clearly cares about its enemies, both as combatants and as animals. For the most part, we're just going to cover new behaviors and combat changes with a returning cast, so let's start to go down the list. Baroth is always a charming, low-tier desert dweller to have around, and he slots in well in the Wildspire Waste. The predominant gimmick of that map is the river that runs through it and how it creates these small forests and marshes and muddy bogs, so this is perfect to house a creature like Baroth, who wants to cool himself off in the mud. This territory does put Baroth in direct competition with Giratotis, who also wishes to rule the swamps. I think the rivalry between these two may be the series' best example still to this day of a turf war, with the emphasis of course being on the word turf. These two aren't just monsters on the same map who don't like each other and have a cool animation, they're equally strong animals competing for dominance over a very similar ecological niche. Additionally, Baroth has a sort of routine to him where he'll wander around shaking off mud throughout the waste, which actually stimulates plant growth in the otherwise arid regions of the map. Baroth is a monster that has never really changed combat-wise. He still has his varying elemental weaknesses, his 2 severable parts, and the fact that his head can only be wounded with impact damage, that's all pretty cool. And his 2 favorite things are still flinging mud off of his back to slow down opponents attacking him and flaring his nostrils before charging like a locomotive. The only thing they really alter here is that when you get hit with his mud projectiles, you no longer get ensnared in a big mud ball, you instead have your movement speed cut considerably and have to expend a lot of stamina to break yourself free. Both are decent enough tools at restricting your movement, but the original is definitely more charming. Additionally, you can instantly wash off his mud armor with puddle pod slinger ammo, which is a neat little touch. Baroth fits in great and is still a cool early encounter, but his changes are almost exclusively behavioral. Rathian is a monster who may just be doomed to never really change too much, and I think that's fine, because she pretty much has her position locked as the de facto practice monster. She is perfectly crafted to be the baseline wyvern. She's a little bit more maneuverable here than she used to be, yeah, and she can close the distance between herself and you and attack from her sides and bite at your flank and all that kind of stuff, and she flies a bit more gracefully. Her 2 most notable changes are that when you cut her tail off, her backflip can no longer poison you, which used to not be the case. This makes perfect sense though, since her barbs on her tail are what poison you, so getting rid of those, no more poison. Makes sense. On top of this, she can call for a Rathalos to assist her in battle when she is distressed. I get wanting to maintain Rathian's training dummy status, but I do wish they'd give her maybe just a couple new animations or attacks here and there. I actually think they took out 1 or 2 things from her version in 4U. Maybe, I don't know, something where she's tending to her nest just to give her, I don't know, more of an identity as like a protective den mother or something. World and Iceborne is right before Rathalos got really good. He's okay in this game. He's essentially Generation's ultimate Rathalos with a couple of new attacks and slightly better air mobility. He's able to turn and adjust more fluidly up there, and it lets him combo a bit more effectively, which is kind of cool, and it reduces the amount of dead air where he's just kind of sitting around and flapping his wings like in the older games, which is very nice. He's got a few new moves, like a tail sweep and a semicircle flame breath attack that'll shoot off in front of him, and when he goes into Iceborne, he gets this move where he'll fly backwards and volley off 3 fireballs. These are all solid additions that are going to set some good groundwork for Rathalos' massive redemption going forward. I will say though, I think Rathalos may be one of the biggest victims of the desaturation stick. I miss the deeper red of his old shell, and I miss the oranges and purples of his 3rd generation wings very badly. I also think the Ancient Forest does Rathalos a lot of favors in this game. I love how the elevation changes of the map operate as different niches and territories for the various residents of the forest, and Rathalos ruling the entire thing from the very tops of the trees gives him kind of this sense of lordship and dominion that no game before or after this has ever afforded him. It's pretty cool. A lot of Diablos' changes in World and Iceborne come down to, I feel like, AI changes. Put simply, he's coded to just square up and fight with you a little bit more. The older bosses, especially I'd say in 1st and 2nd generation, really enjoyed just kind of wasting your time a little bit. They charge for nice long distances in the big wide open desert, and they'd blow past you, and then they'd immediately dig underground, and they'd spend a little bit of time just not doing anything underground, and they just liked using these 2 high movement, time wasting abilities a lot. Iceborne Diablos will spend a lot more time above ground, and he'll use his tail strikes and his horn thrusts and his hip checks on ya. He's also a bit better about stopping his charge after he blows past you, so you're not forced to play chase with him quite so much. His animation when he emerges from the ground is also different here. It's a little bit slower, where he'll burst out of the sand very harshly, but then he kind of has to drag the rest of his body back up, which is pretty different when he used to just kind of instantaneously spring up out of the sand. Diablos also gets to do a lot of cool things within the Wildspire Waste, making him feel like the Lord of the Desert, very much like Rathalos feels in the forest. Diablos will now rule from the bottom of the sands instead of up in the treetops like Rathalos does, obviously. He mostly dwells deep down in this cave in the desert, and if he is disturbed by loud noises up above, he'll come erupting out from beneath your feet, violently intruding on the battle and creating a sinkhole from where he emerged that could potentially pull you and the other monster down with you. Within his lair, there are also these walls that I guess you can only really describe as like sand waterfalls, and he can dig into and out of them, adding some spice to his digging animations, which traditionally he can only just go into and out of the ground. The fight feels a lot tighter and more engaged than it used to, if maybe like a tad slower. He still does really solid damage, making him a frightening presence, especially in the early game. Definitely the scariest thing in low rank for sure. Excellent detailing and texture work on his model here too. Lavasioth in Monster Hunter World is just... well, it's not Lavasioth. I've kind of talked about this to death on the channel and on streams and whatnot. This is a modded Geratodus with Agnaktor's heating and cooling armor mechanics slapped on and then executed much worse. Lavasioth does not have a long enough body with these different isolated segmented body parts for this heating and cooling magma armor to work on him effectively. He has been shrunk to only about like half of his height. His dive attack is a lot less visceral. He technically can swim in lava here, but he doesn't have too much that he can actually do in it. He's got very limited space to utilize that, and he's just not fun. Lavasioth has always been just kind of like this perfectly respectable monster with some solid strength and some good speed and hefty size, while also having his own distinct attack animations, where a lot of the older Piscine wyverns like Cephadrome and Plesioth mostly just kind of had stripped down flying wyvern kits. But yeah, no, none of that is present here. He's been reduced to a reskin, which he wasn't historically. His intimidation factor is pretty much gone, and he ripped off a mechanic that he can't pull off very well. It sucks that this is what most people think of when they hear the name Lavasioth now. I suppose the little fire traps he leaves when he wriggles around are fine. Some of his fireball attacks look cool enough, and the move where he'll lunge out of the lava pools, dropping magma everywhere it's a good spectacle, sure, but this is definitely one of the weaker fights in the game and a pretty bad butchering of an old monster. Uragan is another not so well-liked monster in the Elder's Recess, but at least this one isn't butchered. Uragan's never really been a fan favorite. He's got a lot of tools and mechanics that make him feel like a bit of a slog. First off, the dude's got a mountain of health, a lot of tremor-causing chin slam attacks, a rolling move where you either gotta knock him out of it with slinger ammo or just kind of wait him out, and he can leave flaming mines all over the ground too to kind of box you out of certain areas. He's kind of just one giant, long-lasting hassle, and he doesn't really change in World and Iceborne either. I do think he's a little bit improved, and I can't honestly say I've ever hated him or anything, much less here. As stated earlier, you can use a Slinger pod to knock him out of the rolling attack, similarly to how you can do that with Radobon. In the older games, you pretty much just had to sit and wait for him to roll around until he was done, which was great. Additionally, 2 of the areas in the recess are designed specifically for him, having these half-pipe walls for him to roll around on and redirect himself. These animations, yeah, they kind of slow down the fight, but I guess it's cool to watch this giant brass death circle rolling up and down walls like this. A ton of his physical moves drop his bombs in predictable patterns, and what he really wants to do is either lay those bombs out and detonate them, or roll over them and light his shell on fire during that attack. Yeah, I don't know. He's still kind of the same tanky, time-wasting juggernaut he's always been, with a lot of inconvenience tools that he's always had, but he's a little bit more stylish about it now. I guess that kind of counts for something. Pink Rathian in World is fine, I suppose. She's not changed too heavily. She loses a fire bite that the original version had and instead gains this multi-bite combo. She retains the infamous Rathian triple charge, but the move is a little bit less annoying and also a tad less intimidating due to the fact that she'll telegraph the attack with a head turned towards the player before the charge, and she of course keeps Pink Rathian's traditional diagonal backflip. She's historically been Rathian, but with more pressure and more speed, and this remains true, though her animation changes and increased hunter speed, and a lot of the monsters that came into World being a little bit slower than their older versions just kind of in general makes it so that she's just not quite as potent in that ability as she used to be. 3rd and 4th generation Pink Rathian is definitely the scarier incarnation of this monster. What I will say though is I think that the Coral Highlands was a great map for her to feature on. She looks really good on it, and she's got a pretty fun rivalry for apex position against specifically Legiana. I kind of dig that they gave this rivalry to Pink and only to Pink Rathian. A lot of the older subspecies that aren't changed that much from their original versions don't have a lot of stuff like this, barring just attacks that they can call wholly their own. This was a nice little gesture, I think, for Pink Rathian. Azure Rathalos, then, I think is kind of just a big victim of not being around recently enough, because people really don't like Azure Rathalos at all. As of right now, Iceborne is his latest appearance, and as stated earlier, Rathalos is just kinda alright in this game. So Azure takes all of that alright, and then he sticks to his core gimmick, which is the Rathalos that flies around all over the place and never comes down, and yeah, you can imagine people don't love that all that much. Not a surprise that people kind of hate the guy. And yeah, if I ever need to fight Azure, I'm gonna be honest, I'm just throwing an insect glaive at him so I don't have to deal with all of that. He is particularly proficient at threading his flying attacks together in this game in rapid sequence, and does so in ways that's erratic and fast, yeah, but it's less annoying than, say, like Shrieking Legiana. He also has empowered fireballs with even larger explosive radiuses, and like his cousin, he was hit pretty hard with the desaturation stick, losing much of his brilliant luster and having those gorgeous green wings that I really like from the 3rd and 4th gen games neutered into the ground tragically. Azure's pretty annoying to deal with and indignantly refuses to fight you on the ground. I'm still eagerly waiting to see if the changes that Rise and Wilds brought to Rathalos can tune up Azure into a more respectable combatant. I really like to love the guy. Black Diablos then is a little bit of a terror in this game. I think until Lunastra was released, Tempered Black Diablos was easily the hardest monster in base game World, and she remains a beast worthy of respect right up until like the end of Iceborne. She is ruthlessly brutal. She gains all of Diablos' changes in World and adds them with an explosively fast and far-reaching lunge out of the sand catapult move and an additional horn attack. These two are a particularly interesting little grab bag of moves that Diablos and Black Diablos have actually historically ping-ponged back and forth to one another, depending on whether or not Black was in the game or not, and she's in this one, so she's the one that has the attacks. Also, in comparison to the original Diablos, she is healthier, faster, and a lot stronger, so yeah, no, she's kind of scary in this one. She also steals this bull charge that White Monoblos had in 4U, where she puts her forelegs on the ground and kicks before charging at an insane burst of speed. This move, by the way, can automatically stun if it hits hits you. And she also gets this combo in Iceborne where she can charge immediately out of a dig attack, which she will then signal by roaring, and she can combo that back and forth a little bit. I think you can get a really solid challenge and a good brutal fight out of Black Diablos in this game. Even up until probably like the later levels, she is just merciless. She threads her attacks very well while getting all of the modern Diablos' combat upgrades. Of the 3 subspecies we just went over that World brought back in, she is definitely my favorite. Big fan of hers. Deviljho got a massive chunk of new development in the personality department, along with some model and fight changes that I enjoy. In terms of moves, he's got an extended bite combo and an attack where he just smashes his face into the ground really hard and gets his teeth stuck in there. They just kind of sold on him trying to devour you at any means necessary. It's pretty fun. The one thing everybody remembers about Deviljho in this game, though, is the awesome interaction where he can pick up smaller boss monsters like Kuliaku and Tobikadachi, even up to Otagaron in his mouth, and he will then just start slamming these other boss battles around like a rag doll, just beating the snot out of them off the ground as he's trying to bludgeon you to death. To this day, I think this is probably the single coolest monster-on-monster interaction they ever came up with. On top of this, when he came in, his turf wars allowed him to annihilate Rathalos, Legiana, and Diablos effortlessly, which were the apexes of all their respective maps. Only Bazelgeuse can properly match him in combat. They brought Deviljho back in World's first title update and let him just have the run of the place. He crushes every single non-Elder in World's roster effortlessly. The guy is so aggressive that he can even attack you when he's in a pitfall trap now. I like what they did to him visually as well. He's always had a very cool silhouette, but historically I found Deviljho's face kind of a little silly. In those older games, he had these soulless black shark eyes. It's a neat little technique that you can use to kind of convey a sort of mindless and inhuman violence in creature design. There's something about his facial structure, though, that made it, I think, look kind of silly. In my opinion, it might have been something to do with the shape of the eye, maybe the shape of the brow, but his facial expression kind of just gets stuck somewhere between ferocity and emotionlessness, and neither really kind of came through perfectly. The more reptilian eyes that they gave him in World's model commit to that ferocity angle. Those glowing yellow orbs with teeny tiny black pupils insinuate intelligence of some kind, as well as purpose and wrath. Yeah, I'm sure if they wanted to, they could have made the shark eyes look good on a modern Deviljho, but I'm glad they kind of just committed to going in the ferocity angle instead of just doing the kind of stuck in the middle design again. They also did a really good job with his texture work, adding some depth to his scar tissue and improving the look of his exposed muscles when enraged. Again, in those older titles, they just kind of painted part of him red when he was mad, and now if you look, you can really see the tears and the actual definition of the muscle tissue on his back. New graphical fidelity was very nice to Deviljho here. The dude just exudes an aura of tyranny in the base game of World. He was the first attempt at a title update monster that Monster Hunter had ever had, and this rendition is such a great elaboration on his personality that was initiated in Tri. They did all that and still kept a pretty damn solid fun fight with a couple of touch-ups. This here is probably Kieran's best iteration, and I personally like fighting him quite a bit, but this is another monster where, I get why people don't like him. Iceborne Kieran definitely has the most complete kit out of all versions of the monster, even over the World and the Arch-Tempered version. He now has access to every physical attack he's ever had in the series, as well as the new Horn Uppercut. He pushes his lightning abilities further, having a lot of long and close range options now. He can casually conjure these rows of lightning bolts to strike while he's just walking around, and he loves this new move where he can create this kind of crisscross grid of thunder strikes that cover most of the battle zone. These long range moves can earn you some nice good openings. You just gotta be careful, as he can very quickly use his lightning in melee range if he wants to. Kieran in this game retains his armored enraged state from the 4th generation, where he can make his body an incredibly bad hit zone, and he'll communicate this a little bit better when he strikes himself with lightning. Then his mane is going to start to stand on end and his body darkens up a little bit. Additionally, you can use the Clutch Claw to rectify this ability, which kind of gets rid of this very obnoxious part of his toolkit, if you can get a good opening to pull off a tenderizing attack, of course. He's also got some limited ability to paralyze you. World's lighting and graphics also helps out a ton here visually, giving him a much better and more ethereal aura than the old games could ever allow for. I generally enjoy Iceborne Kieran since it can be pretty easy to bait out those long-range lightning attacks. He doesn't spam the super close melee range lightning moves too often, and he's also got a good enough grab bag of melee moves so he doesn't completely crumble when you get in close. I tend to enjoy fighting him with Switch Axe since it can hit fairly hard, bypass his armor, and is still maneuverable enough that I can duck away when he does his lightning. I found the matchup that makes me enjoy him, and I'd say this is definitely the most complete feeling version of the monster. Kushaladora unfortunately kind of stinks in this game. They either took out countermeasures against him or made them worse, and they made him a fight that loves to stay up in the air for prolonged periods of time. And the tornadoes he summons are gigantic, they last forever, and are either slow-moving or completely stationary. His AI, especially in World, can also be really fond of sitting in them or behind them out of your reach and then spamming wind breath attacks. Admittedly, his programming in Iceborne is better, but that can only do so much to kind of fix how obnoxious the tornadoes are. His wind aura can no longer be doused with poison and is instead suppressed with the Elder Seal property on dragon weapons, which is a lot lamer as it takes away this unique element of himself and just kind of turns it into a universal Elder Dragonism. Also, you can't neuter his wind powers by breaking his horns either, and as mentioned earlier, he and his garbage Arch-Tempered form were so annoying and needed to be flash bombed so often that the developers nerfed flash bomb effectiveness basically into the dirt. He does admittedly get a few neat physical improvements, including some extra bite attacks, this kind of short-range wind blast move, and a flying kick reminiscent of Rathalos. Too bad he's gonna often spend a lot of time happily just kind of not engaging with you and wasting your time, while your former techniques to hinder him are now rendered kind of useless. So many mistakes were made in his design here, so thank God for Rise's Kushaladora. Then on the opposite end of the spectrum, the 5th generation made Teostra pretty phenomenal. He arrives with a new model that isn't drastically overhauled, but has solidified his sense of regality and ferocity with his much better facial structure and expressions. In the 4th generation, Teostra was turned into this kind of ticking time bomb, given a massive supernova explosion attack that would detonate at a set time after he became enraged. World and Iceborne took this idea and elaborated on it, giving him gradually ramping firepower that would build up and up towards the detonation. And on top of that, they gave him branching options for this ramp up. Again, with the 4th generation version of Teostra, they also gave him the blast status on some of his dust cloud attacks. So what they decided to do with the 5th generation Teo is give him a fire state and a blast state, which he will alternate between after every supernova move. His fire form is all about his flamethrower breath attacks, whether they're in the air, fired off in front of him, or straight down at the ground as a bit of a get off me move. His blast state will then leave a lot of blast scale clouds in the wake of his breath and physical moves, and he can choose when he wants to detonate them, sometimes leaving them lingering in the air for a few seconds until he gets a good chance to blow you up. These states each have their own attacks which are unique to one another, as well as shared moves that have altered properties. This keeps the fight feeling fresh and like he's continuously doing new things. After a couple of minutes, he'll detonate his Nova, he'll reset to 1, and then he'll ramp back up with a fresh batch of attacks. He also has a lot of moves that leave his pretty weak head exposed, and if you got good positioning, it can be pretty fun to punish him. He's stellar in this game, honestly. Super happy with what they did to my all-time favorite. And boy, oh boy, Lady Lunastra, what is there to say about you? Some think that you are the scum of the earth, overtuned, unfair garbage. Now, to be fair, I think you were scaled pretty ridiculously when you first arrived at the title updates for World, considering how effective your weaponry is, and Master Rank definitely made you feel a whole lot better relative to the rest of the roster. You're not perfect, and I think you could do with a couple of tweaks, and I definitely should, I think, make a full video about this at some point, but for the reasons I was kind of talking about with Black Veil Valhazak, I adore how Lunastra is designed combat-wise. She just needed ironing out. What I love about Lunastra is that if you know your tools, your skills, and the functionality of her Nova, there's a bit of a flowchart you can actually use to deal with her insanely powerful attack that I find enormously satisfying to plan around. Let's kind of break this down a little bit, alright? Lunastra used to just be Blue Teostra, nothing but the same attacks and slightly different maps, and her stats were a little bit lower. She was then absent for years as there was just kind of nothing to do with her, and then, kind of out of the blue, she reappeared in World's title updates with a whole new roster of attacks and a controversial Nova mechanic. If she is allowed to detonate this attack, what happens is she will deploy a long-lasting damage over time aura complete with strong wind pressure and miniature flame detonations that will make it extremely difficult for you to run away from and use items to heal yourself within. Many, many, many players have been incinerated by this move and left very pissed off. Now, here's the thing. I don't think that this Nova is perfect. I'm going to tell you how it should be fixed in a bit, but if the right fixes are or were made, I think Lunastra's Nova could become one of World's most well thought out attacks in terms of preparation and strategy. Now, this is supposed to kind of be a shorter section of a video. This video is huge. And Lunastra is not the main subject of today, so I'm not going to go into a full tangent here, but a little while after this review comes out, why not? I'll make a nice longer video breaking down how the flowchart approach to her Nova could work and how to deal with it and give this argument the solitary attention that it deserves. But let's do an abridged version for the purposes of kind of justifying and reinforcing my statement about her Nova for the purposes of this video. So Iceborne gives you a very wide roster of tools and tricks and countermeasures that, when applied to how Lunastra works, can mostly lock her out of her Nova and control the pacing of the fight. I say mostly because there's a couple of inconsistencies with this attack, right? She has an animation where she'll stop in place, she'll charge the Nova, and there's multiple ways then of interrupting this charge. For one thing, if she's not enraged, you can use the Clutch Claw strikes to brute force her out of the animation and fling her around. Or you can attack her directly, and a small number of hits will result in her canceling the animation to retaliate. If that fails and she manages to charge herself, you can use the Elder Seal property to force her out of her charge state if you don't mind sacrificing some elemental damage to pull this off. If you're not going to go down that route, she has a consistent timer on her charge, so what you can do from there is a number of things. You could have the Windproof skill, which can prevent her Nova and other wind-based attacks from locking you out of item usage. If you're standing outside of her flame pools while the Nova is going off, you can ignore the wind pressure and heal normally. The Fireproof Mantle then can reduce her fire damage to the point where her Nova should pretty much just be incapable of killing you, regardless of her wind and regardless of you being unable to heal. And the Rocksteady Mantle can make you completely unflinchable, so you'll still take a lot of damage no matter what, but you'll have free roam to heal yourself through the Nova, irregardless of bad positioning. She will give you a large grace period between her charge finishing and her Nova detonating, so you have ample time to either shut her down or wait for a set duration until you're sure that your mantle will be up and running when she explodes. The Fireproof Mantle especially has consistent integrity and is a very safe option to use like half a minute or so early. The game gives you like a half dozen skills, tools, and techniques to lock her down. Deny her super move, neuter its damage, or reduce its debilitation, and a lot of these techniques aren't simply down to skills, so you don't have to compromise massively on your damage to pull this off. Simply put, your agency when approaching this attack is absolutely tremendous. Countering her Nova comes down to a mixture of skill, timing, positioning, and equipment knowledge. This fight rewards strategy and insight on several levels that most other monsters barely even touch, and that is what I find really compelling about it. Now for the problems. There are three. We're gonna do the worst one first. She is hard-coded to randomly get a Nova for free. I'm not sure when exactly she gets it, but unless you are eviscerating her, she will at some point pop a Nova, even if you're stalling out her charge. This was an insanely bad call for the developers. Attacks like this need to be consistent, they need to be honest, they need to adhere to their rules. The developers can't just wave a magic wand and force their special attack to pop off regardless of how well you're doing. This, I think, is inexcusable. Now, you can absolutely still accommodate for this free Nova, and knowing that it exists out there will help you, but that doesn't make it good. Secondly, and this is a broader issue with her fight, her fire patches that she can ignite with her wing beats detonate at very odd hitboxes that go up in a bit of a cone shape. So you can stand clear of the actual box of those fire pools and have, say, windproof on there, and potentially because they go up in that invisible cone, you can still get hit by them. I don't know why they designed them like this, but the size of the blasts are very badly communicated and should definitely be fixed. That or the animation needs to show that cone a lot better. Third, I don't think she should roar before she triggers the explosion. Teostra's supernova gives you a little bit of time to sheath or block or run before he detonates it. You see him fly up, and then you have like a couple of moments to react. Lunastra has the much more dangerous attack, but she'll roar first, and that can stun you out of not being able to react accordingly very well. Again, you got the Rocksteady Mantle on, you can accommodate for this, but this is absolutely, I'd say, another mistake. The players should be allowed a second to respond to that Nova popping off. If they're allowed that second for a much less oppressive Nova. I think that just kind of makes sense. So these three bad decisions hinder what I think should be an excellent attack. Personally, I think Lunastra's Nova is more interesting than Elatrion's Eschaton Judgment on a conceptual level because of those choices you have in prepping for her and the countermeasures that you have access to, whereas Elatrion is a much more formulaic approach. The key differences, though, and the reason why Elatrion, I'd say, is more forgiven nowadays is because Eschaton Judgment is strictly consistent every time. Now, all those changes I think are insanely easy to implement. You can delete the hard-coded random Nova, you can fix the bad fire hitboxes, you can get rid of that roar stun on wind up. You could change that, I'd say, in like a week. I would love to have more fights that live up to the Lunastra's potential, fights that understand the game's entire toolbox, give you multiple ways of using that toolbox to deal with the strong gimmick, and if you don't engage with it, you're gonna get beaten down. I think stuff like that is really cool in Monster Hunter. I think this is a franchise that's awesome because it allows its enemies to do stuff like that. But, you know, if you're gonna make a fight like this, it has to be consistent, it has to be fair, and it has to be ironed out, and it has to be well communicated, and that is where Lunastra stumbles. levels. Now, the Nova is not the entire fight, but I wanted to highlight it because I feel very strongly about it. So how's the rest of the kit? I think Teostra's moves are a little bit more fun, but Lunostra's still pretty good. A lot of Lunostra's attacks are very large with huge windups and very distinct telegraphs, making her pretty easy to read and react to, which compensates for the high damage and the large blast effects of most of her moves. I think she is pretty damn satisfying to fight with iframes because of those big distinct movements that she has, which lead to her larger fire attacks. So you can weave in and out of those flame breaths and give yourself some pretty nice openings once you learn those timings. And her head, like Teostra's, is pretty damn vulnerable, so if you get some good pressure in there, you can thrash her pretty effectively. Her attacks can sometimes have a lot of recovery on them as well, so learning how to get around them or dodge them is very rewarding. Additionally, a lot of her attacks deal fire damage and come with wind pressure, so if you're bringing wind negate and fire resistance and all that, these skills have utility beyond that one attack, which is appreciated. The only real issue her main kit has is that she loves using her tail sweep, and the hitbox on that move is weirdly busted, especially considering Teostra also has that tail sweep, but not that busted hitbox problem. The box on that tail is oddly massive. I don't really know why. Other things to note include the fact that she has this awesome bonding move with Teostra where she'll combine her Nova with his and use it to create a combined super detonation. The two will do this animation together where they combine their power before using the attack. This one has a nice long wind up though, so you can actually kind of properly get out of the way. She also has a neat interaction with Kashala de Oro where his tornadoes can suck up her flames. The more I learn about how Lunostra actually works, the more I simultaneously adore how she's conceptually designed, and I'm frustrated by the oversights that linger as these huge caveats over what I think could have really been a fantastic fight. I don't care who complains. I would love to have Lunostra back at some point, and I don't want her watered down. I just want her fixed. All the groundwork for something excellent is there, and it works like 75% of the time. That leftover 25% though is very potent, and it's just gonna leave this lasting impression that she's poorly made on like a fundamental level, and I really just can't disagree with that more. I decided to chop up the monsters that World brought back and Iceborne brought back into their own separate timestamps just to make things a little bit snappier and to make editing all of this audio a little less soul-crushing, so here we go. Barioth is probably going to be a bit of a surprise wall for a few people in this game. I don't think anyone was expecting Barioth, of all things, to be as fast, combo-heavy, and intense as he turned out to be here. First things first, Barioth is pretty damn quick, stringing his moves together effortlessly while having a ton of mobility. Thankfully, his claws retain their dynamic part break, where you can slow him down by causing him to trip up over himself after a couple of moves if you manage to smash them. That feature is very much appreciated here. He also has some new sweeping claw and tail attacks for new moves that give him some wide hitboxes, and the tail sweep specifically can put him up in the air. The standard Barioth also has this new pounce that Frostfang will later be able to combo. And he also makes great use of the large amount of ice and cave walls that the Hoarfrost Reach supplies, which allow him to dive at you from above. He's a very solidly intense battle in this game. His speed combined with his really solid assortment of big new attacks makes him a battle that I always feel like I needed to pay attention to. Really great incarnation of this guy. Alternatively, the 5th generation treated Nargacuga very weirdly and kind of badly. For one, in Iceborne especially, he's kind of slow, like way too slow, considering he's supposed to be the insanely agile and aerodynamic member of the Big Cat Pseudo-Wyvern trio. Barioth is absolutely faster than Narga in this game, come to think of it. Additionally, Iceborne sped up the process of the standard Nargacuga, stealing all of the unique attributes of 3rd generation's green Nargacuga. Generation's ultimate already had the base species pill for the double tail slam, and Iceborne now steals the double repositioning leaps as well, and Rise is going to continue this thievery later on. What's new for Iceborne Narga is a size increase, a lot of quick dashes to your flank, a new rushing bite move, and a lunge that combos into a tail sweep. I can appreciate that the developers wanted to make Nargacuga a lot hoppier, with the ability to get at your sides and back a lot easier, but his moves now just don't have the speed to capitalize on his newfound mobility. If we had a Nargacuga that fought as fast as the 4th generation Narga could, with Iceborne's leaps and flanks and a bit more acrobatics here and there, then, you know what, I think we probably have a really respectable challenge on our hands. The only thing worth noting here is that Narga's tail spikes will stick in the ground for a little while longer after being launched, and then they can inflict bleed, which is neat enough, I suppose. Yeah, this might very well be Nargacuga's single weakest outing, which is really a shame. It doesn't make him bad, but I think Narga really needs a redemption arc after what this game and even still Rise kind of did to slow him down pretty badly. Glavenus wasn't changed that much. He's maybe like a tiny bit worse. They changed the animation surrounding his attack where he lobs a fireball at the ground and moves around that. In Generations, what he'll do is he'll start running and then he'll just hum off a fireball off to the side in mid-sprint, and he'll use that as a kind of distraction to obscure your vision before he follows that up with a tail chop, usually right into the explosion that just went off. In Iceborne, he can fire this globule fire explosion attack, and then all he really does after that is just leap in a quarter circle to reposition. Yeah, the new version of this move just isn't anywhere near as fun. On top of that, he can sometimes get a follow-up off of a couple of tail swings, and that's kind of the bulk of it. It's still Glavenus, which is a fight that I adore to run lands against, so there's no major complaints here. It's just missing that one really cool move. Offensive Guard is the greatest thing to ever happen to Tigrex. Yeah, go on and blabber about how all of his variations are better than the core Tigrex. I mean, you're right, but still, the original, I think, is woefully underloved because I think that people fight him wrong. Tigrex ain't a spectacle fight, he ain't a gimmick fight, and he ain't a duelist sword fight. He's a bullfight. People don't treat him like a bullfight, and that's why they're wrong about him. I apologize for the half-joking condescension. I have a lot of love for the brutal simplicity of the original Tigrex, and I see him just get lambasted a lot, and it bugs the ever-living shit out of me. Bullfighting a Tigrex with an offensive guard lance set in Iceborne, I think, is a really fun warm-up battle. It's just such an honest, straightforward fight that rewards good timing and good positioning against him. I wish Iceborne's Tigrex charge attacks were a little bit faster, but he doesn't feel quite as stripped down as this game's version of Nargacuga. They made a couple of changes to how his charge attacks operate as well. First, they gave him a small windup where he'll do a bit of a backstep before opening his jaws and then come lunging at you. In the old games, this windup was a little bit quicker than that. They also expand on his charge by allowing him to combo out of his attacks with a spin move. This is a pretty good little mix-up because a spin finisher is always a possibility, but never a guarantee. If you're not anticipating it, he might be able to catch you a few frames early as he moves forwards a lot faster than he would normally. His AI is also a little bit more inclined to stay up in your face and throw out bite and claw attacks before he goes dashing off again, compared to his older versions. I prefer to keep the normal Tigrex pretty simple, as it lets his variations then branch out and do a lot of interesting things in their own ways. So if you want to add some mix-ups and a couple of combo extensions to his core moveset, in my opinion, that's the right thing to do with the core species. Tigrex was never the best battle, and he still isn't in Iceborne, but I think him against the Lance is one of the best matchups in Monster Hunter because the two kits just blend so well, and the changes that Lance got in this game specifically, as well as Iceborne's introduction of the offensive guard skill as it brought back Tigrex, made this particular matchup in this particular game enormously fun for me, and it's one of my favorite battles to do. If Brachydios has any issues in Iceborne, it's that his rage mode just doesn't speed him up quite as much as it used to, and angry Brachydios back in 3rd and 4th generation was a terror. Other than that, Iceborne gives Brachydios a lot of solid improvements. First off, they give his slime attacks a couple of new properties. Now, Brachydios was the pioneer of the blast element, formerly the slime element, back when he was the sole wielder of it. In a move that I assume was meant to pay homage to the fact that he introduced the status, Brachydios has been given the improved blast scourge, which is functionally the same debuff, but it now takes 5 rolls to clear it off of yourself rather than 3. Blast Negate is a very handy skill when facing him, just for convenience's sake, because this change is kind of a pain to deal with without that skill. However, they did make it so that when you roll, you reset the timer on the detonation, so you aren't forced to roll 5 times in a row. You can keep the blast down for a little bit and then keep on doing something else in between the rolls. On top of this, some of his larger slime attacks can leave these big pools of slime that can root you in place on contact, forcing you to scramble and dive to get out before the whole thing detonates. He gets a bit more mobility and combo potential with a small horn attack that he can use to extend his combos, and he can steer his punch walk rather than be forced to just walk in a straight line now. They also made a pretty cool change where the slime on his horn can now diminish, much like the slime on his hands always has been able to. That's just something that wasn't present in the older versions of his fights. Though he's lacking the top speed that the older Brackies could put out when enraged, his combo structure has been greatly improved, and I think an eventual marriage of the two could make for a pretty harrowing fight, honestly. He retains the fun dynamic where he tries to force you into a kill box with his slime puddles, and the fact that his slime mold can ensnare you or force you to roll more is a bit of a daunting elaboration on this combat style. He just needs like a little bit more punch to really follow up and make it super deadly. Gotta say, the graphical fidelity of World also did wonders for his textures as well, and they really nailed that polished obsidian look for his shell. They made Savage Deviljho cracked out of his mind in this game. Holy Of the monsters that were replaced by variants in Iceborne, Deviljho hurts the least because Savage is so good and such a great expansion on both Deviljho and previous Savages. That being said, still would prefer it if Deviljho got into Iceborne. One of the cool things about the old school Savage was that he could be somewhat rare in Tri-Ultimate and a pretty special encounter. That and the two were always just able to be fought at the same time. In Iceborne, Savage just takes the Deviljho slot. It makes him less special. They changed Savage a ton in this game, and absolutely for the better as far as I'm concerned. Classic Savage was basically a permanently enraged Deviljho with a heightened rage state. On top of that, extra damage, extra dragon damage on certain bite attacks, a tendency to use pin attacks a little bit more, and this really goofy fun move where he'd rear up and go swinging around dragon breath attacks all over the place. That attack, tragically, is not in Iceborne. It's the one big failing that this version of him has, but they replaced it with him just being an utter maniac. Yeah, Savage in Iceborne is extremely hard to knock out of rage mode. Will follow you around on maps very consistently once you piss him off. He'll stop fighting you to just beat the crap out of other monsters just to fight whatever he can fight. And he has the ability to leave lingering damage over time, dragon clouds on the ground. He's got new long-reaching straight shot dragon beams. He's got this move where he just fires dragon energy straight down at the ground until it overloads, collapses in on itself, and explodes. He has a number of combo extensions, a notable speed increase, and sometimes he'll just jump you. He'll just launch his entire weight at you. He's out of his mind, dude. He craves blood and murder and destruction. He just fights until something's dead, and he's so damn fun too. Now, the developers compensated for this by making him pretty easy to stagger, so a top level player can bully him pretty bad, but for an average level player, I think this is a pretty fair trade-off considering his hyper-aggression, the large quantity of time where he can't be flint shot, and without the comfy mantles, it is pretty difficult to land tenderizing attacks outside of his staggers. Savage Deviljho is one of those awesome fights where it looks like he's doing a million things at once and there's no good way in, and there's nothing you can do, until then you start to see the gaps in the attack animations that make him vulnerable. He's not quite as satisfying to learn as, say, like a Velkhana, but yeah, he's meant to be a little bit sloppier and more animalistic than that. Oh, and Deviljho was initially designed to be a monster with strafe capable of matching Elder Dragons. Savage makes good on this promise by engaging in beam battles with and matching the powers of Black Vale, Vale, Namiel, and Velkhana. He's a complete and utter monster. Big fan. I think this guy's a blast. Iceborne Zinogre is an interesting case because the guy was not originally intended to be in the game, but there was such a demand for Zinogre to appear when World was released that the developers decided to add him in a little bit later on in production. So Zinogre didn't have any place to be put in the progression of the main narrative, and he had to get cycled back a bit, being a monster that introduces you properly to the Guiding Lands after Ruiner Nergigante led you there. Now this means that Zinogre is fought after the bulk of the Elder Dragons are introduced and had to be jacked up in order to compete. So Iceborne Zinogre is now borderline Elder Dragon level in terms of strength. He feels like it too. He is massive in this game, has a few new lightning moves, including a revolving Fulgurbug defense ring and a dual pounce slam that can change targets. He also has his combo paths extended. Considering Zinogre is more or less the original combo monster, this makes a lot of sense. He can combo in his hip check and his tail spin incredibly easily. He can even initiate a combo off of a counterattack from being flinched. Monsters with combos aren't particularly special anymore, so it's nice to see that Zinogre is still allowed to be extremely proficient at it. He's got a great redesign in this game as well. His colors blend together much more naturally, his proportions have been improved, his spiky bits stick to him a little bit more cohesively, and I think changing the patterns of his spikes so they all flow in the same exact direction, down and towards his tail, helps to even him out a lot. Another thing to note is they changed Zinogre so that he would become enraged while not fully charged in order to prevent clutch claw abuse. Zinogre is enormously fun in Iceborne. He feels well balanced for single multiplayer. He got the design tune-up he needed. He's strong, fast, graceful, has a nice wide variety of combo paths that I have found very fun to learn. Yangaruga is weirdly more hectic and more kinda toned down in Iceborne. See, his roster of moves is nuttier and still really kinda all over the place, but they dialed back some of his tendency to roar stun you and then immediately go into tail backflips and pull off these one-frame insta-charges at ridiculous speed. Honestly, thank God that's pretty much completely gone from the monsters in this game. I guess the best way you could put it would be, he's still pretty spastic, he's just less cheap about it nowadays. Iceborne Garuga will still use retreating roar stuns to clear some distance. He can still fly incredibly quickly at you. His pecking and fireballs and tail whips are all nice and fast. He's got a cool looking new tail slam and an attack I absolutely adore where he flies up and the maniac just torpedoes the ground where you're standing face first and he gets his beak stuck in the ground. I think they captured the manic goober psycho murder chicken angle of young Garuga exceptionally well in Iceborne, whilst trimming the elements that made the original kind of obnoxious and a tad unfun. As much as I love the approach to fighting the standard Tigrex, as complete packages, his variations are all improvements on the core design. Brute Tigrex has always been a neat idea. Let's take Tigrex's damage-inducing roar and work that so it's more properly into his attack kit than it just kind of being a novelty of the creature. Iceborne Brute triples down on this design choice and it works really well. He can combo pretty much any of his attacks and repositions into long-range roaring moves or quick little bursts of sound with smaller hitboxes to them. He also has what can only really be considered a sweeping roar laser, something that's just ripped right out of a Cantor's playbook, but on a smaller scale. All of these roar attacks force Brute to stay put for a couple of seconds, and he uses these moves a ton in Iceborne, so he will spend way more time up in melee range trying to concuss you with sound attacks. Whereas a normal Tigrex is more mobile, and if you're not letting him come to you, you're going to be chasing after him a lot. Brute has a more conventional ebb and flow of a duel, and these roar-oriented mix-ups make him feel kind of unique compared to other duel-oriented monsters. Wisely, a very few of Brute's roar attacks actually cause roar stun, they're just traditional attacks. If this wasn't the case, Brute would be awful, as you'd just be in perma stun lock the entire time. I'm very glad they decided to elaborate on Brute's roar attack gimmick with greater variety in Iceborne. The original Brute Tigrex was a good battle, but didn't have much beyond his stampeding roaring charge. He feels more complete, more unpredictable, and more refined in Iceborne. His inclusion was a very welcome surprise in the expansion's postgame, and Iceborne Brute I think is very much in the running for Tigrex's greatest incarnation, right up there with Frontier's Zenith Tigrex. The Metal Wraths were never all that liked historically. More often they just felt like slightly enhanced versions of Pink Rathian and Azure Rathalos, with more health, more damage, minor attack variations, different elemental weaknesses, and much more annoying hit zones. Their heads and tails have become extremely hard to damage, and it is instead their wings that you want to hit. Sometimes their legs, kind of depends on the game. These two never had that much identity outside of being inconvenient. Then Iceborne came around, reinvented them completely, and it's a whole other story. The biggest and best thing about the New Age Metal Wraths is their incandescent or Hellfire mode. After they take a set amount of damage, they will light up with a burning blue flame, which will enhance their fire attacks. Dealing enough damage to the head will temporarily knock them out of this powered up state. Also, getting the head break will make their head a permanently weak hit zone. Their heads don't deflect attacks quite as easily as they used to in the older versions of the fight, but they're still incredibly durable until being busted apart. This is a solid way to mitigate the heavily armored qualities of the Metal Wraths without dumping that aspect of them entirely, which I appreciate quite a bit. The two are much more approachable and fun to engage with now that they're not just two unflinching masses of metal. This universe will change flip perception of the Metal Wraths pretty much completely overnight. Now for their individual changes. Gold Rathian is my favorite of the two in this game. She is an absolute master of flips, combos, and fake outs. She loves to punish your autopilot understanding of a conventional Rathian's patterns, interrupting her fireball combos to go charging into a tailspin. But at the same time, maybe she will follow through with that proper fireball combo, holding that third one just for a beat to see if she can fake you out. She's fast, but not so fast that you can't react to her. You gotta pay attention to the subtleties of her windups and act really quickly, or she's gonna bait you out and hit you. You wanna watch to see if she keeps her head up, or if she's gonna lift her tail. She can also interrupt her triple charge in this way as well. I generally really enjoy mix-ups in Monster Hunter fights, where instead of routinely interacting with each move the same way, you need to be aware and react quickly to sudden changes, keeping me on my toes. Then, the blue fire gives Gold some stronger oomph in a lot of her breath attacks, which is pretty neat, but the coup de grace of the whole thing is a new fire attack where she flies up and lets out one single gigantic fireball right in front of her. I think they changed up Gold in a lot of really good ways in this game. Silver Rathalos, I don't like quite as much, but I still enjoy. Silver Rathalos takes the Metal Wrath's new Hellfire gimmick, and then uses Azure Rathalos' moveset, stays on the ground more, and then adds new melee and fire attacks to fatten up Silver into a very substantive experience. He steals the Flame Bite of Dread King Rathalos and adds a larger tailspin to his physical repertoire. The double Flame Bite is extra cool if he's in Hellfire form, because then it's going to leave these lingering flames in the air. In fact, a lot of his flying flame attacks will leave lingering fire on the ground when he's in Hellfire mode, and he can rip off these moves in rapid succession, turning the battlefield into a hellscape. He also has a new charge fireball attack, kind of like Gold does. With Silver, I feel like they struck a pretty happy medium where he's simultaneously more fiery and ferocious in the air than Azure, yet also far more willing to end his air combos on the ground and then spend more time facing you down while he's on his feet than Azure is. The way Silver operates, I think, is a really good precursor to how Rathalos is going to start to be treated going forwards in the series, and I'd say he's probably the best version of the Wyvern King up until this point in the franchise. In Iceborne's first title update, there came Rajang, and people who had been around for a little while crapped themselves because Rajang has a long, brutal history of massacring people in games past. The hunter speed boosts and monster hitbox fixes have definitely kind of evened the playing field out a little bit, but Rajang can definitely still keep up. This guy is violent, punching and smashing and slamming and spinning and lasering to hell and back non-stop. In Iceborne, they gave Rajang a couple of quick little trip-up attacks, like a lunging jab that can stop you from healing pretty easily, and another attack where he'll launch off a couple of small quick strikes before turning rapidly 180 degrees and punching the ground hard, and a bull charge. Patience and openings have always been the game plan for Rajang, but Iceborne brought him up to speed and gave him a lot of very quick, fast-acting moves so that he can adequately compete. And then they also just trimmed the time between his attacks considerably, so he can kind of just keep going and going and going. He also gains this new gigantic body slam, which will signal with a roar. You should have enough time to sheathe and Superman dive this attack. I generally really enjoy iframing Rajang in Iceborne, but this move makes doing this a little bit more annoying since it has a lingering hitbox to it. I've been able to get Evade Mantle procs off of the slam and still get hit by it once or twice. There are a few other major changes here. First of all, he has a lunging grab where he can toss you into the ground and follow up with a massive strike. He can get this for free, by the way, if you carelessly grapple to his arms with the clutch claw and he initiates his punch walk combo. This means that you have to either wait for his knockdowns or staggers to get the tenderize, or grab him while he commits to some of his lengthier attacks, mainly his lightning beam move. That, or you can bring the comfy mantles, of course. He also has an interaction where almost all of his part breaks will grant you a full topple, and some big knockbacks can get you this topple as well. But here's the thing, if he's close enough to a wall, he can then catch himself on that wall and retaliate with a flying punch. For this reason, it's smart to fight him more in the center of a larger arena. It also makes him pretty easy to topple if you bring Part Breaker with you. This is good for you because, as stated, Rajang is a quintessential glass cannon. Additionally, they changed how his tail worked. Originally, if you chopped off a Rajang tail, you could lock him out of going into rage mode. This is no longer the case. However, they changed it so that if you deal enough damage to his tail while he's in his rampage state, you can preemptively knock him out of it. So, good positioning, patience, consistency, and map awareness can take him down pretty hard, but he'll absolutely obliterate you otherwise. Iceborne Rajang is a pretty tricky fight to master, which makes him damn satisfying, I think. And he stands out as one of the better examples of a returning monster being adjusted properly to deal with the newfound speed of the modern hunters. I think people sometimes forget about Iceborne Stygian Zinogre since he was almost kind of a bit of a red herring that served as a precursor to the tease of Safi'jiiva. Regardless, Iceborne Stygian Zinogre basically mashes 4th generation Stygian with Iceborne Zinogre and then adds a little extra style to it all. On the combo end of things, Stygian Zinogre is really good at comboing into his tailspin. One of his favorite options is following up his flying backslam and then getting up immediately into that tail flip. He's also got this new spinning claw swipe, which he can use to initiate some of his combos. They changed around how his dragon lightning projectiles work a fair bit as well. Classic Stygian basically had the same spherical projectiles that the regular Zinogre had, but they had an aggressive tracking property to them. Now, all his Dragon Thunder attacks rain down these lightning bolts on the battlefield, and he can send out these in sheets of lightning that you need to dodge through. The spectacle of these red lightning bolts raining down everywhere is pretty damn cool to look at for sure, and they're really fun to dodge, but there's a little bit of a charm and terror lost from those heat-seeking dragon death spheres that he used to have. It's made up for a little bit because Stygian has a new ultimate attack where Dragon Lightning starts raining down like crazy, crazy, and then he combos into a new double paw slam, and then goes into this Dragon Wolf Psycho Crusher. It's not even that tough of a move to avoid. It's honestly kind of just like a mild fight interruption, but man, it's so cool. It's so cool. How the hell does he even move his body like that? Who cares? Iceborne Stygian balances out having a crazy light show with a fast, intense mix-up containing combo structure, and walking that tightrope pretty well. Learn how his lightning works and how his combo path operates, and then you're gonna be in the clear. Someone at Capcom raised their hand and said, hey, let's take the lamest variant we've ever made and turn him into one of the single most memorable fights in the whole franchise. And that guy deserves a handshake and a raise. Nobody gave a singular about 4th generation Raging Brachydios. He comes from a long line of variants where they're just permanently enraged forms of the original monster with a few things added here and there. And by the time they hit Raging, man, this approach was just kinda out of steam. He's also just insanely annoying. They put slime on his tail, made him bigger and slower, barely changed his moves, I think, at all, and they added this stupid gimmick where his slime will start glowing orange and then red on his body, meaning that parts of him might just blow up. It sucks if you're locked out of a punish because you can't hit him or you'll just explode. Yeah, no, that's all just kind of in the garbage now. They remade him, like, completely. Well, kinda. I'll let you in on a little secret. Iceborne Raging stole a lot of moves from Frontier Exotic Brachydios. Yeah, that combo where he can send lines of explosions ahead of him in rapid succession with his horn, that's Frontier Brachy. The move where he'll do the 2-punch combo that sends explosion trails out in front of him, that's a modified version of a punch drag that Frontier Brachy uses. It's kinda cool. On top of that, he has all of the normal Brachydios' fight improvements that he got in Iceborne. And then what they also did is they restructured the glowing slime on his body so that if any of his slime turns orange, striking it enough times will cause it to fall off of him and then blow up after a moment or two. This is still mildly annoying if you're trying to capitalize on a knockdown or something, but at least you're just given a lot more time and warning to readjust and get out of the way, rather than having to deal with the monster just randomly exploding all over the place. Raging Brachydios is technically a little bit slower than the standard counterpart, but he has a number of combo attacks with a lot of range, and he's gargantuan too, so his pressure is insanely intense. And then everybody loves the final phase. He goes into the volcanic depths of the Guiding Lands, he locks the two of you in the zone together with no means of escape, and it's a final stand gladiator match to the death. What he does here is he discharges the entirety of his slime mold off of his body and into the ground beneath your feet. He gets faster, but his attacks can't inflict blast scourge anymore. However, all of his moves now cause this slime mold to start broiling towards the surface, leaving damage over time pools on the ground. When he gets enough of these on the ground, then he'll roar, which causes them to explode, and this can hurt you and it can hurt himself. You then run that loop till someone loses. It's fun as dude. No tricks, no holds barred, nothing. No traps, no tail raiders, no farcasters, no running away, no slime, no nothing. He's willing to kamikaze himself if it gives him a slight chance of killing you faster, and the music in this fight is nuts. We'll talk about that later. Talk about a perception coin flip. Guy went from like the worst variant they ever made to kind of probably like top 3 in one single redraft, and his rework was a couple of new moves, a gimmick tweak, and a really sick final phase with some new music. With Raging Brachydios also came the Furious Rajang. This is an interesting case, where Raging and Furious were both permanent enraged form variants, and the classic Raging was probably the worst version of this, and I think the classic Furious was probably the best version of this approach to variants. And he still might be, dunno, Savage is still really good. And then there's also like Scorned and whatnot, who's also pretty damn good. So with Iceborne Furious, we take all of the changes that Iceborne brought to Rajang and then tune up the spectacle with a lot of new lightning moves. You also need to alter the strategy a little bit because his tail is gone and that weakness no longer exists. So instead, what you gotta do is target Furious's head to de-escalate the fight. He gains a new lightning projectile attack where he leaps up and fires them in a fanning volley, and he's got a new move where he'll send bolts of lightning rippling through the ground, causing large shocks. What you're gonna want to do here is look out for his lightning moves, since they're the ones that are usually gonna give you the best opportunity to hit him in the head. This is part of why I like the Sunbreak Furious a little more, since his ground shock is much better at giving you this opening. Additionally, a rampaging Furious Rajang gains a new pin where what he'll do is repeatedly slam you into the ground while still then holding you in his hand, lightning breath you point blank, then lunge up into the air, extend his palm so that you're going to come crashing down first, and he'll just drive you into the dirt. It's the best pin in the entire franchise by like a mile and a half. Also, he's got the same mechanic where he can retaliate if he's knocked into a wall, but this time, he'll fire a laser instead of lunging and punching. Furious is a pretty damn fun lightning-boosted form of Iceborne Rajang, and the altered weak point and new moves make it so that you have to approach the fight with a similar strategy, but with kind of an altered approach, which keeps things kind of fresh. Okie dokie, and now it is time for Lunastra Part 2, Alatreon. If you've been paying attention to this video whatsoever, you can tell that I really don't mind if a monster forces you to play their own game. Is Alatreon an immensely hyperbolized take on that concept? For sure. But considering the fact that he's in, like, the top 5 most powerful monsters of all time, I think I can allow this, like, once, where you're kind of corralled into playing by his rules. And honestly, if you're good enough, you don't even have to. You can absolutely muscle through him with raw damage and good playing. Of course, what we're talking about here is Eschaton Judgment, Alatreon's new ultimate attack and the mechanics that surround it. Here is the quick version. Alatreon has a fire form, a dragon form, and an ice form, right? He will start in either ice or fire, and you can tell which is which depending on the name of the quest that you accept. Depending on his state, his elemental weaknesses will change and his attacks will be different. You want to deal enough elemental damage to him before he instigates Eschaton Judgment. If you don't get that knockdown, the attack will kill every hunter on the map and you cannot Farcaster out of it. When he's about halfway to detonation, he will then swap from his ice or fire form into his dragon form. His dragon form increases most of his elemental resistances, minus dragon itself, and gives him access to his entire moveset. You still have time to shut him down if you haven't hit that elemental check before his dragon phase. Additionally, when he is in that dragon state, you will then want to shatter one of his horns. If you break a horn, upon the activation of Eschaton Judgment, he will revert to the elemental state he started the fight in, fire or ice. If you don't crack a horn, he swaps to the other state. This can be extremely dangerous, because normally what's going to happen is you're going to build your set to maximize elemental damage in his opening state so you can get that topple as quickly as possible. So if he starts in his fire state, you want to throw ice damage at him, but if you don't break his horn and he manages to get into his ice state, you'll still have ice damage, but he will then be completely immune to it. And if you can't hit that element check on solely dragon form, then Eschaton is going to wipe you out. That is the loop. Now, I think there's 3 good arguments against the existence of this mechanic. One being that it is very formulaic, very scripted, strong arms you into a specific playstyle, locks you out of some build freedom, and feels a little bit more like a video game raid than a more fluid Monster Hunter fight. To some extent though, every Monster Hunter fight has to have some kind of scripted and gamified elements and readable rhythms to it because it is a video game, it's code. Alatreon is just a fight that leans into this more heavily. I don't think that Alatreon feeling gamified is an intrinsic problem because I think that argument will kind of start to fall apart under scrutiny. Additionally, I also don't think that restrictions on player freedom are a bad thing whatsoever. Sometimes I believe it is perfectly okay if a game does not allow you to just do whatever you want all the time, and it forces you to instead display understanding and mastery of specific elements of that game. Restrictions, done right, can be incredibly fun, and I think Alatreon is a good example of this. I think the blow is also softened because Alatreon is very consistent, fair, and extremely fun. If you subjectively just aren't a fan of Monster Hunter fights having this degree of railroading in it, that's respectable. I personally enjoy it. Like I said earlier, I think it's perfectly acceptable for Monster Hunter to have a monster that's this mechanic heavy like once or twice, especially on an opponent that's this powerful. The second argument here is that having a fight that's so predicated specifically on elemental damage is an issue because of how elemental damage works in this game. Slower weapons are typically pretty bad at putting out elemental damage. Now, the developers compensated for this by having it so that weapons that can't inflict as much elemental damage have a lower element damage threshold to get the topple. That's perfectly fine, but it's going to mean that if you want to throw a greatsword at Alatreon, you're either going to have to endure a death or two at the Judgment's hands, or drag out the fight a lot by building for element and having a very suboptimal skill loadout for a greatsword. This argument is very fair, and it comes more down to math rather than just preference. So yeah, I would say this is a legitimate flaw with the fight. Now, it's an easily circumnavigable issue because, well, you can pick Switch Axe, Charge Blade, Light Bowgun, Sword and Shield, Bow, or Dual Blades. Half the weapon roster is built to deal elemental damage very well. I get having a favorite weapon, I do, but to some extent, it is on you if you pick a bad weapon matchup on purpose. And third, Alatreon doesn't actually have fantastic elemental hit zones. He's somewhat resilient to elemental damage just about everywhere except his forelegs. I think this is honestly more kind of a half flaw than a proper flaw. I know exactly why this choice was made. The developers didn't want speedrunners to hit the element check in 5 seconds and turn the judgment into a complete non-factor. They also wanted less skilled players to feel the pressure of the countdown and be challenged to hit the threshold. Also, they didn't want the head to simultaneously be a critically important part break and the best place to do elemental damage, so that the horn would snap immediately after entering the dragon state because you were hitting it the entire time. I think these decisions were pretty smart on the developers' end. Honestly, it'd be really disappointing if this gimmick was used to trivialize Alatreon when it was supposed to make him scary. Also, I think the numerical balancing for this check is perfectly fair, even with Alatreon having subpar elemental weaknesses. If I am playing decently with a set that has all right elemental damage output on a weapon that I barely touch, I can still hit that DPS check insanely consistently. I think the numbers pan out in a way that's fair to both the players and Alatreon at the same time. However, I think it would be perfectly fine if they had 1 or 2 other really good elemental hit zones, like the chest, maybe the wings, or the tail, something like that. I think it's really fun to pick on people who complain about Alatreon, but at the same time, I think there's very valid reasons, both objective and subjective, to not love the fight. The people who cried on the Steam forums are still really funny weenies, though. So, how's everything in between? Because like Lunastra, Alatreon isn't just Eschaton Judgment. Well, that's the other thing that makes me not mind Eschaton that much. The fight that the move revolves around is really good. They overhauled it completely. I like Gen 3 Alatreon, but let's be honest, the thing's just a giant modded Kushala from Gen 2. The new Alatreon is almost entirely his own beast, complete with rings of fire explosions, giant ice crystals that can be blown up with lightning, sweeping fire breath attacks, full body dragon explosions, ice breath that freezes giant patches of the ground, targeted lightning strikes and traveling lightning waves, sniper accurate ice spear projectiles, pitchfork fire explosion bursts, and dragon empowered horn sweeps, claw slams, and charge attacks. He is the best bullet hell fight they've ever made. The hitboxes on his attacks are incredibly clean. The windups are well telegraphed through visuals and sound cues. Every attack is satisfying to weave through, and he offers up so many openings to capitalize on if you know what you're doing. I think the cadence of his onslaught perfect. Yet another fight where it feels like he moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour until the gaps eventually become so blatantly obvious that you have no idea how you missed them beforehand. There's fights that are faster, and there's fights that are more chaotic, and there's moves that are a little bit harder hitting than Alatreon's, but I think that's perfectly fine since you need to deal with Eschaton Judgment, and the kit should fairly allow you to hit that check consistently. If there's any issues with a core fight, I think he kind of flies a little bit too much in his dragon form, though you can knock him out of the sky with the clutch claw, so that has a counter to it. And the hitboxes for the rocks that you can throw him into, those are abysmal, like really, really bad. If you don't fling him into the rocks at the perfect angle, he might just like slide off of them and then go on his merry way, and then you've missed that opportunity. So honestly, I would just save the flint shot for when he's up in the air. There's a few problems with Alatreon. Definitely room for someone to subjectively think that he's over-designed mechanically, but I think the rhythm of his moves, the balancing of his resistances, the countdown timer to judgment, and all his other numerical balancing is really close to perfect. His moveset is awesome and dangerous without the judgment by itself, and I think anyone of even middling skill can work themselves up to a point where they can deal with his main gimmick by themselves really consistently. If you want to do a fight like Alatreon, that's fine. You do have to iron him out to as close to consistency and fair balancing as possible, and for the most part, I think Capcom absolutely nailed it. And then there is Fatalis, the grand finale, the final stand. Fatalis was the perfect fight to end this game on in a meta sense. He is the boss of bosses, the big bad of Monster Hunter, the final fight of the original title. So with Monster Hunter getting a giant overhaul with World and entering a brand new era, Fatalis was the perfect choice to bring an end to this second beginning. Interestingly enough, he wasn't the initial choice to end Iceborne on. The developers said that fans got so excited seeing Fatalis in his brand new updated model in the 15th anniversary Monster Hunter Celebration video that they decided to alter their plans and bring Fatalis into the game, creating an additional narrative and map for him while remaking his fight entirely. Not counting Frontier, the classic Fatalis Trinity was never that much better than mid. They're fine in the 4th generation games, but several other big bad Elder Dragons had surpassed them in terms of spectacle and fun factor at that point. Iceborne allowed Fatalis to reassert himself as the big bad of the entire franchise and put himself in the running for one of the all-time great video game bosses ever made. Though not flawless, I think Iceborne Fatalis is spectacular. His damage is insane, his speed is terrifying, his attack pool is diverse, intense, and fun to engage with for the most part. The dude's nuts. He's also got a 30-minute timer on him, so if you want to win, you gotta move. Kind of like Eschaton Judgment, that 30-minute timer adds an extreme tension that makes the fight more terrifying, and it forces you to play well. Fatalis is a fight that will encourage you to both learn your weapon and its optimization, as well as how to deal with his moveset. You'll want to learn which attacks will leave his head or stomach exposed, how many hits you can get in, and only take what you know you can get away with before he will then try to bat you away with extremely powerful fire attacks. The name of the game is baiting out certain long-range moves, because that will be a lot of prolonged fire breath attacks, which will very often lower his head and have long commitments to them. The name of the game is baiting out certain long-range moves, because a lot of them are prolonged fire breath attacks, which will lower his head, and they have prolonged commitments. Additionally, you'll want to be careful about hugging his stomach too tight. He has a lot of moves that will hit directly in front of him, and if you're in there too close, you can kind of get snagged on his legs and get hit from there. Fatalis succeeds partially because he has an answer for every range and every angle. You are never going to be safe from him, so you have to create your own opportunities, only to get out then while the getting is good. There is a big reason why his fight is so fun. He's ruthless, but he's honestly somewhat predictable if you know how to manipulate him. I will say, some of his hitboxes feel a little gigantic. His charged fireball especially is my least favorite part of the fight. Their blast radius is not very well indicated by the fire effect that comes out. They can hit you off of his head if you're tethered to it, unlike a lot of his other fire moves, and they can hit directly under him, even though the animation looks like he's firing his attack outwards. Despite this, knowledge of the move will still make it avoidable. You'll want to dodge off to his sides rather than closer to him or further away from him. The attack roster here is huge, and you're going to want to know how all the tells work. He's got single shot fireballs, a sweeping fire breath, body slam, and snake charge from his original incarnations, but now he's also got charged fireballs, extra bite attacks, a giant flame cone move, these tracking explosive flame walls, delayed blast fire globs, a pin attack where he tries to melt you to death with his body heat by sticking you into his chest, which actually is a cool throwback to some classic Fatalis lore about him fusing the armor and weapons of dead hunters to his hide. He's got dual flame sweeps and this over-the-shoulder 360 flame breath attack where you have to avoid it by clinging to the shoulder he's not firing towards. Every single move is deadly. Every single move is fast. Every single move is calculated. For the most part, this is a very straightforward encounter, save for a few notable mechanics. Enough damage from siege weaponry, for one thing, can guarantee a knockdown, which can be very helpful. If he's standing upright, the flint shot will knock him onto all fours, and if he is on all fours, then the flint shot will allow you to hit him in a wall. So you gotta be mindful about when you use this ability. Also, as he gets angrier, his firepower will increase in damage, so you need to destroy his horns to mitigate this. If both horns are intact by phase 3, basically any fire move in his arsenal is going to one-shot you. So you want to be hitting those horns as much as humanly possible. Cutting off one should be just fine, but getting both horn breaks will save you so much stress in the last legs of the fight. Also notable are his giant fire breath super moves that serve as health markers for the battle. He will fire off 5 of these huge flame attacks, and each one will be a mark of how low his health is. There's one for 75%, 50%, 40%, 20%, and 5%. For the opening 2, you dive behind rubble in a giant metal door, and for the last 3, you gotta run under him. When his health is low, you can also fire off the Dragonator, which will cause the original Proof of a Hero to start playing. That's really sick. As for a few critiques, it's definitely frustrating to learn the fight at first. Some of the hitboxes are not very well conveyed, and I think his downward flame breath, delayed blast fire attack, and charged fireball is a little tough to react to, but generally, I think this battle is pretty well refined for how demanding it is. There's also the case that some weapons are going to struggle in the one-on-one matchup. I've heard that ranged weapons have a very tough time dealing with his insane ranged pressure, and I've heard that that matchup really isn't fun. And I think there's a couple of other weapons. I believe I've heard about Charge Blade struggling to be optimal against him, and it can oftentimes be relegated to baiting and punishing the same attack constantly. Someone can correct me on that though. Also, not really a flaw, but just don't go anywhere near his back. You can't cut off the tail. The hit zones back there suck, and his tail attacks are enormous. You have no business being back there. Just stay up front. His giant tail moves is basically just a signal to get out of there. Again, not a flaw, just an observation. I do think the fight is a bit more fun in multiplayer than in single player. The fact that his AI is registering multiple hunters at once will make him use his long-range moves a bit more consistently. You can get a bit of a breather much easier, and some weapons that struggle in single player are now going to be more viable. He's also laser focused on you, and extremely brutal in single player, so facing him down with a competent group can take a little bit of stress off. Personally, I think Elatrion is the more fun of the two, but despite a few attacks that are a little bit tough to dodge, I think this fight is pretty close to a masterwork. It's extremely challenging, it can be very rewarding to learn, it's a great summation of Iceborne speed and mechanics, and just a blast from start to finish. Alright, there you go. That's like 120 pages of just monster coverage. Can you tell I like these guys? I cite this guy a lot, but it's well-deserved. Shout out to the boy Heavy Wings for tracking how all of these monsters have changed over the years. That dude's videos are a treasure trove of good information and help me keep my facts straight when covering the monsters and how they develop and change. And now we're going to be rolling into stuff like villages and music and maps and all that good stuff. But real quick before we do that, we're going to have a section that I just completely overlooked and didn't do when I did my Rise celebration and critique. Now, the biggest oversight by far made in the Rise review is that I barely discussed the weapon changes at all. This was a pretty massive omission, honestly, as they are probably the single most important gameplay mechanics in Monster Hunter. I'm honestly kind of surprised that no one in the comments brought up that I missed them. The reason for this was because the weapons aren't always the part of Monster Hunter that I'm the most passionate about or feel like I have the most insight about. I don't play or build super optimally, I don't pay too much attention to how weapon meta works, and if all I do is list a bunch of factual weapon changes with little opinion work or elaboration, then I run the risk of parroting Super Rad's more fact-oriented weapon history breakdown videos. Like I shouted out Heavy Wings though, I am going to be shouting out Super Rad here, of course, as I'm absolutely using his videos as a reference point. But, you know, at the same time, I've also played all these weapons and have my takes on them, so it's not like I have zero personal insights into how they all function, and I think in a celebration video like this, the weapons are absolutely owed their coverage. This is just probably a section that's not going to be quite as insightful as my takes on the monsters. And just to let you know, when I do talk about optimization of moveset usage, my knowledge is often coming secondhand from other people talking about how things operate, so chances are I might get something wrong, and if I do, you can let me know. Iceborne Greatsword feels outstanding. The additions to the weapon as well as the implementation of damage numbers really sells the thing as the big meaty damage stick of the games. It's honestly weird to think that it wasn't until World that the true charge slash and the shoulder tackle were even introduced. These two moves almost define the modern Greatsword in a couple of incarnations. World's version of the weapon really wants you to be using those charged sword strikes. In fact, they're so good and so easy to execute that other attacks like the round slash and the sword slap are effectively irrelevant in the game. They've streamlined the Greatsword charge slashes into a more simplified combo where you can go directly into the strong charge slash out of the normal charge slash, while still being able to combo into other attacks if you wanted to. The charge combo now ends with the true charge slash, where you toss your sword ahead with so much force that you go cartwheeling into a gigantic sword hit. This is amongst the most satisfying moves to hit ever. It's meaty, it's heavy, it makes that big number, the thing's awesome. And Iceborne makes it even easier to pull off by allowing you to perform a Slinger burst out of any charge move and follow that up into a true charge slash. But this weapon isn't done yet. The cohesive glue found between every hit of this combo is the new shoulder tackle. This lovely little tool is a tackle with super armor on it that functions as a guard, though it can't stop you from taking statuses or elemental blights, and will allow you to stall your charge attacks whilst maintaining your charge level. This move's amazing. Its utility is astounding. It's fantastic for helping you catch yourself when you might whiff an attack, or delay a hit when needed, and you're wanting the monster to get closer to you before you unleash that slash. And I gotta tell ya, muscling through something like a fireball or a tail slam with nothing but willpower in your shoulder is enough to raise those testosterone levels. Damage taken be damned, you know, that's what the health augments are for. The Greatsword was kinda heading towards a charge attack specialist ever since Generation 2, but World really locked in this identity. I haven't played much classic Greatsword, so I don't have a strong opinion about the diminished usefulness for the moves that exist outside of the charged attacks, but from what I've seen, it's not like Greatsword is really abandoning a more complex and nuanced identity for big swing go boom. They just ironed out how the ease of access into this combo works. Also worth mentioning, they allow you to angle your greatsword strike slightly, which is a nice way to add a little redirection. From here on out, True Charge Slash has instilled itself as the king move of the greatsword, and I gotta tell ya, not upset about it. That attack's amazing. Depending on your opinion, you have Generation's ultimate to thank or blame for where the longsword is today. It was there that the idea, what if the longsword could counter and parry monster attacks, took root in the mainline series. Gotta preface mainline, cause I think Frontier actually beat main series to the punch here too. World and Iceborne really hammered that counterattack playstyle into the longsword's DNA, and future titles would expand on this even further. Longsword's reputation as the carried, cushy, brain-dead baby weapon is a huge meme nowadays, but honestly, I think World and Iceborne did a half-decent job keeping this combat philosophy reined in, making it powerful, but risky and requiring skill. The main attraction is the Foresight Slash, which can be cancelled into off of the majority of the longsword's attacks. The move has you dash backwards, and if you would have been hit within a certain window, you'll go slashing back in and can follow that hit up with a Spirit Round Slash. This is a really effective way to increase your spirit gauge, but if it's whiffed, you'll expend your entire gauge meter. If you're going to use this move, you'll need to be certain that it's going to land, or you're going to hinder yourself. Iceborne then doubles down on this counter style by adding the special sheath stance, which can be improved with the quick sheath, critical draw, and punishing draw skills, as this is technically a sheathing animation. You can cancel into the stance, again, from pretty much every longsword strike, and you're given two options to use out of this stance. The first one is a simple double strike that if landed will start to automatically fill up spirit gauge, adding some helpful utility to this move. And the second strike is a heavier slash that if timed perfectly can counterattack a monster hit and ignore their attack. The risk here is that whiffing this counter hit will automatically drop your sword's gauge by a whole level. And on top of that, they added the ability to fire off a Slinger shot in mid-spirit combo to help you get your flinches and create openings for your combo to finish. And they gave the longsword this very fancy new Helmbreaker ultimate attack where you leap off the monster and aim a giant vertical chop, which will hit several times on contact. This move will consume a level of spirit gauge no matter what. Honestly, I think this might be my favorite version of the longsword. It has a good range of powerful options, a skill ceiling, utility, practice needed, drawbacks, risk reward mechanics, and it all kind of loops around and around in a pretty good pattern that rewards proficiency with the weapon and punishes moves that are tossed out haphazardly. Not to say the newer longswords are bad, but I think it's gotten to the point where the safety nets and utility have far outpaced the drawbacks and risks that carelessness will bring you. It's kind of weird how tame Iceborne's longsword feels nowadays. I guess it's just hindsight for ya. Man, I gotta take some time and properly play Sword and Shield in this game at some point. I didn't give this weapon a fair shake at all until Rise came out, and it's rocketed up to near the top of my favorite weapons. And knowing what the Iceborne incarnation is capable of makes me kinda mad I never really gave it a chance. World brought the Sword and Shield to a place where it kinda just never needs to stop. Pretty much every attack can combo into something else with the right inputs. They made a few additions to the kit, including a spinning slash that can change the direction your hunter faces, and a heavy finisher to the shield bash combo, which isn't even a proper finisher because then you can backstep out of that and continue swinging. This weapon is now a never-ending flurry of attacks, becoming enormously fluid with numerous potential combo paths that you can mix and match and toy around with. Speaking of the backstep, they added a few things to it, including a really cool new combo that we'll talk about in a moment and a new falling shield bash. The Sword and Shield has progressively become a more and more competent impact weapon as the shield has found itself woven more and more into the weapon's sequence of attacks. And I love that the weapon's identity in this game is that it can excel at cutting, impact, and elemental damage all at the same time. The Sword and Shield also has a lot of item utility, being the first weapon in the game capable of firing the Slinger while the weapon is drawn. Eventually, most weapons in the game got this change in Iceborne, so Sword and Shield pushed the idea even further by now being able to alternate fire between a standard Slinger shot and a close-range Slinger burst with just the press of a button. Also, you can land a Clutch Claw grab pretty much for free just by hitting L2 out of an evade roll. That attack will tenderize a monster in a single hit, as opposed to the Sword and Shield's usual need to land two. And then there's the perfect rush combo. Pressing the right input out of a backstep or Slinger burst will send you flying forwards and initiate a series of rapid Sword and Shield swings that culminates in a jumping attack. Now this is sick on its own, but the combo has this built-in mechanic where if you sync up button presses with certain attacks, you can greatly increase the damage output of specific hits. So Iceborne Sword and Shield has never-ending combos, great impact capability, solid cutting power, respectable element and status output, Slinger versatility, and an easy street Clutch Claw grapple move. The thing's a crazy effective Swiss Army knife in Iceborne. Why the hell didn't anybody tell me how cool this weapon was in the game? I gotta carve out some time to actually try and learn Iceborne Sword and Shield at some point. Dual blades have always been that weapon where I pick it up, I have fun, and I know for a fact there's like 10 moves I didn't even know existed. It's funny to hear people talk about how complex Charge Blade is and how difficult it is to learn that weapon when you look at the amount of combo and evasion tech that's built into these baby longswords. If the dual blades had any kind of identity change or affirmation in Iceborne, I would say it's incredibly good at very, very quick combo resets and repositioning. Two good examples here are a turning slash, which you can use in the middle of a standard combo to make your hunter stop and slash while quickly shifting the direction he's looking at, and the standard combo in demon mode can be reset indefinitely with a sidestep fading slash. It's these little moves that keep the dual blades moving and attacking and resetting and hitting and turning ad nauseum for as long as you can keep control of the situation that you're in. It's these little micro control moves that keep the flow of the fight going indefinitely that I often forget about while just throwing out the standard demon dance combo moves over and over again. But I kind of like this choice to have the dual blades utilize these lightning quick teeny little maneuvers that a practice player can probably use to make minor adjustments whenever needed. If these moves are even good, I have no idea what on earth is optimal about this thing in this game. I said from the top that this section is not my specialty. I just like the thought process here. The demon dance spin combo also gets this nice gap closure spin move that you can either work into the traditional circle attack combo pattern or cancel into the standard demon combo if you prefer. Also worth noting, after the third attack on the demon dance round slash, you can lunge into a clutch claw grab that will automatically tenderize a monster part if it lands. Cool to have more light weapons that can hit these one-hit tenderizer moves, but this one is specifically at the end of a prolonged combo and is going to be kind of tricky to land in the middle of an actual fight. Now, far and away the two coolest things that World brought to the dual blades is the Slinger burst evade and the Beyblade attack. First of all, when you're doing any standard sword attacks on wire triangle, you can fire off a Slinger burst that sends your hunter propelling off to the side and out of the way of attacks while tossing Slinger ammo right into the monster's face. This is a really sick move in its own right. It has decent flinch chance attributed to it, and it has a huge dodging dive that can help you get out of a bad situation. On top of that, the dual blades is the only weapon where you can Slinger burst things like flash pods and sonic pods. So you can perform these kind of drive-by flashbangs point blank in a monster's face if you want to, which is pretty fun. And then the Beyblade attack is performed during most sliding or jumping animations. While in demon mode, you can send yourself flying into the air, blades spinning around, and if you manage to connect that attack to a monster, you will go flying down their body in a spinning whirlwind of swords. I think this attack got a lot of people to try out dual blades in World. Can't blame them either. I can appreciate anyone who knows dual blades very well and remembers all the intricate ins and outs and effective combo branches that the thing allows for. Maybe one day I'll really commit myself to it, because I've always been a casual fan of the dual blades. Iceborne Hammer got 3 new things: Supercharged Bonk, Whack-A-Mole Caveman Bonk combo, and Sonic the Hedgehog. A subtle but important addition here is the power charge mechanic. It's pretty simple. While charging, you can quickly interrupt yourself by empowering your hammer. Doing this will bolster damage and stun chance on all of your attacks. This powered up state has no cost to it, but it will cancel automatically if you sheathe or are hit. So its upkeep depends on how good you are at not getting hit. Next up, the circle or B button gets a brand new multi-hit combo all to itself entitled the Big Bang. Missed opportunity to call it the Big Bonk, but whatever. So long as your attacks connect to a monster, this is a continuous multi-hit combo where you repeatedly slam your hammer to the ground, landing stronger and stronger blows until you end the string with a gigantic finisher that does ridiculous damage. Bear in mind that if you miss any individual swing, the combo will stop automatically. And then finally, there's 2 ways to turn yourself into a spinning flying hammer. The first way is to charge your hammer while sliding down a ledge and releasing, and the second is to press the clutch claw button after a charged upswing to snag the monster and send yourself spinning right into their face with a proper grapple. It's great that they gave the circle button something to actually do beyond just the little baby bunt attack that it had historically. The spins will never get tiring, and getting a power boost pretty much for free is certainly not going to be argued against. Hammer doesn't get the craziest rework of all time here, but hey, what's here is kind of flashy and fun as hell, so I'm not complaining. Okay, so in terms of actual new attacks, the hunting horn didn't get too much in World and Iceborne, and they instead just went about making several major improvements towards song playing and resource management. I ran an entire playthrough of hunting horn on stream. I love it in Iceborne. Probably really bad at it, but I don't care. Loved it anyway. So I'll explain this the best that I can. When you use a string of moves that is needed to play a song, that song is stored in a queue. It used to be that you played the notes, and then whatever notes you had recently activated were notes that you could then play in recital mode, and if those notes matched a song that your hunting horn could play, you could get the buff off of that song. In World, any completed song is then taken and then stored automatically, and the 3 songs that you completed most recently are what will be saved in that queue for you to play whenever you want. They don't have to just be in the note screen at that time for you to actually play them. From there, by pressing R2, you can enter recital mode and begin playing the songs you have stored. You can press a slightly different input to start with a different song saved in the queue if you want. While you're playing, what you can do is press L2 to force the hunting horn to continue playing the other songs in the queue, meaning that you can play all 3 stored songs in one single animation if you so choose. There's also an encore mode where you can play any song you just played a second time and get a strengthened or extended extra tier to that song. This encore will apply to every song you just played, allowing you to get powered up versions of 3 songs all within the same animation. Additionally, the game doesn't toss out notes once their song is put in the queue. So, if for instance there's a song on your list that ends with one note and another song starts with the same note, that individual note you played can count towards both songs, meaning you don't have to input every single individual note and can instead use one song to feed into the queuing of another. All of this tech accelerates your ability to put out powerful buffs considerably. Following a proper combo path can very quickly queue up 3 songs that you can play and then amplify in one prolonged animation, making the weapon much more time efficient and able to support your team quickly. It's also worth mentioning that you can play different musical sounds depending on which song you initiate in the queue. So, that by itself is a gigantic quality of life improvement that makes the weapon a lot more approachable. In Iceborne, they added to the weapon a bit more by adding this multi-hit spin move that can deal damage while also allowing these special alternative notes to be played. These special songs have 2 functions and each horn has one of each. There are songs that leave these buff-granting bubbles on the ground that you can run into to benefit from, and there's a dragon and sonic attack song that deal damage while you're in recital mode. The cool thing about these attack songs is that they can also be stored, queued, and then stacked one on top of the other. So you can play that sonic attack song 3 times and then use the recital and encore mode to play all 3 sonic waves at the same time, giving really nice damage numbers. The hunting horn has always struggled to find popularity right up until around Rise and Wilds, and although I think this incarnation of the weapon is exceptional, this one wasn't played all that much either. Once you figure out how to combo those notes together and stockpile your songs, the weapon makes a lot more sense, is a blast to play, and is awesome to use in a team. World was the game where I fell in love with the lance. It's probably my all-time favorite weapon nowadays. It's tanky, aggressive, precise, and persistent. It's unfortunately not the best damage dealer, but nah, whatever. It doesn't have to be for me to enjoy it. I made a whole video talking about how much I love this weapon, and the big point I made is that, yeah, this is a really aggressive weapon. Deceptively aggressive. The misconception with the lance is that you're supposed to be the tank that takes all the hits, while everyone else dishes the hits back. While in reality, you are using your shield to no-sell monster attacks so that you can then capitalize on the gaps of their defenses and get in your damage while they can't retaliate. So what does World and Iceborne do to elaborate on this? Well, for one thing, they add a lot to the lance's movement, adding a forward dash, finally, while also allowing the shield bash to be angled in different directions to intercept attacks from different angles besides just straight ahead. They further improved the shield bash by giving it some new follow-ups, including a multi-jab attack that can immediately lead into new combos, so you can muscle through monster attacks, stab at them immediately, and then flow right into your consistent pressure. The lance also gains more control options with its charge attack, gaining increased run speed at faster charge levels, as well as the ability to side hop during the charge and hit a U-turn if the monster tries to flank you. They have also increased the conventional tankiness of the lance by adding a power guard stance. This move has a few interesting properties to it. For one, it has a 360-degree block property, unlike all other guards. After a second or two, the move will also gain the guard up property, meaning it can block most conventionally unblockable attacks, and the stance suffers no stamina loss on block, meaning there's no penalty from blocking a multi-hit attack. You can also follow up this power guard with an empowered stab. The trade-off to this move is that it will drain your stamina constantly and can't be held forever. So you want to use this stance for emergency situations against attacks from behind you or prolonged multi-hits that will melt your health and stamina otherwise. Iceborne added a new clutch claw stance that allows you to fire the Slinger bursts or enter a ready stance where you can counter any melee attack and immediately enter a clutch claw grapple that you cannot be shaken loose from. This is an extremely proficient tenderizing tool. You cannot be interrupted and you don't have to use it mid-combo. All you do is press 2 buttons and turn a monster's moves against them. Now, you can still take damage during this tether attack, so you do want to be careful not to throw this ability out absent-mindedly. There isn't too much here that's flashy about the Iceborne lance aside from the clutch claw counter, but what is here augments all of the weapon's strengths, unbreakable defenses, aggressive defense, and precise proficient movement. This isn't my favorite version of the weapon, but it's a decently filled out and meaty incarnation of the lance that gives the weapon a lot of options and a ton of ways to deal with incoming monster attacks. Glad I decided to pick it up, never regretted that choice. Gunlance is another weapon that, due to its long history and complex technicalities, has changed a lot over the years, and has occasionally struggled to keep its core gimmick balanced, oftentimes being overbalanced and overcomplicated. World and Iceborne Gunlance make some solid steps in balancing the weapon, but isn't the best incarnation. In World, the Gunlance got some useful minor utility changes, including an improved quick reload by letting it fully reload all of the Gunlance's shells. It also got the Lance's moveset updates, and it axed the awful heat gauge mechanic from Generations, all of which are solid quality of life improvements. It then got two major new attacks that could do a lot of damage and add some combo potential to the weapon. The first is the Wormstake Cannon, a special type of ammunition that you would stick into the monster at the end of certain combo paths. This is a multi-hitting munition that will eventually explode and can only be reloaded during the full reload animation, which keeps that move relevant after the quick reload got its buff. The Gunlance also received this massive horizontal sweep attack, which could act as a combo ender or could be followed up with the Wormstake Cannon if you want. Now, this move was both awesome and a little bit of a bummer. For one thing, it's a really solid attack that gave the Gunlance a big melee move that it had always been missing, but the problem now is that the optimal Gunlance gameplay had little to nothing to do with the actual gun. Whoops. So players of the weapon dubbed this Slap Lance, since pretty much all you were doing was slapping monsters around with a giant gun barrel. Iceborne sought to rectify this by adding the Wormstake Blast attack. By loading in Slinger ammo, you could replace the Wormstake Cannon with a new projectile which will lodge itself into a monster for an extended period of time. Once it's in there, it will produce these aftershock bonus explosions off of any Gunlance shelling hit that connects with the targets. So basically, if you get this projectile in the body and shoot it, all of your shells will hit twice. Now, this absolutely brought shelling back into prominence on the Gunlance, but another issue pops up, and that now you can only fire off this attack at the end of a combo. So good luck lodging this thing into a monster in the place that you want to while it's up and moving around. You're probably going to want to force a knockdown with a flint shot or a mount to get the blast exactly where you want it. And then, if you want to keep your damage consistent, you can only hit the spot that you've marked. So yeah, Gunlance is far from a bad weapon in World. This is the version that got me interested in the weapon in the first place, and it can be really fun once it gets moving, but there's some design stumbles here that make the weapon's core gimmick either suboptimal or difficult to set up and keep consistent. Glad it got better and more fun from this point on. Switch Axe, on the other hand, is a weapon that's never struggled too badly. It's fast, it's strong, it's layered without being too messy, it has decent raw and elemental damage depending on which moves you use, and its mobility ain't half bad. So what did the developers even need to do with the thing in World? They just made it cracked. The big change here is the Switch Axe's new amp state. When you land enough sword swings, you can overcharge the blade with extra damage on every single individual sword hit. Depending on what file type your Switch Axe has, you will get a second hit that inflicts the corresponding damage type. So yeah, free 2-for-1 on every single sword swing with just a little bit of meter upkeep. That by itself is crazy. Now what happens if your amped Switch Axe performs its elemental discharge attack? Well, if the initial thrust connects, you will grapple onto the monster, jab your Switch Axe into them, and perform the zero-sum discharge, expelling tons of energy directly into the monster, culminating in an explosion. Now, Iceborne added a mechanic where if you use the discharge but don't latch onto the monster, you can press the clutch claw button to fire off a tether and potentially grapple onto the monster anyway. I guess this tool is meant to serve as a kind of like a whiff recovery, but you can also use it to get a clutch claw tenderize off if your blade isn't amped. I don't know, this is kind of a weird addition that I don't see anybody use, and I barely even touched myself. So that's some pretty crazy new changes for the sword form. What about the axe? It didn't get anything quite that useful, but it did get some notable modifications. Now, there were a couple of changes and a fade slash that were added in the base game of World, but those were pretty much completely trashed and reverted in Iceborne. Instead, they added some mechanics to the Wild Swing combo, which is a move that typically goes unused unless your sword isn't charged and the monster is knocked down. First of all, a new combo finisher was added to the swing, which can empower the axe attacks temporarily and increases their flinch chance, which is a pretty handy way to give the axe some actual utility, considering how much damage the sword form can put out when compared to the axe. Also, you can instead choose to retreat out of the wild swing by firing off a Slinger burst and backstepping, which will allow you to actually use the combo when the monster's up and running around, since you now have a safe way to cancel the combo. This stuff is alright, it has its uses, but the sword form is so strong in Iceborne that the axe kind of struggles to keep up. This has always been the case, but the amp state really pushed the sword form out ahead. The lance may be my all-time favorite weapon, but the Switch Axe has been the weapon I've always played and can always come back to, and that sentiment is only reinforced with what World did to it. So with Charge Blade, it seems like the developers wanted you to start utilizing the sword and shield combos and the axe mode combos more for their own sake rather than as a means to an end. Charge Blade was historically built around using sword attacks to charge up files, which you'd then use for these big explosive combo finishers like the Amped Elemental Discharge and the Super Amped Elemental Discharge. And from my understanding, you pretty much just wanted to follow that loop. World and Iceborne essentially gave the weapon branching pathways to consume files so that you could break up that loop if you wanted. For one thing, if you had a charged shield and built up files, you could perform the Condensed Elemental Slash, which will imbue your sword with additional file damage. So now, every hit in the sword and shield form will deal an extra tick of damage based on the weapon's file type. Additionally, your sword will gain automatic Mind's Eye, which is a cool little addition. Gonna be honest, I like Condensed Elemental Slash. I think it's pretty fun. I've never seen anybody use it. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but the charged sword form does not get a lot of uptime without Power Prolonger, and the other options I think are just mathematically better. One of those options being Iceborne's edition, the Savage Axe. You can cancel out of any of the elemental discharge moves with L2, and with that maneuver, you can supercharge the axe form of the Charge Blade, transforming it into a whirling buzzsaw that, you guessed it, inflicts ticks of bonus file damage with every single hit. This mode will gradually consume files and will deactivate once they've all expended. You can still expel files normally with axe attacks on the circle button, so any attacks that normally consume files are going to eat through the Savage Axe faster. Of these two elementally charged weapon states, Savage Axe I believe outperforms Condensed Elemental Slash due to its longer uptime if you're not expelling files, and the fact that the standard axe attacks simply deal much more damage on their own. Some other things worth mentioning is that Charge Blade will no longer depower a charged shield after performing an SAED. The shield will simply remain powered up for a fixed stretch of time. This is a very nice little piece of quality of life, and it prevents the weapon from continuously resetting to 0 over and over and over. You have so much less resource management to worry about here. Also, there was a sliding slash added that you can perform in the middle of your sword and shield combos, which you can immediately follow up with more sword and shield attacks. It's a neat little maneuver that allows you to reposition and extend your combos so you can keep dodging around and attacking. However, as far as I'm aware, this is not a true evade and lacks any iframes. So even though you're still definitely going to want to be using your giant SAED combo explosions with Iceborne's Charge Blade, I appreciate that the weapon just feels like it has a little bit more to do and explore, even if some of the weapon's new options aren't exactly optimal. As someone who doesn't optimize my moveset, it makes the weapon a lot more fun for me just because I like now picking and choosing whatever route I want to use with my files, and I'll swap around all over the place during the fight. It keeps the weapon from feeling repetitive for me, and the Savage Axe is just the most max testosterone thing out there. Whipping around a giant lightning buzzsaw axe is the sickest thing in the world. I've always had a pocket Charge Blade in pretty much every Monster Hunter game, and Iceborne's version of the weapon helps solidify that. So the story of World's Insect Glaive is going to sound a little like the story of World's Charge Blade. The weapon had a few aspects to it, a lot of different nuances and things that it could do. One of those branches was optimal in the previous game, so the developers added to the lesser used weapon aspect in World and Iceborne to make it more appealing. And then it was still kind of suboptimal. Insect Glaive got a lot of new tricks with its aerial attacks to allow you to stay in the air for longer periods of time. Typically in the older games, players were focused on the grounded moveset of the weapon because the attacks just did so much more damage, and even with all the maneuvers added in World and Iceborne, that doesn't really change here. World added an air dash for mid-air repositioning that could be performed as many times as you wanted so long as you still had stamina. Additionally, the weapon gained the jumping advancing slash, which does the same dash while also attacking and flinging the hunter further up to prolong their air time. You can perform this attack 4 times before being forced back to ground. So technically speaking, you can blend air dashes with your standard aerial slashes and jumping slash to keep yourself in the air for an extremely long period of time, never touching the ground and constantly barraging the monster with aerial hits. Only issue is that this is going to come at a damage loss. There's some slight compensation for this due to the fact that if you get a mount with an insect glaive, moving along the monster's body will automatically trigger a series of glaive strikes so long as you have a red kinsect buff. So you get to pepper in some free damage and accelerate the monster's chance of being toppled. Iceborne comes in and adds some extra utility to mounting attacks to give you some actual incentive to use the aerial moves, since the damage of these maneuvers usually wasn't up to snuff with the stuff on the ground. First of all, Iceborne added the Descending Thrust. This move is great for 2 reasons. 1, it's got some of the best damage that the weapon is capable of outputting in the game, especially on a single hit. And 2, when this attack lands, it will automatically mark the monster with pheromones and can deploy the Kinsect immediately to attack the marked target as well. This is awesome because now you don't have to interrupt the fight to fire off a marker. You can just do that for free off of what was already one of the best moves in the weapon's kit. Additionally, you can deploy the Clutch Claw in the middle of your aerial moves to grab a quick Tenderize if you have a good opening. It's among the faster ways to deploy the Clutch Claw, which can be kinda nice if you see the monster doing a high commitment attack. So your aerial moves certainly aren't useless, but even with all that utility, they're just a nice little add-on that you're typically gonna thread in between the grounded attacks. On the other end of the weapon, the Kinsect actually gets a lot of revamps here in World and Iceborne. For one thing, feeding Slinger ammo to the glaive can empower the Kinsect and allow it to gather 2 buffs off of a monster simultaneously before returning to you, reducing the amount of times you need to send it out. Additionally, if a monster is marked and you deploy your Kinsect and leave it out on the battlefield instead of recalling it, it will attack the monster, dealing extra damage and leaving these clouds behind that you can attack to trigger certain effects. There's high damage blast clouds, a healing cloud, and clouds that cause poison and paralysis buildup. So once your Kinsect has given you the buffs you need, you can keep the little guy out in the fight to maximize your damage output, weaving him more and more into the kit and making him more than just a buff extractor. Also, they improved the menu for the Kinsect, letting you see the entire upgrade tree for it at once, making it much easier to plan out which base damage and cloud types you want. At the same time, you can apply elements to Kinsects to give them a little bit of an extra kick in certain matchups. So World and Iceborne fattened up this weapon a lot, and it seemed like it took the vaulting and Kinsect aspects and made a lot of great strides, making them more important to the weapon's functionality. I think the Kinsect especially is the big winner here. This is where it starts its journey to actually being a combat partner that fights alongside you, rather than just a little projectile that you sling at a monster to get buffs every minute or so. Rise and Wilds are going to elaborate on this even more, and even though the aerial attacks can't outperform the grounded moveset, there's a lot for you to do up in the air, and there's some very effective utility that can be accessed from these moves, making it more important than just a means of getting mounting attacks. I enjoy this incarnation of the glaive a ton, as it feels like it finally knows what it wants to do with a lot of its gimmicks, and a lot of great groundwork for the weapon is established here. Kinda like the hunting horn, World and Iceborne did a lot of work streamlining how the bow operates to make it more approachable. The way bow worked historically is that each individual bow had charge levels, and each charge level had a shot type. Rapid shots were a bunch of arrows in a cluster, spread shots were a bunch of arrows on a line, and pierce shots was a single arrow that hit a bunch of times. Every individual bow had a different configuration of these shot types depending on how much you charged up the bow. So, for instance, a bow could have rapid shots on charge level 1, a pierce shot on charge level 2, and then could go back to rapid shots on charge 3 if it wanted. It made every bow extremely unique beyond just the stats that it had. World ironed things out so that every bow basically had these shot types accessible, and it was dependent on inputs rather than the bow being unique. So with World's bow, your standard R2 spam combo is the rapid shots. You fire off spread shots with the circle button in the middle of combos, and the pierce shot is turned into this gigantic multi-hitting attack called the Dragon Piercer that does damage so long as it's traveling through the monster's body. This attack can be really good in a niche situation, but isn't normally used in regular combat because typically you want a clean, consistent shot from the monster's head to its tail. What you typically want to do with the bow in this game is use your abilities to bring yourself up to the maximum level of charge and keep yourself there for as long as possible to maximize your damage output. You can do this by charging the bow normally, you can build up your combo by spamming your rapid shots, and you can also use these maneuvers called charging sidesteps. These are awesome additions that lets you very quickly reposition and evade while automatically building and maintaining a charge level. You can continuously zip around with sidesteps while firing off rapid and power shots, using the power shots and skills to try and mitigate your stamina loss so that you can keep firing. When your stamina gets low, you're either going to want to disengage or fire off a combo finisher for one last big hit. You could also use the Dragon Piercer if you have a good shot, or you can fire off an arc shot, which is that move where you send a bunch of impact damage projectiles raining down from the sky to get yourself a KO. Also, there's Iceborne's new Thousand Dragons attack, which consumes Slinger ammo and fires off a massive shotgun blast of projectiles, making it especially nice when you get up in a monster's face. That's kind of your loop. You want to get your bow charged as quick as possible, use your dashes and power shots to keep that level high, mind your stamina, and then either back out or end with a larger attack. It's worth noting that Thousand Dragons and the Dragon Piercer will both gain the benefits of whatever coating you have applied to your bow. The arc shot, however, will not, which used to be the case. Speaking of coatings, all bows now have access to close range coatings, and they're unlimited, so you can always reap the benefits of having coatings even if you would otherwise run out of them. And one other lovely little piece of quality of life here is that your reticle will inform you if you are out of range, within range, or within critical distance of the monster, which will increase your damage. This fantastic change allows you to be extremely consistent with your damage outputs, helping you to stay within the most effective range at all times. World and Iceborne got me back into the bow. I played it a lot in Freedom Unites and barely understood it, and then didn't touch it at all in the 4th generation games. Those sidestep dashes are what really sold me on the weapon. The thing feels just so damn good to handle. It's tight, precise, its damage is insane, and its sound design is feels nice and meaty. It feels incredibly satisfying to play with this bad boy. I'm still a little mixed on the fact that they streamlined the arrow type so much. A little bit of individuality is now lost that they all have one consistent moveset, but the bow just has so much to it now that it doesn't feel gutted or anything. And I do think it's kind of neat that they were able to congeal every shot type into one single moveset. And finally, there's the bowguns, which have enough overlapping changes that they warrant grouping together. Honestly, the biggest change that the bowguns received wasn't a new move or identity overhaul, it was just kind of how they felt to use. The camera positioning, fluidity, and responsiveness of aiming were all adjusted to make the weapons much less awkward to control, and the ability to move while reloading and aiming basically removes the older version of the weapon's insistence that you have to root yourself to the ground and then shoot, which made the older bowguns feel extremely sluggish as far as I'm concerned. The bowguns simply feel like they've caught up to how modern third-person shooters handle how their guns work. Also, they tweaked how bowgun modifications operate in World, expanding on the number of options available to the player with options like the light bowgun sliding reload, which is a quick little reload which can be performed after the light bowgun's new sliding evade maneuver, and the super critical distance scope on the heavy bowgun. Additionally, modifications aren't locked to set positions on the bowgun, and you can stack multiple of similar mods like recoil suppressors and reload assists to further improve the stability and efficiency of different ammo types. You can also add modifications that improve the damage of special ammo types or improve damage at near and far ranges to allow you to really min-max the damage of specific ammo. Switching over to these special ammo types, they're probably the flashiest new toys that the bowguns can play with. The light bowgun can set these landmines on the ground, which will explode and deal damage whether they are shot at or hit with monster attacks. They'll linger for a bit so you can get a lot of additional damage and bait monsters into blowing themselves up if you can steer the opponent properly. You can also modify your light bowgun to fire off these mines in front of you, and they have a decent chance to stagger if you do this. The heavy bowgun can fire off the full auto Wyvern Heart move, which temporarily lets you just hold down the trigger and unload your bowgun into a monster, though this ammo kicks like a mule. There's also the Wyvern Snipe, which shoots a single round of piercing ammunition that will lodge in a monster's body before exploding. The bowguns just feel right in World and Iceborne. They move much better, aim better, and the level of customization afforded to you can allow you to empower a number of ammo options on your bowgun, or jack up very specific shot types to the moon. You have a lot of control over what you can do with these weapons, and you can exercise this new control with far less jank. And as stated earlier, the elimination of separate gunner class armor, as well as huge quality of life improvements here, were probably enormously healthy for these weapons in terms of overall usage. Sure as hell made me like using them more. And that's what World and Iceborne brought to their 14 weapons. Glad I rectified what was probably my biggest mistake in the Rise review. I think this game was overall pretty nice to its weapons in every category aside from the Clutch Claw and how some weapons did and didn't implement it. Weapons like the Hunting Horn and the Bow didn't have their complexity stripped, but they got properly ironed out into weapons that are far more approachable and easy to wrap one's head around. Weapons like Charge Blade were simply granted more versatility to their entire kit, making them a lot more fun to explore the full extent of. Some weapons like the Sword and Shield and Dual Blades were given some cool expansions, as well as lots of little fun tricks that worked with the Slinger and the Clutch Claw, properly actualizing those tools as components of the natural flow of combat. Some massive iconic attacks like the True Charge Slash and the Zero Sum Discharge made their first appearances here. There's something substantive for pretty much every weapon, even if some got more love than others. I will say though, the lopsided inclusion of the Slinger and Clutch Claw tool into the kits of all of these weapons is a bit of an odd blemish for the combat in this game. In that instance, it sometimes feels like the developers ran out of ideas. World is the first game that got me to eventually try every weapon, and I don't think there's a single one in here that I don't like playing. Once again, if I got any of my facts wrong, let me know. I'm not an expert at moveset optimization or weapon meta, and though I did some research, I'm sure I got something backwards or interpreted wrong. So just let me know. And now we can move on to the maps. Took us a little while to get here, but let's now actually talk about those big fancy new seamless maps that World and Iceborne featured. Generally speaking, I would say that we have a very solid selection here, and that some of the best locales can be found in World and Iceborne. We start off with what is maybe the most contentious map in the game, that being the Ancient Forest. It's kind of fitting that both the original title and the first game of the new era begin with a map centered around forests and hills and changing elevations while having some high highs and some low lows in the map design. The Ancient Forest is massive, winding, claustrophobic, scenic, and a tad confusing at times. I think I remember it being stated in an interview that the Ancient Forest was responsible for the 3D map that we now have in Wilds because people were getting lost. Granted, I don't really like World's map layout in general, and I don't think it helped make the ancient forest any easier to wade through. More so towards the bottom of the tree, the sheer amount of pathways and caverns can sometimes have me popping in and out of zones that I wasn't even really trying to get to, and I can occasionally forget the fastest path between one area and the next. But, you know, I'd be lying if I said this place was difficult to navigate. Honestly, I think the autopilot nature of the scout flies discourages memorization, and I'd have the layout down a little bit better without them. Also, I think the ancient forest's camp alignment could be a little bit better. What this place is missing is a camp for the mid layer of the tree branches. There's 3 camps at the bottom layer, and the ones at areas 7 and 11 are weirdly close for how huge this map can be. There's also a camp way up top in 17, but there's nothing really in the middle. There's a ton of vertical scaling in the ancient forest with pretty minimal shortcuts or wire bugs, and not having a warp point to at least cut the travel time in half is a very odd oversight on the developer's end. Adding one would definitely remedy some of the ancient forest layout and long travel time issues. I think the coolest thing about the ancient forest is how they took one gigantic tree and the area surrounding it and used that to create an extremely varied ecosystem with separate niches, territories, and a very clear hierarchy. You know, down on the forest floor, what you have is a wide assortment of foragers and lower level carnivores just trying to survive. You have Pookie and Great Jagras and Kuliaku, who generally leave each other alone and keep their heads down, minding their own business. The biggest bully that you have down here is typically an Anjanath, who will mark much of the understory as his territory with mucus and will give grief to any of these weaker animals that he comes across. Though you'll have the occasional Zenogre, which will assert himself down there if one happens to wander into this region. Then if you start to scale the Great Tree and walk along its ramping trunk and massive branches, you'll start to find a few flying monsters like the Garugas, as well as the more nimble and acrobatic tree scalers like Tobikadachi and Nargacuga. These guys are capable of making their nests away from all the riffraff at the lower levels, though they'll venture downstairs to hunt when they need to. And then, at the top of the map, the Wraths rule over the forest as their kingdom. They are nearly untouchable up in the treetops, maintaining their nests far away from other predators and scavengers, and then they'll descend from on high to feed. Their rule is only interrupted by the potential presence of a wandering Deviljho or Basilgeese, and in the rarest circumstances, the forest may be beset by the raging winds or choking miasma of the elder dragons Kushala Daora and Black Veil Valhazak. All these aforementioned monsters can have some overlap in which territories they enter, but that's usually for feeding purposes. For the most part, the Ancient Forest is a very cleanly divided map with several hierarchies, and its elevation serves as both an awe-inspiring centerpiece and as a way to visualize these distinct territories and microenvironments. If we remove Iceborne's stupid Universal Invader issue from the equation, I think the Ancient Forest has some of, if not the best thought-out territory allocation to its monsters. It's one of my favorite things about the map. Yeah, monsters in the old games had their own distinct range of battle zones that they could and couldn't enter, but the Ancient Forest very much feels like an ecosystem that can and does function without human interference. The place sorted itself out on its own. The monsters stick to their regions that best serve their biological adaptations, the rulers run the place unchallenged from lofty positions, the weak slink around unseen in the undergrowth, sticking to caves and dense foliage to survive, and those of proficient to middling strength stay in their lane and take what advantages they can find. I think the map nails the immersive world building that the game really wanted to show off. When it comes down to the art of the map, the Ancient Forest excels in its scale and its form, but not so much in its diversity or colors. I would say that it's a little lacking in originality, as it's not one of the most remarkable big, lush, verdant forest maps, but I think the concept of using the trunk, branches, and interior of a gigantic tree to make a large variety of battle zones is a unique take on your typical jungle map. And they get really good mileage out of this idea too. I love all of the winding, gnarled paths made out of enormous, sturdy branches, as well as smashed together sticks and vines that have been ground down into makeshift paths. You also get all of these offshoots coming out of the great tree that are large enough to be their own trees. I think these midsections are my personal favorite part of the Ancient Forest. It highlights what I was talking about much earlier, with the maps not being able to hide all of the in-between details anymore. Being able to walk along the massive branches and hike up and down them really sells how colossal the great tree is and how small you are by comparison. The old maps can do a really good job of showing off scale by having vast sweeping backgrounds, but a modern map like the Ancient Forest shows scale by making you feel small against the enormity of nature and compelling you to go endure all of that enormity on foot. Another thing I think the forest is good at is subtle mood changes. The areas right under the tree often can be pretty tight and have a lot of foliage coverage, which helps to create the illusion of a dense and smothering jungle, even though realistically you'll never be that far away from a zone that'll be exposed to sunlight. This is a design choice that I find complements the multiple choice pathways that snake throughout the lower levels of the forest, and contributes to a sense of being lost in the jungle in an artistic way. There's also some really nice landscape shots when the ancient forest does decide to open up, which makes for some solid contrast to the impenetrable foliage in other sections. It helps that world has some really gorgeous skyboxes, so when you're up nice and high and looking out at the sunset, the game will show you just how beautiful it can be. The ancient forest, though a bit of a hassle to traverse in places, does have some pretty excellent art direction. There's maps with more unique ideas and some flashier concepts, but I can appreciate that the ancient forest took the general concept of a tree being a battle map and squeezed about as much artistic mileage as it could out of that concept. I will say, I think the battle zones of the ancient forest are generally just alright. This is another place where the map can have a couple of issues. To keep that claustrophobic and dense feel of the jungle, some of these zones are kinda tight and narrow. Also, most of these zones just have a lot of stuff all over them. Logs, ledges, tree stumps, rocks, fungus, random trees, just a whole bunch of obstacles and obstructions and stuff in the way. For a lot of fights, this doesn't ruin anything. Yeah, sometimes if you lack situational awareness, you might crash into a tree or get your foot snagged on a rock, but it won't ruin a hunt. The map struggles against monsters who like using AoE and area denial abilities, and considering Velkhana, Black Veil Vale, and Kashala Daora can all appear here, most of the high-level fights in the ancient forest can get kind of annoying. The more I think about it though, I definitely like more battle zones than I dislike them. The wide open grassland of Area 1, which introduces the map, is used often enough and lacks any spacing issues. The beach at Area 3 has good room for its ledges and vine trap that you can use for your advantage. Pookie's Nest in Area 6 has some neat little interactions like spore clouds to hide in and a plateau to leap off that's sequestered towards the back of the arena. Area 8 is a pretty large battle zone, so it can be an enclosed area with trees, vines, rock formations, and fallen logs, and yet it's not that annoying. You're not going to get tripped up nearly as often, so you can still have a lot of clutter and have the map feel nice and full without you barging into obstructions all the time. Also, a couple of the trees and logs in that map can be destroyed by the monsters, which opens up the place even more. The rocky slope of Area 9 is a lot of fun. It's spacious, it's out in the sun, it's perfect for mounting attacks, and covered in paratoes to shock monsters with. I really like the layout of both Tobi-Kadachi's nest in 14 and Azure Rathalos' nest in 16. Both have ample fighting space as well as lots of sheer drops that you can be sent hurtling off of or that you can weaponize against the monsters. Azure's nest especially has several vine and wedge beetle sections to swing around in to try and escape from him, which is pretty fun. And then Rathalos' throne atop Area 17 provides a fantastic view while being a pretty simple nest arena with the ever-present threat of Rathalos destroying the dam and setting free a torrent of water that will sweep everything off of the treetops and down into the jungle below. Actually, writing this out, why is there a rock dam holding back a bunch of water on top of this tree? Huh. Anyway, the Ancient Forest is a map that I think has a lot of strengths and some notable flaws. I think it sells worlds want to have big, striking, larger-than-life maps very well. I think it's able to do a ton with the concept of a hunting ground built into and around a giant tree, and I think it has an extremely well-thought-out ecosystem. At the same time, I think its layout of camps could be improved, some more wedge beetles would be appreciated, a few of its zones are obnoxious to fight in, Elder Dragon battles are especially unfun here, and the physical map layout of world does not lend itself well to a map with this much verticality. It's a solid start, but not world's strongest offering. The more I thought about the Wildspire Waste, the more I realized I love the place. I think desert maps can sometimes get overlooked as the big brown and yellow endless sand place that we kinda just have to get through in every game, but I gotta tell ya, I love the Wildspire Waste. I love fighting here. I love the zones, the art direction, the variety, everything. There's flashier stuff out there, for sure, but I think the construction of this place is immaculate. I think the layout is generally really good. The map's basically two halves of a rough, misshapen circle. There's the watery bog and mire half and the dried, arid half, and there's like 4 or 5 very evenly spread out trails, passageways, and cavern systems that connect the two halves, which would otherwise be separated by these rocky spires and hills. Everything is pretty pretty easily accessible, and you're always gonna have a quick option on hand to pursue your target if it decides to fly or burrow to the other half of the map. I think it's incredibly impressive that the developers were able to design a locale with several massive wide open battle zones, and yet traversal rarely feels too tedious. The best way I could put it is that the Wildspire Waste is allowed to be both broad and condensed. Though not quite as strong as the Ancient Forest, I think the Wildspire Waste does have some great instances of monster selection and niche occupancy. I'll once again praise the rivalry between Barroth and Giratotus, two early game monsters each at around the same level of power that both vie for control of the muddy marshes and bogs, while being different enough that both species can survive here, their war never really having an end. Diablos gets to show off his underground domain in a way that he's never really been able to before. Now there's a whole cavern system beneath the sands that he dominates and often relaxes in unless he needs to ward off intruders or go out into the wastes to eat. The layout allows him to be actualized as the king beneath the dunes, and the small forested sections serve as hunting grounds and as daytime shade for things like Rathian and Nightshade Palumu. Then you get your big confident super predators like Glavenus, who just wanders around and does as he pleases, as there's very little in this region that would be stupid enough to ever attack him. Every region of the Waste has at least a few monsters who make the varied microbiomes their own, allowing the Waste to host a fairly diverse array of life. And the art direction here is what I think absolutely makes the Wildspire Waste stellar for me. This is the best representation of the strengths and challenges world faces by having seamless maps. The Wildspire Waste has to simultaneously be a large sprawling desert and diverse enough to be interesting. So they do something really sick. There's a river flowing into the Waste from the Ancient Forest, creating a link between these two locales, or at least their broader ecosystems. This river feeds more than half of the Wastes, making it a place teeming with life and varied zones. You can manually follow every inch of the path of the river as it flows down, pools, creates a small forest, then cuts through the rock and the hills, and spills out into a great muddy marsh that is populated with wildflowers and flows out as far as the eye can see. It's the relationship with the Ancient Forest and the river that flows from it that allows the Wildspire Waste to be so much more than a lot of the other desert maps could ever be. Every change and aspect of the journey is sensible and trackable. You can tell precisely how this region came to be the way that it is simply by observing it. I don't think you can do that as well with a map that has separate loading zones and immeasurable distances between those zones. None of the development feels rushed or inexplicable here, and then once you pass the rocky hills and crags which cut the water off, you still have your big arid sandy desert. I think the contrast here actually helps the more conventional desert sections, as those bits get to feel more harsh and more hostile due to the fact that the wastes are less artistically homogeneous than pretty much any other desert map in the series. It might seem silly to geek out about a river, but I think the craftsmanship and the little bits of visual storytelling here are nothing short of excellent and worth noting. And on top of that, I enjoy fighting pretty much everywhere here. I think the corridor of Area 7 is a tad narrow, and Area 3 feels a little small to be the nest of Glavenus, but that's really the only places that feel cramped or unfun. Area 6 may be one of my favorite battle arenas ever. It is perfectly massive to accommodate all the stuff on it. There's ledges all over the place and large elevated plateaus, a bridge made out of rock, broad open battle arenas, and a few tight little alleys to get stuck in. There's even a tiny hideaway for Kuliaku to sneak off to. This place is like 3 zones in one, and it's perfect for opponents like Diablos and Deviljho, Glavenus, and Lunastra to throw around all of their size and their power while giving you plenty of room to engage with these massive opponents and also allowing you several interactables to assist you. Then you have areas 5 and 8, which are your other 2 gigantic arenas, these being the giant wide open marshy bog and the dune-swept desert. They also allow the large bosses of this region to have a lot of breathing room, and though they lack the more intricate verticality, they do have lots of ledges and dunes to keep the terrain uneven and grant you aerial attack opportunities. The caverns beneath the desert, the forested Area 2 and the wyvern nest in Area 12, allow some tighter enclosed spaces to add a little bit of variety and grant you some more intimate battle settings to contrast the several massive open battlefields found here. This is a locale that has only gotten better with age as far as I'm concerned. There was nothing quite like the Coral Highlands before Worlds, and I'm not sure there'll ever be anything quite like the Coral Highlands again. Just the name itself tells you what you need to know. It's an above-ground coral reef a modern marvel. Something so crazy and alive that it could only form directly above the graveyard of the Rotten Vale, where most bioenergy in the continent is initially introduced to the roots of the New World. The place is just stunning and an insanely creative idea. I do have to say, I think it might be one of World's weaker maps from a layout perspective. It is simultaneously a map with a lot of verticality and a fair bit of linearity. The start of the map and the summit of the map are insanely far from one another. What saves this map from being the world equivalent of the Arctic Ridge is the camp placement. Area 1 forks in a way that makes tracking anything in the lower rungs of the Highlands very easy to reach. And the second camp is pretty much right in the center of the map's upper regions. It has easy access to a lot of the major high-level zones in the Highlands, so you can pursue any of the map's flyers pretty easily. There will be times when a flying monster on this map elects to travel over several zones at once, and when that happens, you may find yourself having to run and climb quite a bit, as there's only 2 camps and not a ton of interconnectivity. It's a mildly tedious map to traverse in certain circumstances. They do try to remedy this with a zip line that runs between areas 3 and 8 and another that runs between areas 5 and 11, but I'll be honest, I've never touched these. They're a little out of the way, and they connect areas that are more conveniently reached by warping to camp. There's also the idea to have wind currents that you can snag onto with the glider mantle, but there's only one of those that leads up to the top of the mountain, and conventional travel up there is generally pretty decent already considering the wedge beetle traversal path that you can take to get up there instead. Iceborne helps out the Coral Highlands by bringing in monsters like Nargacuga, Zenogre, Ebony Odogaron, and Coral Puki, giving the lower levels of this region some large terrestrial carnivores and a new mid-tier omnivore to fatten out the lacking roster and give some of these areas consistent usage. For a good long while, the only Coral Highlands natives that would ever really bother with the forest floor were Tzitzi-Yaku and Paolumu, which you're not going to fight too often. So most use of the Coral Highlands was relegated to the upper reaches, where flying wyverns often battle for dominance. Pink Rathian and Legiana constantly fight for control of the skies near the mountaintop, and occasionally you get the odd Kirin wandering about. Iceborne also brought a proper ruler to the Coral Highlands, that being Namielle. She is a perfectly crafted creature for this environment, a draconic chimera of deep sea life presiding over an above water coral reef. Multiple flying monsters can nest atop the mountain, but Namielle is the undisputed ruler here. The strength of the Coral Highlands monster roster is how fitting they feel for their environment. The animals are vibrant and varied, sporting all different shades and colors, which only adds to the beauty of the place. And then the art direction here is magnificent. You don't need me to tell you that. I mean, just look at the place. And the idea of a coral reef forest that's above water may initially sound bizarre, but it actually makes a lot of sense, at least in a creative, fantastical environment sort of way. Coral reefs kinda already are underwater forests. This one just has a more terrestrial structure to it. The layout here does something both very similar and very different than the Ancient Forest. Both use immense verticality to communicate scale and scope. However, the Ancient Forest centralizes its great tree, having it be the foundation of the entire map. All things are built into and around it. It is the map. The Coral Highlands feels like it has more of a journey to it. The tops of the Highlands aren't the centerpiece, as they're the faraway goal. Your initial base camp starts at a slightly heightened elevation, just so that you can see over the tops of the trees and get a better feel for how vast this place is. The climb to the top feels like a prolonged expedition. I like that both of these maps have different approaches to using scale and height to create these senses of scope. And then, just the colors and the flora themselves are gorgeously unique. You already had the notable shape and composition of the coral, but then you have the other advantages of not using conventional trees, so that you can use this mixture of yellows, pinks, blues, and oranges and lavenders all over the place. And I think they use a palette that's insanely varied and beautiful, yet still unified enough that it doesn't feel just like random spatterings of color everywhere. There's just so much this map is allowed to do because it dared to be so out there. And then, I'd say that the Coral Highlands generally has some very solid battle zones. You can occasionally bump into an Ancient Forest issue, where you have narrow, enclosed spaces with a lot of stuff in them, but that only really happens a tiny bit in, say, areas like 1 and 2, and more predominantly in Area 7. Areas 3 and 4 are more fun zones to fight in for the lower Highlands, having decent spacing, some ramps, and these coral traps to snag monsters in. You're gonna be in Area 8 a lot. Area 8 is the Thunderdome of the Coral Highlands. Pretty much much every monster that can go to the Coral Highlands can go here, and it's right in the middle of everything, and time after time you're going to be in the middle of a pitched battle, only to be interrupted by Legiana, Pink Rathian, one of the Odogarons, a Deviljho, Basil, an Elder, anything. They can all show up here and just throw the place into chaos. Now, this isn't really an issue because Area 8 is nice and open with a ton of room and doesn't become a mess. It's kind of fun to have the area that's just the resident fight club. A lot of other maps have battle zones like this that get congested, but a lot of those are kind of travel zones and don't have a ton of room, and you can get traffic jams in them pretty easily, which isn't the case here, which is awesome. Area 11 is another neat one with several different floors that you can fight on. It's got a lot of scalable vines, so you can throw monsters down into the lower levels or try to lure them out of there, and it can be kind of fun to fight on such a stacked, multi-tiered arena. You're also probably going to be in Area 12 often, which is your one giant ramp zone. This one's pretty cool because it's mostly surrounded on all sides by walls, which makes it feel like a proper arena. You can have a lot of movement here, but also some harsh restrictions. Legiana loves going to this zone in particular, and then the top of the Highlands up in 15 is a very solid final boss zone where you can end your battle against Legiana or Kirin or Namiel. The height makes it feel climactic and cinematic. It's got some walls around the edges to make you feel boxed in, and it balances close intimacy while still giving the elders enough room to do their elemental shenanigans in a way that still feels fair. This is especially important considering how much Kirin and Namiel prefer their AoE abilities. I generally really enjoy the Coral Highlands, even if I think it's probably one of the maps that's missing an extra camp or two. The quality of the art goes without saying. There's a lot of gorgeous monsters here, and the journey to the summit, though a little tedious in places, makes for a pretty compelling adventure. I think it's awesome that they tried something this out there. And uniqueness does not begin and end with the Coral Highlands. It's kind of actually just getting started. The Rotten Vale is the graveyard of monsters, a place built into the lowest reaches of the New World, which connects to the Everstream that flows beneath the surface. Animals have an instinctual desire to die here, their bodies broken down, their energies recycled into the earth. The Rotten Vale is a grim necessity, a place that's macabre for sure, but not in a dark, fantastical sort of way. It's simply a place that needs to exist, a representative for the ending of life, which is of course a natural process. Strangely, life dwells amongst the death. The Vale's got its own ecosystem, all the way from flesh-dissolving bacteria to the Lich Dragon that serves as their guide and refinery. You have three main chunks of the Rotten Vale. The upper layers of the Vale are made of rocky platforms and plateaus, as well as the remains of some particularly large monsters. A few pathways connect the larger platforms, and it's along these areas that monsters travel and forage. Animals that are not resistant to the effluvia bacteria down below, but still want to feast on the nutrients found in the discarded bones and carrion of the Vale, will live up here. The layout is extremely simple. It's a ring of battle arenas connected by straightforward pathways. These paths are often ramps, or they have wedge beetle sections to make traversal a little bit more fun. It's a shame they're not used as much, especially in base world, since the developers mostly wanted to show off the depths of the Vale. The vast majority of your time is going to be spent downstairs. The lower Vale has a series of zones that very easily loop back around to one another, and they fork off into different paths, one that leads towards Odogaron's Nest and another that leads towards Valhazak's. This whole map is pretty simple to traverse, and I would say has a good layout. There's an abundance of loops, passages, and shortcuts down below. The branching paths into different monsters' lairs are only a little bit of linearity, and the top level is just a big circle. Everything is pretty easy to understand and reach. I will say, I do think the map could benefit from having a secondary pathway for monsters to get into and out of the Vale. There's only one main zone that allows the two sections to combine, and it's fairly easily accessible, but it leads to the zones around it being reused fairly often by a lot of monsters, and it can kind of clog up traffic. Having one more direct route more in the middle of the map could potentially increase the diversity of zones that you regularly fight in and kind of unclog everything. This would especially be nice for the upper reaches of the Vale, which have arenas that you'll be hunting in somewhat infrequently. This sort of leads into one of the points where I think the Rotten Vale is a little weaker than the other maps. This is a tough environment to make creatures for, and what's here is super specialized, so it doesn't have the best fleshed out or more full-feeling hierarchy of monsters roaming around. As stated earlier, the upper reaches of the Vale were built to accommodate the animals that would not survive the effluvium bacteria. That's kinda just Radobon. Even some of the other invader monsters and Tigrex who were put on the map in Iceborne can head downstairs for a little bit. Honestly, it kind of would make more sense if the majority of the monsters were up here. Being able to survive the hazardous flesh-dissolving bacteria that flourishes down below should probably be something that's relatively tough to evolve to be able to do. And here, it just doesn't really feel like it's that special or that hazardous to the animals. And because the majority of monsters can survive down here, there's not a ton of particularly specific niches. There's a couple of cool things, you know. The Gyros will usually carve out little overlooks and small tunnels for themselves so that they can stay out of reach from the larger predators. Otogaron will use some similar tactics to scavenge and ambush while retreating deep into his own isolated den to sleep and eat. And Valhazak has his own throne hidden away in this ethereal hellish cavern, hidden behind acid pools and carrion walls where he dwells in isolation. Tigrex and Acidic Glavenus don't really have that much of anything interesting to do down here, and since that's pretty much it for unique residents, the Rotten Vale, I'd say, suffers the worst when it comes to invader spam problems. I haven't talked about these much, but the place also lacks small monsters, especially in the Upper Vale. I think this is the locale that struggles the most to feel like a complete ecosystem. Granted, that's hard. This is a monster graveyard map, but I think some extra dichotomy between these two regions and a little more unique life would have helped this place out. Artistically, though, the place is really cool. What I think is the strongest aspect of the Vale's art direction isn't just how unorthodox it is, with the bones and the carrion lying around all over the place and the brown and red, harsh, kinda dingy colors, but more so, it's how they're able to change up the tone and the atmosphere of this unique biome with just lighting and openness. So you have the Upper Vale, and it's not that intimidating. Yeah, there's bones all over the place, but the sun still shines through. You can see open sky in pretty much every direction. The place is somber and quiet, but not dour. It doesn't feel fantastical, it's just a monster graveyard. The lower reaches, however, do have that more overtly dark and creepy atmosphere. Cool thing is, the Vale doesn't really change up what this area is made of. It's still just rock formations and monster bones, but now it's much darker and the effluvia is an ever-present mist partially obscuring your vision throughout the entire lower region. It adds this sickly brown tinge to everything. Then, most of the arenas have ceilings and are more boxed in with some large stone walls, so the lower Vale is more claustrophobic, more closed in, darker lit, and has a brown gas messing with your vision. It gets spookier down here, more hostile, like you don't know what kind of freakish mutant is gonna then come shambling out of the mire at you. I'm impressed with how much of a contrasting feel the Rotten Vale can create between its two sections, while mostly using the exact same assets. The only area that feels really different is the very bottom of the Vale, which leads up to Valhazak's throne. These deep dark caverns have no effluvia mist and have very little bones or carrion. The dark, haunting atmosphere is replaced with a more ethereal feel. These glowing pools of flesh-rending acid light up the caverns and create a different kind of eeriness. These were created from acid found in the stomach of dead Dalamador, and they've devoured and dissolved much of the corpses you would expect to find in the Vale. These hazards both create otherworldly mood and serve as protection for Valhazak, keeping would-be intruders away from his cavern where he slumbers. Val's lair, then, is brilliantly lit up with a deep, foreboding orange glow, a bit of a teaser for the Elder's Recess, I believe. This deep, menacing lighting illuminates the mountain of corpses that Val rules the Vale from. It's among the coolest Elder Dragon lairs ever made. The art for the Rotten Vale gets a lot of props as far as I'm concerned. It's not super varied in terms of assets, but those limitations make a map that's unlike any other locale out there. And then, creative layering and lighting allows the map to do a lot with a little. And the part that does deviate from the design is made all the more cool and haunting because of it. And then when it comes to the battle zones, I don't have many complaints. Again, the way things are set up means that the closer a zone is to the ramp leading between the upper and lower reaches, the more that zone's gonna get used, and hunting here can feel a tad lopsided because of that fact. That being said, the majority of the combat zones in the Rotten Vale are quality. The loose bones, vines, and acid pools make for a lot of different hazards for yourself and the monsters, and the Rotten Vale has a unique ever-present hazard with the effluvia in the lower Vale. You need to use torch pods to burn away the bacteria and keep yourself in the area of protection the fire creates to negate the damage over time effects of the gas. It's a neat little mechanic that you need to keep present in your mind and is one of the cooler environment interactions that the Slinger has. I like pretty much all the battle zones up top. Area 1 is a big open field, which is great for Tigrex and Radobon. There's a good amount of slopes and ledges here to utilize, which keeps things nice and varied. Area 2 is a little bit more condensed, but has a vine netting section that the monsters can use to make tremors, and you can use that to get topples if you can knock monsters into it. Area 4 is awesome merely for the novelty that you're fighting in the jaws of a Dalamadur's skull, and Area 3 is the hub zone for the top and bottom of the Vale, and has some climbable surfaces to create a boxed-in arena feel that you can climb into and out of. Area 6, which is the main hub of the lower Vale, is also pretty neat because it has ledges and raised areas on both sides that are out of the reach of the effluvium, so you can evade the environmental hazard if you don't mind losing a little bit of space. This is the most traffic jammed section on the map though. Area 8 is basically the main battlefield of the lower Vale. It doesn't have many distinct interactions besides some long grass that you can hide in, but it does its role well enough as the big open simple space where you can fight mostly unimpeded. Then Area 9 is the cool corpse slide. Not much else to say there. Every map has the giant ramp zone, and this one is made out of monster bodies. It's kind of cool. I don't adore Odogaron's nest because it's this narrow donut-shaped zone, but Area 10, right outside of his lair, is a way cooler donut-shaped zone. It's a little bit more spacious, so you have more room for Odo to jump around in, and it's broken up in the middle by a pit instead of a pillar, so you can actually see what's going on. There's also paratoads all over and plenty of walls for Odo to lunge off of at ya, so his fight specifically in this zone is a lot of fun. Then Area 12 and 14, which are the acid pool zones, are pretty cool. The acid itself is mostly on the edges of the map, so it's a threat, but not an ever-present one. And the small puddle of it in Area 12 is kind of neat, since it's got these ledges around it, so you can risk doing jumping attacks over the acid. A lot of really cool stuff here. The main issues with the Vale are a couple of traffic jams, some lacking ecological potential, but for how crazy of a concept this place is, I think it was pulled off pretty damn well for the most part, and it's generally a blast to hunt here. The final map in Base Game World is the Elder's Recess, a crystalline wonder built from the solidified excess of bioenergy that is subject to volcanic activity. About 90% of the recess is down at its lower level, and there's just a sliver of territory that serves as roosts for the flying wyverns and some dragons. It's honestly kind of funny that the Elder's Recess has way less space for its upper level than the Rotten Vale, but has way more direct passages down to its lower reaches, which is nice for clearing up traffic jams. The layout for the recess is mostly two parallel lines with a couple of straggler zones used for nests and monster lairs. Despite being a huge map, traversal is pretty simple because just about every zone down here is going to connect to at least like 3 others. Like the Rotten Vale, the Elder's Recess is not the best constructed top-to-bottom ecosystem with all kinds across a very dynamic food chain. Unlike the Rotten Vale, the Recess kinda isn't trying to be that. This locale is a battleground for powerful monsters and a place of dwelling for volcanic creatures. Beasts with heightened sensitivity to bioenergy will make their way into the recess, and this, of course, includes elder dragons. And as a result, many of the strongest creatures on the continent will clash here. I do think the Elder's Recess takes a few steps to make this make sense and not just feel like a monster dumping ground. Volcanic maps have historically been the final map in each game's progression, so they often have the tougher monsters on there, and the Recess does have a number of returning monsters within it. Also, making your map be a place with a lot of bioenergy, have an excuse to place many stronger creatures competing for territory here, as they all have that sensitivity to that kind of energy. There's not a ton of intricate separation of monsters into different territories. Most beasts just kind of wander around as they please. Flying monsters will go to the upper cliffs more often, but others will make their way up the vines as well. However, there are quite a few arenas that are built for specific monsters in a gameplay and in an artistic way. We'll talk about that in a second. I think this map would look stellar if a different game and maybe had a different skybox and was constructed a little differently. World absolutely has a desaturation issue. It hits some maps harder than others, and I think this is the most affected. Some of the concept art of the Elder's Recess is extremely striking, very bold and gorgeous. There's areas where this peeks through, but so much of the map is insanely washed out. The crystals here are mostly just transparent, and often what they'll be reflecting is the grays and dull shades of purple and lavender, both found in the rock formations and in the skybox. So the rocks, the crystals, and the sky all have some mix of varying shades of gray and really soft purples, and it all just kind of blends into a mushy, homogeneous block of unremarkable color. The lava sections are alright. They're mostly enclosed, so the warm colors of the lava can contrast well with the darker rocks. And another bummer is that the crystalline and lava sections feel very separate. When you're going into the lava part of the map, the crystals just start showing up less and less, and the walls kind of just transition into full rock. I think this would have been better if this was a full-on volcano map that was blended with a crystal cavern. The light reflecting structures all lit up from the molten rock. Instead, what we get here is a unique idea for a bioenergy deposit map, and then it has a volcano section tacked on the left. I think the art of this map is really disappointing. As for the combat and battle zones, that's definitely the strength of the locale. They built the map around the monsters on it and gave them a lot of neat things to do based on their gimmicks. This obviously doesn't cross over to Iceborne, but most of the monsters brought in for Iceborne are just fun on their own, and not having dedicated zones isn't a detriment. So for some examples, Uragon gets areas 2 and 6 dedicated to him. These zones both have these half-pipe areas carved into the walls by Uragon historically rolling through these regions a bunch. 2 is the locale's dedicated ramp area and has plenty of space and it's a lot of fun, and Area 6 is a more closed-in cave with Uragon tracks all over every wall. Also, there's an elevated plateau for you to do jumping attacks of your own against him. Then you have areas 11, 10, and 7, which are kind of made for Lavasioth. They each have some component of open lava for him to swim around in. Area 10 is clearly supposed to be his zone. It's a flat battle arena with 3 cutouts, each of those cutouts being over pools of lava that Lavasioth can jump into and between. In Area 11, he just has this tiny little straight sliver of lava that he might go into if he wants. This arena's alright, where you have these 2 different ramps that point downwards and in towards the middle, where lava will then cut through the zone, and you have like these little rock platforms that you can hop between and stand on. This arena probably should have been bigger. Combined, it has a lot of space, but each ramp and then the flattened out chunk in the middle all individually are a little small and awkward to move around on, and this zone also can get traffic jammed with other monsters semi-regularly. And then Area 7 just has a little bit of lava on the edges. It's mostly just a battle arena. It's got a cool lava geyser that can inflict damage on monsters though. Azure Rathalos and Basil Geese get a little bit of priority up in Area 3, as that's an elevated cliff face where they can nest, but a lot of other monsters can pass through here as well. The real highlights are the 3 Elder Dragon nests, each with their own unique interactions and effects. Kushala takes up Area 4 atop the highest peak in the recess. The air up here can amplify his tornadoes and wrap the zone in a wall of deadly wind currents. Neat spectacle, kind of annoying in practice. Nergigante's nest in 15 has these destructible walls which he can slam into out of his dive bomb to open up the map a little bit more during the fight, and you get to see his silhouette looming in the clouds of debris for a moment, which looks really cool. The best one is absolutely Teostra's arena, which is a circular peninsula floating in a lake of lava. The whole place is beautifully illuminated. Teostra's explosion attacks can cause these volcanic chain reactions, causing bursts of magma to come shooting up out of cracks in the ground and altering the terrain. Probably the coolest instance of a monster having essentially layer actions that we've seen in Monster Hunter. Man, this game was really good to my guy. And you have your big open battle zones like 9 and 8, which have some ledges and droppable crystals, but they're mainly just the big, wide open, minimal gimmick fighting zones that are fun to battle within with minimal interruptions. Combat feels really good here for the most part. There's only 1 or 2 spots I don't adore fighting in because I know they'll get clogged or the layout's a little odd. It's a good thing that the map that hosts most of World's big bad endgame monsters is pretty fun to hunt on. I think it might have the most solid locale gameplay until Iceborne. Speaking of which, with Sunbreak and Wilds taken into consideration, I still think that the Hoarfrost Reach is the single best locale in Monster Hunter. It is enormous and not even all that artistically varied, and yet it does a lot with that little variance. Has great ecology, tons of excellent battle zones, and is an absolute blast to be on. As stated, the Hoarfrost Reach is gargantuan and has a rectangular shape to it. Even though there are many interconnected zones and some tunnel systems to help with travel, the base camp is pretty far away from the very back of the map. To compensate for this, the Hoarfrost Reach has the largest amount of camps in the game and does an excellent job spreading them out. Just about every zone is going to have a camp probably within 1 or 2 areas of each other, so when you're spawning in, good awareness of monster placement should get you close to your targets, and when you faint, you shouldn't be too far away from your quarry despite the immense size of the place. The map also has fairly limited alternate traversal, with only a few scalable vine walls and a handful of wedge beetle interactions, so it's just a bunch of on-foot travel over minor inclines. Excellent camp placement is what prevents the Reach from being a tedious slog and allows it to be a locale with a solid layout because it adequately compensates for the potential weaknesses of a map being this size, something maps like the Ancient Forest can struggle to do. I am also of the opinion that the Reach is insanely well put together when it comes to its monster roster and how those monsters fit into their own smaller territories within the Reach. The snowdrifts and alpine woods of this region are located near base camp and don't have a ton of monsters roaming through them, save for Beatotus, who can weaponize the deep snowdrifts for hunting efficacy, and Bonboro, who can easily rip up the trees and swing them around like weapons. Then beneath one of the mountains, you have a network of icy tunnels. You can have Barioth occasionally hanging around the entrances of these caverns to use them for shelter, while also giving him easy access to the outside ice flat so he can hunt. Meanwhile, the caverns have some deeper and lower sections heated by hot springs, which Viper Tobikadachi will solely hide away in to survive. When you go further up into the rocky mountainous regions, you can get more flying monsters like Legiana Phlox, and then hidden away in the depths of the Reach is the lair of Velkhana. The monsters feel really nice and spread out here, each in fairly well thought out areas built to match their abilities and traversal methods. The Reach is large enough and filled with enough little niches that certain parts of the roster will never naturally bump into one another. It makes it satisfying to learn how the creatures operate because the gameplay clearly reflects the thought process. Also, the Hoarfrost Reach has the unique advantage of not being bogged down by Iceborne's invader abundance problem, because Bonboro, Fulgur Anjanath, and Velkhana, 3 of the 4 monsters that can go wherever they want in the game, were made for this map. So they fit in great here. And then Ebony Odogaron is the one invader that makes the most sense to go wherever he wants, so he's not really an issue either. The only weird monster choice in the Hoarfrost Reach is the omission of Kushala Daora. And when it comes to art direction, the map is predominantly snow and ice. It doesn't change from this formula a lot, so it decides to do everything it can with that simple premise. At the base of the Reach, you have your deep snowdrifts and lots of giant frost-covered pine trees, which makes a wintry forest aesthetic. As you move north, the snowdrifts gradually thin out and the trees recede, and you get these larger ice fields and much more shallow snow. This is where the large rock formations and chunks of mountain and glacier start to show up. The crisp white of the snow is gradually being replaced with the dark icy blues and purples, and when the two overlap, they look great together. If you go east, you get these areas of melting ice, creating small icy streams and broken up chunks over frigid water. Most of this water trickles off into the ocean down below. The Arctic caverns ditch the snow for the most part and stick with the harsh, dark, icy colors, giving a little bit of way to earthy browns near the springs and the lower reaches of the tunnels. In most places, you have safer looking, rounded off, rocky areas, and then when you're closer to Velkhana's Nest, it's a beautifully bizarre arena with these wild, contorted, icy tendrils jutting out all over the place, and a soft orange glow that maintains in the background of the arena. So changes in art here aren't drastic, but they do make sense when they occur, and they feel appropriate for the different terrains. It helps that the Reach got a great looking color palette and a gorgeous skybox. That big bright sun illuminates the whole Reach, bouncing off of the snow and the ice. World can look very gorgeous when it wants to, and this is one of the best examples. It helps that there's very little muddying with dull grays everywhere here. The snow is allowed to be extremely bright, and the blue and violet ice is kept harshly dark, making them look great off of one another. And then when we get to the combat and the zones, there really isn't a bad one of the bunch, and due to the size, monster spread, and amount of paths, you don't have a lot of traffic jam zones. Very few areas are too narrow, too cluttered, or too out of the way, and what they try to do is fill these combat zones with as many unique small gameplay gimmicks as they can. You've got your deep snowdrifts for Beatotus in areas 1, 2, 3, and 4. Areas 1 and 3 also have trees for Bonbro to grab and toss. Area 4 then has a collapsible ice wall that you can fling monsters into and drop them into caves. Area 6 is one of those nice big wide open fight zones, but it still has these ledges that you can use and some razor sharp ice spikes that you can use to chip damage monsters on. Area 7 has 2 zones to it, one that has freezing water that can give you ice blight, and another that has these unstable icy floors that can be knocked into the ocean. Then you have Area 15, which is a partially frozen pond that has these floating icy chunks. Those can be used to create AoE trummers off of certain monster attacks, and alternatively, you can trap monsters in that water on a knockdown. Barioth's cave lair in Area 9 has a bunch of walls that he can attack off of. There's hot springs that can cure ice blight and grant the effects of a hot drink in Area 13. And there's wind gusts that can interact with the glider mantle up in the Legiana nest, which is also considered Area 13. Yeah, the Hoarfrost is so massive that sometimes areas will encapsulate multiple battle zones. There's just so much stuff here. And yeah, you can find similar versions of pretty much all of these hazards and tools throughout the other maps, but never this tremendous density. Pretty much every zone in the Reach has some interesting little interaction. The dynamic of the fight will always change just a tiny bit between them. The Hoarfrost Reach is an incredibly impressive map. It's gigantic, but its camp placement means it isn't tedious. It's not very artistically diverse, but the changes it does have are sensible, and its core colors are beautiful, and most of its zones are pretty large, safe, open, flat, and rounded battle arenas with only a couple of exceptions, but the massive variety of gameplay features keeps things feeling fresh. The Hoarfrost Reach feels like a map that maximized its potential, getting every single little drop of ingenuity it could off of its fairly simple premise. Little feels wasted, and almost nothing feels like it's bloated. The Hoarfrost Reach was run through with a fine comb several times, and the quality of its construction is impressive. The Guiding Lands is an odd map to discuss in this format because it's not a conventional hunting ground with its own identity. Being a chimera of everything in the game is its main identity. What we have here is the result of Zora Magdaros, a monster rich in the bioenergy of the New World, detonating out in the ocean, and the resulting explosion created a miraculous island that showed signs of every major biome type on the continent. And also the Hoarfrost Reach, which is on an island that Zora didn't go to, but whatever. And all of a sudden, more or less every single monster in World and Iceborne just shows up here, and they inhabit the regions of the Guiding Lands that match the biomes that they can live in on the New World. This does not include some big boss elder dragons and also Beatotus and Juratotus because they don't have any mud or snow to swim in. How all these monsters got here, God only knows. The map doesn't really make a lick of sense, but it's a super cool idea for an endgame where you theoretically want to just stay out on a forever hunt, slaying as you please and collecting a mountain of resources without having to deal with these pesky quest timers and loading screens. But how does it actually function in terms of gameplay? The layout is alright, a little maze-like, but pretty easy to get the hang of. Basically, every region of the Guiding Lands is connected by these forest sections and pathways. These forested areas more or less make up the central hub and travel routes for yourselves and the monsters while you're trying to reach these major biomes. Each biome has its own 2 battle zones dedicated to itself. This includes an actual forest environment, which is its own thing that's separate from the forested pathways and the battle hub arenas, despite having the same exact art direction. The Rotten Vale and the Elder's Recess chunks are downstairs and right next to each other. The Hoarfrost section is up on the top floor and all the way at the back. If you leave the Hoarfrost and go left, you'll hit the Coral Highlands. If you go right instead, you'll wind up in the forest. And if you go to the lower level of the forest and leave it heading south, you'll hit the desert. It doesn't help that the 2 camps don't spawn in any of the biomes. They appear in 2 different sections of the middle of the map. One spits you out really close to the upper levels at the north of the map, putting you near the Reach, the upper forest, and the Highlands, and the other camp plops you right outside of the desert, which can take you towards the Vale of the Recess just by going down a quick ramp or 2. If you know the general location of each region, up or down, left or right, you should have an easy enough time getting where you want to go, and even though there could be more camps, the ones that are present are centralized enough that they can plop you out close to just about any environment type. That being said, these camps are still very centralized, so some battle zones are going to wind up feeling like 4 zones away. It takes a little bit of knowledge and practice to get properly acquainted with this place, but it'll eventually sit in your muscle memory. I don't think that makes for stellar map design though. Due to the fact that the central hub zones are all the same forest, it can be really easy to get turned around, lost, and not know quite where you are at times. There's also nothing to talk about when it comes to monster placement and ecology since this is a dumping ground, so I'm not going to bother. To elaborate on my previous point, I think the art direction for this map is a little whelming and underserves the locale's core concept a bit. So this map is nothing but acid rips. The structure of the zones may be different, but it's all the same colors and textures for the 6 maps. You aren't getting anything new here, which is fine. I think making all the traversal zones just into stock forest areas was a mistake though, and a wasted opportunity. Now, I don't want to be too harsh here. I'm sure the Guiding Lands probably had some more ambitious ideas, but At the same time, it was the fun extra game mode super map that was created for the game's expansion. I doubt this could have had quite the same amount of care put into it as, say, the Hoarfrost Reach. But here's the thing. All the environments just magically appear in their own dedicated little spot. The woods interconnect them all, and they have zero interactions with one another. They all just exist separately in their own little pockets. Again, I understand time and resource constraints. I really do. But for a moment, I do want you to imagine how cool it would be if instead of one generic forest threading through everything together, the different biomes smashed into one another and transitioned gradually. What if it was the case that there was a blending point where the coral of the Highlands biome was all frozen over with ice and snow from the Hoarfrost section? Or what if the bones and the carrion of the rotten biome started to bubble, singe, and char when near the flames of the recess area? There's some lost potential for a true super microcosm of the new world, where all of these ecosystems actually bleed together and mess with one another before breaking apart and fully actualizing. The way it's set up now, they just feel like different stores at the mall. On top of this, if the biomes did clash, it would be so much easier to tell where you were going and what zones you were heading towards, instead of needing to memorize the jungle maze. And then the gameplay here, there's a few things worth mentioning, not a ton. This map plays it pretty safe. There's not much in terms of crazy new gameplay interactions or oddly designed zones. Most of these are pretty cut and try battle arenas that do their job just fine. Some of them do blend elements from the main maps to keep gameplay somewhat interesting, but it doesn't do anything that's wholly its own. Area 14 of the Recess, for example, has both the lava geyser and Lavasiath's lava pools. Area 9 in the desert has a large climbable structure with a land bridge and several jumping points, which makes it reminiscent of my favorite battle zone of the Wildspire Waste. I think the most interesting region actually is the dedicated Ancient Forest section. Its two zones are stacked directly on top of one another, and instead of running along a path to chase after monsters, you have to scale up and down vines to traverse between the 2 points. That's kind of cool. The Guiding Lands is a really neat, very ambitious idea with some fun novelty and decent gameplay, but at the same time, it clearly could not receive the time it deserved. Between its mechanics and overall art design, I think this place could have been a lot more. And we'll close out the map chunk by kind of lightning rounding all of these single zone arenas really quick. First off, this game has 2 man-made arenas, and they're both great. Actually, there's kind of 3. First, you have the standard large arena, which is a giant oval shape. It's got slopes and ledges at either extremity of the map and a ton of running and fighting space in the center. Its only other gameplay feature is the now classic giant iron gate, which you can use to temporarily cut the map in half. This is a cool feature that can be used to make multi-monster hunts easier or to lock your friend in with the monsters by themselves. Everyone does it, funny every time. This arena isn't anything too crazy, but it looks simple and effective. It's lined with giant wooden stakes and huge walls, has a nice bright blue open sky and a simple dirt floor. It's nothing flashy, but it's pragmatic and fits the roughshod, thrown together aesthetic of Astera. The second arena is even cooler. It's a 2-tiered circle. The main area is a nice simple flat circle, and then there's an elevated wooden ring around that main area that you need to climb cargo nets to ascend to. This second ring is also lined with cannons and ballista. Additionally, there's a droppable rock in the center of the arena and a Dragonator that you can fire after it's fully charged. This place is extremely simple, while also having a ton of tools you can use to decimate a monster with. It's an awesome place for very quick and to the point hunts with next to no filler. Just about every monster that can be captured can be fought here if you capture them at least once. It's also got a cool secluded vibe to it. It's sequestered away in this rock formation that's only accessible via zipline, and the entire area is walled off by towering stone. There's kind of a third man-made arena. Like I said, it's criminally underused. There's the Seliana Fortress Defense Arena where you fight Velkhana in the story. It's an awesome setup with tons of weapons and again that rough military outpost look, only now it's in the hinterland snow aesthetic. They wisely brought this map back later with some Temperate Elder event quests. The Confluence of Fates is Xeno'jiva's residence. That's a 2-tier arena that starts in a dimly lit blue cave and moves to this giant crystalline overlook where you duke it out with Xeno. The second stage arena is significantly more interesting, honestly. The gigantic crystal backdrop shows that you're fighting Xeno'jiva for the heart of the new world, as these crystals are bioenergy in its purest form. This area also shows off how much cooler the Elder's Recess could have looked if it was better lit, because the whole place will serve surge with heat and power when Xeno gets angry. It's a very fantastical final boss arena, which matches the dragon extremely well. I guess we can count the Everstream and kinda Zora Magdaros. Why not? Zora makes the gigantic tunnels of the New World look awesome. They're all lit up with his molten glow, and even if the fight's a little lame, its setting feels climactic. Also, I wish we had an event quest where we could fight Nergigante properly on Zora Magdaros' back. It's a really fun idea to fight a monster on a monster, and I wish they just did more with it. There's also the Great Ravine, which is just the Zora fight again, but on a brown canyon instead of a cool fire tunnel. The Caverns of El Dorado are almost kind of their own map. It's 4 zones deep beneath the Earth's surface where Kulve Taroth burrows around. These start out as gorgeous, golden, glittering caverns that are all insanely well lit, and as Kulve uses her heated breath to dig deeper, the caverns give way to these lava-fueled halls of molten gold. There is an incredible sense of progression as the combat zones just get more and more hostile. The brilliant gold gives way to more hellish reds. This is another map I wish they reused. I would love it so much if the metal wraths could be fought here. It'd be so much more cool and fitting than just stuffing them in Nergigante's nest in the Elder's Recess like the game actually does. Shara Ishvalda's Island comes in 3 tiers, and it's the progression that makes that map kind of cool. First off is Ruiner Nergigante's Arena, which is just a walled off circle made out of sharply cut stone. All it has going on is a jumping ledge that spits it clean down the middle. When you fight Shara himself, you start out in this rocky pit. It's nothing super special, but as the fight keeps going, Shara drops the floor, bringing you lower and lower, and for a second you think, oh cool, Shara's gonna drag me deeper and deeper down into the pits of this mountain island. But no, the coolest thing about this map is that when Shara transforms, the wind power he lets out obliterates mountains around him completely, and you go from fighting him in a pit beneath the mountains to fighting him in a gigantic open-air arena with an ominous red sky instantaneously. The map itself is whatever, but it's how he plays with it that's super awesome. The secluded valley where you fight Safi, Jiva, and Elatron is whatever. They're just giant circle arenas and rocky pits. Nothing too interesting. The only things worth mentioning are certain lighting effects. The bottom of the secluded valley where you fight Safi is insanely dark, but lit up with these ghastly green lights from these gas pockets, which creates a cool little otherworldly atmosphere, although Valhazak's nest does this better. And Elatron just puts out so much elemental power that he drastically alters the lighting in the cavern and makes what would otherwise be a super boring arena look pretty fitting for a dragon with this much power. And the Castle Schrade remake for Fatalis just rocks. It's an awesome reinterpretation of the classic boss arena. You have constant rainfall to make the place feel nice and moody. You got spooky dark lighting with a red and orange cloud-covered sky, and then there's just decrepit, ruined, scorched castle remains going on forever in some directions. I think they wanted to make Schrade feel huge just to sell how terrifyingly powerful Fatalis is, due to the fact that he brought the place to his knees single-handed. This revamp sells how dangerous he is extremely well. And then you have the various scattered siege weapons on the map edges that you can toss at him, and the giant metal structures that you can cower behind to survive his flame breath. They did an awesome job resurrecting Schrade just so they could burn it down again. And now we'll bring this locale section to a close by covering the 2 hubs and the villages in this game. Of all the instances of lost media that existed across the course of human history, none are quite as uniquely tragic as my friend Austin's unrecorded mental breakdown over the fact that Astera is nothing but boats. It was like he uncovered a CIA deep state cover-up. And he's right, Astera's nothing but boats. Some of the houses, pointing to the side of a boat. Most of the shady spots, that's boat sails. The commission insignia over the quest board, steering wheel of a boat. The floor you walk on, ripped up boat. The ceiling over the marketplace, that's an upside down boat. How about the Hunter's Gathering Hub? Well, that's a giant boat that got washed up onto 2 tall rocks, had its hull split open, and now is a chain and pulley system running through the hole. Most of the top hunters in this establishment are always up there. If it rains too hard, everyone's dead. Does the Hunters Guild not have OSHA regulations? Where am I going with this? Nowhere. It's just funny. When they settled Astera, a lot of these guys figured that they were either never going home or weren't leaving for a while, so they chopped up excess ships and used the wood to create a base. And now that the 5th Fleet has arrived, we have a fresh supply of new boats ripe for the slaughter. Okay, I'll stop. I like Astera artistically. It's creative, tells a little bit of a story, and there's nothing quite like it. With a bigger and bolder game, I think the developers wanted to make a village that actually felt like it could house a lot of people. Old school Monster Hunter villages have like 2 houses and 4 people in them. No more than necessary for a video game, but noticeably empty. Astera dedicates a lot of room to showcasing all of its facilities, gives space for random NPCs to walk around in, and is large enough to feel like you're wandering around in what could actually be a functioning base. It's kind of the issue though. Astera's massive. Yeah, every facility is given its space, alright. Lots of space. Good amount of verticality too. Now, they made this chain ride system so you can move from floor to floor instantaneously, but it's still located all the way at the back of the ground floor. And there's another issue. A lot of these facilities aren't up in the hub. So if you want to do things like, oh, I don't know, go to the blacksmith, you gotta go through a loading screen to get to it. Same for the resource center and the farm. Now, with Monster Hunter World introducing 16 players to its online multiplayer, this could help with Astera feeling so large. If you make a nice big open map like this and then populate it with a whole bunch of players milling around using different resources, going up and down the chain pulley and all that, it'd kind of fill the place out, fatten it up, justify the amount of space used, but nah. This is the last game where you can be in the same online lobby as other players, but you can't see each other in the areas that aren't strictly the gathering hub. So there could be any number of people up in the skyboat, but you're never gonna see them unless you're up there with them. I think this is a pretty majorly missed opportunity because in the story, the characters will often refer to the broader group of hunters that make up the 5th Fleet being able to serve as backup. And that's a nod to other players that can participate in multiplayer. But you never see your fellow 5th Fleet hunters in any of the single player base activities, so you're kind of just left to run around this massive super spread out multi-story base in between every single player quest. And if you ever need to leave the hub to use the majority of the facilities, you gotta run back down there alone. It's a really cool piece of art with mediocre game design attributed to it, so let's move on to the better one. Astera wishes that it was Seliana. Seliana's got size to it, it's got artistic beauty, it's got more to do, it's got an extremely cozy feeling, and its layout isn't butt cheeks. Granted, there's like 2 facilities outside of the gathering hub, but it's nothing that you're gonna use between every single quest. Now, the farm, the blacksmith, the resource center, the quest, the canteen, and other little activities are all located within one singular loading zone. So you can do pretty much all of your in-between work while your friends are still around. The only thing outside is the melder and the meowcenaries, which are in your house. By the way, this hub comes with a customizable house that you can invite your friends into. Neat little addition. And even if you're outside for most of the single player oriented content, the majority of your resources and facilities are right up front and center in this little semicircle, or just a few steps off to the side from those areas. The only distant elements are buildings with the NPCs and the gathering hub itself. Seliana is a small, wintry settlement built right over a hot spring, so it has that kind of warm and fuzzy aesthetic, where they have a lot of oranges, yellows, and browns for the interiors to contrast the frigid white and blue of the ice and snow outside. It absolutely captures that, like, Santa's village type of feel. It's just pleasant to be here. Seliana, I think, also manages to have ample space while not being larger than necessary. Part of the reason is that it's a much more recently made outpost. And another thing is because they downsize some of the facilities by saying that the in-game supplies are being delivered from Astera. Thus, they don't need to give every mechanic its own individual area. The aforementioned front loading of all your major tools very close together also helps here. The Seliana Gathering Hub is amongst the best they've ever made. It's spacious, it again has warmth within the winter aesthetic, it has a lot of interactions, and it's just great to waste time in. You're gonna spend a lot of hours not doing anything but goofing off with friends in this Gathering Hub, and that's a wonderful feeling. The hall is built right on top of the hot spring, meaning there's a whole section of the place just dedicated to laying around and relaxing between hunts. There's a surprising amount of actions for the hot springs too, just sliding off of inclines and crawling around, dunking your head, playing with your cat, just a bunch of goofy stuff. You also got arm wrestling, the expected animations at the eating table, some extra tables to just kind of mill around in small groups with. You're gonna be hard pressed to make a village and gathering hub with a winter aesthetic that's better than Seliana. Yeah, I love Poke Village from Gen 2 as well, but come on, in every category except music, I think Seliana is a vast improvement. And even in the music department, still pretty close. I was never sick of coming back to Seliana, and I don't think I ever will be. The sense of home here is phenomenal. And speaking of music, let's talk about that next. Okay, so if you remember from the Rise video, this is the part of the script where I just kind of want an excuse to play the music from the game and have everyone in the audience nod along to how good the tracks are. And, you know, in the middle, I'll try and attempt to vocalize what makes them good, even though my music literacy ain't that great. This is definitely the most I do it because I want to put it in the video chunk, but I think for the most part, everyone kind of just likes enjoying the soundtrack with me. Won't cover every single individual piece, but a lot of the important ones. Okay, so how about village music first? Two really good ones in World as far as I'm concerned. Honestly, I think Astera's track is excellent for what it wants to communicate about the base. The whole thing starts with this cheery little flute fanfare that kind of feels like maybe the start of the morning, and then it moves into the main melody. The track itself isn't too fast, but it has a good energy and a good drive to it. It sounds busy, yet it's on task, focused and driven, but not urgent. It fits Astera extremely well, as it's a research base that's consistently buzzing with people working, studying, reporting in, expanding, all that. There's a never-ending list of things to do, yet all the time in the world to do it, and I think the track kind of nails that atmosphere. There's places where the more sharp notes and percussion are put aside for a series of long-held notes, and I think this is meant to communicate a feeling of adventure and whimsy in the mix. I believe that it's there less as a theme of Astera, but more as an awareness of settling somewhere on a new continent. There's some sense of scope and adventure in this part, and I think it's supposed to remind you of how vast this whole journey is supposed to be. And then the track blends that back in with the percussion and the staccato horns, and then the track will loop. I really like using Astera as background music for videos because it's got that kind of calm energetics to it, and I find that it accentuates what's being said over it and adds a little bit of authority to it. It's also pretty hummable, a little bit of an earworm of a track that I never found annoying or grating. I like this one a lot. I have a little less to say about Seliana's theme, but that's not for lack of quality on the music's part. I think it's very beautiful. A flute is used for the headliner with some light percussion and violins to add a little extra drive to the place. There's some sense of hustle and bustle like Astera, but less so. It almost has a slow dance-like quality to it, probably because it's written in 3/4 time. There's a casual, wintry sway to the piece. Tracks like Seliana and Poke Village create a sense of home very effectively because they're supposed to elicit a feeling of warmth within the cold. Somewhere safe and homely when compared to the hostile world, which a harsh, frigid landscape can very easily represent. There's also some tidbits of Iceborne's main theme in here, which pops up every now and again in the game. It definitely makes sense to have it here. So let's do map themes next, yeah? Now, right before we talk about the tracks themselves, I want to talk about what Monster Hunter World decided to do with how it handled its fight music in general. Programmed in dynamic music shifts that change depend on what you're doing in the game is a brilliant idea. Monster Hunter World does this and brings so much variety to the table with its music. Each map gets 3 levels of intensity for their combat themes. Each one progressively gets more full, faster, and more intense. There's a track for you fighting small monsters on the map. This will be the most stripped down and bare bones version, of course. As these aren't even bosses. Then, if you're fighting one of the tier 0 monsters that are too weak to be tempered, that being Great Jagras, Great Gyros, Dodogama, Kuliaku, and Zitziyaku, you will get a slightly more filled out, kind of midway fight theme. This will indicate that there's a minor potential of threat here. And then if one of the big bosses rolls in, you'll get the full battle track that we're mostly going to be talking about. So they do this to appropriately set the mood for the threat level of what you're going to be going up against, but they keep going from there. If you land a mount on a monster, they'll overlay this new set of percussion on top of the theme to add a little bit more speed and wildness to the track while you're trying to wrangle the beast to the ground, kind of making it feel a little bit more like a rodeo in that sense. Then what they'll do is, if a monster flees the area, the game will play what we call a chase theme. This will usually kind of simplify the track's melody down considerably, and then bring in a persistent percussion rhythm into the mix to insinuate momentum and pursuit. This will be a completely different orchestration, whereas a lot of the other music changes just overlay percussion on top of it. Then there's what we call reverse chase themes, which weren't even stumbled upon until Arch-Tempered Nergigante was released towards the end of base game world. If you're the one who flees the zone and the monster is enraged and chasing after you, the main theme will get extremely quiet, go into the background, and a very aggressive percussion track, maybe with some dissonant tones mixed in as well, will overtake the music to communicate that you're being pursued, and like the actual music is fading away and it's nothing but the aggression of the monster coming towards you. I realize now that a ton of this dynamic music has to do with the addition of percussion and how that changes things around, so it sounds a little repetitive to describe, but in execution, it's super cool. So long as the monster hasn't fully broken aggro with you, the music will keep playing, and it'll match the tone and danger levels of whatever stage of the fight you're in very well. It's a fantastic addition to the games. Alright, now this one comes out nice and strong. Everybody who's played World knows the big blaring alarm horns that immediately come roaring to life the second you engage yourself in combat in the ancient forest. Now, I will say, I don't think this track is the greatest locale character theme. There isn't too much about it that communicates the denseness of a jungle or the height of the great tree. I do think this could serve as a pretty good character theme for Anjanath, whom this track is predominantly associated with. I actually think the way the trumpets are tuned kinda sounds a little like Anjanath's roars and other noises, and think the two sound great together, but it doesn't feel unfitting for pretty much any other monster in the forest who lacks their own unique track. Specifically, the ancient forest makes you feel like you're being chased. For most of the track, you have drums hitting a nice steady even rhythm, very rarely overtaking the other instruments, but just kind of keeping going and going. All the while, the trumpets and the other brass instruments will keep that really quick-paced tempo, while occasionally blasting loudly with a sense of alarm and warning. At the same time, it's not a particularly dark or frightening piece. The instruments do have a sense of warning, but they're also kind of high up energy and a little bouncy sounding. It's almost kind of lighthearted, like you're in danger, but you're not in danger. It sounds like the first threat you would fight in the game. The Ancient Forest theme is the first big obstacle in the adventure, which is what Anjanath is supposed to be in the story. I think this is an incredibly effective JRPG boss track that would fit into other similar games. Doesn't mean this piece is generic or unoriginal, I just think there's some better specified character pieces out there. This is a really fun one that maintains a solid energy top to bottom. For some reason, the Wildspire Waste track never sticks in my head, but every time I deliberately listen to it, I'm like, oh yeah, this one's pretty good. I think it's funny that I was just talking about the Seliana theme and how that one's carried through with a strong flute soloist, because if a flute soloist can do two things very well, it's a wintry Christmas aesthetic and a lone gunman out in the Wild West kind of vibe. I think the Wildspire Waste does a decent job invoking kind of a bullfighting duel against a beast out in the desert. There's a lot of cool instrumentation choices in here that I think prevent the piece from getting repetitive. I like to think of the flute as you, the player, the kind of lone warrior. Then you get the sections where it's a mix of drums, strings, and this lower kind of fatty sounding brass, which I feel is supposed to be your target, something like a Baroth or a Diablos. These two choices of instrumentation will duel back and forth, going in and out of prominence, and then on some occasions, the instruments will all surge together as if there's this large clash and impact in the fight. I like that they then break down the tension with an acoustic guitar there, kind of creating this quiet moment between the fighting, where both parties take a breather before everything then will ramp back up to a second large climactic moment that has a really nice heroic sound before the lower horns regain their footing. Looking at it in that way, I do think it's a really cool back and forth being presented here. The Choral Highlands does something interesting where it's not a particularly heavy or dark piece, but it's also not light-hearted. The deeper drums and horns are present, but a little bit more reserved, and a lot of the legwork is done with woodwinds, trombones, and some unconventional percussion instruments that kind of sound like they're seashells being hit. Whatever those instruments are specifically, I think they're used to create that underwater choral aesthetic for the map, and it sounds great, which makes this one unique and stand out. What I believe the heavier emphasis on trombones, woodwinds, is to sell a monster attacking you from above, a very precise, dangerous, and graceful aerial predator. Makes sense, as this map's apex beast is Seliana. I think they do an awesome job keeping the music feeling light and graceful, while also very ferocious and persistent and constantly attacking, as if it's supposed to represent Seliana diving and swooping and strafing you with its talons and icy winds to bleed you out. Really cool character piece here, I think. Calling the Rotten Vales theme the best map track in world is not an unconventional take. I'm inclined to agree, but the music itself is a little odd. It's really not what one would expect when delving into the monster graveyard of the continent. The track is energetic, it's adventurous, somewhat heroic, probably one of the most upbeat feeling tracks the game has to offer, and they put it on the corpse map. Yeah, there's some heavy drums and tubas and the like here to put a little heft and weight behind the track, but they're not really the focus. They kind of operate as this lower bit of groundwork that the bigger, bolder, more triumphant mix of horns and strings are going to then gradually build on top of. I think the use of some synthesizers are here to sell the otherworldly aspect of the map, and the way they're played elicits the feeling of descending down into something. And perhaps what the drums and the tubas and synthesizer are supposed to do is be the Rotten Vale itself, the depths and the secrets and the grim death of the world. But on top of that, the lighter, more heroic tones are the adventure to this unknown place. The new world itself sitting atop this darker corner. It's tough to tell, but there's definitely a strong sense of adventure and discovery here, which is what I think it's mostly going for. Yeah, this has always been a weird one to me. I love the track, and it doesn't feel wrong to be here, but it's a very odd piece of characterization for the Rotten Vale. Elder's Recess probably has the weakest locale theme in the game. I don't know, man. It's just not that interesting to me personally. It loops its main melody a ton, and that melody is okay. It's a memorable enough bit of music that I can recall easier than some other pieces I like more. But yeah, it sometimes feels like the track doesn't really know what to do with itself, so it'll loop back on itself quite often. The combination of big percussion and strings being the driving force does sound nice together, and they hit the impacts pretty strongly, I'll give it that. Maybe the track's just a little slow? There's some good power here, but it doesn't feel incredibly urgent, and it spins its wheels a bit. I do like the use of chimes in some of the quieter sections, and I think that plays off the crystalline aspects of the recess. This one's not bad, just a little dull. It's not heavy enough to be a big, slow, lumbering track, and it's not frantic enough to make you anxious. It just kind of sits somewhere in the middle of the two. Now, the Hoarfrost Reach has a pretty great music track. This one's a lot like the Ancient Forest in terms of vibe. big and it's loud and it's fun with a really good pace and lots of loud horns, a constant drum rhythm, and a feel that's tense but not really harrowing. It's got a similar playful feel to it that I felt listening to the Ancient Forest track. With the Hoarfrost Reach, they take that similar emotional core and use some specific instrumentation to put a wintry coat of paint on here. There's a lot of sleigh bells, flutes, and piano in this track, which adds that soft, graceful, snowy layer on top of what's already a big and bombastic action piece. I think it's cool that they went with a more upbeat feel to the Hoarfrost Reach. Yeah, it's the Master Rank map, so it's technically the most high difficulty map in the game, but also you arrive super early in Iceborne and there's a lot of new low tier monsters that are encountered here, so it makes sense to go with something a little lighter. I like this one a lot. I think it's basically the Ancient Forest theme with a more fleshed out personality and a priority of fun over danger. Then we have the Guiding Lands theme. This is a bit of a tricky one. It's the big amalgamation map. What I think the Guiding Lands theme is going for is to be a bit of a victory lap for World in Iceborne. It's big, bold, loud, heroic, and constantly building to these grand bursts of triumphant sounds. I think what the track is trying to say is you've conquered the new world and all its challenges at this point. You've already proven yourself, now go back in and have your fun. Have at it, fight to your heart's content. It especially hits when the guitar riff rings out before the whole orchestra swells together. Now, if you listen closely, there are these little bits and pieces of the original map themes woven in here. The main melody of the Ancient Forest plays pretty prominently for a couple of measures. You can hear the lone flute of the Wildspire Waste ring out here and there. There's a couple of other recognizable bits that you'll be able to hear if you listen closely. Job of weaving these in as well, matching the style of the Guiding Lands instrument speed and rhythm so that these references still feel like they belong. The track feels congratulatory, and I think it's very fitting for this bonus endgame endless hunt mode that Iceborne offers you. Then there's the arena themes. This is just a combat version of Astera's track, and it works really well. Astera's music was already built to have a solid drive and momentum to it, but it was made to be rather pleasant. So this track takes that idea, makes the notes hit even sharper, ramps up the progression, and makes the piece way faster, and it works so incredibly well. pure Astera track lends itself to a combat theme just with these couple of adjustments made. The prolonged horn sections in the main Astera piece are axed for the most part, or reined in heavily, for these quiet sections that are driven mostly by the drums and a little extra horn and string work. I think this track is a lot of fun. It's such a simple reorchestration, but it works perfectly. All right, monster music time. We'll do the remixes first. Gonna try and be a little quick here since there's a lot of these in this game. World and Iceborne have a bunch of returning Elder Dragons and flagships, and those are the ones that have their own music, so let's go over whether or not they got some neat improvements or just don't hit as hard as the classic themes. Unfortunately, we're starting with what I consider a pretty weak entry here. I don't really like World Deviljo's theme. The bite's kinda just gone for me, and I don't like how this version's arranged. It feels like they took Deviljo's theme, pulled it apart in a couple of places, and put it back together in a different assortment, killed a lot of the punchiness of the original track, and made the instruments just feel like they have so much less energy. There's a fair bit of new bits added in here, and I think they could have worked if the speed and the instruments just had more oomph to them. I think these new chunks are meant to feel like he's stalking you through the trees, relentlessly pursuing you even if you haven't even seen him yet. But I think the piece lacks the strength to enforce that desired emotion, and it instead is like the track lumbers around a whole lot. The big climactic sting just doesn't land nearly as hard. Good piece in here. I think they were going for something kind of Jaws-like, where there's a lot of build-up leading to these big hits, but it doesn't land for me. This might be my favorite version of Kushala Daora's theme. I'm not sure. I think he has three really strong ones, honestly. I love how authoritative and crisp his world theme is. drums and the trumpets have some really good sharp bite to them and hit their impacts nice and strong, yet at the same time they're not too heavy. There's a lot of great little flute trills in here to maintain the element of wind in his music. I also love how this track ends with a really strong blasting declaration of the main melody. Kushal's boldest and most kingly theme, and I enjoy it quite a bit, even if it's attached to his weakest incarnation as far as I'm concerned. Teostra's music here is pretty great too, for very similar reasons. It's big, it's loud, it's imperialistic, and it's imposing. This especially fits Teostra, considering the Emperor of Flame is a Leonin dragon. It matches his personality incredibly well. I also like the extension of the drums for his intro. Little bit more ramp up there, and the drums remain really strong throughout. There's a couple of sections that are a little bit more whimsical, which I think is a bit of an odd choice. They don't sound bad, but they go more into like woodwinds and chimes. Again, it doesn't sound bad, it just doesn't quite match. And then what I'm going to do here is I'll count Lunostra's theme in this bit, as it's a remix of Teostra's world theme, which is a remix of the original Teostra theme. She never had her own unique music before, and I don't think I technically count this as an original track. The music is almost exactly the same, with a new layer added on top of it, with a female chorus, some piano, some extra flutes, and a little harp added in to provide a bit of a feminine grace to the orchestration, while doing very little to dull the power and authority of the core Teostra music. I think this was generally a really cool idea to add to the music, and they blended them into the mix very well. They're nice and strong and come out loud, but they don't overpower the original music too much. These new instruments also serve to augment those sections in Teostra's themes that were a little bit lighter and rely less strong on the drums, so these sections sound better now. I love the new intro they made for Nargacuga in Iceborne. They do these little teases of his theme using a piano and violins, and I really like how they sound here. Overall, this is a very solid new theme for Nargacuga. Not quite as snappy as the original, but the bigger drums make it a tad more bassy. It's Its tempo is properly fast, it hits the big climactic moments really well. In Iceborne, a lot of the returning flagships had little bits of their village themes from the game of their origin mixed in, and Narga gets Poke Village. I like how this is incorporated because it doesn't take a long segment to deviate away from that theme. It does this quick little back and forth where it'll dip between the Poke Village theme and the Narga theme for about 2 or 3 measures apiece, and that helps to not kill the track's momentum. The original might still be my all-time favorite just for how incredibly quick and punchy it is, but this one's worthy enough for Nargacuga. Glavenus' theme is pretty cool. Tough to pick a favorite between the two because I think they do different things very well. Iceborne's Glavenus theme excels at having a dichotomy between low-tension building segments and explosive impacts. On a lot of the larger hits, they have these shrill flute notes to incite a feeling of fear, adding a lethality to the tail sword chops that these impacts are meant to represent. They hit especially hard in the intro. I will say, the new track may be a little bit too reliant on woodwinds. I do like this tone they're establishing, but I think the more full orchestra of the GU theme just fattens up the mix a little bit better. And in comparison, I think Iceborne's theme is a teeny bit more anorexic. What I do adore is how they change up the climax of the piece. The original is cool for sure, and the orchestra sounds great, but it's just the exact same 4 measures being played 4 times in a row with a little bit of an ending thrown on. Iceborne's kind of drags things out and revs itself up, extending the lead into the climax, and it lets the track just stockpile tension. Then the main riff comes in with thunderous drums, but the horns are kind of held back. They repeat, pull back a little bit more and hold that tension while they overlay a soft reference to the Burna village theme from Generations. And then as that bit is starting to fade out, the main riff starts to, in response, rise up louder and louder, and that final repeat smacks the hardest with these really punchy, slowed down notes right at the end. Up here and just held on that release to really let the last set explode. They probably could have even hit it harder if they wanted to. I don't have a ton of notes for the Iceborne Tigrex theme. Sounds pretty great. Nice low strings, big ass drums, and a ceaseless pace to it. Couple of cool things worth mentioning though, like Iceborne's Glavenus theme. This Tigrex music loves to use nice, sharp, piercing bits, mostly with strings this time to create a sense of fear. There's one particularly great part that leads into the slower section of this theme, where the music calms down a tad before rapidly and frantically getting louder and louder and more shrill, as if Tigrex turned on a dime, and the music itself is panicking as he charges. Really love that bit. There's some cool percussion and wicked low blaring trombone when the theme loops, and I kinda like how intentionally messy and sloppy this part is, since Tigrex is almost completely devoid of finesse himself. With most of these remixes, it's at least close whether I like the world version or the original more, and Rise has some competition in here too. The new Brachydios theme obliterates the original, like it's not close. I don't care. The weight of each major impact is so good. The drums hit incredibly hard, and I love that as they repeat those initial hits at the start, they gradually begin introducing violins to add a little extra sting to the impacts. And when the big triumphant part starts playing, the full orchestra feels enormous, just playing its entire heart out. Drive force and hype into this track so insanely well. I think it's up there as one of the best parts of World's soundtrack, and we'll talk about the other Brachy theme in a bit. Alternatively, I think this might be the weakest Zinogre theme, and that's crazy, because this version isn't bad at all. The other two are just more special. The Zinogre's theme's cool, because one, it's just written really well, and then two, it balances a regular orchestra with a lot of electric guitar and some traditional Japanese instruments. The original still does the guitar the best, and the Rise version bolsters up the Japanese angle while also adding in a pretty great sounding male chorus. The Iceborne Zinogre track is pretty much just 90% strict traditional orchestra. The only notable addition is the well-integrated Yukumo Village callback, which they did make sound good in a combative context. Other than that, yeah, it sounds cool. It's just not as much of a standout as the other two Zinogre themes, and it doesn't do anything much better than the other two aside from, I don't know, maybe the percussion, but the drums in World and Iceborne were already really good anyway, so that's not that much of an achievement. There's not too much to say about the updated Young Garuka theme that hasn't been said about some of the others. The arrangement itself isn't too different, with maybe just one or two small sections added. It gets the same benefits I've been talking about. Nice, sharp, punchy sound design with some shrill woodwind hits for some intensity strengthening. We'll say the improved percussion does strengthen the bongos quite a bit for the track. That sounds nice. They sound great here, and they come through the mix a lot better than in the classical version. Zhang theme is awesome. The original's really cool and has a lot of kind of noble savagery feel to it. But in Iceborne, they somehow made Rejang sound like more of a maniac through the power of a jazz saxophone. older theme almost feels kind of reserved compared to this new one. An odd choice, but it works so insanely well. The Iceborne Reach theme kind of has some snazziness and style on it with the jazz added, but at the same time, it's also more unhinged and wild. And then of course, you got those giant world drums, so I love that a lot. The track's got a nice strong backbone because of it. I just love this piece, dude. It's nuts. It's sporadic, it's violent, it's jazzy, it's bestial, it's kind of scary. It hypes you up while also making you feel like you're gonna get driven into the dirt. This is one of the most inspired musical updates, and I think they did an amazing job here. Alatrion's new theme suffers pretty much the same exact issue I covered with Zinogre. It's super orchestral. It sounds very nice, it's got a lot of power, but the instrumentation is just so much less interesting than the original. The older one had this weird sounding demented organ and this sinister crawling piano sound here and there, and then when the track revs up in the second half, they just kick in this electric guitar, and they mixed all that in with your big, spooky, imposing, strong-sounding orchestra. It was meant to communicate how unstable and all over the place Alatrion's powers are. elements and throwing attacks out all over. This newer one is just so much more lordly and refined. Sounds super cool, it's just less special. What I can say about the new Alatrion theme is that it's really good at its build-ups into big crescendos, and it knows how to pull back and quiet down before hitting those larger notes insanely loud. This is an in-control Dark Lord version of Alatrion, which works okay on its own, but it's missing the best parts of the original theme's core identity. And there's absolutely no contest which Fatalis theme is better. The old one stunk. It was just the Forest and Hills theme, which was already ultra repetitive and kinda just whatever. Yeah, it's supposed to be the spooky version of the Rathalos theme for the spooky big bad dragon. Oh boy. This new one, though. First off, that new intro is bone-chilling. Just pure agony and despair at the arrival of this thing. This is an insanely dramatized remix of the Kokoto Village theme from Monster Hunter 1, which will be used again later in this track. And then, yeah, we do go into the Doom chorus version of Forest and Hills, but they spread things out and they add in some new lulls for different instruments. There's a heightened sense of fear and urgency. The track sounds much more panicked, using those shrill strings and choir again, and the track will sometimes push forward the more menacing male chorus sections and the more desperate female parts, blending them in and out of one another to keep the track feeling varied but never letting the fear factor go away. We then get a new section after the point where the original track loops that works the Kokoto theme back in with the male chorus, which sounds excellent. Then there's a new section added to loop the track that has everything come back on in these snappy percussion hits. I'm not going to cut the Fatalis music section in two, so let's actually talk about this new Phase 2 theme that he gets before we move on. Now, this is sort of still a remix of the old Fatalis theme, but it's structurally arranged way differently and altered tonally. The melody is shuffled into the background much more, and played more sharply and a lot quicker, more so now on snare drum to give a sort of militant angle on how it's played. It's relegated more so to the role of a backing rhythm, with a chorus, now mostly male and female put together, will take the center stage. Then falling behind as the vocalists go from these longer held notes to more staccato short notes. The fear and danger is still very much ever present, but the vibes kind of changed in Phase 2. In-game, this occurs when Fatalis hits about 75% health, and you've pushed him to use one of his massive flame breath attacks, so it's not like he's desperate and dying just yet, but you were able to make him bleed, able to make him feel noticeable pain. You were able to get him to push himself a little bit. The Phase 2 theme still has dread baked in, yes, but also some urgency, militancy, back and forth, and surging of heroics, confidence, and determination. to illustrate that yes, Fatalis is extraordinarily dangerous, but he is mortal. He can get angry, he can get hurt, so maybe he can die. Phase 1 is meant to inspire apocalyptic dread. It dehumanizes Fatalis, makes him appear unflappable, incontestable, so much more than you could ever be. You arrived here only to die. Phase 2 tells you that that's not exactly true. There's a very, very slim chance of victory here, but it exists. I think this is a wonderful subversion of expectations, as Phase 2 music in bosses like this usually go into overdrive. The foe gets more powerful, more erratic, and the music reflects that aspect of the gameplay, but I think the approach to Fatalis' theme is a little bit more realistic. Usually your enemy doesn't get stronger when you kick the crap out of it for a bit. The piece here is motivating for both parties, honestly. The mood goes from an overconfident assurance of absolute destruction to a mutual recognition that this is a proper battle on more even footing than either party initially realized. This is some excellent music writing, and now we're gonna hit the new monster themes. Okay, so really quick, I'm not going to cover the Behemoth and Leshen themes because those tracks are the soundtracks of other games. They weren't made for or remixed by World at all. So we're just going to start with Zora Magdaros' theme. And this one's kind of weird because it kind of isn't his music per se. It's a gigantic kaiju march remix of Stars at Our Backs, the main theme of Monster Hunter World, which we haven't covered yet. So pretty much all of the major melodic bits here belong to another track, and the instrument choice, tone, pacing, and arrangement are the big differences. It does sound good, it's nice and slow, using a marching rhythm to illustrate the slow, plodding nature of Zora. Like I said, very Godzilla March-esque. You'll get these softer, more quiet chunks to indicate the oncoming storming march in the background, and that will start to get more intense with heavier percussion to indicate urgency to prepare for his arrival. This will then be followed by these gigantic horn swells and huge drum hits. It's kinda arranged more like a movie score. The softer sections are from the human perspective of everybody scrambling around, panicking, and then the camera will zoom out, and there's Godzilla or Zora trampling through the buildings and crashing through the canyon as all of the instruments come up together into these big, loud, blaring blasts. It's a cool track from that kind of perspective, even though the composition isn't super original. This piece does have a cool Easter egg though. Every once in a while, this very low organ will take over and play for a bit. One of these organ sections is a more melancholy version of an organ intro played during Lao Shan Lung's theme, most notably if you ever listen to the live orchestra version of Lao's music that they play extremely prominently. I won't play a comparison because those live orchestra pieces get struck sometimes, and I'm not dealing with that on this video. But you might be able to find it out on YouTube. Now, let's talk about a track everyone loves. You all know how it goes. You're out hunting in higher rank, minding your own business, and then whatever music you were listening to starts to fade out, and this whining, screeching set of strings comes ringing in like blaring alarms, and then it hits. Bazelgeuse's theme is Monster Hunter's take on World War era propaganda music, written as a character theme for this gigantic bomber flying wyvern. I love this theme because it leans into what Bazelgeuse is, a goofy concept taken very seriously to terrifying effect. He's a living bomber plane, it's how he fights, so they ripped the vibe of old war footage music to complement him. And yeah, that's kind of funny. But at the same time, you have these big thundering tubas and trombone backed by large drums and a military snare, signaling the oncoming death as this gargantuan creature moves ever closer to the battlefield. Then you've got violins and lighter horns giving some sense of height and loftiness to the piece to simulate the feel of flying and communicating that this is an aerial fortress attacking from above. Then after the warning signal sounds off again, the horns and drums sync up, and this is where the bombs start dropping on your position. Ton of fun. It fully embraces the monster it attaches itself to and manages to be imposing as well as kind of charming at the same time. It captures oncoming dread incredibly well, but also has that kind of upbeat patriotic feeling that propaganda war films had, and it makes for such a uniquely memorable track. Sticks in your head too. I like Nergigante's theme just fine. I think everyone fondly remembers the gigantic cacophony of sound that the battle begins with. I love the little flute trills that ramp up the fear factor before the whole orchestra just plays as loud as it can. Really good intro that I think sells how in-your-face, extremely bold, violent, and confident Nergigante is. There's no cunning or elements to hide behind. He is just built for violence. I will say that sense of gigantic violence definitely hits the hardest right out of the gate. A lot of the rest of the track is a bit more pulled back, using a pretty simple yet effective driving rhythm on some incredibly deep-sounding drums, while the horns and woodwinds keep lower to the ground with a persistent sense of menace. They do start to grow louder towards the end of the piece again, hitting a much more withheld crescendo than they did at the very start of the piece. The arrangement of this track confuses me a tiny bit. I get having these more low rhythm-driven sections, as it captures the idea of something big, angry, and hostile hunting and stalking closer. That works for Nergigante for sure. His role in the story is stalking the Evercrossing, and the big burst of sound makes a lot of sense for him as well, as that's how he fights and how he presents himself. Too sure why the track opens really strongly with overwhelming aggression and then goes into the more reserved hunting and battling sections and then never really goes back up to that height again until the track loops. Especially with Nergigante having the ability to regenerate, I kind of think that it makes sense back up as harshly as it started. Part of what makes him dangerous is that he can outlast most other elders, and yet this track puts all its power right at the very start. I think that's an odd choice for a character piece. On top of that, there's little in the way of super eye-catching instrumentation, very standard good sounding orchestra stuff. This may be my least favorite of the generation PlayStation 5 flagship themes, but it's still good. I'll touch on the Arch-Tempered theme really quickly. The original Nergigante theme may be the better character piece for strictly Nergigante, but the Arch-Tempered, I think, is the more enjoyable piece of music. AT Nergi, I think, is also less trying to be a theme for Nergigante, the boss fight in World's narrative, and more so the music for Nergigante, the final challenge in World's life cycle as a video game. The big moment at the start of the track is less of a violent explosion and more of an intense fanfare of battle. This, I think, has a similar effect to the second phase of Fatalis' theme, where the first interaction was massively oppressive, and the second is still dramatic, but with a more even feel to it. The drums here are a little bit more energetic and hype you up, more than try to scare you, and the violins added in and make the piece more uplifting. The AT version also hits its second win stronger than the original, playing a battle rendition of Stars at Our Backs before the track loops. I really like this piece a lot for what it's supposed to represent. It's celebratory, very high energy, and driven while still keeping Nergigante's intensity. Now, Xeno'jiiva's theme, I think, is kinda underrated. It's off-kilter, lurching, staggering, disoriented right off the bat. It's great for the story, as Xeno has hatched prematurely to defend himself, and at the same time, we have stumbled into him not expecting to find whatever the hell this is, and both parties are kinda taken aback and confused before they start fighting one another. My absolute favorite part is near the beginning, where the brass syncs up with a very soft female chorus, and the two sounds together, I think, perfectly capture this feeling of finding something unexplainable in some deep, dark corner of the world. As the track goes, it starts to stand a little bit more upright. It's still slow, trudging, and mysterious, but there's a little bit more dignity to it now. Some instinct of authority, and it repeats the opening melody much more confidently. Phase 1 of Xeno'jiiva is supposed to be the theme of this newly awakened horror, stumbling and confused and slowly gathering its bearings, and I think that's done very well. Phase 2 is also great. Xeno is now fully conscious, has himself together, and has a feel for what he can do. He uses his main motif once more, but now it's backed even stronger with a marching drum line and a more full orchestra and a fanfare of flutes and woodwinds with him. There's a feeling of pride and nobility behind this version, like he's a creature destined for great power. I'm realizing that World really likes to use a kind of militaristic march style for a lot of its original music. What this makes me think of is a king's procession, a slow, grand parade for a draconic monarch. A shame that these two pieces don't get talked about as much, as I think they're very well written. I may have to speedrun a couple of Kulftaroth's music bits because this chick has like 5 tracks. Granted, 2 of those are the Arch-Tempered remixes, but there's a ton of music here, and it's some of the best the game has to offer. There's some stuff in Iceborne that's a little bit more talked about, but I don't know. I think Kulf has a legitimate argument for having the best music in the game. First off, her Initial Pursuit theme gives you a taste of what you're going to be hearing. There's 2 versions, one for her standard form and one for her Arch-Tempered form. They're kind of like the Siege versions for those more low-key themes you get when fighting small monsters and lesser bosses for the map battle themes. And yet, even when they're more reserved, Kulftaroth's music is meant to instill a sense of grandeur. Things like bells, chimes, and rolling cymbals, backed by deeper drums, are used to tell you that what's moving down here is something large, magnificent, and a sight to behold. Surprisingly, the Arch-Tempered Phase 1 theme is a slightly different arrangement, using a lot of the same beats and instruments, but it's a bit bolder and ups the wow factor by leaning even heavier into things like chimes and cymbals, and there's a little bit of harp in there as well. Get lost in the whimsy of the place. There's big sections, but a lot of long-held notes that make the track more atmospheric in tone. So Phase 2 tightens everything up and takes the encounter more seriously. The drums kick into gear and back the main melody with these much larger hits. The main motif is still played in Phase 2 that you heard in Phase 1, but the notes are dragged out much less, not making the piece too quick, but focusing it up. And then they start weaving an organ into the mix, which I love. It can have some concussive power to it while being able to hit the gorgeous notes at the same time. It's one of my favorite instruments out there, and I love when Monster Hunter uses it. Now Phase 3 hits. We don't change the melodies or the instrumentation too much. Again, it's still very consistent to what you're listening to, but now it's a bit faster. Not frantic or anything, but the atmospheric element is gone almost completely, and now the backing percussion drives the melody much harder, much faster, and much stronger. you're here for the Arch-Tempered theme, where we take all of that and then we just put a chorus on top of it. What I especially love about Kulve-Taroth's full medley is how it builds on itself. Often when a big RPG has multi-theme boss phases, the different phases can sometimes be written in a way that has little to do with one another. They keep similar instruments, tone, and emotions, but they can feel like unrelated pieces of music in terms of writing sometimes. Kulve-Taroth's music just builds on itself, and it gets stronger and bigger and grander and bolder, while still maintaining the core identity and the core melody, and it creates an enormously satisfying musical journey from the top to the bottom. And it helps that these pieces are gorgeous, dripping with personality, matching the luxurious fury of a golden, fire-breathing dragon dwelling beneath the earth. Okay, so what's the next monster to have a unique theme? Could use something simpler after a 3-piece soundtrack. Oh no. So Velkhana has somewhere around 4 themes, and they're all pretty good. We can kind of blitz the first 2 because they're just one-and-done story mode tracks that you'll never hear in the game again. Honestly, kudos to the developers to create all these bonus tracks for their flagship to illustrate the different situations you're fighting her in. For the most part, if you fight a flagship early, the game just plays its main theme, but Velkhana gets 2 preludes. So when you face her in the Elder's Recess, her theme is very stripped back. Feels like it has components missing. Which makes sense, she's not at full power yet. She's in the recess to charge herself up. And so you get these little tastes of the main motif in these short staccato notes. This part is used a couple of times here before going into a quieter chunk driven by a strong presence of piano, some harp, and a fair bit of horns with lighter percussion in there. The track feels like it's building, but it's not going anywhere yet. Then you get to your second fight with her, and she's attacking the base at Seliana. This comes in strong with a heightened sense of urgency and alarm, as the notes are played much faster, and they pretty much ditch the piano and harp or shove them into the back to make room for things like trombones to create a harsher sound. Snare continues to play the same march throughout most of the entire track, never letting the need to move or mobilize drop. It works as a great fortress defense track, as it makes you feel like everyone's running to their battle stations. Now we can get to the main track. This is going to make me sound smarter than I actually am, but Velkhana's whole medley is basically a Christmas remix of the piece Mars from Gustav Holst's Planets suite. Some parts are pretty much just ripped from Mars, but to be fair to the composer of Iceborne, a lot of people took from the planets. It is a massively, massively important collection of music. For context, it's only a minor exaggeration to say that Mars is the piece where heavy metal, the genre, came from. So that should tell you how aggressive Velkhana's music can be. Don't think I can play Holst's music to compare, but it's worth listening to on your own time. It's very, very good music. Velkhana's theme starts out and it makes you feel like you're being attacked by a blizzard. Big marching drums, the lower blaring brass, the sharper, more shrill trumpets and horns, all matching up for this oppressive initial assault of music before the track winds down and lets the piano take center stage a moment, reminding you of Velkhana's grace. orchestra then starts to build back up and go into the ferocious military march of the previous track. Then we kind of go into a balancing act, where Volcana's theme can shift between piano-focused sections and larger ensemble chunks, which keeps the violence and elegance balanced and working alongside one another. There's an endless harshness and fury found here, but also incredibly beautiful and graceful sections here too. This matches Volcana's characterization and fighting style as very well as far as I'm concerned. Then there's the arch-tempered Volcana theme. This isn't like Nurg's AT theme, where it's a bit uplifting and kind of a celebratory piece. Nah, this one's mean. It starts with a pretty big fanfare, but then it gets right into the hostility. Even the piano sounds more violent now. A sense of beauty to it, but here it works more with the hostility of the lower instruments and doesn't contrast against them as much. There is this more quiet and reflective part that I like, where everything slows and a lone piano echoes alone against the marching drums, and the orchestra then starts to swell up with it, and then it all crashes into crescendo. All that's left at the very end is cold menace. Volcana's medley is very much supposed to be the wrath of winter personified. It is a harsh, gorgeous onslaught. It's unyielding with its constant marching percussion and oppressive with its sharp blaring horns, yet also beautiful with its focus on the piano and harp. I think Volcana is wonderfully characterized. Okay, thank God Namielle only has one phase for her music. There's so many long pieces here. This is a kind of a curious one. For an all-powerful Elder Dragon, Namielle's theme is not terribly intimidating or violent. It's sneaky, sly, cool, and collected. I've heard it compared to James Bond music before. Considering the fact that Namielle is this larger-than-life, brilliant, glowing dragon harnessing electricity and crashing waves, this is a particularly reserved piece. I think this track is trying to lean fully into the underwater aesthetic. There's a lot of focus on this more relaxed violin section. The percussion is pretty casual, with some stuff here that isn't strictly drums. A fair bit of piano and some lower brasses here too. This is a pretty solid mix for an under-the-sea atmosphere, as the violin and piano focus can keep the track free-flowing and very light and on its feet, while the deeper horns can put a little bit more weight in the background of the track to simulate the pressure of being submerged underwater. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this would be a really cool alternative theme for the Coral Highlands itself, but for Namielle, it's just missing some things. It does capture her underwater aesthetic and her grace, but not her powerful waves, her electricity, or the brilliance of her spectacle. It's a good track, but I think a character piece for Namielle deserves something a little grander. Now for Shara Ishvalda's two themes. These are all about massive weights with a twinge of divinity blended in. Phase 1 is a slow, lumbering, pounding track that complements the gigantic scope of the rock golem monster you're facing off with. You also have, well, I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's an awesome sounding instrument that almost sounds like a vocalist. Considering Shara Ishvalda's Buddhist inspirations, it's probably an instrument from that region of the world and I just don't have a name for it. I do love how it sounds though. It adds this low, mythic, whining musicality which weaves in and around the thunder of the drums. They also use some quieter parts here with strings and piano to maintain some air of mystery here. I mean, what else in the world looks quite like Shara Ishvalda's first form? It looks like it's made of living stone. What in the world is this thing? And then, with fury, Phase 2 shows us what he is. Phase 2 keeps all the same instruments and now drives up the pace, injecting this track with a ton of energy. I do love when the cacophony melts away for a bit and we go to this quieter section with another instrument that I don't entirely recognize, probably some form of mallet percussion. It repeats this ethereal set of notes while the woodwinds play a slow rendition of Iceborne's main theme in the background, and there's something just kind of religious and mythical about the section. Dichotomy between Shara's unbridled elemental strength and his bizarre, unexplainable, uncanny valley godliness that this track absolutely nails. Calling Raging Brachydios' theme new is kinda cheating a little. This is a remix of Brachy's theme, but it's substantial enough to cover, I think. Man, this one's fun. It's just bigger and faster, and now it's got a backing chorus. It also opens up with this foreboding vocal piece, and then it just starts running. It's funny that the bigger, slower Brachy has the faster, more hectic theme, but this one is supposed to be distressing, whereas the original is more heroic. They work the chorus in gradually, playing it over a couple of notes here and there, and keeping them kinda scattered at first. I think that's a smart decision on the composer's part. reins itself in just a little bit and slows just a tad, calming things as it gradually builds up hype, and then it just rips. Oh, it's so good. You take the craziest, nuttiest, heroic part of Brachydios' theme and have the chorus sing over it. It's awesome. It just is. Man, this sure has been a lot of monster music. You guys want to end this section with one of the best monster tracks they've ever made? Yeah, I'd like to do that too. Let's hope Iceborne did that. I mean, what do I even say at this point? Anybody who listens to this franchise's music probably likes Safi Jiva's theme. And yeah, I know, sometimes the big orchestra with the big choir can get a little overplayed and a tad repetitive, but Monster is usually a little bit more selective with it, so when they do pull out the full chorus piece, the track feels enormous. Safi Jiva brings back Xeno's main theme and iterates on it again tremendously. This takes the melody from a royal procession to a prayer towards a god. The tempo is a little slower, sure, but every note is precise, it's dignified and commanding. It does a phenomenal job actualizing what Xenojiva's theme was building towards, and I would be remiss to leave out the special effect put onto the soundtrack when you are targeted by Safi's ire. The track fades out considerably while your heartbeat starts pounding in your ears. Then, in the final encounter, this isn't an evolution of Xenojiva's theme. There's traces of it in there, but it's not what it's going for. And this also isn't a remix of World or Iceborne's main themes, like a lot of the other big bosses like to incorporate into their final boss, or flagship music. Now, this is the biggest, the boldest, the loudest, and the grandest incarnation of Proof of a Hero that they've ever made. Some notes are cut out and it's paced a little differently, but this is absolutely the proof of a hero motif. They even come back and play it again on the second bit of the track. Now, it might be cheating to call this the greatest monster theme ever, but I don't know. Capping off World and Iceborne's narrative by facing down the full power version of the high-rank final boss and following up on the concept of a fully actualized Xeno'jiiva theme with such a dramatic and empowering version of the overarching series' main theme is such a great direction to go with Safi's music. So let's wrap everything up now with the main themes of World and Iceborne. So, because I want to end this section on the game's music on a high note, we're gonna start with World and Iceborne's Proof of a Hero. Look, I'm sure this is someone's favorite version of the track, it's just not mine. I think it's the weakest version of Proof of a Hero, but that's not because it's bad, it's just because, well, there does eventually need to be a weakest. Allow me to ruin this piece for you. The horns in this Proof of a Hero sound like they belong to an NFL pep band. There's a few cool sections where everything gets really quiet and subdued, which I think is supposed to be the mysterious adventure on a new continent type of vibe. That mysterious jungle sensation opens up into the big sweeping sound of horns blaring. It's got some cool call to action and some adventure to it. It's very unabashedly heroic, but for some reason, maybe in how the horns are tuned or somewhere in the tempo, it just doesn't quite have the same sense of overwhelming triumph or heroism as a few other versions of the track, and there's others that go in more unique directions. This one's fine. Stars at Our Back, though, is more what I'm looking for here. There's something kind of bittersweet about the track. I think its original intention is to be this feeling of leaving home forever and stepping out into the unknown, putting everything you know behind on the risk and the chance that you'll find something worth discovering out in the world. Because once the melancholy of the opening fades away, then you have your big surge of energy and wonder. moments, it'll quiet itself once more and become a little bit more reflective and contemplative for a bit, focusing in on the violin. The track takes a moment to pull back on the adventurousness and just kind of take the whole world in, slowing down and enjoying everything around you before it strongly comes running back in at full force. The track hit extra hard when the game ended. There's something inherently nostalgic about how Stars at Our Backs was composed, and listening to it by itself is enough to conjure memories of the game. There's something a little sad about it, but also really exciting. It works well for the main theme of a game that changed the trajectory of Monster Hunter forever. It's a little uncertain, but bold enough to soldier onto new territory anyways. Also worth listening to is Pride of a Nameless Hunter, which is a more uplifting, combat-leaning mashup of Stars at Our Backs and Astera's theme. And then we have Light That's Passed On, the main theme of Iceborne. This is another beautiful piece, much more quiet, and has its own sense of somberness to it. But more than sadness, it's peaceful. Starting with the soft lull of a piano, with the flute finding its way in as well. A small-scale orchestra joins in, and they play this soft, contemplative song that makes you feel like you're just standing out still in the snow. There's no blizzard, there's no rush, there's no urgency, nothing quite like that. To me, this piece just feels like someone walking out in the winter. Nice and simple. There's adventure and a sweeping sense of grandeur for sure, but this one takes its time, soaks in. You feel like you're in for the long haul here. There's no rush to go anywhere. You're just in it for the journey. And considering how good Iceborne is and was, that kind of pace is all right with me. All right, story time next, and then we can get out of here. Have you ever been on one of those rides at Disney World where it's kind of just a mini movie in a car? It's not really a ride. They just they put you in a seat. They put you in the magical world of Ratatouille or A Bug's Life or I don't know, the Black Cauldron if they weren't cowards about it. And then they shake you around in a box while you pretend like you're in the world of the movie you already watched. It's supposed to be this immersive experience to suck you into this cool fictional world. That's kind of what the plot of Monster Hunter World is, except every 20 minutes you have to stab a dinosaur in the shins until it dies, and instead of being 90 seconds, the cinematics take 3 hours by themselves. Does that Bug's Life one even still exist? I kind of doubt it. Point is, the story of Monster Hunter World is basically that the developers thought up a pretty cool new location in the world of Monster Hunter, put a lot of effort into mapping it all out and planning it out, and we're very excited to show it off. Now, whether or not they did a good job telling a narrative around that, I'm betting some of you are kind of rooting for me to trash on the story of Monster Hunter World, and I'm going to in a couple of respects, but honestly, I don't think the actual plot is all that bad. The storytelling, on the other hand, is not that great. So let's kind of lay this out. The Hunters Guild noticed that elder dragons have been crossing the sea and going west. Why? Good question. And now it would seem that they're doing it at an accelerated rate. Why? Good question. Let's hop on some boats and find out. Every 10 years or so, an elder dragon goes out west, and a new fleet dispatches after it, landing on a newly discovered continent that has been dubbed the New World. The research team built themselves a village and home base out of the ships that they would not be sending home, called the place Astera, and for the last 40 years, Astera has grown. The facilities for the base have expanded, some things have gone wrong, and the expedition is at a bit of a dead end. There's a lot of facts known about the New World, but no good guesses as to what it all means and how things operate here. There's no solid conclusions. That is, until a giant fire turtle the size of this stupid script emerges from the ocean and leads Fleet Number 5 across the world. And Fleet Number 5 is you. The 5th Fleet brings with it 2 things: a giant dragon strong enough to smash its way through the New World and uncover some secrets that were left dormant, and you, a natural prodigy monster hunter capable of bringing down the threats that this event will unearth. The stagnation issues that the Research Commission has been struggling with are about to resolve themselves. So let's talk about the multi-story flaming turtle elephant in the room. Zora is the centerpiece of World's narrative, which is kind of neat because for the most part, these stories really revolve around the flagship and the final boss, and that's kind of it. Most other monsters are just on the side. Zora is the star, at least for low rank. I think this is another reason why people don't like the story. World's narrative revolves around the mystery of, the hunt for, and the struggle against a giant shuffling bag of molten rocks that is a direct threat, but he's not really trying to be. He's not that much of a compelling antagonist, and the part where we hunt for him is really weird. You know how, in the 1998 Godzilla movie, the United States military loses track of a gigantic iguana in New York City? The fact that the Commission lost track of Zora kind of reminds me of that. Yeah, I know they're pretty limited in resources, and by the time they reconnect with the 3rd Fleet and they get the airship back up and running, I think Zora Magdaros has already gone underground, but the thing's the size of a county and it's on fire. You can't just go around the coast a little bit, find the place where it made landfall, and then follow the apocalyptic trail he had to have left behind. Instead, we go tromping around the maps looking for these little rocks that have somehow fallen off of Zora and yet are nowhere near any environment-crushing carnage. Is Zora Magdaros just hucking little rocks off of himself and then throwing them around randomly? Is he tiptoeing really carefully so he doesn't smash anything by accident? Is Zora Magdaros secretly me sneaking downstairs quietly at 2 a.m. to steal food out of the fridge without waking anyone up? So the actual tracking of Zora doesn't really make a lot of sense. But we do have a destination for where he's going, the Great Ravine, a giant desert canyon, and upon hearing this, the commander decides that we're going to try and capture Zora Magdaros within this ravine. Stick with me for a bit, I'm going somewhere with this. The proposed plan is to set up giant wooden barricades within the Great Ravine, line those with siege weapons, and engage Zora Magdaros in a multi-pronged artillery assault where some crews are peppering him with gunfire and others are on his back trying to wound these external organs called magma cores to cripple his power, wear him out, snare him into ballista binder shots, and render him inert so that he can be safely studied before being released and sent back on his way. Now, why do this? Catching an elder dragon has never been done. They're entirely too powerful. Well, first of all, there's no reason to kill Zora, so slaying him would be unnecessary if it's even possible. Secondly, the Elder Crossing only happens every 10 years or so, and they have their elder dragon right now. And by elder dragon standards, Zora's kinda tame. He's too big to really care. care. Most other elders are insanely violent and much more personal when provoked. They would likely break free of containment and then everybody's dead. So you have an ideal subject at an ideal time in an ideal location. The ravine is pretty much uninhabited, so not only is there no place to run, but chances of interference from other monsters should be minimal. Now why two walls? Two big walls of sticks aren't going to contain this guy. He's a Godzilla turtle made out of fire and rock. He's going to smash through them. Well, the purpose of the walls is more to create an intensive gun line to hammer with artillery fire consistently and wear him out, more so than they are actually trying to be obstructions. So why not just blow off the top of the ravine and try to bury Zora under rubble? It is established that the Commission has placeable explosives, which they use on those stalactites in the later Zora mission. Well, the Commission isn't trying to harm the environment of the New World, they want to study it, so obliterating a canyon is something they probably don't want to do. And why not just have the Scholar teams deploy onto Zora and inspect him while he's moving? He's usually not that hostile. He's still also an ancient and extremely powerful dragon. One wrong poke or prod and everyone's in danger then. Plus, we don't know where he's going or what he might rile up. Incapacitating him in a controlled environment is probably the safest bet for everybody. So there you go. This is a bold, risky, and somewhat presumptuous plan. There's no assurance that the cannons and the hunter teams are going to be able to do enough damage to actually knock him down. But we have the perfect monster in the perfect place at the perfect time, and we might not be able to get to try this again for another decade. There are no guarantees, but this is a chance that needs to be taken. Alright, so did you follow all that? That, all at least semi-sensible? It's a pretty interesting conundrum for our characters at the very least. Yeah, so I made that discussion revolving around this strategy sound way more interesting than the game did. This is kind of what I want to encapsulate about Monster Hunter World's narrative. The plot's not horrible, the storytelling kinda is. This was Monster Hunter's first big cinematic story, with several cutscenes and a full cast of voice actors. Yeah, they had plots and characterization beforehand, but this was the first really big involved story that was used as a major aspect of the marketing. And that kind of thing can sell a game. Big narratives are, for better or worse, a signal that this is a big boy game, that the game is trying to be something more. I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but I think dramatic cutscene excerpts and game trailers with cool sounding dialogue is at least one effective tactic to sell a game. Now, there's plenty of games that don't need these big sweeping stories. Monster Hunter itself never needed a cinematic narrative. It was fine without one for 14 years. But adding a larger story into a series that didn't historically have one is neither an intrinsic good or bad. I have my share of positive things to say about the narratives of Sunbreak and Wilds, but World I think fumbles this pretty badly. Maybe the worst of them all. See, this is a more modern video game storytelling device with the cutscenes and everything, but they tell the actual narrative pretty much the same way they were telling stories in Monster Hunter 3 and 4. Characters are their job titles and nothing more. They might have some small tidbits about their personal lives here and there and one or two distinguishing qualities, but for the most part, they're there to do what they were hired to do, and their personality along the way will be generally stoic but affable enough for pretty much every single character. And before or after you slay an important monster, those characters are there going to stop you and they're going to give you all the context regarding the problems that monster was causing, why you have to stop it, what its purpose or role in the ecosystem is, and the significance of you slaying it. And you'll get this information in pretty big exposition dumps. Now, when you're just standing around in town listening to the guy blabber on in these little text boxes that you can easily skip, it's pretty inoffensive. If you want to read, you can, or you can just skip and the game's not really going to be up in your face about it. But when you have these longer, slower exposition dumps monologuing at you with very little engagement on your end by these static and one-dimensional characters in fully voiced and unskippable cutscenes, that can potentially get grating. On top of that, characters are probably the most important thing that a story has, and in World, there's simply nothing to hang on to with these characters. There's nothing to them beyond a desire to finish the job for the sake of finishing the job. Some of these guys are supposed to have been working on this case for 40 years, but these senior officials of the Commission feel like they've mostly just got here last month. Now, I don't need them to be grizzled, and jaded, and miserable, and on the brink of insanity. Maybe that could be compelling in the right doses, but I'm more so saying that, at this point, what does the New World and the Elder Crossing and solving all of this actually mean to these people? How has this task impacted their lives, changed their outlook? What do they value now? How have they been changed by the fact that they have been away from the comforts of civilization for decades? How has their love of the natural world changed? And you might say, Connor, I don't need Monster Hunter to turn into a massive character drama. That sounds unnecessary. I don't need the characters to crash out or go on long diatribes where they info dump on their backstories. But what I'm saying thing is that a little can go a long way. I think that the best Monster Hunter character is Sunbreak's Admiral Gallius. I talked about him quite a bit when I reviewed Sunbreak, but I think he is going to serve my point here pretty well. Gallius is the stern dad of Elgato in Sunbreak. He keeps his knights professional throughout the whole Affliction outbreak scenario. This means a lot to him, considering he probably has the best reason to fight this threat fervently and emotionally. Afflicted monsters wiped out his home, killed his family, and probably everyone he ever knew. He has the most reason to just kind of go off and lose his cool about this, but he keeps himself maintained. Then at the very end of the narrative, the opportunity arises for him to intervene against Geismagorm, who is the master of the curio that caused the affliction. The perpetrator behind the loss of everything he had growing up is right in front of him. And upon seeing Geismagorm, he still keeps his head, selling every seething emotion that he has under the surface just with the scowl. But as the battle progresses, he can still lead effectively, but he progressively becomes more and more passionate and determined to put Geismagorm down. That is small. It's in the background. It's not brought up every time you talk to him, but if you can follow along with who Gallius is, what happened to him, how much that fight means to him, how badly he wants that kill, there's a sense of payoff and satisfaction when he gets involved. This is unintrusive, but it's personal, it matters, and it's attached to a really cool scene. The cutscene itself only got better for me when I thought about Gallius as a character, and his dialogue and his voice acting and his expressions, and the history of him tells a small story. This is something that you can get attached to. So let's talk about the commander in Worlds, and this moment when his first plan fails. Spoiler alert, the first plan fails. I like the commander. He's probably my favorite character in World. He's your biggest advocate, has a lot of trust in his people, keeps a level head in a chaotic situation, takes loss on the chin, and can be authoritative with a sense of humor. I like him. He's a really cool manager who knows what he's doing. Granted, Monster Hunter at this point lacks the teeth to have characters that are intentionally unlikable. You're only gonna dislike the characters that you think are annoying. But think about him for a bit. He's been there for 40 years. His leads are drying up. Most of his friends, including the actual leader of the entire operation, are off stomping around the woods with no way of being contacted. He has no idea if some of them are alive or dead or not for periods of the game. And if you dive into some extra reading materials, you can learn that his son has actually left the commission at this point and he went home. But his grandson, that being the field team leader, has stayed because he was born in the New World. And now the commander has basically been saddled with being his grandson's sole parent. And as we established, his golden opportunity to solve the mystery he's been working on for 4 decades just crashed through the second wall, the whole operation foiled by the appearance of Nergigante, a dragon who has assaulted his people in the past. That is a lot of weight to put on one person. That is a mountain of responsibility to shoulder. And I'm not complaining that he doesn't crumble under the pressure and have a breakdown. It's just that none of it seems to mean anything to him. Yeah, it's admirable that he can keep a cool head after such a major loss and assess the situation and move on to the next opportunity, but something like a flinch, some anger to be reined in, some exasperation, some lament before he pulls everything back in would just add a depth that is worth connecting to. It just make the whole situation feel human. For all intents and purposes, the defeat at the ravine is a pretty major loss, but none of the characters treat it like one. The characters of Monster Hunter World are their job titles, and though they may have 1 or 2 traits that make them discernible from one another, just about everybody in the cast is a tough, competent go-getter who cares enough about doing a good job and are accommodating to the new guys. This does not communicate a 40-year-long going around and around, stretched to its limit expedition in a hostile environment. This feels like the world's healthiest 9 to 5. I like the cast here, but only because there's not enough for me to not like them or to be challenged by them or have any nuanced thoughts about them. This is why the Huntsman is the best character in the story. Both stories, actually. He's the commander's muscle, this old dude in Rathian armor who in his prime was absolutely capable of slaying elder dragons. He's still capable of holding them off for a couple of minutes whenever the youth are in danger. He comes in sprinting, he saves the day, he gets roughed up a little bit, and takes a sec to get back up because he definitely isn't what he used to be, but he still goes in anyway because it's his job. He's even got a fun little line where he states that he's cool with young hunters using stuff like slingers and scout flies, but at this point, he can't figure his way around them, so he leaves it to the youth. Instincts and a sharp stick were good enough back then, and by God, they're good enough now. I've sidetracked this whole thing to talk about characters and characterization, so do I talk about the handler now? Sure. She's the controversial character that everybody wants to talk about. The handler is main character number 2. She's kind of the actual audience surrogate here. While the silent hunter stands around blankly picking his nose in the background, it's the handler who participates in the council meetings, tosses out ideas, and is curious about the natural world. She has all the questions that we might ask. She does a good bit of the sleuthing that we would want to do. She's the one who seems engaged. Meanwhile, the actual player character is just the Doomslayer in the background, wordlessly craving the blood of dinosaurs. She's also kind of a doe-eyed klutz who runs headfirst into monster jaws like 5 or 6 times. She's supposed to be this plucky sidekick who's book smart, but not necessarily street smart. She can toss out a pretty solid ecological theory rather quickly, but then 5 seconds later, she might get excited when she sees something shiny, and then she might get mauled by a dog. Think about it. The tracker saves our lives at one point, and then like 5 missions later, the handler puts the tracker in a situation where she could be killed, and because this game is kind of toothless with its characterization, it's never really acknowledged. Also, a good 50% of her personality is just liking food. I really don't mind an eccentric, passionate goofball character, that's fine, but she seems to have these kind of odd shifts between a fairly insightful young woman with some smart questions and observations about the natural world and a bit of a goofy eccentricism, and a dumbass who just makes situations more dangerous because she's running into fights for no reason. And she does that enough times that you wonder why she's just not learning from the mistakes she's making. And it just feels a little inconsistent. The other issue is that we, the hunter, don't talk. The hunter is supposed to be the actual player insert, and the player insert isn't asking questions or getting involved or has any interest in what's going on. He's just standing there waiting to be let loose on the local fauna. And that's being held up by this lady who goes everywhere with us, blabbing to her coworkers every 10 minutes and not letting us move on. When you were a kid, did your mom ever run into someone she knew at the grocery store and then they stopped everything and talked for 5 minutes, preventing you from going home and playing GameCube or PlayStation or whatever? Yeah, that's kind of the handler, and it's not really her fault. The hunters just don't talk until Wilds. She's fine. She's got plot relevance and contributions. She's an endearing sidekick, and she's overall just this kind of friendly person hanging around with you. She's also an inconsistent doofus who puts herself in danger because, I don't know, slapstick comedy or something, and talks for you the whole time. I don't hate her, but yeah, mildly annoying in a couple instances. So, where were we? Oh yeah, the plot. Zora smashes through the ravine, and this gives us access to the Coral Highlands and the Rotten Vale. This is where we learn how the New World works, and it's kind of cool. See, there's pretty crazy natural phenomena all over the place in the New World. Giant trees capable of housing entire ecosystems. The Wildspire Waste has wild-looking spires, and now we find a forest made up of what looks like a coral reef. But how do these crazy natural occurrences happen? Turns out the Rotten Vale is this kind of homing beacon for monsters to die in, elder dragons specifically, and when they die there, the continent recycles their vast energies, and then spreads that energies throughout. We learn later that the New World has this underground system of tunnels called the Everstream that carries the energy throughout the entire continent, providing this life-giving bioenergy to every region of the New World. The continent is kind of like one gigantic living being. It eats dead elder dragons, breaks down their life force, and then a network of veins carries that power all over the place. So elder dragons the world over have an instinctual need to die of old age in the Rotten Vale. This creates the Elder Crossing phenomena. I enjoy this world building. It's goofy, but it's fun to roam around the continent and peel back its mysteries one by one. It's a hyperbolized circle of life metaphor showing that all of nature, even wildly different biomes, have connections and dependencies. And with these crazy energies, the developers can make larger than life maps with outlandish coral forests, gigantic flora and rock formations, and a monster graveyard. That raises the question though, do other continents have systems like this? How does bioenergy work elsewhere? What happens if an elder dragon doesn't die in the Rotten Vale? So that's one mystery solved. Zora is old, dying, and migrated here at the end of his life. Problem is, Zora blew past the Vale. He's going somewhere else, and no one's really sure where, except maybe these funny mushroom people called the First Wyverians. I don't like the First Wyverians. They're these elusive, secretive sages that don't really interact with anybody, but they know the New World better than anyone. They've been here forever. We have to track down one, and you just kind of stumble into him by accident when you're running from a Rathalos, and then he won't tell us the secrets of the New World until we display mastery over the natural order. Mastery of the natural order, by the way, means beating up a Rathalos and Diablos that weren't bothering anybody. I get putting down monsters that are natural disturbances or hunting a single animal to use its parts for equipment or something like that, but these two weren't an issue at all. And then once those two innocent animals lie dead in the dirt, the First Wyverian reveals that the New World is connected by this underground Everstream tunnel system, and that Zora Magdaros is tunneling there to blow up, die, and incinerate the entire continent. Thanks, funny mushroom man. I'm glad I just wasted several hours violently killing top of the food chain animals that weren't hurting anyone, only to learn that there's a ticking time bomb doomsday clock slowly approaching the heart of the continent. If we do manage to save the world, it will be in spite of you. Fuck you. He really just wasn't gonna tell anybody that the continent was about to get glassed. Hey, buddy, I wanna see you fight and kill a Rathalos and a Diablos, you Mario NPC reject looking ass. What entitles you to this sacred knowledge, by the way? Dude, this Greenpeace motherfucker really said it is what it is and that nature's course can't be swayed. Well, clearly, he hasn't been introduced to the indomitable will of the human spirit. We're gonna set up a gun line in the arteries of the planet and shred Godzilla to bits, one cannonball at a time, while we send a strike team to rupture his organs. That idiot flying pincushion ain't ruining our plans this time either. He's getting bitch slapped back to a map we haven't even been to yet. And then we're gonna ram a spiked drill so deep in that stupid turtle's kidney that it ignores its base instincts and blows up in the fucking ocean. And we're doing it for the sole purpose of letting you live for as long as possible, just so you can come to terms with what a fucking idiot you are. Anyway, Rathians are pink now. Yeah, so Zora tore open a hole to a new region that is absolutely drenched in bioenergy, so stuffed with it that it's solidifying into giant crystal structures all over the place. Yeah, those crystals are dead elder dragons. Then, Akuma from the hit game Tekken 7, also known as the Admiral of the Research Commission, followed Nergigante into this Elder's Recess after it got its ass kicked. Now here's the thing. Nergigante is a creature that loves to eat anything he can get his hands on, but the best meals are extremely powerful monsters that are especially dense in bioenergy, that being elder dragons, and Zora Magdaros was the perfect feast for him. But we interrupted his feeding twice and sent his buffet into the ocean to explode. So now we got two issues on our hands. Solving the mystery of what compelled Zora Magdaros to die in the Everstream instead of the Vale, and the fact that Nergigante is creating such a ruckus in the recess that other elder dragons are fleeing that region and upsetting the other biomes. I wish we got to see more of Nergigante in high rank. He's partly responsible for a good bit of the threats in that story chunk, but we don't really get to see him do anything. He doesn't appear again until the quest where you slay him. But he's a pretty solid antagonist just for his impact on the plot. An opportunist predating on the Elder Crossing that was denied his perfect meal. As a result, his new feeding habits create a domino effect that sends just about every biome in the new world into an uproar. I wish it wasn't relegated to being told instead of shown is all. I also think it was a mistake to slay him before slaying the elders he displaces. It doesn't really make sense. You probably want to put out the fire he started and then take him down, but Monster Hunter tends to insist that there's a gap between the flagship battle and the final boss battle. Speaking of the final boss battle, the new world has dragon cancer. At the center of it all is the cocoon of Xenojiva. This silly little guy has effectively hijacked the Everstream and the Elder's Crossing. He emits a pheromone that compels elders to die in the stream rather than in the Vale, and as he lays dormant, he stockpiles all that excess stolen power for himself, growing stronger. With the elders out of the recess, we now have a chance to scout out the confluence of fates where Xenojiva is nesting, and our presence forces him to wake prematurely. The battle ensues, and this would-be world burner is cut down and sent tumbling lifelessly into the depths. The day is saved. Yeah, I don't think this is a bad plot. The sequence of events for the most part makes a lot of sense, is generally interesting and varied. The new world has a bioenergy refinery system to keep itself alive, so it beckons elder dragons into the Vale when they die. We want to study this phenomena, so we follow the elder dragons. Things hit a bit of a dead end until an elder dragon too big to ignore and capable of smashing the terrain up to unveil new passages shows up. So naturally, we want to study him and see why he's doing what he's doing. But there's a predator that relies on the crossing for food, so we get interrupted and fail the first capture. However, Zora's moving the ravine around unveils the path to the Coral Highlands, so we can follow him. Unveiling the Highlands reconnects us with the lost team who understand how the Rotten Vale works. They help us piece together that Zora is old and is migrating towards a predetermined place of death. But he's off course, so we ask the locals what they know. They reveal how the Everstream works and that Zora being in the stream is a threat, so we gotta stop him. Nergigante tries to thwart us, we send him packing and send his buffet out into the ocean. Nergigante gets tracked down, and he also needs more food since Zora is gone, so he causes a ruckus. Said ruckus gives us the ability to find him and defeat him, as well as the opportunity to explore the region where he lived and find the culprit behind the acceleration of the Elder Crossing. The sequence of events is overall pretty solid, with not a lot of events just kind of happening out of the blue. I'd say the writers did a good job making sure that more or less every major event in the narrative had ample cause and effect. That cause and effect also makes the progression of the maps in low rank and high rank probably the best they've ever been handled. The new world is a dense, dangerous, tough to navigate place, but when you have this titan smashing up the continent, it opens up the pathways to the new areas, and exploring new regions answers the questions of how the new world works. And Zora Magdaros detonating in the sea riles up a lot of creatures that are sensitive to bioenergy surges, which is why you face stronger monsters in high rank. In most other Monster Hunter games, map and difficulty progression just kinda happen. You prove that you're capable enough to not die, so you're given permission to go to new hunting grounds and fight stronger monsters. This is a perfectly fine explanation that didn't need to be expanded on, but I think World did a good job weaving gameplay and narrative progression together. All this detail, though, is conveyed by pretty uninteresting, unchanging, and overall just kind of harmless characters who lack the ability to make all of this progression sound interesting. I'm gonna save the thematics and what World was trying to say for the Iceborne section, as the two endings relate to one another. But yeah, a good plot told in a way that's pretty boring within a game that doesn't lend itself terribly well to cinematic story, though this can be done well. I think it does get done well in the future. The multiplayer integration also does not help things. This isn't a writing issue, and we already kind of covered it earlier on, but the insistence to blend the single player story in with the multiplayer gameplay was not well handled. And if the story already isn't painfully interesting and you just want to fight the funny dragons with your friends, it kinda makes the story feel worse. That's not the writing's fault. Monster Hunter used to know how to separate these experiences. You kind of feel compelled to rush through a narrative like this when you just want to game with the boys. I think that's another reason why people don't like it. Alright, so now let's move on to Iceborne Story. Iceborne Story is a bit better. Its plot is a lot worse. Except for Velkhana. She's funny because she's an asshole. I'll kind of break this down for you simply. There's a rock dragon. He's out screaming on an island. He can also tunnel around in the Everstream. He's making a giant ruckus and agitating a lot of wildlife that were, for the most part, just kind of off in the wilderness away from human eyes. One of those animals is a frigid called Velkhana. Also, he's terraforming massive landmasses and could potentially create an ecological collapse. You know, God forbid his dragon has hobbies and all that. Throughout the story, the player runs all over creation, putting out fires, and all the while, the other characters are mapping out the locations where the song is heard, estimating where the seismic activity is taking place, and they relate these events to a myth about a creature called the Old Everworm, which can manipulate the environment with a song, kind of like what's happening now. Then, they slap all their locations on a map, draw a big spiral, and as luck would have it, there's an island roughly located at the end of that spiral. So everybody hops on a boat, finds a spooky rock golem that turns out to be a wind god dragon, then our kill gets stolen by Nergigante doing his job. The plot works, but it's pretty much just the same thing over and over and over until the game says that we have enough data to track down the big bad. Song happens, Velkhana shows up, ground shakes, a little bit of this old mystery is deciphered, a random monster that's either a new subspecies or a really marketable monster shows up, and then you repeat that like 4 times and then the story ends. The plot just kinda spins its wheels, but what Iceborne tries to do is use that spinning wheel to flesh out its characters, and it does this okay, I guess. I'm gonna be honest, if World set up any characterization groundwork, I think Iceborne would be a little bit stronger, because these character arcs kind of feel like they came out of nowhere considering that they had next to no establishment in the previous narrative with these same characters. For the handler, Velkhana's scales are pretty much identical to a scale her grandfather smuggled back from the New World but could never identify, so she's got this connection, feeling like the mystery behind Velkhana and the song was left to her responsibility to her family. It's nice when the hunt actually means something to the characters and isn't just a job. I can also forgive this character point for appearing predominantly in Iceborne. She seems pretty committed to her actual job at the moment and is only really invested in the Velkhana hunt on that personal level because Velkhana drops the scales, not because the handler's actively searching for them. I do think that you could have strengthened this dynamic if in World's narrative she seemed to have some minor internal conflict between her immediate tasks and the nagging of this more personal mystery in the back of her mind. Maybe there's a throwaway line in there somewhere, but I scrubbed through most of World's story related dialogue again and I didn't see anything. The other major character to get something here is the field team leader, the commander's grandson. He was born in the New World, taught to hunt by the huntsman. Good lord, these character names make writing this script really weird. And he was generally content to just kind of keep doing the outdoorsy work. But his grandfather sees potential in him, and with Seliana being built in the commission now having 2 bases of operation, thus needing 2 leaders, he appoints his grandson as acting leader of the commission in the newly founded Seliana. And the field team leader is pretty hesitant, unsure if he can fulfill that role. Again, nice idea. All they really do with it though is have the field team leader be a little awkward and less authoritative than his grandfather initially, and he gets like a rousing speech in the middle on what's kind of supposed to be the low point, gets more competent from there on out, and even at the end he's not that convinced he's cut out for the job and needs to be roused by the people around him. Yeah, it's alright. It's an arc. Again, it's not really set up that the commander wants to put more responsibility on his grandson or sees a potential leader in him. There's not a lot of conflict between the two over the field team leader eventually taking on more work or a leading role. The commander just kind of dumps the job on him and then is proud when his grandson doesn't mess it up too badly. Pretty much the exact same thing with the handler. This isn't a bad direction to take a character, but the setup just kind of appears. The resolution happens pretty quick. There's not a lot of set dressing or conflict. And again, I don't need us to be diverted into a major character drama for 30 minutes. Just some extra lines here and there would be nice. You know, maybe the field team leader made a mistake somewhere that leads to Velkhana getting an advantage and he feels like he needs to redeem himself. Just something small like that. Just whatever to spice up the character growth. Make it mean something. Give it some time to grow. What's here is just serviceable. Bare bones. Alright, now let's talk about the funny ice dragon. Velkhana is just kind of a and I think that makes her a great villain, even if she's kind of stupid. So the Song of Shara Ishvalda has awoken her, and she decides that if she can't be happy and relax, then nobody can be happy and relax. She just elects to be a problem. The song spooks a flock of Legiana into migrating towards the hinterlands. So she just randomly starts attacking those Legiana. She brutally freezes small monsters to death for the fun of it, doesn't even eat them or anything. There is a plot point that, in retrospect, is hilarious. See, Velkhana can empower herself with the heat and the lava and the magma of the Elder's Recess, so she needs to leave the island of the hinterlands for a little bit and head to the New World. On her way, she just kills an Anjanath. For no reason. Murders it. Not in, but with cold blood. And then, of course, there's this fear. Could Velkhana bring about massive ecological devastation to the New World, freeze over massive chunks of it, and destabilize the entire continent that isn't prepped to deal with temperature drops like this? What kind of destruction could she bring? You know, I can buy that fear, actually. Elder dragons, even the weakest ones, are supposed to be walking natural disasters. But no. No, not only does she not throw the ecosystem out of whack or anything like that, she just goes to the Elder's Recess. She powers up. We get a little tussle. She gets a cheap shot, wins the fight, and then she just goes back to her island immediately. We did this whole speech about our place in the environment and our right to live here. We brace for this big battle against a dragon who could freeze us out of living in Astera. It's supposed to be this symbolic thing, but all she did was just murder one Anjanath, and then she fucking flew away. Yeah, she wins a fight against the hunter too. Granted, it's because the handler ran into the middle of the fight for the 60th time and got to block her, so she get hit in the head with an ice chunk. But yeah, I think Velkhana is like the only flagship to not be repelled early on or just show up and fly away. She gets an actual win, you know, good for her. And then she tries to kill Seliana. Yeah, Shara woke up, pissed her off, and now she deliberately wants to murder us. She's making it our problem. She wants everything off of her island, so she just actively goes to war against humans. Again, most of the major story monsters don't really do that. We either get in their way or they unintentionally become a hazard to us, and that leads to a confrontation. Velkhana just wants blood. Like, I kind of love her for that. So there's a siege fight outside of Seliana, and Velkhana's got the pressure going, manages to knock down the huntsman, gets put on the back foot by cannon fire, and a barricade is thrown up to block her out while the team regroups. It's this desperate situation. There's only so much time. She's smashing against the barricade. It needs to hold out just a little longer for the weapon to be reloaded. Here's the thing though, Velkhana can fly, and she just doesn't. Then we kick her ass back to her nest, track her down, and kill her. One problem down. I love Velkhana. She is simultaneously, unironically, one of the best villain monsters in the franchise, and also a violent psychopath to the point of idiotic belligerence. She also gets a lot of screen time, even if she's pretty much irrelevant for most of the back third of the story, but she gets in a lot of fights against us, sets a precedent for being threatening, and is an extremely active antagonist. I think she's legitimately cool for pretty much most of the story. So now let's talk about the ending. Gonna preface this before we start. I rewatched the World and Iceborne Stories before writing this chunk, then went searching for other people's takes on the whole thing just to see other people's interpretations. One video I especially liked was by a dude named TomCon and the conclusions that he came to about what the games were trying to say. I recommend you check out his work. I watched his video, rewatched the endings of the games, and I think I agree with the conclusion that he came to. Monster Hunter World and Iceborne seem to have two parts of a whole message regarding human intervention and the environment. We are uniquely proficient at cultivating and destroying the world around us. The guild is usually portrayed as an organization that's extremely careful about correcting imbalances and not damaging ecosystems where they don't need to be damaged. We're supposed to be wardens, keeping the peace, and for that reason the guild goes out of its way to try and study and explain nature and its natural phenomena as best as it can so we can mitigate calamity while doing the least damage. It's kind of funny in retrospect thinking about how many monsters we wind up killing in the gameplay, but it's easier to look at it that only the story hunts are what actually canonically happens. So this is a really tough balancing act. Sometimes it's difficult to know when we're the only thing that can save the environment and when we are being arrogant. Nature has its ways of correcting itself. It has loops and it has cycles and backup plans. There's a reason it hasn't all exploded already. And the chief representative of that idea that nature can and will take care of itself in Monster Hunter is Nergigante. I said this a while ago, Nergigante does not know that he's in a video game. He doesn't know that his existence has thematic value. He isn't a conscious guardian of the natural way of things. He's just an animal. Nature needed an animal capable of dealing with insanely powerful aberration monsters that could be a threat to huge chunks of the planet, so it made one. A dragon specially crafted to track, survive the wrath of, and kill other elders. Nergigante preys upon the Elder Crossing because it's an easy shot at a dying elder. This keeps the Everstream from overflowing with too much bioenergy. But then comes Zora Magdaros. Nergi ain't killing Zora. He would be just slowly munching on him, unaware that Zora's about to blow up the continent. It takes a human to actually comprehend the relationship between Zora Magdaros' bioenergy and the central hub nature of the new world. An animal can't be motivated to avert this crisis, so we have to step in. In this scenario, nature's not going to fix itself, it's going to blow itself up. Human intervention saves a continent. So World is definitely saying that we have a role to play and we shouldn't isolate ourselves from nature fully. Then what about Iceborne? See, as much as it kinda stinks that Nergigante steals the show from Velkhana in what should be her game, there is a reason. See, when we find Shara on his island, a more powerful Nergigante is already there hunting him. We have all this data, all this information. Clearly, Shara is or could be a massive problem, but he's not a walking volcanic mountain that's going to eradicate the continent. There's a non-zero chance that this problem was about to solve itself. Ruiner Nergigante potentially could have killed Shara or slowly whittled him down over time using his healing factor to recuperate faster than Shara could. They are built for this purpose. In fact, Nergigante does actually get the kill. Granted, Shara was significantly weakened by us, but Nergi was also. So we get in his way, we intruded on his hunt, and yeah, we knocked Shara down, but we didn't kill him. Maybe we could have finished him from that position, but what if we didn't? What happens if we got ourselves wiped out and simultaneously slew Shara's only predator? What then? I swear to God, if you power scale Ruiner Nergigante against Shara's fault in my comments, I'm gonna boil your fingers off. The implication provided by the story is that the situation was well in hand, that nature was going to rectify itself. Nergigante are made for the purpose of hunting down these aberration elders. And we are extremely lucky that we didn't mess up everything here. Yeah, we had a ton of correct information, we had great intentions, but that doesn't mean we were always right. And that doesn't mean that we knew everything either. These two stories put together are easily the most challenging and thought-provoking aspects of World and Iceborne's narrative. We unique humans aren't beneath, above, or separate from nature. We are a part of it. Our understanding of it is unique and exists above the circular design of pure instinct. There are places and times where our knowledge and deduction is needed, otherwise a variable that nature can't account for is going to do harm. And other times, what looks like a cataclysm may very well have a naturally occurring response. So how do you know which is which? Well, that's the tough part. Sometimes you just don't know, and these balances can be extremely delicate sometimes. You can't afford to do nothing, but you also have to reconcile with the fact that you don't know everything. That's a harrowing tightrope to walk with certain situations like this, and I think World does a really good job showcasing that tightrope. In the end, there isn't a clear-cut answer to how humans should interact with nature. There's no manual for this. And Nergigante, I believe, is an excellent instrument of both the thematics of the story and the natural world, a hyperbolized personification of nature's ability to police itself. I think he's gone up in my personal estimation of being this game's flagship after reading into, thinking about, and exploring this narrative. And then the Nepo baby ruins everything.
Better get ready for our next assignment.
The next one?
You know what I'm talking about, sir. Nergigante. We're gonna chase that thing until our legs give out. As always, we'll need you.
Your grandfather was wrong to give you authority. yeah, that's Monster Hunter World Iceborne. Or at least everything I wanted to say about it. Does this deserve to be the big, special, famous child that gets held up on the pedestal? Yes and no. Despite there being a myriad of issues all over the place with wide-ranging intensity, there is some undeniable magic baked into this thing. The maps suck you in. The combat is fast and intense, but also meaty and weighty. The monsters make for some phenomenal fantasy animals, as well as some of the all-time great boss battles in video games. The soundtrack sticks with you. Multiplayer hubs create memorable experiences, the long nights running sieges over and over again, the days and the days it took to figure out how to beat Fatalis and Alatreon, the hours wasted in the Seliana Gathering Hub just kind of shooting the shit with friends, the marathon hunts and the guiding lands. That's kind of the experience that you don't forget very easily. Even with all of the justified reasons to be frustrated with World and Iceborne, I don't think I could feel any emotion towards it more strongly than how much I love it. It's special, and I hope I did it justice. Lord knows I tried, you know? And if you stuck around this long, thank you very much. It's hilarious to think that this was supposed to come out in February. It's probably August right now at the very earliest, so thank you for being patient. With any luck, I'll learn from this experience and never do anything like this ever again. I'm pretty sure I've said that multiple times, and you and I both know that that's not going to happen. By the way, I can't wait until 6 years from now when I make a celebration and critique of Monster Hunter Wilds, and all you who crap on the game right now get misty-eyed when I play its main theme over the outro to my 14-hour video on the game. Yeah, you are not immune to propaganda. This has been CR-Volcanic or Connor. I'll see you around. Shout out to all the patrons, and special shout out to Unseen Mercenary, Stromlin, Sir Newt, Shaggy Grizzly, Psychotic Jester, Pecco Plush, Nihilus Chimerax, Ketz, Dovida, Certified Rajang Hater, Bri Bastion, I Think I Stole Your Sandwich, and Call Sign Shadow. Thank you very much, everyone.